dull thud echoed from the square. The students in the spectator stands widened their eyes, straightened their backs, and simultaneously turned their gazes toward the arena at the center of the square. Yu Chen crouched on the ground, coughing violently. His pale face was now flushed crimson, and his white robe was covered with handprints. His originally flowing hair was now disheveled and scattered behind him. Yu Chen was now in a wretched state. A wave of pain surged from his chest. Yu Chen clutched his chest, panting heavily. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat, the size of beans, densely covered his forehead, glistening harshly under the bright sunlight. Yu Chen furrowed his brows, staring solemnly at the youth before him. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yu Chen, I don't know why you're so stubborn. Even if you win the championship, so what? Can that little bit of Holy Spirit do really bring your useless father back from the dead? At best, it will let him linger on for a few more days. But do you really have the ability to win the overall championship? Not far away, Lin Qing stood with his arms crossed, a provocative curve at the corner of his mouth. He cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chen, his face full of pride and mockery. Yu Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, flexed his slightly aching arm, and slowly stood up. Gazing at Lin Qing, a glint of coldness flashed in Yu Chen's star-bright eyes. Lin Qing, what kind of person my father is? You don't need to judge, and you have no right to judge. I will definitely obtain the Holy Spirit due. I advise you to take back what you just said, otherwise you will pay the price for your loose tongue. Ha ha ha. As soon as Yu Chen finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the square. What an arrogant brat, utterly ignorant of the world. He thinks he can oppose senior brother Lin with his pathetic skills. I wonder where he gets his courage. Doesn't he know his place? I advise you to take back what you just said, or you will pay for your words. A Qi refining student with shifty eyes, a dark face, and protruding buck teeth, repeated Yu Chen's words in a mocking tone, which immediately drew another round of laughter. Let senior brother Lin pay the price. Absurd, utterly absurd. Senior brother Lin has heard that kind of talk too many times. I say, Yu Chen, you muscle-headed fool, can't you come up with something new? Ha, just a body cultivator with a strong physique thinking he can win the championship with his brawn. Does he really think this is still the age of body cultivation? And he wants to step onto the path of cultivation? What a delusion. Like father, like son. The father is a waste, how good can the son be? A crooked beam casts a crooked shadow. Times change. Once the Yu clan was so glorious, but now it has fallen to the point where anyone who dislikes them can vent their anger on them like stray dogs. Voices rose and fell in the square, each louder than the last, but most were filled with mockery and contempt. Amid these unabashed words, Yu Chen's face gradually darkened. Are you threatening me? Lin Qing's face instantly darkened. A cold smile appeared on his face as a faint layer of cyan light slowly bloomed on his palm. Yu Chen, you are very arrogant. I also advise you, you will pay for your arrogance. As he spoke, Lin Qing let out a sinister laugh. Yu Chen is in trouble, big trouble. A mocking voice came from the spectator stands as Lin Qing laughed. Threatening you? So what? Yu Chen curled his index finger at Lin Qing. You're asking for death. Seeing this, a fierce killing intent flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. Lin Qing let out a loud shout, swung his fist as big as a sandbag, and charged at Yu Chen. The massive fist, glowing with cyan light, came whistling through the air, without any trick, straight at Yu Chen's chest. At the moment Lin Qing moved, a faint, imperceptible smile flickered across the corner of Yu Chen's mouth. Watching the cyan glowing sandbag-sized fist heading straight for his chest, Yu Chen's hand formed a seal as fast as lightning, and his lips moved slightly. A faint, barely visible strand of white gas slowly enveloped Yu Chen's arm. Boom! A deafening dull sound echoed clearly in every student's ears. At this moment, the students in the spectator stands wore solemn expressions, staring intently at the arena in the square. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had become scorching hot, and sweat poured from their skin like a fountain, yet they were completely oblivious. A surge of powerful force rushed through his arm. Looking at Lin Qing's ferocious face, Yu Chen was slightly surprised. The force of Lin Qing's punch was somewhat beyond his imagination. Suddenly a swift gust of wind whistled past Yu Chen's ear again, as Lin Qing struck once more. A ferocious grin spread across Lin Qing's dark-veined face. As he stared at Yu Chen, a bloodthirsty madness flashing in his eyes. Yu Chen, you were so arrogant just now. Where has that arrogance gone? Let me pay the price. I'll show you what price this waste can make me pay. Aren't you the senior brother of the body refining hall? Aren't you their idol? Today I will use the power they worship to destroy the hope in their hearts, and let those stupid brutes who only know how to charge recklessly see whose world this is. As he spoke, the cyan light on Lin Qing's sandbag-sized fist blazed brilliantly like a cyan sun. Ah! Lin Qing let out a roar, his cyan fist radiating dazzling light, and without holding back he slammed it into Yu Chen's body with a whistling sound. Boom! A huge sound kicked up a cloud of dust. Two clear trails appeared in front of Lin Qing, and not far away dust filled the air. The entire attack was over in the blink of an eye. Even though the students stared fixedly at the square, they only saw the final blow. But even that single blow shocked all the students. A look of astonishment appeared on the students' faces. As chi refiners they had heard of Lin Qing's prowess, but they never dared to believe he could be this formidable. Some body refining students stared fixedly at the dust cloud. For them, body cultivators were mocked as meat shields. Even within the body refining ranks there were distinctions. But Yu Chen, whether when he first arrived at the body refining branch or when he became a standout, never looked down on those with ordinary talent. Therefore they did not want such a senior who cared about them to fall here. They knew his goal: to train hard, protect those who protect him, and those who need his protection. Lin Qing panted heavily, his face slightly flushed. Clearly the previous attack had consumed a lot of his stamina. Lin Qing stared intently at the dust cloud, excitement shining in his eyes, as sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Did I win? Lin Qing murmured to himself. In truth, Lin Qing was not sure, because body cultivators had strong defenses and Yu Chen had once been hailed as a genius. Before he could finish his thought, a rustling sound came from the dust. Then the sound of footsteps emerged, slow but clearly echoing in the students' ears. They stared in astonishment at the dust cloud. A figure slowly appeared in the dust. At this moment Yu Chen's body was covered with a layer of ethereal yet clearly visible watery ripple-like fluctuation. Impossible. Seeing the fluctuation on Yu Chen, Lin Qing was instantly petrified, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Didn't you fail your breakthrough and become crippled? How can you use spiritual energy? Who told you I failed my breakthrough? That day I could have succeeded in breaking through to the first level of a Taoist, but I gave up. During the breakthrough I discovered that when spiritual energy circulates at high speed, impurities are removed, leaving behind pure spiritual energy. But the rapid rotation of spiritual energy in the body is highly damaging. Most chi refiners cannot withstand such impact. Moreover, many Tao techniques require massive amounts of spiritual energy to circulate at ultra-high speed. So that night I pretended to fail my breakthrough and left the chi refining hall. As he spoke, Yu Chen's expression suddenly changed. A chilling aura quietly emanated from him. Feeling the anger-filled presence, Lin Qing's face instantly froze. I told you just now you will pay for your loose tongue. As he spoke, a sharp glare shot from Yu Chen's eyes, and the spiritual energy around his body quickly gathered into his palm. Lin Qing's expression was dark, but it did not make him lose his reason. The moment Yu Chen made his move, Lin Qing retreated explosively. Too slow. Watching Lin Qing rapidly shrink in his field of vision, Yu Chen shook his head. With a whoosh he disappeared on the spot. The moment Yu Chen disappeared, Lin Qing, who had been rapidly retreating, suddenly stopped, glancing uneasily around the square. A faint buzzing sound echoed clearly in the square. Stop looking, I'm below. Yu Chen's voice sounded unexpectedly in Lin Qing's ear. Impossible. Hearing this, Lin Qing instinctively looked down. In an instant an expression of disbelief dominated his face. A white light slowly pushed toward Lin Qing at a visible speed, yet he could not dodge it. The seemingly ordinary fist was nonetheless chilling. Explosive fist. Boom. Instantly brilliant light radiated across the square. Even though many students instinctively covered their eyes, the dazzling white light still pierced their eyes with pain. How is it possible? How can a body cultivator unleash such a powerful chi technique? The students' hearts were filled with shock and suspicion. They thought body cultivators couldn't use chi techniques, but they overlooked one thing: Yu Chen was once the top chi refiner, and he had voluntarily left the chi refining hall. The white light faded, leaving the square in a mess. Yu Chen stood in the center, his hair blown by the light wind. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Lin Qing, who was struggling nearby. He said calmly, "You lost." Lin Qing's face was filled with disbelief. He kept trying to prop himself up but failed. His eyes were fixed on Yu Chen with a venomous gaze that could devour him alive. The match is over. The champion is Yu Chen of the body refining hall. Holding the jade bottle, Yu Chen let out a long breath and a relieved expression appeared on his pale face. A drop of rain landed on the tip of Yu Chen's nose. The sky, which had been cloudless moments ago, suddenly became overcast. It's going to rain. Yu Chen looked at the sky and muttered. At that moment a graceful figure appeared in the square. Yu Chen recognized the girl and quickly walked over. Seeing her panicked and pale face, he asked anxiously what happened. Seeing Yu Chen, Shijun cried, "Young master, the master." Before she could finish, she was already choked with tears. Boom! A thunderclap exploded without warning in the sky. In an instant the rain fell in torrents. Crack! Rumble! Blinding lightning like a domineering silver-white serpent tore at the sky. Its piercing shriek echoed through the heavy rain, which poured down like a burst dam cascading from the heavens. No, it can't be. After a moment of silence, Yu Chen's hysterical cry burst forth. He suddenly turned and ran wildly out of the Spirit Martial Academy. Yu Chen could not believe, would not believe, that his father would leave him at this moment. He had finally obtained the sacred dew. His efforts would not be in vain. The torrential rain formed a natural barrier blocking Yu Chen's vision. Deep and shallow puddles hindered his steps, and raindrops as large as beans pounded his body. Clenching his teeth with furrowed brows, Yu Chen stared fixedly ahead and dashed toward the Rain Clan in silence. Unconsciously, he unleashed the full peak strength of the 9th stage Dao initiate. As time passed, Yu Chen grew more anxious. The distance from the Spirit Martial Academy to the Rain Clan was but a short span, yet it felt like an unbridgeable chasm he could never cross. Finally, the Rain Clan appeared in Yu Chen's sight. For some reason his heart suddenly grew apprehensive and he instinctively slowed down. Suddenly an inexplicable fear gripped Yu Chen. He feared that what the attendant had said might be true, that his father might truly have left him. Yu Chen entered the Rain Clan and hurried along the familiar path toward the north courtyard. At the same time he tightened his grip on his palm, for in it held his last glimmer of hope. The north courtyard was crowded with people all dressed in black, their faces gloomy and sorrowful. Harsh white silk curtains swayed heavily in the rain like an old man at dusk struggling for breath. A huge black character mourning hung prominently in the main hall of the north courtyard. This was the first thing Yu Chen saw upon entering, and he immediately froze as if turned to stone. Now Yu Chen's mouth hung slightly open, his eyes vacant. That oppressive black mourning character exploded in his mind like a bomb, instantly destroying all his remaining hope. The dark clouds churned like thick mud overhead. A wild, unruly thunderbolt tore through the layers of clouds appearing above the north courtyard, with claws bared, its blinding white light illuminating the yard as bright as day. Boom! Rum! A deafening thunderclap pierced the sky, displaying the majesty of heaven, leaving everyone trembling with awe. A brief lapse of consciousness gave way to Yu Chen's heart-wrenching cry. Father! His cry drew everyone's gaze. They looked at Yu Chen, whose face was as pale as paper, their hearts filled with a mixture of emotions, unsure what to do. Yu Chen, as if mad, pushed through the crowd and rushed toward the inner room, tears streaming down like the rain outside pouring forth in waves. As soon as he entered the inner room, Yu Chen stood there frozen. The familiar room appeared before him once again. The room was dimly lit and sparsely furnished, with only a bookshelf, a bamboo chair, and a desk. On the wall hung 4 paintings of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. There was nothing else. In a dark corner of the room, an old bed was barely visible. The bedding was slightly faded. A man with a sallow complexion and hair like withered grass lay quietly on the bed. His face was peaceful, as if asleep, but his chest no longer rose and fell. Yu Chen held the man's icy hand, as thin as a withered branch. Seeing his father reduced to such a wretched state, tears streamed down Yu Chen's cheek and seeped into his mouth. At this moment Yu Chen's heart felt like a broken 5-flavor bottle, a mix of indescribable emotions. Deep in his heart he harbored a secret he had never shared with anyone. In truth, Yu Chen was not from this world, but from a place called Huaxia. In Huaxia, Yu Chen was an orphan, never knowing his parents. He grew up under the contemptuous gazes of others, unloved and uncared for, struggling alone in society. The only thing that never left him was his own solitary silhouette. In that world, he was nothing but an insignificant nobody, earning a monthly salary while working overtime without rest. He shuttled between home and office every day, constantly scolded by his boss. His life was as stagnant as a pool of dead water. Every nobody harbors a dream of becoming a god. Once Yu Chen had been spirited and ambitious, but the cruelty of reality gradually drowned him in confusion. Yet he refused to be mediocre, he wanted to rise above the crowd to achieve glory. The harsh reality, however, exhausted his spirit, and he gradually lost hope for this world. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, granting his wish to vanish from Huaxia. It was a lazy afternoon when Yu Chen drove alone to Mount Tai, hoping to calm his restless heart and forget all his troubles. But the weather had other plans. Halfway up the mountain, the clear azure sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. In his haste, Yu Chen stumbled into an ancient temple. The ancient temple had been neglected for years, its interior dilapidated. Broken beams and scattered tiles were everywhere. Weeds grew as high as a man, and pheasants occasionally darted through the undergrowth. Passing through the courtyard, Yu Chen entered the main hall. A gilded Buddha statue appeared before him, covered in thick dust like the temple itself, its original form barely discernible. In the hall, only an old monk quietly tapping a wooden fish and a flickering ancient lamp with a pale yellow flame remained. There was nothing else. Yu Chen bowed devoutly to the Buddha, his eyes lingering on the statue for a moment. He sighed softly, then turned. His gaze paused on the old monk for a while before he turned to leave. Yet the old monk, who had never spoken, suddenly said, "Benefactor, why do you sigh at such a young age? If your heart is troubled, you should dispel it early, lest it harm your body." Hearing this, Yu Chen stopped in his tracks and turned back to stare at the monk, his eyes full of suspicion. The monk focused on tapping the wooden fish, murmuring to himself, The rain outside grew heavier, but Yu Chen was astonished to find that the monotonous sound of the wooden fish struck chords within his heart. His restless mind gradually calmed down. After a moment Yu Chen sat cross-legged opposite the monk, glanced at the desolate temple, and asked, "Reverend, you live in this temple, yet why is it so neglected? Where are the other disciples?" The monk closed his eyes and replied in a gentle tone, "The other shore has invited them. They have gone in search of the promised land." The other shore? Promised land? Yu Chen let out a bitter laugh. Does the promised land truly exist on the other shore? The promised land exists not only on the other shore, but also around us, only we fail to see it. The monk tapped the wooden fish and replied slowly, "In truth, the promised land is everywhere. As long as we feel it with our heart, believe, and it exists. Sincerity works wonders. To seek the promised land, one must use the heart. The stronger the heart, the more real the promised land. Wherever you are, if you use your heart, that place is the promised land. The promised land is right beside us. We need to seek it with our heart. The stronger the heart, the more real the promised land. Wherever you are, if you use your heart, that place is the promised land." Yu Chen savored the monk's words, enchanted and intoxicated. Suddenly scenes from the past unfolded vividly in Yu Chen's mind. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes carrying a hint of mischief. "The promised land is a Buddhist paradise. Reverend, why did you not follow your disciples to seek it, but instead chose to stay and accompany the ancient lamp? Is it because you lack longing for the promised land, or is your heart insincere?" The moment the words fell, the dry sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased. The monk sat motionless before the wooden fish, his face slightly troubled. The hall was dead silent. The damp air brewed a strange atmosphere, making one's heart uneasy and hair stand on end. Watching the monk sit motionless like a statue, Yu Chen's smile gradually froze. The rain outside grew heavier, but the hall was eerily quiet. The faint yellow flame on the ancient lamp occasionally crackled softly. Yu Chen felt his throat dry and swallowed involuntarily. Fine beads of sweat silently appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew through the hall, making the curtains sway gently. The bean-sized flame flickered a few times and finally extinguished. Without the ancient lamp, the hall plunged into darkness. Yu Chen's heart gave a sudden jolt, and a wave of panic rushed straight to the back of his head. Dong! A deep sonorous bell tolled, resounding through the ancient temple. Yu Chen's entire body tensed. A profound fear grew and spread at the bottom of his heart. He looked around uneasily, and a sudden urge to flee surged within him. Accompanied by the bell, the old monk suddenly opened his eyes. One gold, one red. Two different colored pupils were exposed before Yu Chen. Light swirled within them, eerily strange. Yu Chen was startled by the monk's appearance and stumbled backward. His breathing grew rapid, his pale face covered in terror. Crack! The moment the monk opened his eyes, the beams of the ancient temple visibly rotted. The monk's face twisted into a ferocious grin. "The reason this humble monk did not go to the promised land is that I was waiting for you." The monk cackled, his golden red eyes gleaming. His body quickly decayed. "Yu Chen, the path of reincarnation is open. Come with me to the promised land." Pat. The monk's prayer beads rotted and scattered across the floor. The entire hall shook violently, dust flying, tiles falling. The golden red eyes released beams of light swirling in the air. They suddenly crashed into Yu Chen's eyes. Crack! A crack appeared on the Buddha statue, spreading like a spider web across its entire body. Boom! The Buddha statue exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Thick dust obscured Yu Chen's vision. With a loud crash, the dilapidated temple collapsed, and along with it Yu Chen's consciousness vanished. Then Yu Chen found himself in a brilliant starry sky. He did not know how long he drifted there until he had clearly memorized every single star. A bright light pierced the endless darkness, shooting into Yu Chen's pupils. Then a hazy world unfolded before his eyes again. Through the haze, a soft chant reached Yu Chen's ears. He struggled to open his eyes, and a blurry figure reflected in his vision. The figure was dressed in white, as pure as snow, with smooth black hair falling to her waist. Golden sunlight fell on her delicate face, her brilliant smile enchanting. Yu Chen tried to speak but couldn't. He could only wave his arm weakly. In his memory, that graceful silhouette was but a fleeting glimpse, never to be found again. As he grew older, Yu Chen slowly came to know that the silhouette was his mother Chu Wushang. But when he searched his memory again, the figure had become blurred. Before this, Yu Chen would never have believed in reincarnation or rebirth. Yet now, how Yu Chen wished reincarnation truly existed. How he longed for the tenderness of a mother's love. But this world was different from the original. It was a world where martial might reigned supreme, a world of slaughter, where the victor was king, and the loser was nothing, a world where a single word could draw a blade. This world was steeped in martial customs. A seemingly frail old man might be a legendary powerhouse that struck fear into all. In short, it was a world beyond imagination. In this world Chen found the family affection he had dreamed of in his past life. The inexplicable rebirth threw him into confusion. Yet the meticulous fatherly love of Yu Xiu deeply shook Chen's frozen heart. Whenever he recalled Yu Xiu's expectant gaze, Chen often felt ashamed to the point of wishing to hide. Facing a man who had poured all his energy into him, Chen did not want to disappoint him, did not want his efforts to be in vain. Because Chen knew the devastating blow of giving everything and gaining nothing. Therefore Chen no longer rejected this world. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, he rose like a dark horse in the Spirit Martial Academy, perfectly combining chi cultivation and body refinement. This world gave Chen hope. He did not want to repeat the mistakes of his past life nor replay its tragedy. So with the fusion of 2 lifetimes' memories, the title of genius came naturally. Yet just when Chen thought he was infinitely close to success, heaven played an unexpected joke on him. The person who cared for him most, who cherished him most, left him just when he was closest to success. Chen did not want others' efforts to be wasted, but to whom should he prove the fruits of his own hard work? Buzz, streaks of fluorescent light emanated from the withered hand. Chen was stunned. Looking again, he saw a jet-black ring on the hand. The ring projected a phantom, the image of Yu Xiu lying on the bed. The phantom spoke, "Chen, forgive your father for leaving without a word. From now on I cannot protect you. You must protect yourself. This ring is called a storage ring. It has accompanied me all my life. Let it guard you in my place. Chen, remember, cultivation is not for killing but for protection. Chen, promise your father no matter what danger you face, never abandon the desire to live, because there are too many people who want you to live well. No matter what setbacks you encounter, never abandon the desire for strength, because there are too many people who need you to protect." Buzz. The light faded and the ring returned to its original plainness. "Father." Chen clutched the ring, sobbing silently. Yu Xiu's departure was like a thunderbolt, leaving Chen's mind blank. He tightly covered his mouth, opened his mouth, and greedily inhaled the air, trying to clear his mind, but only faint sobs emerged. Tears flowed through his fingers into his mouth, a faint bitterness spreading in his oral cavity. Tears blurred his vision. The lingering warmth of the storage ring made Chen feel a bone-chilling cold. He felt like a broken kite swept into the sky and mercilessly torn apart. Rain poured down in torrents, cruelly lashing the land. The sky churned with heavy mud-like clouds driven by a sinister wind. Blinding flashes of lightning tore through the pitch-black night with piercing shrieks revealing its ferocious visage. Huff! Huff! Gale-force winds whipped up massive waves that crashed against the steep cliffs, sending up sprays of white foam. Atop the cliff's peak stood a 9-tiered altar, its summit engraved with a yin-yang fish diagram. Surrounding the altar were 9 towering white marble pillars carved with depictions of countless nameless ferocious beasts. 2 pillars facing north bore the inscription, "Tao Seeking," in bold, vigorous, gilded characters. Rainwater had pooled on the altar where a youth in thin white robes sat casually. Blood seeped from his cracked fingers, mingling with the rain and staining the platform red. The icy rain pelted Chen, but he seemed oblivious. His pale face held an uncharacteristic calm, though flames flickered occasionally within his deep-set eyes as he gazed at the stormy sky. A dull thud echoed from within Chen's mind. One by one his cherished memories lost their luster, turned gray, and burst apart. With that internal explosion, a tiny spark suddenly blazed up within Chen's eyes. A sharp, clear ring suddenly sounded from the Tao-seeking platform. A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from the dark clouds, illuminating the Tao-seeking platform as bright as day. In the blinding light, Chen stood tall and proud, holding his sword aloft toward the heavens. His white robes fluttered violently in the gale, his black hair whipped wildly in the wind. A faint, contemptuous sneer curled on his pale lips, and within his bloodshot eyes burned an intense, sky-scorching flame. The rain fell even harder, a deluge, as if the heavenly river had burst, pouring down upon Chen with bone-chilling cold. Yet the chill could not extinguish the fury blazing within him. All the grievances and unwillingness of his past and present lives erupted like a long-suppressed volcano on this thunderous rainy night. Why do you treat me this way? I only wanted to receive my parents' tenderness. Is that wrong? On the Tao-seeking platform, Chen pointed his sword at the sky and roared hysterically. What have I done wrong for heaven to treat me so? The past seemed like smoke, yet it replayed vividly before his eyes: his father's earnest teachings when he first entered the martial path, his father's meticulous care during illness, his father's gratified smile at his advancement. All now shattered into nothingness before him. Ha! 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 Chen laughed wildly at the heavens on the platform, a strange light swirling in his blood-red pupils. Follow heaven's will. Absurd. My father followed heaven's will his entire life, believing it could not be defied, yet he ended up dying alone in a cold shack, forgotten by all. Is this the reward for following heaven? Heaven's will is immutable. Heaven itself is hard to defy. Gazing at the churning dark clouds, Yu Chen let out a sinister chuckle, a sharp light shooting from his blood-red pupils. Is heaven's will truly unbreakable? Is heaven truly impossible to reverse? As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his eyes. He twisted his wrist sharply, creating a blur of sword shadows. SSSHH. Drip drop drip drop. A faint scent of blood spread from the Tao-seeking platform. On the platform, Yu Chen gripped the blade with his left hand and the hilt with his right. A thin stream of blood flowed down the sword. Staring at the vivid red blood, a crimson light flared in his eyes. I, Yu Chen of the Yu clan, hereby swear a blood oath. From this day forth, I will no longer follow heaven's will but defy it to change my fate. If heaven does not align with me, I shall change the world itself. If heaven does not aid me, what use have I for it? What regret is there in defying it? SSS. SSS. A drop of blood slid from the sword's tip, tumbling through the air, radiating a crystalline red glow. It rose as a wisp of dark red smoke, dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom. Rumble. A thunderclap like 10,000 horses galloping exploded across the pitch-black night as the smoke rose. In the sky, dark clouds roiled violently, surging in from all directions like a tide. Lightning flickered within the clouds, silver serpents dancing wildly. Bolts of lightning as thick as a bull's mouth surged forth, one after another, bearing their ferocious fangs. Deafening thunder rumbled like a stampede of horses, shaking the very heavens and earth. Buzz. Buzz. A violent tremor accompanied the formation of a colossal vortex in the sky, within which chaotic air currents surged and lightning serpents hissed. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Yu Chen raised his long sword high, its tip pointing straight at the heavens. A disdainful smile curled on his pale face. Boom. Rumble. With a massive ear-piercing crack, a giant serpent-like bolt of lightning emerged from the vortex, accompanied by earth-shaking thunder. A series of thunderous booms erupted around the vortex, as purple lightning serpents shot out from the dark clouds, merging into the silver serpent's body. Around the silver serpent, lightning crackled and danced. It coiled its massive body, its cold serpentine eyes flickering with purple lightning, looking down upon the Tao-seeking platform with disdain. An invisible pressure, like the heavenly river bursting its banks, poured down upon the platform. This immense force weighed upon Yu Chen like a mountain, causing him excruciating pain and making it hard to breathe. Buzz. Boom. The overwhelming pressure exploded above the platform, sending visible ripples of energy spreading outward from its center. Everything the ripples touched was instantly reduced to dust. Boom. Rumble. Watching Yu Chen struggle in agony, the silver serpent flicked its purple-red forked tongue, rolling its colossal body, and producing a series of piercing crackles. Suddenly, the serpent's movements ceased. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at the platform, its pupils constricting to pinpricks. A low, mournful gurgle emanated from its maw. Crack. Snap. A bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm tore through the pitch-black night with a piercing shriek, revealing its fearsome face. No sooner had the purple lightning appeared than dozens more followed in its wake. In an instant, the night sky was woven with interlocking lightning and endless thunder. Soon a massive net of crackling electricity hung over the Tao-seeking platform. Torrents of immense energy poured down, crashing heavily onto the platform. Under such overwhelming force, Yu Chen's body began to stoop, covered in blood and wounds. The platform beneath his feet cracked under the relentless energy fissures, spreading rapidly outward. Rainwater mixed with blood seeped into the cracks, staining the entire Tao-seeking platform red. Yet he stubbornly held his long sword aloft, pointing defiantly at the heavens. Above Yu Chen's head hovered an ethereal phantom. Clad in robes whiter than snow, its long black hair neatly tied back, it gazed down at the anguished Yu Chen. A faint ripple stirred in its calm, placid eyes. Looking at Yu Chen, the phantom slowly extended its index finger and gently tapped the air toward him. A visible stream of energy surged from its fingertip, forming a protective membrane that enveloped Yu Chen. Hearing the howling wind grow fainter, Yu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The moment the phantom came into view, his body trembled violently. The figure before him perfectly merged with the handsome, elegant, and refined image etched deep in his memories. Bitter tears welled up and streamed down uncontrollably, like an unstoppable rising tide. The instant his gaze met the phantom's, all his pride, resilience, and stubbornness shattered, completely replaced by a profound sense of loss that surged through his heart. Yu Chen wanted to pour out his heart to vent his emotions, but it all dissolved into choked sobs. Watching him, the phantom raised its right hand, placed a finger to its lips, and shook its head. Its feet did not move yet. The phantom's body slowly ascended. SSS. SSS. Looking down at the rising phantom, the silver serpent's eyes blazed with murderous intent. It raised its enormous tail and slammed it heavily onto the lightning net. SSS. SSS. The strike sent out tendrils of electric sparks from the net, accompanied by a hair-raising buzz. The lightning net crackled with sparks as it spiraled toward the phantom. Watching the net approach swiftly, the phantom remained unfazed. It calmly raised its hands and began forming hand seals. As its fingers moved, a gleam of golden light slowly bloomed in its palms. The lightning net, crackling with sparks, reached the phantom in an instant. Just as it was about to envelop him, the phantom shot out its hands, now transformed into a brilliant gold with lightning speed. With a sharp rip, the massive crackling net was torn cleanly in two. SSS. SSS. The torn net, like a bird with broken wings, fluttered helplessly for a moment before succumbing to the phantom's residual destructive power. With a loud bang, it dissolved into a sky full of lightning. After shredding the net, the phantom lightly tapped the void with its toes and flicked its wrist, conjuring an ancient long sword in its hand. It gazed at the vortex looming nearby. Sword in hand, the phantom flicked its wrist, creating a screen of sword energy, and leaped toward the dark, deep vortex. SSS. SSS. Looking down at the approaching phantom, the silver serpent flicked its tongue, held its head high, and its cold serpentine eyes gleamed with contempt. Suddenly the serpent opened its gaping maw and inhaled sharply toward the lightning in the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot toward it, and its body rapidly swelled as it absorbed them. Watching the serpent grow ever larger, a flicker of solemnity crossed the phantom's eyes. Yet it did not halt its advance. Instead, it brandished its sword and charged unhesitatingly toward the serpent. SSS. SSS. As the final bolt of lightning entered its body, the serpent's form expanded 100-fold. Its cold serpentine pupils turned a bloodthirsty scarlet, and two massive razor-sharp fangs gleamed with a chill that instilled soul-deep terror. The transformed serpent rolled its enormous body, emitting a hair-raising hiss, and lunged toward the phantom with its jaws wide open. Watching the phantom in mortal danger, Yu Xiu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. His star-bright eyes trembled violently. No! Yu Xiu stared at the phantom and suddenly screamed in desperation. As the ancient sword came into view, all his memories of Yu Xiu surfaced one by one in his mind like a black and white film. Yet what Yu Xiu could never forget was that ancient sword, Wu Shang. Wu Shang was also the name of his mother. With a soft pop, the protective membrane over Yu Xiu burst. Instantly, waves of immense energy struck him with the force of 1,000 pounds. A coppery taste rose in his mouth, and with a pwa, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. But Yu Xiu paid it no mind. As the membrane shattered, streams of milky white spiritual energy seeped from his pores, pouring into the already cracked Tao-seeking platform. Tao-seeking, as the name implies, is about questioning heaven and seeking the Tao, pursuing the great way from the heavens. It is a method of prying into the secrets of fate, and any slight misstep invites heaven's merciless punishment. It was for this very reason that when the platform was completed, Yu Xiu resolutely designated it as the Yu clan's forbidden ground to conceal their ability to glimpse the ways of heaven. However, Yu Chen's solitary nature and preference for seclusion often led him to the platform alone to cultivate, and let his thoughts wander often for entire days. His rapid progress was not only due to his extraordinary talent and unique understanding of cultivation, but largely thanks to the platform's ability to gather spiritual energy. For Yu Xiu, who could spot the unusual in the most mundane of things, the secret of the Tao-seeking platform was hardly a mystery. Buzz. As spiritual energy infused it, the platform began to emit a faint glowing luminescence. The two black and white fish carved upon it seemed to come alive, chasing each other in circles, spinning ever faster until they formed a black and white vortex. Deep, dark, and bottomless, exuding a soul-stirring aura. It was utterly terrifying. The moment the vortex formed, a powerful, domineering suction force emanated from it. The spiritual energy surrounding the platform, drawn by the pull, surged toward it madly. The immense attraction of the dark vortex instantly drained all the spiritual energy from Yu Chen's body. Now his face was deathly pale, his skin withered and shriveled, making him look like a man on the verge of death. Yet he still stood stubbornly on the platform, sword pointed at the sky. His eyes, having lost their scarlet hue due to the lack of spiritual energy, stared unblinkingly at the horizon, where a pool of clear tears quietly gathered. Father Yu once said that cultivation is not for killing but for protection. You protected Yu Xiu all his life. Unworthy as I am, I have failed to repay your kindness in raising me. Today let Yu Xiu guide your way and see you off. In the next life I will serve you as an ox or a horse to repay your grace. A guttural, desperate cry erupted from the Tao-seeking platform. In tandem with that scream, the pitch-black bottomless abyss emanated a desolate primeval aura, and a low, deep sound rumbled from its depths. With that sound, two wisps of pale golden flame flickered to life within the abyss. They danced eerily, spiraling rapidly upward. With a whoosh, a beam of golden light shot out from the abyss, piercing through Yu Chen's withered body and soaring into the sky. Kra! A deep resonant dragon's roar accompanied the light pillar as a magnificent golden dragon radiant and shimmering burst forth from the abyss, following the beam of light straight into the heavens. Waves of pure primeval spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, gushing out along with the dragon. As the spiritual energy continued to surge, Yu Chen's withered body, like a dry sponge, immersed in water, frantically absorbed the overflowing qi. Nourished by it, his shriveled skin visibly smoothed and expanded, and a faint golden luster began to shimmer within his bright star-like eyes. Meanwhile, the ancient ring, long since dulled by the erosion of time, suddenly emanated a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Under this spiritual influence, streams of pure primeval qi flowed like a gentle stream into the ancient ring. Upon its blurred surface, the character Xian slowly began to materialize. Buzz! Buzz! A violent tremor resonated from the pitch-black sky. A brilliant massive orb of light ascended from above the Tao-seeking platform, radiating intense beams that illuminated the entire sky as bright as day. Under the intense light, the mud-like churning dark clouds retreated rapidly like a tide, as if fleeing from a natural enemy. The proud gigantic silver serpent that symbolized heaven's will was nowhere to be seen. With a sharp crack, a 9-foot-wide bolt of lightning flashing indigo and purple erupted without warning from the fast-retreating clouds. With lightning speed, it struck Yu Chen directly on the forehead. At the same time, a faint yet furious voice echoed in Yu Chen's ear. Heaven's will is immutable. Heaven itself is hard to defy. Any creature daring to challenge heaven's authority shall face the most severe condemnation. You boy, aiding evil deserve an added crime. May heaven's thunder strike you down. A death is too good for you. With a poi, Yu Chen spat out another mouthful of blood. Under the heavenly punishment, he collapsed onto the Tao-seeking platform like a great building losing its foundation, falling with a heavy thud. He lay motionless. As the golden dragon and the giant silver serpent perished together, the phantom safely entered the vortex. A faint gentle smile curled at the corner of Yu Chen's mouth. Casting one last glance at the colossal vortex in the sky, he slowly closed his eyes. Just as his eyelids were about to shut completely, a dim purple golden light suddenly shot out from the massive vortex, striking him squarely between the eyebrows. The torrential rain had persisted for 3 days and 3 nights before finally ceasing. At dawn the next day, a pale pallid sun rose slowly from the east, its gentle light caressing the battered and ravaged land. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, and the crisp chirping of insects occasionally sounded by his ears. A faint refreshing fragrance lingered in the room, mingling with the residual scent of sandalwood, creating a hazy, intoxicating atmosphere. On a soft, comfortable bed lay a young boy, utterly still. His brow was furrowed deeply, and a pained expression was etched upon his slightly pale face. His frail, thin frame trembled incessantly. This young boy was none other than Yu Chen, who 3 days prior had sworn to defy the heavens in his pursuit of the Tao. The faint sound of water being wrung echoed within the room. Shijun twisted the excess water from the cloth, hurried to the bedside, replaced the now warm cloth on Yu Chen's forehead with a fresh one, soaked in cold water, and repeated this cycle without pause. Unconsciously, fine beads of sweat had densely covered Shijun's clean and smooth forehead. She hastily wiped them away, and as she did, a pair of red swollen eyes were suddenly revealed. "Father, don't leave me. Father. Father." The boy, with his eyes tightly shut and body trembling, slightly seemed to be trapped in a terrifying nightmare. His body suddenly began to convulse violently. The veins on his tightly furrowed forehead bulged out as shocking as coiled dragons. An unnatural flush spread across his pale face. Yu Chen's eyes remained tightly shut, his hands clawing frantically at the air. "Young master, what's wrong? Please don't scare Shijun." Hearing his cries, Shijun dropped the cloth she was soaking and rushed to his side. Seeing Yu Chen's flushed face, Shijun was taken aback. She gently pressed her delicate hand to his forehead, and the intense heat that met her palm caused her pretty face to lose its color in shock. "Don't leave me, don't leave me." Just as Shijun was about to fetch a wet cloth to cool him down, Yu Chen suddenly shot out his hands and gripped her arm tightly, shouting, "Don't go. I'm so scared. Don't leave me alone here. I don't want to be alone." In the throes of his nightmare, Yu Chen clutched Shijun's arm with a force so great that the pain brought tears streaming down her already red and swollen eyes, falling like pearls from a broken string. "Young master, it hurts. It's me, Shijun. Please open your eyes and look at me. Don't be like this, young master. Please wake up. Don't scare Shijun like this." "Young master." The arm firmly gripped by Yu Chen throbbed with intense pain. Yet looking at the agonized and fierce expression on his pale face, the pain in Shijun's heart was 1,000 times more excruciating than that in her arm. "No!" With a furious roar, Yu Chen's hands suddenly tightened their grip. Heavy, ragged breaths like those of an ox escaped from his nose. He suddenly bolted upright, his pale face suddenly inches from Shijun's. His heavy, ragged breaths beat against her beautiful face. His eyes, usually as bright as stars, were now filled with a dense aura of slaughter, wide and bulging, as if they might burst from their sockets. The tearing pain in her arm nearly caused Shijun to faint. Gazing at Yu Chen, who seemed to be waking from a dream, hot tears flowed endlessly from her eyes. After a long while, Yu Chen finally snapped back to reality from his nightmare. Seeing Shijun's tear-streaked face and his own hands still tightly clamped around her arm, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, and he instinctively released her. Shijun, I didn't. Seeing Shijun trembling all over in pain, Yu Chen scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered like a child who had done something wrong, and stammered out an explanation. Young master. Seeing that he was awake, Shijun threw herself into his arms, tears gushing from her eyes like a river breaching its banks. Young master, Shijun was so scared of losing you. Shijun, Yu Chen will never make you sad or cry again. Yu Chen gently patted her back, buried his head in her long flowing black hair, and whispered softly into her ear. Only a ghost would believe you. Upon hearing this, Shijun gave a cold snort, and turned her head away, struggling a little, but he only held her tighter. Left with no choice, Shijun pouted her lips and said in a huff. Yu Chen buried his head in her hair, ignoring her sulky words, and greedily inhaled the faint, elusive fragrance. Creak! A harsh sound of a door being pushed open came from the doorway at an inopportune moment. The two, who were locked in a tender embrace, sprang apart as if shocked by an electric current. A blush as red as blood spread instantly to the tips of Shijun's ears. She hastily straightened her clothes, shot Yu Chen a glare, and fled the room as if she had done something shameful. Watching Shijun flee like a startled rabbit, Yu Chen brought his fingers to his nose and gently sniffed them. A hint of amusement rippled in his star-bright eyes. Shijun had barely left when a figure in dark blue appeared in Yu Chen's view. The instant the figure appeared, the starlight in Yu Chen's eyes was extinguished. Third uncle, Yu Chen said, weakly struggling to sit up as he looked at the approaching Yuan. Third master Shijun, who was nearby, greeted Yuan with a bow, and offered him a cup of tea, saying softly, "Please have some tea." Yuan took the tea, took a small sip, and placed it on the table. He watched Yu Chen, whose face was pale with an unreadable expression. Seeing this, Shijun instinctively retreated from the room. As she left, she glanced at Yu Chen, seeming to want to say something but hesitating. A glimmer of anxiety and unease flashed in her obsidian-like eyes. Now only Yu Chen and Yuan remained in the room. Yuan looked Yu Chen over and said with a chuckle, "Awake, are you? Quite impressive." Yu Chen scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed smile. "Nonsense." Yuan slammed his hand on the table, rattling the teacup. He glared at Yu Chen with sharp eyes and bellowed sternly. "You must have a leopard's heart. You've grown bold, daring to defy the heavens. Are you tired of living? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Gambling with your own future. You're really doing your father proud. Defy the heavens. What do you have to defy them with?" Yuan's face darkened, his anger blazing. "Do you know how old you are this year? 16. It's time to be mature. Stop acting like a child. Can't you think before you act? You are the eldest son of the Yu clan. You will inherit the clan's legacy. Think about the consequences before you do things. I really don't want to see the Yu clan, which your father built with so much hard work, ruined by your hands." Yuan counseled him earnestly, but Yu Chen kept his head bowed, his expression blank, looking utterly indifferent to the scolding, like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Seeing this, Yuan's eyes twitched with rage. He shot Yu Chen a vicious glare, then turned and left in a huff, his angry voice trailing behind him. "Think carefully about how you're going to live your life from now on." Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut came from the entrance. Then there was silence, but it was soon broken by a dull, heavy thud. Thud! Yu Chen's fist slammed heavily into the wooden post of the bed. A sharp, searing pain like a snake bite shot through his fingers. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. He slowly raised his head, a fierce, twisted expression on his pale face. The anger blazed in his star-bright eyes, and a grinding, grating sound of teeth came from his tightly shut mouth, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, Yu Chen was like an enraged leopard. "Do you think I'm just a reckless youth? Do you think I don't want to make the Yu clan stronger?" Yu Chen stared at the spot where Yuan had just been sitting, speaking in a low, heavy voice. "I want to become stronger every moment. I want the Yu clan to stand proudly at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens every moment. But..." As he spoke, a touch of intoxicating tenderness suddenly flashed through his star-bright eyes. "If my father is gone, if all my family and friends leave me, then even if the Yu clan is mighty, even if I could control the world and command the stars, what use would it be? I would rather not have such a pinnacle. Control the world, command the stars." As soon as Yu Chen finished speaking, a slightly aged yet mocking voice sounded in his ear. "Quite the bold words, boy. Control the world, command the stars. Hehehehe, it's been a long time since I've heard such arrogance." "Who's there?" Startled, a look of alarm appeared on Yu Chen's pale face. His muscles instinctively tensed and a glint of caution flashed in his star-bright eyes. Yu Chen swallowed hard, carefully scanning the room which he had thought was empty. Don't skulk around in the shadows. If you have the guts, show yourself. As he spoke, a nameless fear crept up from the depths of his heart like a specter. Don't bother looking. I'm on your finger. Hearing this, Yu Chen instinctively looked down at his own hands. A visible ripple suddenly emanated from the ancient ring on his finger. Like a pebble dropped into still water, the ripple spread outwards from the ring, eventually enveloping the entire room. The chirping of insects in the courtyard and the rustling of the green bamboo ceased abruptly the moment the ripple covered the room. At the same time, the black ring began to glow with a faint white light. Then, with a soft whoosh, a beam of white light shot out from the ring, hovering above the chair Yu Wen had just vacated, finally coalescing into the ethereal image of an old man. You old bald donkey! I'll kill you! However, the moment the old man appeared before him, a rapid heavy panting escaped Yu Chen's nose, and a blaze of fire burst into life in his star-bright eyes. He felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Yu Chen lowered his body, arching it like a drawn bow. Then, with a sudden burst of power from his legs, he shot towards the old man like a loosed arrow. As Yu Chen lunged forward with the fury of a starving wolf, the old man merely let out a soft chuckle. He extended a finger as withered as a dry branch, tracing a perfect arc in the air before pointing it gently at the bed. Young man, no need to be so impulsive. Everything can be discussed. Discuss my foot. Gazing at the old man who behaved like a mischievous child, the unbearable memories of Yu Chen's past life flooded back unbidden, replaying in his mind over and over. Yu Chen had thought that the trials of 2 lifetimes had honed his emotions to be as calm as still water unshaken by any storm. But when the old monk who had used some secret art to reincarnate him into this world appeared once more, Yu Chen suddenly realized he was still too young. The tempering of 2 lifetimes had failed to erode his sentimental nature. As rational thought regained dominance, a torrent of resentment surged within Yu Chen's star-bright eyes, mingled with a joy akin to witnessing the dawn after an interminable night. You old bald donkey! Where in the world have you been all these years? His voice was thick with a plaintive resentment, like a young bride left alone through a long night whose husband had suddenly reappeared before her eyes. As he spoke, a stream of scalding tears like pearls from a broken string cascaded down from the corners of his eyes. For 15 years this resilient youth had not shed a tear, even when his cultivation breakthroughs failed. Yet at the old man's sudden appearance, he broke down into loud, uncontrollable sobs. Heir, can you not be like this? You are not so fragile. You won't be conquered so easily, right? Be strong. This is not like you at all. The old man's eyes twitched wildly at the sight of Yu Chen, weeping like a scorned woman. He offered an awkward smile and comforted him with a hint of apology. Pfft! Ha ha ha! Yu Chen burst into laughter amidst his tears at the old man's clumsy attempt at consolation, teasing. Old bald donkey, did you become a monk because you couldn't find a girlfriend? In 2 lifetimes this is the first time I've heard such terrible comfort. Hearing this, a dark line formed on the old man's face, his expression turning grim and gloomy. After the jest, the old man composed himself and said, Here's the thing, during the space-time transfer, I made a slight miscalculation which caused some minor trouble. I had no choice but to sleep for a while. Fortunately, you woke me up in time 3 days ago, otherwise all this effort would have been in vain. The old man spoke with an air of nonchalance, but Yu Chen was alarmed by his words. Space-time transfer was a concept confined to science fiction in his previous world, yet here someone could accomplish it single-handedly. What kind of error was it, and what kind of trouble had it caused? How long was a while? And why had he never shown himself in all these 15 years? He had awakened him 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Wasn't that? If he hadn't been awakened, this effort would have been wasted. This effort. This? So how many times had the old man's efforts been wasted before this? At the thought, Yu Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, a complex and solemn look appearing on his slightly pale face. What kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden behind the old man's casual demeanor? While Yu Chen was lost in thought, the old man grinned, a sly glint in his eyes as he teased. I didn't expect you to have such nerve, daring to defy heaven, and quite generous too, throwing away decades of cultivation without a second thought. Hearing this, Yu Chen rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. Father is gone. Even with the highest cultivation, who is there to appreciate it? In the dead of night, who would sit with me chatting about the world and sharing a drink while I tire from training? As he spoke, the light in his star-bright eyes dimmed considerably. Hearing this, the old man coughed dryly and waved his hand. You needn't be so pessimistic. At this rate of progress, which is almost like standing still, you wouldn't reach the realm of commanding the world and conquering the stars even in your next life. A sly look appeared in the old man's eyes as he spoke mysteriously, because this cultivation method of yours is not the Tao of cultivation at all. At the words, Tao of cultivation, Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat. A ripple spread across his star-bright eyes, and a look of reverence appeared on his pale face. Gazing at the old man's enigmatic smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa, Yu Chen felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The term Tao of cultivation existed only in ancient texts as mysterious and elusive as the dragon. Yu Chen remembered reading that only cultivators who could touch the great Tao were called Taoists, and becoming a Taoist was the prerequisite for becoming a god. But the great Tao was vast and ethereal. Where to seek it no one knew. Precisely because the great Tao was so elusive, the term Tao of cultivation had been gradually buried by history. Now with the old man bringing it up again, how could Yu Chen not be excited? Observing the fluctuation in Yu Chen's expression, the old man chuckled. This is the true cultivation. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. With the sound of the snap, the entire room began to warp. A wisp of darkness seeped out from the distortion, rapidly spreading until the whole room was engulfed in darkness. Everywhere he looked there was nothing but darkness. Yu Chen's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Just then a resonant voice sounded from behind him. Welcome to the Holy Spirit Temple. I am the cultivation instructor here. Others call me Elder Ji. From now on I will guide your cultivation. Are you willing? Hearing this, Yu Chen quickly turned around to find a handsome, elegant young man standing before him. His skin was fair with a rosy glow, his face chiseled, showing no signs of old age whatsoever. Elder Ji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his muscles taut, standing as straight as a javelin, exuding an imposing aura of authority. He seemed like a completely different person from before. With a flick of his finger, two gilded characters materialized in front of Yu Chen, yes and no. Each character bore a right hand print. Yu Chen glanced at the gilded characters, then at Elder Ji, and then at the boundless space of the Holy Spirit Temple, his eyes filled with confusion. He had too many questions that needed answers. Elder Ji seemed to read Yu Chen's mind. He smiled and said, "Take your time to consider. In the meantime, I will answer your questions. First question, who am I?" Elder Ji extended his index finger. As for this question, I have already answered it. My surname is Ji and others call me Elder Ji. That is all you need to know for now. As for the rest, your clearance level is insufficient and you lack the corresponding permissions. I am not at liberty to say. Second question, where is this place? Elder Ji extended his middle finger. I have answered this as well. This is the Holy Spirit Temple, a corner of the Holy City. The reason you cannot see anything is due to your insufficient level and lack of permissions. The Holy City will gradually reveal itself to you as your level increases. How much you can see depends on your ability. Third question, what is cultivation and what is the path of cultivation? Elder Ji extended his ring finger. Those who cultivate the Tao are essentially what you call martial artists. They are the same in nature, just with a different name. The path of cultivation, as the name suggests, is our process of cultivation. It is called the path of cultivation because 100,000 years ago, the cosmic order was thrown into chaos, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the path to godhood was severed. To reopen this path, cultivators of the 9 heavens embarked on a quest to seek godhood. This is the cultivator and this is the path of cultivation. As he spoke, Elder Ji sighed. In this vast world with myriad great Taos, which one is the true path to godhood remains a mystery to this day. All right, I have answered your questions. Elder Ji smiled, but his gaze turned cold. Now it is time for you to make a choice. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, silently watching Yu Chen, waiting for his decision. The two gilded characters floated before him, emitting a faint golden glow. Yu Chen looked at Elder Ji, then at the gilded characters, his gaze wavering. Yu Chen knew that he was now a cripple unable to cultivate. The purple lightning that had entered his body had pierced through his abdomen and ravaged all the meridians in his body. He was utterly incapable of gathering spiritual energy. In the 9 heavens mystic domain, without strength you were nothing, forced to live without dignity under the whims of others, subjected to their contempt. Suddenly Yu Chen raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the character. Yes, hesitating internally. Now an opportunity to change his fate lay before him, a chance to reclaim everything he had lost. Yu Chen knew all too well that living under someone's roof without dignity was worse than death. A slight smile curved at the corner of Yu Chen's mouth. Looking at the gilded characters before him, he slowly raised his right hand with a smile. Clang! Hum! A metallic sound echoed from the darkness. The gilded characters glowed with a halo, and a look of relief appeared on Yu Chen's pale face. Yu Chen's hand pressed down on the character No. Seeing Yu Chen's choice, a hint of a smile appeared on Elder Ji's calm face. Why did you choose to give up? Looking at Yu Chen, the old man squinted his eyes and said mysteriously, Don't you want to gain power to become strong enough to protect those around you, those who need your protection, and those who protect you? Yu Chen's heart surged at the old man's words. His deep eyes were filled with a look of bewilderment. Yes, Yu Chun craved power more than anyone. He had deeply experienced the helplessness of being powerless. But was power so easily obtained? If it were, why were there so many failed precedents in the Nine Heavens mystic domain while the successful ones were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? Yu Chun looked at Elder Ji and replied calmly, Elder Ji just said, in this vast world with myriad great Taoists, which one is the true path to godhood remains undiscovered. Among the many cultivators this includes Elder Ji himself, I presume. Otherwise, why would you be living in such a desolate place hidden from the light? Since Elder Ji has not achieved godhood, it proves that your Tao is not the path to godhood. If that is the case, why should I cultivate this path? The smile on Elder Ji's lips twitched, then faded completely. Do you know what you just did? Do you know the consequences of your choice? Do you know how many people in the past would have killed to become my student? As he spoke, a sharp aura emanated from Elder Ji. In the old days, who dared to defy my will? Even the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 9 clans would yield to me. Defying my orders, do you know how you would die? Even if you were once at the peak of glory, worshipped by thousands, now you are just hiding in this corner, neither human nor ghost, barely surviving. Hearing Elder Ji's threatening words, Yu Chen's expression darkened. I don't even fear divine punishment, so why would I fear death? As he spoke, Yu Chen's eyes widened, a fearless light swirling within his star-bright gaze. Yu Chun stared unflinchingly at Elder Ji, speaking without a trace of fear. Hearing this, Elder Ji sneered. Since you are not afraid of death, then go die. Your body will serve perfectly for my rebirth. As he spoke, a sharp aura spread from Elder Ji. A fierce glare shot from his eyes, and the killing intent like a ferocious tiger pounced towards Yu Chun. Simultaneously, the golden No character began to writhe without warning. The character shimmered with golden light, transforming into golden serpents that continuously drilled into Yu Chen's body, wreaking havoc within him. Yu Chen's body radiated a golden halo. The golden light surged rapidly within him, yet he spread his arms, closed his eyes, and allowed it to rampage freely. Boom! The fierce aura with the force of a tiger mercilessly engulfed Yu Chun. Yu Chun felt his body become weightless, his mind a blank expanse of white. A wave of weakness washed over him. His eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he was so exhausted that even breathing seemed to stop. With a heavy thud, Yu Chun collapsed to the ground. Elder Ji stood nearby, his face calm, utterly still. Yu Chen's breathing grew slower and slower. Just as it ceased, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. At that same moment, Elder Ji's body jolted as if struck by lightning, and he stared at Yu Chun in utter disbelief. At the instant Yu Chen's breath stopped, a mysterious, ineffable aura emanated from his lower abdomen, instantly enveloping him. Among the myriad of great Taoists, one is habitually overlooked by cultivators. Only at life's end, when they look back, do they realize that although the path ahead seemed bright, it was already too late. This is the Tao of death. Most cultivators believe that once one dies, everything comes to an end. However, during this life or death, heavenly tribulation at the precipice between existence and oblivion, Yu Chun suddenly perceived an extraordinary resonance. With a feeble thump, thump thump, Yu Chen's breathing ceased. He felt a violent spinning sensation, his vital energy and blood churning within him like a wild stallion that had broken its reins, threatening to burst from his body at any moment. After an indeterminate amount of time, the turbulent surge gradually subsided. Yu Chun steadied his breathing and looked around. The expression on his face instantly froze. His body trembled slightly, and within his eyes, bright as stars, flickered an incredulous look. At this moment, Yu Chun stood suspended in the void. As far as his eyes could see, there were only dazzling stars. Some stars were colossal, radiating their own unique brilliant light. Others were small and delicate, emitting a soft and beautiful glow. Some stars clustered together, forming strange shapes. Some resembled plants like grass vines and tall trees, while others took the forms of animals like tigers, lions, wolves, and snakes. Others manifested as weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Yet more took on forms nameless in the natural world. Some stars, however, were unique, solitary, and stood apart from the rest. However, all these countless stars, whether they were clustered or solitary, shared a single common characteristic. Within each group, there was always one star that shone slightly brighter than the others. And upon approaching those massive star clusters, one would feel a powerful pressure, a pressure that did not act upon the body but upon the soul. Because at this moment Yu Chun was a soul identical to Elder Ji's. A wispy, ethereal soul floating amidst the starry sky. Nature's capabilities are truly astonishing. Within any large-scale species, there will always be anomalies. Of course, stars are no exception. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, at this moment a mutant star appeared before Yu Chun. Yu Chun floated before a massive cluster, composed of tens of thousands of stars. Within this cluster, each star was a different color, emitting a different radiance. The multicolored lights interwove into a splendid picture. Each star seemed independent yet gave one a feeling of interconnection. However, what surprised Yu Chen was not these colorful star lights, but the two colossal stars at the cluster's center, whose colors were starkly opposite. One star was pure white all over like a giant pearl, crystal clear and translucent. This pearl-like white star emitted rays of blinding white light. The other star was pitch black like a massive black hole, deep and profound, as if it could devour all things in the world. A single glance made Yu Chen feel his divine sense waver, and he grew dizzy. These two colossal stars, one black and one white, divided the immense star cluster into two colors, white and black. The white was dazzling, the black was profound. Yu Chen floated at the junction between these two realms of black and white. Half of his body was illuminated blindingly bright, while the other half was completely hidden within the inky darkness. Surprisingly, despite being in such a peculiar position, there was not a trace of astonishment on Yu Chen's face. Instead, he wore an expression of serene calmness like an ancient well. Within this calmness, there was a faint, elusive hint of loneliness. From his eyes, bright as stars, shot a gaze of shared sympathy. Following Yu Chen's gaze, surprisingly floating between the two colossal black and white stars, was a purple-gold star. Compared to the other stars, the light emitted by this purple-gold star was utterly insignificant. Its faint purple-gold glow was completely overwhelmed by the dazzling light of the two colossal black and white stars. Under the intense illumination, it was nearly impossible to notice. For some unknown reason, amidst the dazzling multitude of stars, how did Yu Chen manage to spot this purple-gold star, which sat at the cluster's center yet was perpetually ignored? Yu Chen had once read in an ancient text, when a cultivator activates their Tao soul, they will merge with a corresponding star that resonates with their soul. The cultivator gains a unique ability through this fusion. When a cultivator falls, they sever their connection with that star. After their death, the star's brightness will reach its peak for a certain period, awaiting fusion with another cultivator. The more cultivators a star has merged with, the brighter it becomes. However, the purple-gold star before Yu Chen emitted only a faint, elusive purple-gold light. Its surface was also covered in a thick layer of dust. Clearly, this purple-gold star had not merged with anyone for a very long time. You reside at the center of the stars, yet no one notices you. And I am now a fallen eldest son of the Yu clan. We are both in the same boat. If you don't mind, from now on let's look out for each other, shall we? The view rapidly zoomed in, and the dim purple-gold star magnified sharply in Yu Chen's eyes. Yu Chen hovered before the purple-gold star, gazing at it. Within his star-bright eyes rippled a wave of loneliness. Looking at the star, he asked softly, "Your silence means you agree." After standing quietly before the purple-gold star, for a while Yu Chen spoke softly again. Yu Chen extended his hands and slowly formed a hand seal. Surprisingly, at this moment Yu Chen's skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs and blood were filled with two colors, purple and indigo. These were the marks left by the twin-colored divine tribulation lightning that had ravaged his body. Moreover, Yu Chen was currently in a soul state. The power of the divine lightning was truly evident. After forming the hand seal, Yu Chen did not act hastily. He stared at the purple-gold star for a moment, then spoke. "You still have the right to back out now." The purple-gold star floated there motionless like an inanimate object. "Time's up. You didn't speak, so I'll take that as your agreement. If I end up achieving nothing in the future, you can't hold any grudge against me." Looking at the motionless purple-gold star, Yu Chen said solemnly. His slightly pale face gained a hint of gravity and reverence at that moment. As his words faded, Yu Chen gently pushed his hands which had completed the seal forward. Instantly he felt his spirit waver, and a faint tremor resonated from the depths of his soul. Immediately visible ripples of soul power, centered on Yu Chen's palms, spread forward in a fan shape. Within the fan, a complex soul imprint slowly drifted towards the purple-gold star. Yu Chen's expression grew increasingly solemn as the imprint neared the star. Normally, establishing one's soul star requires reaching the realm of a Taoist. However, Yu Chen, who had no cultivation base at all, was taking a risky, unconventional path to establish his soul star. After all, he couldn't and wouldn't just give up decades of cultivation. But, under Yu Chen's tense gaze, the soul imprint perfectly merged with the purple-gold star. The long dim star emitted a faint layer of purple-gold light like a peerless purple-gold gemstone, dazzlingly beautiful. Seeing this, Yu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, only to realize his back was drenched in sweat. However, before he could fully exhale, the two colossal black and white stars suddenly erupted with intense light. The blinding white light instantly caused temporary blindness in Yu Chen. The white light contained searing energy, making Yu Chen, who was already ethereal, even more insubstantial. Seeing this, Yu Chen was terrified. At this rate, he was in danger of being completely obliterated by the white light. Just as Yu Chen was about to dodge, a violent pulling force caused him to lose his balance, and his body involuntarily tilted towards the darkness. Yu Chen turned his head sharply, and saw a massive black vortex before him. The violent, overwhelming force pulled him relentlessly towards the black hole. In the blink of an eye he was at its edge. Staring at the soul-seizing black hole, a terrifying aura of death emanated from the depths of Yu Chen's soul. Alongside this deathly aura surged an extremely powerful will to survive. Facing the black hole right before him, Yu Chen struggled desperately. But his efforts were like a tiny broken boat on a raging sea instantly shattered by the towering waves crashing down upon it. Boom! Suddenly a violent roar exploded within Yu Chen's mind. He felt his head heavy and feet light, the world spinning around him. The void and stars before him grew increasingly blurry until they vanished entirely. Yet even until the very last moment, his consciousness faded. Yu Chen's star-bright eyes remained fixed on that one purple gold star. What Yu Chen didn't know was that the instant he was devoured by the black hole, the long-forgotten purple gold star suddenly flashed with an intense layer of purple gold light. Under that light, all the stars in the entire sky were instantly eclipsed. When Yu Chen was again able to perceive the outside world, the first thing that entered his view was a kind face. He sat up with a start, looking at the familiar surroundings, his star-bright eyes filled with disbelief. The setting sun cast a golden glow illuminating the entire room. Wasn't I? Yu Chen sat on the bed disheveled, patting his throbbing head and muttering to himself. Elder Ji had returned to his appearance of an old man. He walked to the bedside and laughed heartily. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, lad. You've got spirit. You've passed my test. From now on you are my disciple. As he spoke, a smug look spread across Elder Ji's face. I passed the test. Yu Chen looked at Elder Ji asking uncertainly, but I clearly chose no. How? Elder Ji laughed and said, there are no two leaves in the world that are exactly alike, and the same goes for the path of cultivation. Every cultivator has their own unique path. Only by walking your own path can you discover the extraordinary. Yu Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. His star-bright eyes still held a trace of confusion, but after a moment he shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Feeling the joy of surviving a calamity, he smiled a silly smile. Heaven is nothing special. Yu Chen will defy it. Elder Ji stood by the window, the golden light illuminating his grayish-white long hair. This old man of unknown origins seemed even more lonely and helpless at this moment. Perhaps he too had brothers and friends, but now he was all alone. During the previous test, Yu Chen's words had plunged Elder Ji into deep memories. After a long while, Elder Ji let out a soft sigh. A hint of profound seriousness weathered by time passed through his weary eyes. He looked at Yu Chen, hesitating several times, as if to speak, then finally turned his back to him, and said in a deep voice, the path of cultivation is a one-way road, a battle to the death. Since you have chosen to walk your own path, you cannot give up halfway. Unless you are separated from your head, your body dies, and your Tao vanishes. If you are afraid, you can give up now. It is not unacceptable to live as a carefree, ordinary person. Therefore, I hope you will consider this carefully. As he spoke, a trace of bitterness spread in Elder Ji's mouth. Elder Ji, being a carefree, ordinary person, was impossible even in my past life's world, let alone this one, which is full of wonders and the unbelievable. A world where anything imaginable is possible. Do you think it's possible for me to be an ordinary person, Elder Ji? Upon hearing this, a faint, barely perceptible smile appeared on Elder Ji's time-worn face. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, Big brother, what we lost we will reclaim. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Elder Ji slowly disappeared. A voice, however, echoed in Yu Chen's ear, find a quiet place. We start cultivation tomorrow. As soon as Elder Ji's voice faded, Yu Chen collapsed onto the bed with a plop. All color drained from his slightly pale face. Elder Ji's test, along with the risky Soul Star establishment, just now, had consumed a massive amount of Yu Chen's mental energy. Had he not wanted to show Elder Ji his weak side, he would have collapsed long ago. Now he was so weak that even breathing felt tiring. But within his star-bright eyes a relieved smile rippled. In a daze, his vision gradually shrank before him. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Chen was awakened by a servant. He casually tidied his clothes, listening as the servant said softly, Young Master Steward Lu is here. He says the third master is in the study and requests your presence. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yu Chen's eyes, but it quickly dimmed, replaced again by exhaustion. He got out of bed and opened the door absent-mindedly, seeing Lu Gue standing respectfully before it. Uncle Lu, does third uncle need something from me? Seeing Lu Gue, Yu Chen yawned and leaned against the doorframe, asking. Seeing Yu Chen's weary state, Lu Gue felt a pang of pain in his heart. The Yu Chen of the past was definitely not like this. Young Master Yu Chen, the third master awaits you in the study. He asked for you. I'm not sure of the specifics. Then let's hurry, we shouldn't keep third uncle waiting. Yu Chen nodded and said, Young Master Yu Chen Lu Gui started looking at Yu Chen's haggard face but hesitated. Is something the matter? Yu Chen turned his head and asked. No, it's nothing. Lu Gui sighed softly and said. Under the bright moon, an old man and a young man slowly walked towards the study. The moonlight fell on the old man's back, his figure looking slightly stooped. A gentle knock resounded through the silent night air. Before a two-story house stood two figures, one old and one young. The elder rapped the door knocker and said softly, Third Master Young Master Yu Chen has arrived. Let him in. After a long pause, a somewhat weathered voice came from within the study. With a creak, Yu Chen pushed the study door open, a crack slipped through the gap, and quietly closed it behind him. Composing himself, he stepped directly into the study. As he entered, the aroma of tea wafted toward him. Yu Chen's gaze swept quickly across the study. The modest space was lined with bookshelves crammed with volumes on history, literature, biographies of the human race, tales of the strange and marvelous, classic works and unofficial histories. Some books were yellowed and worn, yet remarkably clean and untouched by dust. Apart from the books, the study's layout was exceedingly simple: a desk with the four treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone; a marble tea table with a teapot and 6 overturned cups, 6 bamboo chairs, and a simple wooden bed. Nothing more. The study's arrangement had been designed by Yu Xiu, and after Yu Xiu's departure, Yuan had preserved it without a single change. Not only for Yu Chen's sake, but because of the deep, unbreakable bond of brotherhood between them. Gazing at the familiar layout, a surge of warmth rose in Yu Chen's chest, and his nose stung with emotion. He stepped before Yuan and said respectfully, Third Uncle. As the words left his lips, Yu Chen drew a deep breath, his long lashes fluttering, as he forcibly held back the tears that welled in his eyes. Yu Chen stood perfectly still and straight before Yuan, awaiting the latter's final judgment. Oh! Seeing this, Yuan looked at Yu Chen, a faint smile spreading across his somewhat weathered face. So what have you decided? What do you plan to do from now on? Third Uncle, Yu Chen said calmly, meeting Yuan's gaze. I was rash. I am willing to accept whatever punishment you see fit. His words fell, and Yu Chen stood there motionless, his star-bright eyes as calm and unruffled as a still lake. His slightly pale face betrayed no emotion. Seeing this, Yuan let out a soft chuckle and shook his head helplessly. He removed a token from his waist and slid it before Yu Chen. Would you be willing to go to this place? Yu Chen looked down and was stunned into silence by the token before him. The token was forged from pure silver, exquisitely crafted and flawless, adorned with a delicate, auspicious cloud pattern and a lifelike carving of a mighty eagle in flight. The moment this silver token appeared before his eyes, the corner of Yu Chen's eye twitched violently. In the Yu clan, there were 4 types of tokens: gold, silver, bronze, and dark iron. The dark iron token was the mark of identity for the clan's servants and slaves, each containing their information. Only by verifying their identity with it could they enter or leave the Yu estate. The bronze token was the emblem of the clan's affiliated families. Those families bearing the bronze token could maintain contact with the Yu clan at any time and seek aid in times of crisis. The patriarchs of those families used the bronze token to verify their identity, enter the estate, and present their tributes. The silver token was the mark of the clan's collateral branches and its various industries. With it, one could verify their identity and gain access to the estate and the clan's business holdings. The gold token was the emblem of the supreme leader of the Yu clan, the clan chief. With it, one could command the clan's resources, hold the power of life and death, and declare war or make peace. The Yu clan tokens were unique in that each one contained a faint trace of aura. The intensity of this aura differed by the material of the token, and higher-ranking tokens held absolute dominance over lower ones. Those with ill intentions who tried to forge gold tokens to infiltrate the clan were slain on the spot, for their tokens lacked that telltale aura. Others who attempted to seize the tokens were exposed when they could not harness its power. From then on, no one dared to counterfeit the Yu clan tokens. In his 15 years, Yu Chen had seen mostly bronze and dark iron tokens, rarely even a silver one, let alone the legendary gold token. So a silver token, a rarity once in a century, suddenly appearing within arm's reach. How could it not astonish Yu Chen? Yet what truly shook Yu Chen was not the silver token itself, but the 2 bold, powerful characters engraved upon it: Liao Xian. Liao Xian, the full name being Liao Xian Manor, was known to everyone in the Yu clan and throughout the entire city of Jiangqing. Liao Xian Manor was a vast estate spanning 10,000 mu, whose medicinal herbs monopolized nearly 80% of the market in Jiangqing and held a full 40% of the herb market across the entire Tianshang dynasty. Its long staple cotton, meat, and horses were also bestsellers throughout the dynasty. The profits Liao Xian Manor brought to the Yu clan accounted for over 30% of the clan's annual income. And now Yuan was casually placing this colossal enterprise into Yu Chen's hands. How could it not leave him utterly dumbfounded? So what do you think? Are you willing to go? Yuan watched Yu Chen's astonished expression, a meaningful smile curling across his weathered face. You are the eldest son of the Yu clan. If you cannot manage even this small place, how will you govern the entire clan in the future? Don't you think? Yu Chen's gaze locked onto the silver token, a rush of heat surging to his head. His steady breathing grew rapid and his star-bright eyes filled with a complex emotion. Staring at the silver token, Yu Chen stammered, unable to form words. What's the matter? No confidence. Yuan's smile deepened, taking on a mysterious Mona Lisa-like quality. No, I can't do it. Liaoxian Manor is the lifeblood of the Yu clan. If I mismanage it, the clan will suffer greatly. I've already become a useless failure. I can't bring any more trouble to the clan. Yu Chen stood before the tea table, his body trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly closed his eyes, hoping to forget that silver token. But even with his eyes shut, the silver token appeared in his mind. More vivid and radiant than before. No matter how he tried to shake it off, the silver token clung to him like a stubborn shadow. With a sudden crack, the silver token vanished, and a warm current surged into Yu Chen's mind. A voice, weathered yet full of approval, echoed within his thoughts. Unwavering in the face of danger, keeping your reason unswayed by temptation. Good lad, you have resolve. I am deeply gratified. My elder brother has such an outstanding son, I have such an outstanding nephew, and the Yu clan has such an outstanding heir. This trial just now was the prerequisite for inheriting the position of clan chief. That you could resist such a great temptation is a blessing for the Yu clan. You are the future leader of the clan. If you cannot govern even Liaoxian Manor, how will you govern the Yu clan in the days to come? Set aside your worries and go all out. Only through weathering storms can one truly grow. Do you understand these truths? Hearing this, Yu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his misty gaze trembling as he looked at Yuan. Third uncle, he called softly. I am grateful for your kindness. I will not disappoint your expectations. Go on then. Yuan chuckled, patting Yu Chen on the shoulder and placing the silver token in his hand. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow have Lu Gui accompany you to Liaoxian Manor. Tomorrow would be a new day. Yu Chen tucked the token away, bowed to Yuan, and said, I take my leave. With that, he quietly stepped out of the study. Walking along the moonlit path, Yu Chen let out a relieved sigh. Stroking the silver token engraved with the characters Liaoxian, he thought to himself, Liaoxian Manor. This is where I will make my comeback. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the silver token, and a brilliant light once again blazed in his star-bright eyes. The bright moon hung high, its light like frost. Yu Chen trod the moonlit path toward his own courtyard. The silver token emitted a soft glow in the moonlight. Yu Chen caressed it, a hint of gravity crossing his star-bright eyes. Elder Ji, is it truly possible to rise 10 levels in a single year? Rising 10 levels in a year would be a pipe dream for anyone else. Elder Ji's voice echoed in Yu Chen's ear. But for you, it's a different matter entirely. Oh! Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yu Chen's star-bright eyes, only to dim just as quickly. The path of cultivation is long and offers no shortcuts. Every breakthrough is forged through countless refinements and endless repetition. How could it be achieved overnight? Hey, you see things clearly enough. Elder Ji let out a sigh. But nothing is absolute. Don't lose heart. Cultivation tempers not only your power but also your mind. You once reached the realm of a first-level Taoist. Though your power is gone now, your state of mind remains that of a first-level Taoist. Think of it like climbing a mountain. You've already reached the summit only to fall from the top, but the path you carved on the way up still exists. To reach the first-level Taoist realm again is merely a matter of retracing the path and climbing once more. A year is more than enough, and besides... Elder Ji paused, his tone shifting. You currently have no cultivation at all. Speaking of this to you is like playing music for a cow. A waste of time and breath. Since you're leaving tomorrow, why not spend your time with your little girlfriend instead of arguing with an old man like me? You don't know how lucky you are. Hearing this, Yu Chen's body trembled, and a delicate figure appeared before his mind's eye. A gentle softness crept into his star-bright eyes. Yu Chen took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and hurried toward his courtyard. Weaving through alleys and past willows, an elegant courtyard rapidly grew larger in Yu Chen's vision. Suddenly the sound of a zither drifted from the courtyard. A melody full of longing and sorrow, plaintive and weeping, its lingering notes weaving through the air without end. Like heavenly music, it wrapped around Yu Chen's ears. Hearing it, he instinctively slowed his steps. He stepped quietly into the courtyard, where light and shadow intermingled, the buildings bathed in a dreamlike haze beneath the glow of colored lanterns. The haze was somewhat dim, for the spiritual energy within those lanterns was nearly spent. The lanterns along the corridor had been lit, and from within came the occasional crackle. The clear water in the pond flowed placidly, and inside the stone pavilion Shijun absent-mindedly strummed a zither. The mournful plaintive notes slipped from her fingertips, lingering softly around Yu Chen's ears, refusing to fade. Unconsciously, Yu Chen found himself entranced. Gazing at Shijun, a dazed look crept into his star-bright eyes, and his thin lips moved as if murmuring in a dream. Twang! A discordant sound came without warning from amidst the music, and the zither fell silent. A snapped string swayed alone upon the instrument, and a trickle of crimson slowly seeped from her slender pale fingers. A stream of scalding tears fell from her slightly swollen eyes, striking the strings with a feeble quivering note. Yu Chen dashed forward in a single stride, and pulled Shijun tightly into his arms. "Silly girl, what foolish thing have you done?" As he spoke, the corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched violently, and his breathing grew suddenly rapid. Hot tears like a river bursting its banks poured from Shijun's reddened eyes. A choked sob rose softly in Yu Chen's ears. "Don't leave Shijun. Don't leave Shijun alone. Shijun is afraid. Shijun doesn't want to be apart from young master. Shijun can't live without young master." Feeling the girl in his arms, trembling like a startled fawn, Yu Chen held her even tighter. He rested his chin on her head and whispered, "Silly girl, you are my Shijun. How could I ever abandon you?" As he spoke, Yu Chen raised his index finger and gently pressed it against Shijun's body. "Really?" Hearing this, the girl in his arms lifted her head, her obsidian-bright eyes shimmering with mist as she looked at Yu Chen in confusion. Young master wouldn't deceive Shijun. Before she could finish, Shijun felt Yu Chen's face blur before her eyes, the world spinning around her, and she fainted in his arms. Yu Chen gently lifted Shijun and carried her inside. He laid her soft, weightless form carefully on the bed, tucked the blanket around her, and wiped away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. He watched her sleep peacefully for a long moment, a flicker of reluctance passing through his star-bright eyes. "Shijun, wait for me." He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, took one last look at her slumbering form in the moonlight, and slipped out with utmost care. The bright moon hung high above. Gazing at the luminous orb, Yu Chen murmured, "Tomorrow is a new day." A faint smile touched his lips, and he turned and walked back inside, looking forward to what the dawn would bring. Lying in bed, Yu Chen tossed and turned all night as a torrent of chaotic memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. By the time the eastern sky began to pale with the first light of dawn, the storm in his head had finally subsided. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the sound of horse hooves shattered his hopes. Yu Chen patted his throbbing head, straightened his bedding, and stumbled out of the room with dark circles under his eyes. He shot Lingwu an irritable glare before climbing onto the carriage under the latter's astonished gaze. "Hiya!" Lingwu cracked the whip, and the horse, stung by the pain, let out a neigh before slowly moving forward. "Come one, come all, don't miss out. Our shop has just stocked a fresh batch of Qi restoration powder. It can restore 30% of your spiritual energy. Before heading out for a hunt, grab a bottle to make your battles last longer. Limited stock, first come, first served. Beast hides, fresh beast hides." The carriage traveled along the main road with the sounds of hawkers and haggling rising and falling on both sides. Sitting inside the carriage, Yu Chen's ears were filled with the incessant noise of the bustling market, a trace of impatience flickering across his brow from time to time. He rubbed his temples, and a wave of drowsiness crept over him. Yu Chen felt his vision blur, the world spinning around him in a dizzying whirl. When everything settled, he found himself in the sacred city once more. The sacred city before him was no different from the first time he had seen it. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but darkness. Directly ahead of him, Elder Ji sat cross-legged on a jade platform, his eyes shut tight, and his hands forming a strange seal. With each breath, a visible white serpent of fire circled his body. Witnessing this, Yu Chen couldn't help but marvel at Elder Ji's profound cultivation. The white fire serpent devoured the vast spiritual energy Elder Ji drew in, refining it into strands of pure energy that merged into his body. Yu Chen knew that a cultivator in meditation must not be disturbed lest misfortune befall them. Just as he was about to wait aside for Elder Ji to finish, the white fire serpent gradually dimmed, and Elder Ji, who had been deep in cultivation, suddenly awoke. "Elder Ji, forgive my intrusion, Yu Chen." Yu Chen knew the feeling of being interrupted during cultivation all too well. As Elder Ji's gaze swept over him, Yu Chen bowed his head slightly and spoke with an apologetic tone. "No need for such formality, young man. You have done nothing wrong, and there is no need to apologize to me." Elder Ji, still seated on the jade platform, waved his hand at Yu Chen and said with a smile, "I brought you to this world, so I am responsible for you. And 3 days ago you gave your life to wake me. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a surging spring. How can this old man ever repay such a debt to you?" "Elder Ji, please don't say that. I merely stumbled upon the solution by sheer luck. I am unworthy of such gratitude. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, and I still need your guidance." "Heh heh." Elder Ji waved his hand, neither confirming nor denying. We are both intelligent men, so let's get straight to the point. A faint smile played on Elder Ji's lips as his ancient weary eyes regarded Yu Chen with serenity. Rising from the jade platform, Elder Ji swept his sleeve, and a 3-foot-tall, 3-legged round altar rumbled as it rose from the ground before Yu Chen. The altar was cast from bronze, its surface covered in intricate runes, though they had been worn away by the passage of time until they were too blurred to decipher. As soon as the circular altar emerged from the ground, an irresistible aura of desolation emanated from it. The higher the altar rose, the denser and more oppressive this aura became. When the altar fully surfaced, Yu Chen found it hard to breathe, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gazing at the altar, Yu Chen was secretly amazed. If a mere artifact can exude such an overwhelming pressure, what unfathomable heights must the cultivator who forged it have reached? Gulp! Yu Chen's throat felt parched as if it were on fire. Staring at the altar, he instinctively swallowed hard, a look of reverence appearing on his pale face. Awe and fear. Different people have different constitutions, and the same is true for cultivators. Only by practicing techniques suited to one's own constitution can one unlock their full potential. Elder Ji walked over to Yu Chen, patted his shoulder, and looked at him with solemnity in his ancient eyes. Go on. Stand in the center of the altar, close your eyes, calm your mind, and think of nothing. Treat it as an experience. Yu Chen glanced at Elder Ji, nodded, and slowly stepped onto the altar. His steps were slow yet resolute. As Yu Chen set foot on the altar, his already pale face turned ashen, drained of all color. He looked down at Elder Ji, offered a wan smile, and then closed his eyes. Watching Yu Chen's bloodless face, Elder Ji's mouth twitched violently. A storm raged within his time-worn eyes. The pressure released by the altar was not physical but spiritual. The altar had 9 steps, and with each step ascended, the spiritual pressure increased. The one being tested bore not only the pressure of the step they stood on, but also the accumulated pressure of all the steps below. Even in Elder Ji's era, those who could reach the 7th step were few and far between. Those who stood on the 7th step became the elite of their world, while those on the 8th were even rarer, becoming legends spoken of in hushed tones. As for those who reached the very top, Elder Ji could count them on his fingers. Those cultivators became the stuff of continental legends. Now Yu Chen had stepped directly onto the summit of the altar. How could this not shock Elder Ji? After a long while, Elder Ji snapped out of his shock. He walked slowly to the altar, extended his withered, trembling hands, and quickly formed a seal before slapping his palm onto the altar. As his palm struck the altar, a resonant hum echoed forth. Beams of white light radiated from the altar, and a strange formation appeared beneath it. Within the formation, runes crisscrossed, and visible streams of white qi slithered back and forth like spirit serpents. After circling the formation once, the white serpents coiled around the 3 corner pillars of the altar before vanishing. The serpents within the formation continued to emerge endlessly, only to disappear into the pillars. With each serpent that merged into them, the 3 rust-covered pillars began to glow with a layer of white light. The rust flaked off, and the intricate patterns on the pillars gradually became clearer. Once inside the pillars, the white serpents merged with the complex patterns. As they continued to pour in, the patterns grew brighter and more radiant. After countless serpents had merged, the patterns on the 3 pillars shone with a brilliance akin to starlight. Beneath this glow, the patterns themselves began to writhe, slow but unmistakable, like living serpents. The radiant patterns slithered into the altar like serpents. The altar, which had been silent since its first hum, began to vibrate again. This time its resonance was clearer and more awe-inspiring. Na! Mo! A deep, resonant Sanskrit chant echoed through the dark space, lingering endlessly. As the chant resounded, a white mist surged from the altar. It rose gracefully, seeping into Yu Chen's body through his pores. The mist poured out endlessly until it completely enveloped him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of white light erupted from the altar's corner pillars, forming a protective barrier that tightly encased the altar. The moment the barrier formed, Elder Ji's gaze locked onto it, unblinking. The white barrier rippled like water for a while, then gradually began to dissolve. A world beyond Elder Ji's wildest imagination slowly materialized on the barrier. It was a world where light and darkness coexisted. A blinding radiance illuminated everything before him, while behind that light lay an abyssal, endless darkness. The glowing stars clustered together, forming various shapes. Tigers, scorpions, serpents, lions, flood dragons, phoenixes, wolves, leopards, apes, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, axes, flutes, and more. In short, whether you could imagine it or not, whether it was ordinary or mutated, you could find its likeness within this luminous world of star clusters. On the other side of the light lay a dark world composed of countless black holes. In this realm there was no light, no stars, no air. Not even time, for these black holes devoured even light itself. Where there is light, there is shadow. Tendrils of darkness would occasionally descend upon a star, extinguishing it and shattering it into pieces. And within the boundless darkness, a dazzling spot of light would occasionally flare up, illuminating a corner of the world. Thus in this realm light and darkness coexisted, each constantly devouring the other and being devoured in turn. It was a state of perpetual equilibrium. Elder Ji, holding his right arm with his left hand, and stroking his chin with his right, stared at the barrier, a hint of gravity stirring in his ancient eyes. Before Elder Ji could ponder further, a crisp resonant cry rang out from the barrier without warning. The two worlds of light and darkness rapidly shrank, transforming into two orbs. One white, blinding and radiant, impossible to gaze upon, the other black, deep and abyssal, captivating the soul with a single glance. Staring at the two plate-sized orbs, one black and one white, Elder Ji stood frozen. His withered fingers pointed at the barrier, trembling uncontrollably. His lips moved soundlessly, his aged face frozen in shock, and his murky eyes filled with an expression of utter disbelief. The two orbs existed for but a moment before they burst apart. A visible shockwave rippled outward from the point of the explosion. The immense destructive force of the shockwave nearly shattered the barrier. It was a long while before the ripples from the explosion finally subsided. Elder Ji, snapping out of his daze, stared at the dark ethereal barrier, lost in thought. Light and dark. Nothingness. Suddenly a sharp light flashed in Elder Ji's eyes. He stared intently at the world of utter emptiness displayed on the barrier and murmured, "The great void." Hum. Hum. The altar let out a resonant hum. In its wake the barrier showed the white mist dissipating, revealing Yu Chen's deathly pale face. Looking at Elder Ji, Yu Chen grinned weakly before collapsing unconscious on the altar. Whoa! This was the first sound Yu Chen heard upon waking. He sat cross-legged in the carriage, eyes closed, recalling what had just transpired, standing on the altar, closing his eyes, steadying his breath, when soon a ringing sounded in his ears, followed by a pain surging through his body, as if something was burrowing into him, and then a world of brilliant stars appeared before his eyes before he could even react. With a thunderous roar, that world collapsed into nothingness, and all that existed, including light and time itself, vanished into the void. Young Master Yu Chen, we have arrived at Liaoshuan Manor. The carriage slowed gradually and came to a halt with a neigh. The curtain was then drawn aside and Lu Gue stood before the carriage, speaking with reverence. Hearing this, Yu Chen exhaled a gentle breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Lu Gue, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Lu." With that, Yu Chen rose and stepped down from the carriage. Standing before the horse, he gazed upon the vast estate before him. The grand gate, towering and imposing, was crafted from redwood. 2 iron rings were affixed to the main doors, and the 4 eaves curved upward, their tips adorned with carvings of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. 2 majestic stone lions reclined before the gate, and a plaque of ebony, wood bearing the gilded characters Liaoshuan, hung above the entrance. "Lu Gue, I never expected to see you doing manual labor at the manor. Tired of life in the Yu clan already?" As the carriage approached, a man dressed in simple but immaculate clothing, roughly the same age as Lu Gue, strode quickly out of the manor to greet them. "Old man, after all these years you still love to mock others," Lu Gue said, shooting the middle-aged man a glare before retorting, "No wonder you're stuck doing labor at the manor." "Ah hee hee." Teased by Lu Gue, the middle-aged man scratched his head and let out an awkward chuckle. His gaze then shifted to Yu Chen beside Lu Gue, and he was immediately captivated by Yu Chen's bright, star-like eyes. He asked in astonishment, "And this young man is?" "Arahem." Lu Gue coughed dryly and said, "I got so caught up in our banter that I forgot the important matter." A slightly embarrassed look crossed Lu Gue's face. He chuckled at himself and introduced, "This is the eldest legitimate son of the Yu clan, Yu Chen." As he spoke, Lu Gue gestured to the middle-aged man, and said to Yu Chen with a smile, "This old geezer is Chao Jian, commonly known as Sharp-Tongue Chao. He's a loud, shameless, single-minded fool who speaks without thinking. Young Master Yu Chen, just treat him like a madman." Before Lu Gue could finish, Chao Jian pulled him aside and said, "Hey old man, why do you have to spill everything? Even if it's the truth, you should at least save me some face in front of young Master Yu Chen. Blurt out all the facts like that, and what will young Master Yu Chen think of me? You've always been a hopeless mess. What did you expect young Master Yu Chen to think of you?" All right, Uncle Lu, Uncle Chao, there will be plenty of time to catch up later. Let's focus on the business at hand." Watching the two men expose each other's flaws, Yu Chen smiled and said, "From now on just call me Yu Chen. Here I am, just an ordinary person, not some young master of the Yu clan." With that, Yu Chen glanced at the 2 bewildered men and walked straight towards the manor. Lu Gue was the first to snap back to his senses. He shot Chao Jian a glare, quickly walked to the carriage, retrieved the luggage, and hurried to Yu Chen's side. "Young Master you. Lu Gue struggled for a long time before, under Yu Chen's displeased gaze, he reluctantly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Hearing Lu Gui's unfinished words, a gleam of surprise flashed across Chao Jian's eyes. Chao Jian quickly walked into a small pavilion by the manor's main gate. His fingers rapidly tapped on something inside, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from the pavilion. By the time Yu Chen reached the gate, Chao Jian's voice rang out from within. Young Master Yu, the Yu clan has regulations that all those entering or leaving Liaoshuan Manor must have their identities verified. So I must ask you to verify yours. Young Master Yu. Young Master Yu. Hearing Chao Jian's address for Yu Chen, Lu Gui's beard trembled with rage. He suddenly felt an urge to slap himself. Young Master Yu. How could such a low-key yet meaningful title have been thought up by such a brainless man? Standing before a machine, Chao Jian watched Lu Gui's frantic, exasperated expression, with a body trembling from suppressed laughter, as if he had just enjoyed a cold drink on a sweltering summer day. Watching the two men banter, Yu Chen was suddenly reminded of Yu Bing, who had stopped him on the road earlier, but couldn't find the words to express himself. He must be very lonely, Yu Chen thought to himself. He then shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. He entered the pavilion, took out the silver token Yu Wen had given him the day before, and under the astonished gaze of Chao Jian and the others inserted it into the small slot on the machine. The silver token fit perfectly into the slot. As the machine whirred to life, streams of information began to appear on its display screen. With a soft ding, the machine, which had been glowing with a yellow light, shifted to a gentle green. All the information on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by a green window that flashed the word, approved. With a click, the silver token protruded slightly from the slot, and the machine returned to its initial state. Young Master Yu, your identity has been verified. Please follow me into the manor. Glancing at the silver token in Yu Chen's hand, Chao Jian involuntarily swallowed a gulp of saliva, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. Liaoshuan Manor, your master Yu Chen has arrived. Yu Chen strode briskly into the manor. In an instant, the people within the manor began to swarm towards him. They surrounded him layer upon layer. Curious gazes roamed over him incessantly as they whispered amongst themselves about this figure, who had emerged from the Yu clan. Hey, what are you all doing? Are your tasks finished? Get back to work. Young Master Yu has just arrived. We're all happy to see him, but we must also let him rest. Just as Yu Chen was wondering how to extricate himself from the crowd, Chao Jian's voice came from behind him. Chao Jian swiftly pushed his way to Yu Chen's side and shouted at the crowd, "Stop crowding. Look at yourselves, no sense of propriety. What will young Master Yu think of our manor? All right, everyone disperse. Let young Master Yu get some proper rest. We'll do our work well, and tonight we'll hold a welcome party to show him our hospitality. How about that?" Yes. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd in response to Chao Jian's words, but the very next second the cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone stared at each other wide-eyed. A feeling of having been tricked crept onto their faces. What are you gawking at? Get going. Go tend to your cattle, they've wandered off. Seeing everyone standing around looking at each other, Chao Jian darted forward, and without a word delivered a sharp knock on the head of a young man in front of him, scolding him with a laugh. The young man winced in pain, clutching the spot where Chao Jian had struck him. He stuck out his tongue at Chao Jian, made a funny face, and then ran off towards the cattle under Chao Jian's fierce glare. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone scolding a child? Get back to your work. Why are you all standing around, waiting for a reward? Chao Jian glared at the crowd and bellowed. Tisk tsk. Seeing Chao Jian's ferocious demeanor, the crowd let out a chorus of murmurs before dispersing under his intimidating gaze. Yet they still stole glances at Yu Chen from time to time, whispering to those beside them. Dressed in immaculate white robes with lips slightly parted and a spring-like countenance, his star-bright eyes radiated a friendly light. How could such a harmless, unassuming young master not endear himself to others? Hey young Master Yu, the people here are good in every way except for one flaw. They're overly enthusiastic. Enthusiastic enough to burn you alive. Having dispersed the crowd, Chao Jian scratched the back of his head and explained with an awkward smile. Then, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, he coughed dryly and said, "Let me take you to your lodgings." "No need, Uncle Chao." Yu Chen stopped Chao Jian and said, "It's not time for rest yet, and I'm not too tired. If Uncle Chao has no other pressing matters, could you trouble yourself to show me around the manor? It would be good for Yu Chen to familiarize himself with the place." This? Chao Jian looked at Yu Chen's slightly pale complexion, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Having managed the herb garden of Liaoshuan Manor for years, Chao Jian had some knowledge of medicine and pharmacology. The unusual pallor on Yu Chen's face was a sickly paleness, a condition he had carried from the womb, one that could not be cured. A 2-hour journey by carriage would be taxing on anyone, let alone Yu Chen, who was afflicted with an incurable ailment. The manor was enormous, spanning tens of thousands of acres. Even a cursory tour would take at least an hour, and judging by Yu Chen's expression, a mere formality was clearly not what he had in mind. A full tour would leave even Chao Jian exhausted, let alone Yu Chen. Looking at Yu Chen's resolute face, Chao Jian felt a pang of conflict in his heart. He was about to refuse when Lu Gui spoke up. Old Chao, no one knows Yu Chen's physical condition better than he does. Yu Chen is not a reckless man. Since he insists on going, why not accompany him on a tour? I'll take care of the lodgings. Don't worry about that. But... Chao Jian frowned, about to retort, but Lu Gui cut him off. Old Chao, this isn't like you. Being so evasive and hesitant, speaking in such a roundabout way. You wouldn't happen to have some hidden difficulty, would you? Even if you do, Yu Chen is here now. Speak up and we can resolve it together. You. Chao Jian shot Lu Gui a glare, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Uncle Chao, if you would. Yu Chen looked at Chao Jian, smiled slightly, and said calmly, very well, young master, you please follow me. Chao Jian wanted to explain further, but he saw Yu Chen was already on the move. Like a defeated rooster, Chao Jian dejectedly went to the stables, retrieved 3 horses, handed 2 to Lu Gui, and Yu Chen mounted one himself and led Yu Chen on a tour of the manor. As they rode, Yu Chen's gaze swept across the vast fields and distant hills, taking in the scale of the estate that was now his responsibility. Yu Chen followed Chao Jian leisurely on horseback through the estate. Before long, a wave of medicinal fragrance drifted toward him, growing richer and more potent with every step the horse took. Breathing in the thick scent that filled the air, Yu Chen closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and drew a deep breath. It felt as though every pore in his body was steeped in the aroma of herbs, as if he were soaking in a bath of celestial nectar. Young Master Yu, this herb field before us spans 300 mu, and is planted with black-tongue orchids, a low-grade herb known for its calming and mind-clarifying properties. Beyond this plot, the estate houses 9 more herb fields. 6 of them are cultivated with herbs that sell well in the market, while the remaining 3 are reserved for herbs used exclusively by the Yu clan. Yu Chen rode his steed slowly along the narrow paths between the fields. Some herb farmers, noticing his approach, paused their work to greet him. He acknowledged them with a gentle smile and a nod, continuing to take in the scenery of the fields as he passed. The flat pathways were immaculately clean, and riding along them was as smooth as silk. 2 thick white water pipes ran through the concealed trenches on either side of the road. These pipes were perforated with countless small openings, each connected to a thin hose that delivered nutrient-rich water directly to the roots of the herbs, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Some fields were a lush expanse of green, their herbs swaying gently in the breeze, releasing wave after wave of refreshing fragrance that brimmed with vitality. In other fields, the herbs had already ripened and farmers were busy operating machinery to harvest them. Yet some plots lay barren and desolate, with no herbs planted at all. Chao Jian seemed to read the confusion in Yu Chen's eyes. Pointing at the empty fields, he explained, young master, you, different herbs have different climate requirements, and thus their planting seasons vary accordingly. The herbs currently growing require substantial heat, so they must be planted before the peak of summer. Those being harvested now thrive in mild, humid conditions. Our estate receives ample rainfall in spring, carried by the westerly winds from the sea. So they are sown in spring and reaped in summer. As for the plots lying fallow, they were previously used to grow a herb that heavily depletes soil nutrients. The land has grown poor, and leaving it idle for a few years will restore its fertility. Listening to Chao Jian's explanation, Yu Chen nodded thoughtfully. A sudden realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He recalled the past decade he had spent in relentless cultivation, neglecting sleep and meals. Chao Jian's words hit him like a blow to the head, jolting him awake. Gazing at the barren land, a revelation dawned upon Yu Chen. Ancient texts say all paths lead to the same truth. Isn't the way of cultivation no different from the art of farming? After years of planting, the land must be left fallow to recover its productivity. Isn't cultivation the same? A person is not a machine. One cannot practice without rest for all 12 hours of the day. Even a machine must be allowed to cool down after prolonged use, or it will burn out. On the endless path of cultivation, one must occasionally let the body relax and allow the soul to catch up. Only then can one walk the righteous way. At this thought, Yu Chen felt as though he had sipped celestial nectar. His entire being felt light and at ease, every pore singing with joyful relief. I never imagined you'd have such keen insight to glean the profound meaning of the great Tao from such trivial, overlooked details of daily life. Young man, you are destined for greatness. Old Master Ji praised him. Hearing this, a slight smile curved at the corner of Yu Chen's lips. Knowledge comes from practice. Were not all the great discoveries and achievements of the ancients born of hands-on experience? Who ever accomplished anything through idle speculation alone? Take cultivation, for example. Without effort, how could one achieve greatness? Yet one must not burden oneself with excessive pressure. Stretch the bough too taut and it will snap. Push oneself too hard and one is prone to collapse. Hearing Yu Chen's understanding, old Master Ji chuckled softly, without offering any judgment. Just as Yu Chen and Ji were exchanging their insights, the hurried, thundering sound of hooves suddenly rang in Yu Chen's ears. Yu Chen looked up and gazed into the distance. Moments later, a hint of rosy flush crept onto his somewhat pale cheeks, and the blood that had been flowing calmly through his veins suddenly surged with fervor. In the boundless grassland before him, dust rose in billowing clouds as the rumbling of hooves drew closer from afar. Before long, a chestnut-red stallion appeared on the other side of the plain. The horse was tall and majestic, its fiery crimson mane dancing wildly in the wind like a blazing flame. The horse let out a joyful neigh and galloped forward with excitement. Right behind the chestnut steed, a white horse burst into view, chasing after it, as if determined to overtake it. At the same time, 2 brown horses swiftly caught up with the white one. The scene quickly transformed into a thrilling race. One horse leading 3 neck and neck, each striving to outpace the others. Standing upright on the back of the chestnut-red stallion was a figure. With one hand gripping the reins and the other brandishing a whip, he charged forward like the wind atop his steed. As Chao Jian and the others rode closer, the man standing on the chestnut stallion suddenly let out a sharp, piercing whistle in their direction. After the 4 horses came into Yu Chen's view, a procession of spirited steeds began to appear one after another. In an instant, a massive herd of horses thundered past Yu Chen, with an ear-splitting clatter of hooves. The gust of wind they kicked up howled in his ears, leaving a dull ringing in their wake. That reckless lad. All he ever does is race his horses across the paddock like a madman. How many times has he been thrown? Each time he's nearly trampled half to death by the herd. I've tried to reason with him, but he acts as if he hasn't heard a word and keeps doing exactly as he pleases. Watching the herd thunder past, Chao Jian pointed at the man on the chestnut stallion and scolded with a wry smile. Still, with him galloping about like this day in and day out, these horses have grown finer and swifter with each passing year. Gazing at the herd of galloping horses and the man standing tall on the chestnut steed, Yu Chen felt an inexplicable surge of longing rise within him. A desire to ride alongside him, whip in hand, facing the wind. The exhilaration of feeling every vein in his body throb with adrenaline was something Yu Chen yearned to experience for himself. Suppressing his surging excitement, Yu Chen quickly dismissed the thought. This body he inhabited was far too frail to withstand such violent jostling. Pulling his thoughts back, Yu Chen continued following Chao Jian. Before long, the soft, melodious sound of a flute drifted through the air, gentle and steady, soothing the heart. Following the sound, Yu Chen spotted a herd of black oxen lazily chewing on grass atop a stretch of rolling hills. What astonished Yu Chen was that the elegant flute melody was coming from the very lad Chao Jian had flicked on the head at the estate gate. Truly, one should never judge a person by their appearance. Amid the melodious flute, the black oxen would occasionally lift their heads, their dull eyes glancing at the sun as it drifted toward the west, before lowering their heads again to slowly chew on the grass before them, as if the setting sun had nothing to do with them at all. The crimson sun sinking on the horizon seemed entirely irrelevant to them. Even as it descended rapidly, they continued their languid chewing, without a care in the world. Suddenly Yu Chen was startled by his own thought. Wasn't it true? What did the slowly setting red sun have to do with them at all? Even if that sun were to vanish in an instant, those oxen would still graze, still stare blankly, still drink from the stream, just as they always had. The red sun would set, and they had no power to stop it. Since they couldn't stop it, why not simply savor the sweet grass before them, and enjoy its flavor, rather than worrying about a sun they couldn't control and letting themselves go hungry in the process? And what of cultivators? Don't their actions stand in stark contrast to those oxen? These cultivators, having gained a sliver of insignificant power, delude themselves into thinking they are invincible. They rush about righting every wrong, championing justice, and bellowing at every injustice they encounter. Yet in the end they often lose more than they gain, some even losing their very lives. In truth, their actions do not genuinely help others. They only create more complications and introduce unpredictability into matters that might otherwise succeed. True help comes only when one has the power to influence the outcome and steer events in the desired direction. That is the only form of assistance that truly counts. Therefore, as a cultivator, it is noble to act with courage and righteousness, but one must also assess the situation carefully. Determine whether one can actually be of help, rather than charging in blindly without understanding the full context, the causes and the consequences. Otherwise, one ends up doing more harm than good, burdening others while bringing calamity upon oneself. In the final analysis, strength is the foundation of everything. Without power, you are nothing. To help others, or even to shape the outcome of events, you must possess formidable strength. And to acquire such strength, there is but one word: cultivate. Relentlessly refine yourself while maintaining a balance of appropriate tension and appropriate relaxation. Cultivation is an endless pursuit. Upon this path, one must sustain abundant vitality and passion. Like that chestnut stallion, always spirited, always charging forward with a resounding cry. In short, the path of cultivation demands a balance of work and rest, burning passion and self-awareness. Reflecting on all he had seen and felt that day, Yu Chun suddenly felt profoundly enriched. Yu Chun felt as though his 15 years of life had been but a hazy dream lived in a daze. For 15 years he had buried himself in ancient texts and cultivation, forgetting that the truest insights come not from books but from practice and from life itself. Though the cultivation insights of the ancients may make the meaning of the great Tao easier to grasp, such understanding is after all secondhand. How could it compare to the visceral, overwhelming realization that comes from direct experience? How could it be more profound? Yu Chun exhaled deeply, feeling the sudden tangible solidity of his body, as if he had been reborn. Watching the sun sink slowly toward the west, he turned to Chao Jian and said, "Uncle Chao, let us head back." Hearing this, Chao Jian let out a sigh of immense relief. After spending an entire afternoon in the saddle, he felt as though his bones were about to fall apart. Yu Chun, by contrast, showed little change apart from a slight pallor on his face. This only made Chao Jian marvel at the vitality of youth. What Chao Jian didn't know was that the paleness on Yu Chen's face was the result of overexertion. He had been straining his mind all afternoon, taking in the many sights of the estate. Even now Yu Chun remained half immersed in the insights he had gleaned, which was precisely why his complexion appeared so wan. Chao Jian led Yu Chun toward their lodgings. They had not gone far when they spotted Lingwu galloping toward them in the distance, and his expression was noticeably grim. Under the setting sun, Lingwu spurred his swift horse, galloping rapidly towards Yu Chun. His face was covered with a layer of frost-like anger, his expression somewhat gloomy. "Uncle Lu, what happened?" Seeing Lingwu's furious expression, Yu Chun quickly rode up beside him and asked in a low voice. "Young Master Yu, a group from the Yu clan's collateral branch has arrived," Lingwu said, his expression somewhat grim as he looked at Yu Chun. Without presenting any credentials, they directly loaded the mature high-quality herbs onto carts, preparing to transport them out of the estate. "Where are they now?" Yu Chun frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Looking at Lingwu's breathless state, he asked in a deep voice. "In the spirit star grass field." Lingwu swallowed and answered hastily. "Let's go see." A sharp light flashed in Yu Chen's eyes as he sharply struck his horse's flank. The steed, in pain, let out a neigh that pierced the sky and bolted forward. Lingwu quickly turned his horse around and followed Yu Chun. Chao Jian, however, stood there stunned, holding his horse. Watching Yu Chen's retreating figure, a trace of bitter helplessness flashed in his eyes. He shook his head, then spurred his horse to catch up. Guided by Lingwu, Yu Chun quickly arrived at a field planted with spirit stargrass. From a distance under the starlight, the spirit stargrass emitted a soft, gentle glow, casting the field in a dreamlike haze. On the small path beside the field, 5 horse-drawn carts were parked. 2 of them were already loaded with mature spirit stargrass. 5 young men in gray robes were loading more onto a third cart. A young man dressed in more ornate clothes with dyed white short hair and a skull tattoo on his arm stood arrogantly on the path, cursing at the 5 gray-robed youths. Beside the field lay an old man with white hair, blood at the corner of his mouth. His washed-out clothes were torn to shreds, and his frail body was covered in dense footprints. A young girl with her hair in a figure-8 braid knelt beside the old man, her youthful face filled with helpless fear, her large black eyes brimming with tears. A clamor of arguing voices drifted over from the field. "How can you do this? This is the property of the main Yu family branch. You collateral members have no credentials. How dare you come to the main branch's estate to transport herbs? Is there no law in your eyes? Is there no order?" The white-haired old man, clutching his chest, argued indignantly at the 5 gray-robed youths loading the herbs. Overly agitated, he broke into another fit of coughing. Hearing this, the ornately dressed young man revealed a sinister smile. He walked over to the old man, grabbed his collar, and sneered. "Old bastard who says I have no credentials. Listen carefully now. What I say is the credential. My word is the law. My word is the rule. Old fool, you'd better shut your stinking mouth. Don't try to use the Yu clan rules to pressure me. I'm not afraid of your so-called clan rules. The main branch has so much property. Who would care about this godforsaken place? So don't test my patience, or I might just kill you on the spot." As he spoke, a bloodthirsty ferocity flashed in the young man's eyes. His hand, which was gripping the old man's collar, slowly moved towards the old man's neck, tightening its grip continuously. The old man's face turned crimson, his cloudy eyes bulging. His withered hands weakly slapped at the young man, but the young man remained unmoved. Yet as time passed, the old man's slaps became slower and weaker. "Villain! You villains! Let my grandfather go!" The girl with the figure-8 braid raised her pink fists and began hitting the young man, but he paid no attention to her harmless blows. Suddenly the girl grabbed the young man's arm, and without a word sank her teeth into it. "Ah! Damn it, I'll kill you!" The The young man yelled in pain, then whipped his hand around slapping the girl across her youthful face. The immense force sent her flying, landing in the herb field nearby. The pain in his arm made the young man's face twitch uncontrollably. A cruel look surfaced, distorting his features into a terrifying grimace. A bright red handprint appeared on the girl's face. She clutched her burning cheek as hot tears like broken pearls cascaded down from her large eyes. The bitten young man's face twisted with malice. He dropped the old man and strode over to the girl. When he saw her tear-streaked face, fair skin, and slightly budding chest, a lecherous smile crept into his sinister eyes. He quickly reached the girl, his eagle-like hand grabbing her collar without warning. With a sudden yank of both hands, a ripping sound tore through the air, exposing a patch of snow-white skin to the young man's gaze. No! The girl felt a chill on her chest, only to realize her green robe had been torn apart by the young man. Seeing the young man's wolfish gaze, a look of terror spread across her youthful face. She screamed in fear, curling her body backward. Beast! I'll fight you! Seeing the young man about to harm the girl, the old man's body trembled violently. A wild madness flashed in his cloudy eyes. He staggered to his feet and rushed unsteadily towards the young man. Hey! Old man, you'd better stay put. Your girl has been lonely for over a decade. Let Brother Dao here take good care of her today. Maybe after tonight she'll even enjoy it. Just as Yu Dao tore open the girl's clothes, the 5 gray-clad men loading the herbs stopped their work simultaneously. They stood by the cart's arms crossed, leering at the field. Seeing the old man charge towards the field, one of the gray-clad men grabbed his shoulder, yanked him back, and taunted him. Gulp! The young man involuntarily swallowed. A glint of surprise flickered in his sinister eyes as his hands instinctively reached for the girl's chest. 3 sharp whistling sounds cut through the air without warning. 3 cold stones whistling as they sliced through the air struck the young man's hands, just as they were about to reach their target. Tiny blossoms of blood bloomed on Yu Dao's hands. A sharp pain shot through Yu Dao's hands. He instinctively withdrew them, turning angrily towards the direction from which the stones had flown. His body instinctively stepped backward. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the 5 gray-clad men, who had been anticipating a spectacle, froze. A look of panic quickly spread across their faces as they instinctively looked towards the source of the stones. Let the girl go! 3 tall horses galloped towards them from the direction the stones had come. On the lead brown horse stood a young man in white, one hand holding the reins, the other clutching a few stones. What astonished everyone was that this white-clad young man with a slightly pale face had a pair of eyes as bright as stars. The white-clad youth spurred his horse racing towards the spirit star grass field against the setting sun's backlight. It's okay. It's okay, Shaoling. Grandpa's here with you. Don't be afraid, Shaoling. Don't be afraid. While the 5 gray-clad men were still stunned, the old man staggered to his feet, ran to the girl, and wrapped his own torn clothes around her. He pulled the girl tightly into his arms, comforting her. As he spoke, a stream of tears silently traced down the old man's cheeks. Grandfather! After a long moment, the girl snapped out of her daze. Remembering what had just happened, she threw herself into the old man's arms and sobbed. The old man gently stroked her back, murmuring, Don't cry, don't cry. Shaoling is the strongest. Whoa! Whoa! Yu Chun reined in his galloping horse. Before it had even stopped, he leaped off its back and quickly ran to the old man's side, kneeling down. I'm sorry you were frightened, he said. I promise this is the last time. This won't happen again. Who is this arrogant brat who dares to ruin my fun? Do you believe I'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs? The thought of this sudden youth ruining his good time fueled a fire of rage in Yu Dao's heart. He glared at Yu Chun, who was kneeling before the old man, and bellowed. Clop, clop, clop. Whoa, whoa. Before Yu Chun could respond, another urgent burst of hoofbeats sounded from the path. Lu Gui and Xiao Jian reined in their horses, dismounted, and quickly walked over to Yu Chun, calling out in low voices, Young Master Yu. Hearing them, Yu Chun patted the now slightly calmer girl, then turned to look at the two. His gaze swept past Xiao Jian, and settled on the young man Yu Dao standing not far away. A faint smile appeared on his pale face, but his star-bright eyes held a chilling coldness that sent a shiver down one's spine. In his brief conversation with the old man, Yu Chun learned the full story. The old man's surname was Yang. He had worked at the Liaoshuan estate for about 40 years, dedicating his entire life to it. The old man had never married, living alone, with only an adopted daughter named Yang Ling, who was 15 years old. The Yu clan was vast and powerful. There were many places they couldn't manage, which created opportunities for the collateral branches to transport many precious treasures and herbs back to their own compounds, growing bolder and more reckless each time. You little bastards from the collateral branch, this is no place for you to run wild. Yu Chun naturally respected those who dedicated themselves to the Yu clan, but he had no patience for sneaky thieves. Brat, I suggest you watch your mouth, or else I might just kill you in a fit of anger. hearing himself being called a bastard right off the bat, and sensing no spiritual energy fluctuation from Yu Chen. A wave of rage instantly consumed Yu Dao's body. He stared at Yu Chen, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his cold eyes, a sinister aura slowly emanating from him. He looked at Yu Chen, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Brat, you should know, even if you're from the main branch, there are some things you can't do anything about. Today I'm taking these herbs, and I'd like to see who dares to stop me. As he spoke, Yu Dao let out a sinister chuckle. A vague, bloody red greatsword began to materialize faintly behind him. At the same time, in the starry sky where light and darkness coexisted, an unremarkable star suddenly burst forth with a brilliant radiance. A cultivator. You've activated your Dao soul. Staring at the ethereal blood-red greatsword behind you, Dao Lingwu suddenly exclaimed. As he spoke, his cloudy eyes were fixed intently on the sword. An expression of unparalleled shock spread across his already wrinkled face. Gazing at Yu Chen and the others whose expressions were grim, Yu Dao let out a sinister cackle. In the fading glow of the setting sun, his body trembled uncontrollably, and a bloodthirsty, ferocious grin spread across his face. A faint scent of blood wafted from behind Yu Dao. Under Lu Gui's astonished gaze, a blood-red greatsword stained with gore materialized behind him. The nauseating stench of blood intensified the moment the great sword appeared. A sliver of fear as insignificant as a strand of hair began to sprout in the hearts of Lu Gui and the others. A cultivator. You've activated your Dao soul. Staring at the ethereal blood-red greatsword behind you, Dao Lu Gui suddenly exclaimed. His voice trembled slightly, and an unparalleled look of shock surfaced on his already wrinkled face. Sharp eyes, but you've realized it too late. Yu Dao chuckled, taking a step forward, making the air thick with the scent of blood. Gazing at Yu Chen, a mocking smile played on his vicious face, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed with arrogant triumph, as if he were looking at a flock of helpless sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Watching Yu Dao, who was brimming with murderous intent, Lu Gui felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. Lu Gui had no aptitude for cultivation, but he possessed exceptional management skills. In this world that revered martial prowess above all, Lu Gui had risen to the position of the Yu clan steward through sheer leadership acumen. Yet before Yu Dao, a cultivator who had activated his Dao soul, Lu Gui was utterly powerless. Lu Gui was taken aback. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation upon first arriving at Liaoshuan Manor. He hadn't anticipated that after years without suppressing the collateral branches, they would become so audacious as to blatantly extend their reach into the main branch's business, even daring to abduct a young woman in broad daylight. As the steward of the Yu clan, one needed not only a meticulous mind but also long-term foresight. Though the aggressive collateral branch was nothing to worry about, they certainly had the strength to crush the three of them, whom they now viewed as less than ants. Preserving one's strength is paramount. Yielding, when necessary, isn't surrender but a strategic retreat. Sometimes to achieve success and live well, one must first be willing to sacrifice something. Gazing at Yu Dao, a glint of calculation flashed in Lu Gui's eyes. His mind, a superbly logical machine, continuously churned out potential countermeasures. Just as Lu Gui was about to sacrifice the pawn to save the rook, his cautious gaze inadvertently swept over Yu Chen, and he was startled by the boy's unervingly calm expression. Lu Gui's lips moved, but no sound came out. Staring at Yu Chen's impassive face, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yu Chen wasn't a rash person. It seemed he already had a plan. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight, or I'll make you regret ever setting foot in Liaoshuan Manor. It was then that Yu Chen, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed through his eyes, which were as bright as stars. He looked at Yu Dao and stated this calmly. Lu Gui's mouth twitched. He never imagined that such words would come from Yu Chen, a boy with no cultivation base whatsoever. Brat, you're quite arrogant, but you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Hearing Yu Chen's threatening words, Yu Dao was taken aback for a moment, then let out a dismissive chuckle. A hint of mockery flashed through his bloodshot eyes. He paid no heed to Yu Chen's words. 1. Ignoring Yu Dao's threatening words, Yu Chen uttered a single cold syllable devoid of any emotion. It echoed through the blood-filled air like a specter lingering for a long time. Brat, I'd like to see what tricks you're going to pull. Yu Dao stood to the side, arms crossed, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He snorted coldly, his gaze sizing up Yu Chen with undisguised contempt. The 5 gray-clad youths who had come with Yu Dao simultaneously stepped forward, standing in front of the carriage, watching Yu Chen and the others with mocking looks. Clearly they didn't believe Yu Chen stood a chance against Yu Dao. Yu Chen defeating Yu Dao. Ridiculous. How could an ordinary person with no cultivation possibly defeat a cultivator who had already activated their Dao soul? If you think you can, go ahead and try. I'd love to see it. The old man stood in the herb field, tightly clutching Yang Ling, who was trembling like a frightened fawn, her body shaking uncontrollably. His murky gaze was fixed on Yu Chen, and the others filled with confusion. 2. Another cold, emotionless syllable escaped Yu Chen's lips. Gazing at Yu Dao, a smile appeared on his pale face. A smile that was deeply unsettling. Suddenly a brilliant light burst forth from Yu Chen's eyes, those eyes that were as bright as stars yet utterly cold. With a flick of his wrist, a silver-white token appeared in Yu Chen's hand. Ha ha ha! Yu Chen, have you been struck stupid by lightning? You think a silver token is enough to make me leave? Do you really believe the wisp of energy within it will help you? Are you out of your mind? You're treating a feather as if it were a command arrow. Seeing the silver-white token in Yu Chen's hand, Yu Dao was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Humph! All that mystery and drama, and I thought Yu Chen would pull out some earth-shattering, awe-inspiring divine artifact. Instead, it's just this piece of junk. His naivety truly surprises us all. The 5 gray-clad men were also stunned for a moment. They exchanged glances, a look of being played on their faces, barely suppressing their laughter. Lu Gue, standing nearby, stared at Yu Chen, his mouth agape, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, what happened next would make him even more incredulous. As the sun set, Yu Chen stood silently holding the silver token in his right hand, pointing it at Yu Dao. Viewed against the light, Yu Chen's facial expression was obscured, only his star-bright eyes gleaming intensely in the backlight of the setting sun. Kneel. Expressionless, Yu Chen stared at Yu Dao. Suddenly a fierce blade-like glare, cold as ice, shot from his star-bright eyes. Yu Chen shouted angrily at Yu Dao. At the same time, his ring finger, which bore an ancient ring, subtly traced across the back of the token. Following Yu Chen's roar, a faint ethereal aura began to emanate from the silver token. This aura, carrying an absolute domineering pressure, coiled around Yu Dao like a phantom, enveloping him layer by layer. Under the shroud of this aura, the blood-red greatsword behind Yu Dao suddenly began to waver. Under Lu Gui's astonished gaze, it vanished. As the mysterious aura spread, the 5 gray-clad youths, who had been waiting to watch the spectacle, felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. They looked at each other, seeing the panic on each other's faces, and a sudden impulse to flee welled up within them. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the mysterious aura eerily coiled around them as well. Terror struck the 5 men as they realized they were as helpless as puppets on strings before this mysterious force. Wasn't that wisp of energy in the token supposed to be unactivatable? How can Yu Chen release such powerful spiritual force? His Dao Soul greatsword dispelled. Yu Dao stared at Yu Chen, his bulging eyes wide with disbelief. Under the grip of the mysterious aura, he felt like a manipulated puppet. His body involuntarily bent forward, his once straight spine gradually curving into a hunch. His legs began to buckle, and his proud head bowed lower and lower under the control of the mysterious aura, his hands drawing closer and closer to the ground. Damn you, let me go! Panic surged across Yu Dao's face as he struggled against the mysterious aura, but he couldn't break free from its control. Do you know who I am? Do you know what price you'll pay for this? Yu Dao threatened, glaring at Yu Chen. I don't care who you are. How can I tolerate another snoring beside my bed? On my turf, no one has the right to act wild nor the right to strike and walk away. Yu Chen stared at Yu Dao, whose face was contorted in pain, his own star-bright eyes growing colder. Thud! 5 dull sounds of knees hitting the earth echoed unexpectedly from behind Yu Dao. Yu Dao turned to look, and a look of shock suddenly surfaced on his already ferocious, twitching face. The 5 gray-clad youths, locked by the mysterious aura, were now on their knees, their faces blank, their eyes glassy, their bodies trembling continuously, as if their very spirit and vitality had been drained, leaving them as walking corpses. Staring at the 5 gray-clad youths, who looked like dried corpses, a flicker of terror suddenly appeared in Yu Dao's bloodshot eyes. No! Don't! Feeling the mysterious aura intensify, Yu Dao's face was a mask of terror, yet a cruel glint flashed in his reddened eyes. He hurriedly said, I am the son of Yu Xiu from the collateral branch. My elder brother is Yu Shan. Release me now, or you will pay dearly for what you've done today. Hearing the name Yu Shan, a cold glint flashed through Yu Chen's eyes. His gaze paused for a moment, and a smile surfaced on his otherwise indifferent face. So you're Yu Shan's younger brother? Yes, Yu Shan is my brother. Seeing the sudden shift in Yu Chen's tone, a look of relief spread across Yu Dao's face. Now release me, load all 5 of these carriages with star spirit grass, and have that girl serve me well. Then we'll call it even. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. My brother has the rock Dao soul. Once he's covered in rock, no one can stand against him. As he spoke, Yu Dao's gaze deliberately drifted towards the young woman in the old man's arms, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. You have quite an appetite. Hearing Yu Dao's demands, the smile on Yu Chen's face grew even more pronounced. Aren't you afraid of choking on too much at once? Suddenly the thick smile on Yu Chen's face solidified, replaced by an endless, icy coldness. Gazing at you, Yu Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His pale smile under the bright moonlight was utterly terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Kneel! A single cold shout made Yu tremble violently. He stared at Yu Chen, who seemed like the grim reaper, his eyes filled with terror. His trembling body under Yu Chen's icy command slammed to the ground with a thud. Yu Dao, so what if you're Yu Shan's own brother? Is Yu Shan so powerful? Go back and tell Yu Shan that the main branch is not his to trample upon. It's not a place for him to act wild. If he can't swallow this insult, and wants to retaliate, Yu Chen will be waiting for him at Liaoshuan Manor. Gazing down at the kneeling, trembling Yu Chen put away the silver token and said coldly, "Now get out of my sight this instant, or don't blame me for being rude." Scram! A cold shout sent another tremor through Yu Dao. He shakily got to his feet, shot Yu Chen a venomous glare filled with rage, and then fled with his 5 gray-clad men. Seeing Yu Dao leave, Yu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He exchanged a few words with Old Man Yang, then looked at the glowing star spirit grass in the herb field. His brow furrowed slightly. The collateral branch. Yu Shan. Young Master Yu, perhaps you should return to your quarters and rest. You've been inspecting Liaoshuan Manor all afternoon, and you still have the welcome banquet to attend later. Why not take this time to rest? Seeing Yu Chen staring motionlessly at the herb field, Lu Gui stepped forward and said softly, Yu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He shook his head to clear the jumbled thoughts from his mind, then followed Lu Gui towards his quarters. Whether intentionally or not, his gaze kept drifting towards Chaojian. Mounting his horse, Yu Chen slowly made his way towards his residence, led by Lu Gui. Along the way, he couldn't stop stroking the ancient ring on his finger, a faint smile involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. It's good to have you. Stroking the ancient ring, Yu Chen thought to himself. Lu Gui led the way on his steed, yet a hint of pensive contemplation flickered within those murky eyes. As the steward of the Feather Clan, Lu Gui needed to possess foresight, and to achieve that he required an abundant reserve of knowledge. Lu Gui's repository of knowledge also contained explanations regarding the 4 types of tokens: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Although all 4 tokens were imbued with a wisp of mysterious aura, the reserves within each differed. Each possessed distinct functions and purposes. However, in Lu Gui's memory, there had never been an instance where someone released the aura within the token to intimidate others. For that wisp of aura was too faint to be activated, let alone used to overawe anyone. Yet Yu Chen's actions shattered Lu Gui's worldview. It was the first time he had witnessed the mysterious aura within a token being unleashed, and the outcome was utterly astonishing. If even the aura within a silver token possessed such unfathomable power, what world-shaking, heaven-defying abilities might the golden token, which held the fate of the Feather Clan, conceal? At that thought, Lu Gui drew a sharp breath, daring not to imagine further. While Lu Gui replayed the scene at the herb field in his mind, Yu Chen, riding his horse behind him, was equally lost in his own thoughts. Thus the two, each harboring their own secrets, remained immersed in their own worlds, letting their horses gallop freely. The faint, crisp sound of a clear spring gradually echoed in their ears. Yu Chen snapped back from his reverie, only to be stunned by the sight before him. As far as the eye could see, a rushing waterfall cascaded down from a height of over 3 meters, its silvery torrents plummeting from the top to form a magnificent colossal curtain of white water. The plunging cascade violently struck the azure stones below, splashing droplets several feet into the air. These droplets fell like a curtain of rain onto the clear pool beneath the waterfall, stirring layer upon layer of ripples. The pool at the base of the waterfall was crystal clear, revealing the bottom utterly calm and placid. It lay as smooth as a mirror, or perhaps like a piece of precious jade embedded at the waterfall's foot. At the pool's far edge, several streams meandered away, stretching towards the direction of the Liaoshuan Manor. Gazing at the cascading waterfall, a surge of indescribable ambition welled up within Yu Chen's heart, and the blood in his veins ran hot at that very moment. Looking at the waterfall, a line of poetry came to Yu Chen's mind. Its torrent dashes down 3,000 feet from high, as if the silver river fell from the azure sky. Wasn't this the very scene it described? Yu Chen felt a profound joy. In his past life, he had toiled relentlessly day and night, working like a beast of burden, yet living a life worse than a dog's. The youthful aspiration he once held to traverse the magnificent landscapes of Huaxia had long been cast to the winds, forgotten amidst the grind. Cast to the winds. Suddenly Yu Chen's spirit jolted. Staring at the water thundering down, he seemed entranced. When had he cast his beautiful aspirations so far away? 9 heavens. Was he not in the 9 heavens right now? Since the 9 heavens truly existed, then what about beyond the clouds? What place was that? The aspirations he had cast away in his past life, ultimately he would have to fulfill them himself. Dreams of the past life. In that previous existence, his dreams, his unfinished matters. Did he truly have unfulfilled dreams back then? Suddenly a young woman clad in a tight-fitting goose-yellow outfit lying across the road drenched in blood stared at him with wide eyes. Within her remarkably clear gaze swirled a complex tapestry of emotions. Joy, relief, anger, despair, unwillingness. But above all a profound envy. Her delicate peach-blossom pink lips parted slightly, as if to speak yet no sound escaped. Then she quietly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing the corners of her mouth. With a sharp gasp Yu Chen jolted awake from his trance-like state, panting heavily. His forehead was beaded with sweat and his white robes were soaked through clinging to his skin. A piercing pain throbbed faintly in his chest. The deafening roar of the waterfall sounded once more in his ears. His gaze blurred, and as he stared blankly at the cascade the image of the young woman's tragic death surfaced again before his eyes. Who is she? Why does she appear in my mind? And why does her death cause such agonizing pain in my heart? Yu Chen clawed wildly at his hair, as a flood of memories unfamiliar, yet deeply familiar surged uncontrollably into his mind. He tried to make sense of the information but every attempt sent sharp throbs of pain through his head. Who is she? Why do those clear ethereal eyes feel so familiar? Gripping his hair he demanded of himself in anguish, those eyes so clear and pure. Why did they hold so much emotion? If she hated me, why force a smile? If she loved me, why feign anger? I have nothing. Why was her envy so intense? Why? Ah! Suddenly a piercing grating noise erupted without warning in his ears. Feeling on the verge of collapse, Yu Chen let out a guttural roar, frantically tearing at his white robes. Hey! What madness has seized you shouting and yelling like that? A sudden resonant call like a thunderclap exploded beside Yu Chen's ear. At that instant he who had been desperately ripping at his clothes burst apart, dissolving into a faint speck of light that flickered upon a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. A serene bright moon rose slowly from the east, its silvery light casting a reflection upon the pool below the waterfall. The light in turn mirrored into Yu Chen's eyes, forming a single luminous spot. Xiao Jiu? Yu Chen murmured in a daze, gazing at the moon's reflection in the pool. Unnoticed, a single cold teardrop slipped from the corner of his eye. It fell, catching the moonlight, and vanished into the earth. You boy, you've been sitting there on your horse staring blankly at this pond for an hour now. You might not feel tired, but the horse certainly does. A voice tinged with complaint yet brimming with concern reached Yu Chen's ears. I ask you, you boy, what exactly do you see in that pool that has you so captivated? Snapping back to reality, Yu Chen wiped the tears from his eyes, shook his head and grinned, saying it's nothing. As he spoke he surveyed his surroundings. The majestic waterfall hung like a river suspended from the sky. The land was flat and fertile. To the southeast lay a dense forest where a few small huts were scattered. Beside one hut stood a stable where a horse was noisily munching on fodder. Candlelight flickered within the small hut, casting a vague silhouette of Lingwu. Yu Chen turned his horse's head and rode towards the hut. Hearing the hoofbeats, Lingwu emerged from the hut. Seeing Yu Chen approach, his face lit up with joy. He hurried over to Yu Chen's horse, taking the reins, and said, Young Master Yu Chen, you've finally come to. You have no idea. Standing there so still, not saying a word, you scared me half to death. If anything had happened to you, how could I ever face Third Master? Yu Chen scratched his head, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. Hey Uncle Lu, I'm sorry for worrying you. I am young and inexperienced. I hope you'll continue to guide me. Yu Chen handed his horse to Lingwu and entered the hut first. The interior of the hut was simply furnished: an old bed with fresh bedding, a couple of bamboo chairs, a square table with a teapot and 3 or 4 overturned teacups, and a bookshelf of indeterminate age holding a few yellow dog-eared volumes scattered about. Several paintings of unknown dynasties adorned the walls, and a faint musty odor permeated the room. Clearly this hut had been uninhabited for many years. After a while the clatter and sizzle of pots and pans along with a tantalizing aroma drifted in from the adjacent room. As he was to attend a gathering later, Yu Chen shed his white robes, changed into a bright red outer garment, and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a light sip, he carefully admired the calligraphy and paintings on the wall, before finally stopping before the bookshelf. Flipping through the yellowed brittle books, he found their contents mildly surprising. The sound of cooking gradually subsided, but the aroma grew ever more intense. Even Yu Chen, usually as calm as still water, found himself swallowing 3 times as the scent assailed his nostrils. Finally, unable to resist the temptation any longer, he abandoned the ancient texts and hurried to the adjacent room. Stooping low, he gently pushed the kitchen door open a crack. Like an eel, he slipped through the gap, slid into the kitchen, and quickly hid in an inconspicuous corner. No sooner had he entered than a rich, savory aroma hit his nose, nearly making him dizzy. Yu Chen took a deep breath and instinctively swallowed. After hiding for a while and sensing nothing amiss, Yu Chen cautiously poked his head out, looking left and right like a rattling drum. Though the kitchen wasn't large, it was fully equipped with pots, pans, bowls, ladles, knives, and spatulas. Various cupboards lined the walls stocked with fruits, vegetables, and a wide array of seasonings. In the center of the kitchen stood a small square table with 4 plates holding stir-fried greens tofu, mixed with scallions and spicy chicken. In the middle of the plates was a white porcelain bowl filled with plum juice. To Yu Chen's disappointment, the portions were rather small, quickly scraped clean. How could this possibly satisfy his hunger? A loud sizzle emanated from the stove, carrying a scent that made his mouth water, profusely wafting over to him just as his attention wavered. With a whoosh, a massive tongue of flame erupted from the wok without warning, licking towards the ceiling. A soft shout accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of spatula against wok produced a dish of kung pao chicken. Vibrant in color, glistening, its aroma steaming, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within. Appearing before Yu Chen's eyes. Gulp! Yu Chen stared at the plate of kung pao chicken, his star-bright eyes gleaming with delight. He licked his lips, crept swiftly to the small square table, and fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the dish. That smells wonderful. You boy, what are you cooking that's so fragrant? A voice tinged with surprise yet full of age suddenly sounded in Yu Chen's ear. A serene bright moon rose slowly from the east, its silvery light casting upon the clear pool beneath the waterfall where its reflection shimmered. The pool lay tranquil without a ripple, veiled in a thin layer of mist, dreamlike and hazy. Inside a small cabin in the woods where candlelight flickered, Yu Chen and Lu Gue sat facing each other across a table. Both sat ramrod straight, their gazes locked, invisible bolts of high-voltage electricity, seeming to clash and spark between their eyes. Their chopsticks met in a stalemate over a plate upon which lay a glistening golden piece of meat, sizzling with its own juices. Uncle Lu, I'm only 15, right in the middle of my growth spurt. I need plenty of nourishment. The calcium, iron, and zinc in this meat are exactly what I need to develop properly. Uncle Lu, won't you let me have it? Yu Chen blinked his eyes, a sweet smile curling at the corners of his lips as he looked at Lu Gue. Young master, this old servant has toiled tirelessly for the Yu clan. Even without great merit, I've worked hard. Please, in your mercy, grant this piece to your old servant. Lu Gue put on a harmless, innocent smile, refusing to yield an inch. Uncle Lu. Young master. Both Yu Chen and Lu Gue clamped their chopsticks onto the last piece of meat, neither willing to back down. Creak. A sudden sound of a door being pushed open echoed within the room. The slightly ajar door was pushed open by a pair of fair, rosy hands. A girl dressed in a purple blouse with her hair tied in 2 simple braids stepped inside. It was Yang Ling. Young Master Yu Chen, the evening party is starting. Everyone is waiting for you too, Yang Ling said as she walked in, approaching the duo. Yang Ling's voice was gentle like a spring breeze caressing one's neck, carrying with it the faint fragrance of gardenias. Understood. Hearing her voice, Yu Chen turned his head to respond. Suddenly he felt a force on his chopsticks. His heart skipped a beat, a silent alarm ringing. He whipped his head back around only to see Lu Gue popping the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing enthusiastically, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. Uncle Lu, you didn't play by the rules. Looking at Lu Gue's beaming face and chewing mouth, Yu Chen felt like a defeated rooster, yet a glint flashed in his eyes. Uncle Lu, how could you take advantage of my distraction? Hee, young master, striking when the opponent is off guard. Isn't that the most common tactic you cultivators use? Looking at Yu Chen's slightly aggrieved face, Lu Gue chuckled and retorted. Although this old servant doesn't understand cultivation, all paths lead to the same truth. I know a thing or two about this principle. Yu Chen's chest heaved violently. Staring at Lu Gue's smug, spring-like demeanor, he felt as if he were looking at a sly fox. Hey, what are you two doing? The party has already started. Everyone is waiting. Yang Ling, hands clasped behind her back, twirling her braids, walked over to Yu Chen. Seeing the nearly spotless plate, she giggled. As she spoke, Yang Ling's eyes curved into crescents. A faint smile graced her youthful face, revealing a pair of intoxicating dimples. During their brief conversation earlier, despite being startled, Yang Ling had remembered Yu Chen. Those eyes, bright as stars shimmering with a faint light, were indelibly etched into her memory, impossible to forget. Unlike the arrogant and domineering young masters of other families, Yu Chen had no airs of a noble scion. He was very approachable and easygoing. That was why Yang Ling dared to act playfully in front of him. Humph! Yu Chen shot a glare at Lu Gue, put down his chopsticks, and strode out without looking back. Inside the cabin, Lu Gue chuckled softly and began to clear the dishes. A whinny reached his ears, followed by the rapid beat of horse hooves. The autumn night was chilly. Riding his horse, Yu Chen faced the wind, its roar constant in his ears. His star-bright eyes glittered in the darkness. His long black hair streamed behind him, and his crimson robes clung to his frame, outlining the figure of a young, spirited and handsome man in the prime of his youth. Young master, what were you and Uncle Lu fighting over just now? Neither of you would give an inch. Yang Ling urged her horse forward to catch up with Yu Chen, blinking her large watery eyes, a hint of confusion on her youthful face. It was nothing. Uncle Lu and I were just fooling around. Yu Chen touched his nose, coughed lightly, and explained awkwardly. As he spoke, his eyes darted about, evasive. Young Master Xiaoling can cook too. How about I wash your clothes and cook for you from now on? Yang Ling flashed an innocent, guileless smile, her charming dimples captivating to the heart. Ah! Yu Chen's expression froze slightly, a dazed look flashing in his eyes before returning to normal. We should hurry up. We don't want to keep them waiting too long. As he spoke, Yu Chen cracked his whip and galloped off, disappearing into the dust. Young Master, wait for Xiaoling. Yang Ling called out, then spurred her horse in the direction Yu Chen had vanished. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, distant firelight appeared in the darkness ahead. Overjoyed, Yu Chen spurred his horse towards the light. Soon a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. The moment Yu Chen dismounted, he was surrounded by the throng. Cheers of welcome rang continuously in his ears. Not wanting to dampen the festive atmosphere, Yu Chen went along with the crowd. In moments he was swept along to a long table. The table was laden with chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits, vegetables, all sorts of snacks, cakes, and desserts. Gazing at the sumptuous feast on the table, Yu Chen's mouth began to water profusely. Just as he was about to dig, an old man Yang brought over a bowl of rice wine brewed by hand. Yu Chen initially tried to decline, but unable to resist the crowd's overwhelming enthusiasm, he finally took the bowl. Amidst the cheers and shouts, a bowl of wine stronger than baijiu slowly slid down his throat. Instantly a burning spiciness seared his throat, and a wave of heat churned in his stomach as if flames were kindling inside him. His vision blurred, and a flush of red crept onto his pale face. Under the flickering firelight, Yu Chen, clad in his crimson robes, swayed like a maple leaf in the autumn wind. Yu Chen was drunk after just one bowl of wine. Yu Chen finally understood why Lu Gue, knowing there was a party, had cooked dishes, but not let them eat their fill. Drinking on an empty stomach leads to easy intoxication, but the people here were too hospitable. They wouldn't give you time to line your stomach with food. Before you knew it, a bowl of wine was already down your throat. In his daze, those eyes, those clear ethereal eyes, those eyes filled with complex emotions, those eyes with the light of the moon in them, appeared vividly before him once more. Xiao Jiu? A voice soft as water, dreamlike and gentle, echoed again in Yu Chen's mind. It was laced with a regret so piercing it moved him to tears. Instinctively, Yu Chen clutched his chest. Who? A gentle breeze blew past, brushing against Yu Chen's neck. The early autumn night wind was slightly chilly, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A string of cold tears slid unexpectedly from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Jiu, Yu Chen murmured involuntarily, followed by a sharp pang of pain in his chest. Yu Chen shook his head, trying to clear the chaotic thoughts from his mind. His gaze drifted, scanning his surroundings. People were chatting animatedly, clinking glasses, drinking, and playing finger-guessing games, a scene of boisterous revelry. A melodious flute melody lingered in the air, continuous and soft. Lu Gue and Xiao Jian sat in an obscure shadowy corner, their slightly flushed faces beaming with joyful smiles, chatting about their own stories. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The moon had moved westward, and the delicacies on the long table were nearly gone. Watching the contented and happy people, a joyful smile spread across Yu Chen's face. Then he staggered onto the platform to the north. Yu Chen waved to the crowd below the platform and said, "Everyone, my brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, please quiet down for a moment. I have something I need to tell you all." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, looking up at Yu Chen on the platform. Lu Gue and Xiao Jian, tucked away in their corner, also stopped their conversation and looked at him with smiles. "Hello everyone, my brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. My name is Yu Chen. I am truly delighted to have received such a warm welcome from you all. Here there is no high or low, no master or servant, no young lords or ladies. All of us, whether young or old, whether a young lad like myself, a blossoming maiden, a highly respected elder, or a strong and capable uncle or aunt, are all members of Liaoshuan Manor. We are all masters of Liaoshuan Manor. Liaoshuan Manor is our common home, and we should all strive to make our home more prosperous and beautiful. I am deeply grateful to those who have dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to Liaoshuan Manor. They are the pride of Liaoshuan Manor, and deserve to be remembered forever. The Yu clan will not mistreat anyone who contributes to the manor. Your contributions to the Yu clan will be forever etched in our memory. Liaoshuan Manor is our home, and the crops within the manor are our shared wealth. We must guard our wealth well. We must not let it be stolen by outsiders. But there are some within the manor who enrich themselves at the expense of our common wealth, who abuse their positions for personal gain, or even worse, collude with outsiders. They stand by idly watching as our crops are carted away by strangers without lifting a finger. What the Yu clan needs are people of integrity, kindness, justice, and responsibility, not heartless, cowardly, and bullying tumors like you. Yu Chun swept his gaze across the crowd below the platform. Under his sharp knife-like stare, some instinctively lowered their heads. Chao Jian, sitting in the corner, gave a violent start. Yu Chun steadied his breathing, suppressing his surging emotions, and continued. Here I don't wish to embarrass anyone. Better to suffer the pain now than later. The Yu clan absolutely will not tolerate these harmful tumors. I don't know if similar situations exist in other enterprises, but here in Liaoshuan Manor, I will never allow such things to happen. Silence fell over the crowd below the platform. Under the influence of the alcohol, those unbearable memories surfaced vividly before people's eyes. Though they were things of the past, the pain they brought was still piercingly fresh. After such a long journey, even a cultivator would find it hard to endure. How could Yu Chun, whose cultivation had vanished, possibly withstand it? Yet Yu Chun insisted on inspecting the manor just to see its true face. Only by doing so, by catching them off guard, could real problems be solved. Why can't a family last forever? It is because there are too many tumors within the family threatening its health and eventually causing the entire system to collapse. A thousandly embankment can collapse due to an ant hole. If one doesn't address the most fundamental errors and nip them in the bud, these small mistakes will ultimately bring down the entire edifice. Old Lu Ai. Yu Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, making Chao Jian tremble. His mind, slightly dulled by the alcohol, sobered up a bit. Looking at the heavily intoxicated Lu Gui beside him, a complex look flashed across Chao Jian's dazed eyes. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. The sea of suffering has no bounds, but turning back is the shore. Lu Gui mumbled a few more words in his drunken sleep, then collapsed onto the ground unconscious. A gust of cool wind blew over, and Yu Chun felt a wave of dizziness. The alcohol rushed to his head, the world spun, and with a heavy thud he collapsed like a pile of mud. If you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Trying to save face, you only end up suffering. A sigh from Elder Ji echoed in his mind. If you can't hold your liquor, why drink? Suffering for pride sake, and in the end you still need this old man to step in. Old man Ji sat to the side, his withered finger pointing forward slightly. A wisp of milky white spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, slithered like a spirit snake into Yu Chen's body. Ugh. The spiritual energy entered his body, and Yu Chun felt a surge of heat spread from within, flowing through his veins to every part of him. When the energy met the alcohol, it was like ice touching a red-hot iron, instantly boiling over. A stream of white mist continuously seeped from Yu Chen's pores, enveloping him layer by layer, as if he were resting on clouds. The heat generated by the reaction between the alcohol and spiritual energy made his body burn, and his consciousness blurred further under this intense warmth. A faint sobbing melody drifted through the holy city. After an unknown amount of time, the white mist around Yu Chun gradually thinned until it vanished completely. Yu Chun now looked as if he had just been pulled from water. His crimson robes clung tightly to his body, sweat rolled down his forehead like a stream, his eyes were dazed, and his chest heaved violently. He seemed as weak as if he were dehydrated. Old man Ji, don't look at me like that. I'll get shy. In the holy city, Yu Chun stood there awkwardly, hands hanging unnaturally, head slightly bowed, a charming blush coloring his pale cheeks. Meeting old man Ji's sly gaze, Yu Chun wished he could crawl into a hole. Isn't it just evaporating alcohol? Was such a big reaction necessary? Old man Ji suppressed his rapid breathing and said with displeasure, "This Yu kid looks proper on the surface, but inside he's... Still, he does have a talent for that sort of thing. Though he's not much to look at. Those eyes, no man could resist that voice that melts bones, and those hazy looks. Instant destruction. With this kind of weapon, what couldn't he accomplish? Humph. No matter how old man Ji tried to hide it, he couldn't stop his mind from wandering. After all, having been lonely for 100,000 years, anyone else would have gone mad after just 10 years of solitude. It was truly a wonder old man Ji had endured. Ahem. Old man Ji coughed dryly, pulling his thoughts back from wherever they had drifted, and said seriously, "Every beginning is difficult, and cultivation is no exception. Since I have agreed to help you cultivate, I will not go back on my word. But my methods are not to be passed on lightly. So before we begin, you must first acknowledge me as your master. Only then can I impart my knowledge to you." Hearing the word cultivation, Yu Chen immediately perked up. He straightened his back, snapped his legs together, and stood as rigid as a spear, attentively observing old man Ji's every word and action. But at the mention of taking a master, Yu Chen's brow furrowed and displeasure flickered across his face. In his past life, the profession he hated most was that of a teacher. However, Yu Chen quickly brushed that displeasure aside. Even if he hated teachers, he had spent 20 years with one in his past life, only parting ways after earning his doctorate. In short, Yu Chen despised a teacher's endless nagging, but did not reject their vast knowledge. So when old man Ji proposed the apprenticeship, Yu Chen merely frowned without refusing. Yu Chen firmly believed that someone like old man Ji, who had escaped death, reopened the cycle of reincarnation, and survived as a soul after being blasted by others possessed unmatched experience. He only hoped Old Man Ji wasn't a chatterbox. Yu Chun stepped before Old Man Ji, respectfully kowtowed 3 times, straightened his chest, and called out reverently, "Master." Hearing the word, "Master," Old Man Ji froze. His expression seemed petrified, yet within his weary eyes surged a violent storm of emotion. 100,000 years. The last time I heard that title was 100,000 years ago. I never thought I'd hear that familiar voice again after all this time. 100,000 years. Old Man Ji cried out to the heavens, tears streaming down his aged face, as his body trembled uncontrollably. 100,000 years of silence, of bitterness and sorrow. Who could possibly understand? Even when he faced utter annihilation back then, Old Man Ji had never lost his composure like this. "Master, are you all right?" Yu Chun never imagined that a simple master could shake Old Man Ji so deeply. Nor could Yu Chun imagine that this man, once so vibrant and spirited, who had taught tens of thousands of students at the Lingwu Academy, would now be reduced to such a state. I'm fine. Don't worry." Old Man Ji waved his hand, wiping the tears from his eyes, and scoffed at himself. "Getting more sentimental the older I get." Yu Chun sat cross-legged not far from Old Man Ji, attentively listening to his teachings, as the old man began to speak. Cultivation is a path of no return. Every cultivator's journey is broadly similar, yet the specifics of how each walks it differ vastly. We can borrow from the successful experiences of others, but we cannot copy their methods outright. How many gifted cultivators have failed to achieve greatness simply because they lacked confidence and dared not forge their own path? So before you begin cultivating, you must firmly believe one thing: your own path is the one best suited for you. No matter how splendid another's road may seem, even if it is a grand highway, you cannot reach the other shore by walking it. This is the first point I emphasize on the path of cultivation. Walk your own road, and let others say what they will. There is no machine that runs forever, and likewise no one cultivates without rest. A machine that works continuously will break under the overload. Likewise, a cultivator who never stops will have their spirit collapse under immense pressure. Their body will lose its affinity for spiritual energy, and they will eventually stagnate. Listening to Old Man Ji ramble on aimlessly, Yu Chun felt weary and drowsy. What you learn from books is shallow. A true understanding comes from personal practice. Spouting grand principles ultimately amounts to empty words. Only through experience can one truly grow. Seeing the listless, drowsy Yu Chun, Old Man Ji shook his head and smiled helplessly. Times have changed. The old method of forced indoctrination no longer works. Chuckling to himself, he rose from the jade platform and snapped his fingers. Instantly the calm, undisturbed space began to writhe. The light dimmed, the jade platform vanished, and all that remained in the void was darkness. Save for Old Man Ji and Yu Chun. Yu Chun was jolted awake by the old man's actions. He glanced around the pitch-black space, and at Old Man Ji's expressionless face before him, scratched his head, and stared blankly, utterly at a loss. A single point of golden light flickered to life in the darkness. Like a tadpole, it swam lazily through the void, leaving a trail of gold in its wake. After the first light appeared, more golden lights emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. Each one like a firefly drifted through the dark space. A truly breathtaking sight. A wisp of golden light appeared without warning before Yu Chun. He blinked, then looked closer. He realized the golden lights emanated from scrolls, each one encased in a thin, transparent membrane. Before Yu Chun could examine it closely, the scroll transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into the distance. Following its trajectory, his gaze landed on countless golden specks floating densely across the space. Gazing upon the endless array of golden lights, Yu Chun stood frozen, struck, speechless. If each speck contained a scroll, then there were over 1,000 cultivation manuals here. Such a staggering collection of cultivation scrolls suddenly appearing before him. How could it not shock Yu Chun? Old Man Ji had lived for 100,000 years, and many of these scrolls dated back to that era. Long lost to the world. Even a single one of those ancient texts could drive the entire 9 heavens into a frenzy. If he could pick a technique from 100,000 years ago, wouldn't that be? Hee. Amidst his shock, Yu Chun stared at the scrolls within reach, his blood boiling with excitement. You kid, what you see before you are the cultivation techniques currently in my possession. What level of technique would you like to choose? Once Yu Chen's emotions had settled slightly, Old Man Ji pointed at the golden lights drifting through the space, and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Chun was taken aback once more. The techniques before him were merely what Old Man Ji had on hand, implying he had many more not carried with him. Moreover, Old Man Ji emphasized that these were only techniques. Only techniques. On the path of cultivation, a cultivator needs not only cultivation methods but also Dao arts. If the number of techniques alone was this staggering, then how many Dao arts were there? Yu Chun dared not imagine further. Looking at Old Man Ji, his eyes filled with nothing but reverence. What kind of existence had Old Man Ji been 100,000 years ago to amass such a collection? And given his status and standing, his collection was certainly no ordinary treasure. For a moment Yu Qian felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. He was on the verge of madness. He had only intended to risk his life to see his father off and had inadvertently awakened Old Man Ji. Nothing more. Yet he had received such a bountiful reward. Thinking it all over, Yu Qian felt as if everything before him was a dream, a fantasy. Hey, you kid, what are you spacing out for? Tell me honestly, what level of technique do you want? Old Man Ji's voice sounded again in Yu Chen's ears, though now tinged with a hint of impatience. A spirit-grade technique. Gazing at the vast array of cultivation methods, which surely included high-level ones, Yu Qian blurted out. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. In the 9 heavens, all pills, techniques, and artifacts were divided into 6 grades: mortal, mystic, spirit, heaven, emperor, and god. Each grade was further split into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Different grades of techniques came in different quantities and had different effects. The difference in spiritual energy mobilization between mortal, spirit, and god-grade techniques was like the difference between the water held in a brook, a river, and the ocean. The quantities varied by grade. Mortal and mystic techniques were relatively common, spirit and heaven-grade ones were rare to see even once in a century, while emperor and god-grade techniques belonged to the realm of legend. Had Yu Qian, by blurting out a request for a spirit-grade technique, one unseen in a century, been a little too greedy? Indeed, when Old Man Ji heard spirit-grade technique, his expression froze for a moment before twisting in shock. Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. A storm of fury descended upon him in an instant, leaving him stunned. A spirit-grade technique. A spirit-grade technique. Old Man Ji repeated the words Yu Qian had just spoken, trembling with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. His face grew darker and darker, and the fury blazing in his aged eyes surged like a raging inferno, threatening to burst forth. Do you think a spirit-grade technique is a head of cabbage? Don't insult cabbage by comparing it to a spirit-grade technique. Sometimes you can't even get cabbage when you want it. A spirit-grade technique is at best a white radish. No, at its strongest it's nothing more than wild grass even a horse wouldn't eat by the roadside. What is a spirit-grade technique anyway? Don't insult me by mentioning it. Staring at the furious, teeth-grinding Old Man Ji, Yu Qian had no idea how to respond. You kid, if you ever dare insult me with a spirit-grade technique again, I'll break your dog legs. Watching the utterly bewildered Yu Qian, Old Man Ji fumed, his brows shooting up as he stomped his feet repeatedly on the ground. You kid, listen carefully. These are my most treasured possessions. You won't find a spirit-grade technique here, nor even an ordinary heaven-grade one. Your ignorance is forgivable, but do not insult the reputation of the Lingwu Academy's head instructor by mentioning spirit-grade techniques. Old Man Ji's face darkened as he furiously defended his dignity. Beside him, Yu Qian felt a rush of blood surge to his head, his pale face filled with unparalleled shock. Every term that came out of Old Man Ji's mouth made his heart convulse. The term that Master Ji mentioned exists only in ancient texts. Suddenly a look of shock flashed across Yu Chen's eyes, and the bewildered expression on his pale face gradually froze. In those days, who dared to defy my will? Even the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 9 clans had to yield to me. Do you know how you died for disobeying my orders? This was the first sentence Master Ji had spoken to Yu Qian when they first met here. Even now Yu Qian could not forget the arrogance and dominance that radiated from Master Ji when he uttered those words, and that aura of, the world bows to me and I am its sovereign. According to ancient records, the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 9 clans were the pinnacle of existence that dominated the 9 heavens 100,000 years ago. Their influence permeated every corner of the 9 heavens, even reaching into daily life. Cultivators of the 9 heavens took pride in being able to join these prestigious factions. Yet Master Ji was someone to whom even the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 9 clans had to yield. 100,000 years ago, what kind of existence was he? And what could have caused these peak powers to vanish without a trace in such a short period of time? What exactly happened 100,000 years ago? When the first question surfaced in Yu Chen's mind, a cascade of doubts enveloped him like a thick fog, leaving him utterly perplexed. Alas, it's no wonder. The 9 heavens have not seen a god in 100,000 years. Perhaps they no longer believe in the existence of gods. For cultivators, the shattering of their beliefs is more cruel than a blow from reality. A wounded body can be mended with heavenly treasures, but if the belief in becoming a god is shattered, how can that be repaired? Master Ji, who had been seething with anger moments before, suddenly let out a sigh of lament. Master Ji sat casually on the jade platform, his eyes etched with the passage of time, holding a trace of desolation. He gazed at Yu Qian with a vacant stare, and on his face, weathered by countless years, flowed an indescribable weariness and helplessness. Boy, what is your purpose in cultivation? Do you believe that gods truly exist? Hearing Master Ji's words, Yu Chen was momentarily stunned, a flicker of reminiscence passing through his eyes, and his hanging hands instinctively clenched together. Every cultivator dreams of becoming a god, and I am no exception. But this goal is too ethereal. It's a goal that cultivators of the 9 heavens haven't achieved in 100,000 years. I can't guarantee that I can accomplish it. I am not a favored child of God nor a darling of destiny. I am just an ordinary cultivator. Every cultivator harbors a sliver of hope to become a god, fantasizing that they might ascend in a single step. The truth is, these hopes and fantasies not only fail to aid our growth, but they also hinder our path to godhood. The path to godhood is far more arduous than we imagine. Otherwise, with so many darlings of destiny and favored children of God in the 9 heavens, why has no one truly ascended to godhood? Becoming a god is the goal every cultivator pursues, but it must not become the driving force of one's cultivation. The path of cultivation is endless. If you use godhood as your motivation, then when you discover that gods truly do not exist in this world, your drive will vanish, leading to self-abandonment. But in this world where strength determines everything, giving up cultivation is giving up on yourself. Without power, you lose the right to speak with others, and you are forced to live under the whims of others, just like me now, just like Master Ji now. Everyone yearns to become a god, and I am no exception. But this goal is too vague and unrealistic. Becoming a god is my goal, but not my motivation. Even if this world has no gods, I will continuously improve my strength. In this world where fists speak loudest, only with supreme power can one protect those who protect you and those who need your protection. That is my true motivation for cultivation. Cultivation is not for slaughter but for protection. Yu Chen stood tall and proud, neither servile nor overbearing. His voice was gentle and moving, stirring tears. On his pale face was a look of longing, and from his bright star-like eyes shot a gaze of unwavering determination. Hearing this, Master Ji slowly lowered his head, his brows slightly furrowed, his aged eyes flickering with a dazed light. A contemplative expression surged across his time-worn face, and the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly as if muttering something. Every cultivator dreams of becoming a god, and I am no exception. But this goal is too ethereal, a goal unachieved for 100,000 years. I cannot guarantee my success. I am not a darling of destiny nor a favored child of God, but merely an ordinary cultivator. Even if this world has no gods, I will continue to enhance my strength. In this world where might makes right, only with supreme power can one protect those who protect you and those who need your protection. That is my motivation for cultivation. Cultivation is not for slaughter but for protection. Yu Chen's sincere words struck Master Ji like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, jolting him awake. Hearing this, Master Ji's hands trembled slightly, the dry corners of his mouth twitched, a hint of joy surfaced on his time-worn face, and tears glistened in his aged eyes. At this moment, Master Ji resembled a child who, after enduring a long dark night, had finally witnessed the light of dawn. You are not a favored child of God, not a darling of destiny, just an ordinary cultivator. Why do you place yourself at such a lowly position? Know that those prodigies with lesser talent and less diligence than you are arrogant, domineering, and haughty, acting as if they were the masters of the world. Cultivation is not for slaughter but for protection. What a practical thought! Using one's own strength to protect those who protect us and those who need our protection. In this world where gods have become a legend, this goal might be more practical than becoming a god. After a long while, Master Ji snapped back to reality. Looking at Yu Chen, whose eyes were firm and gaze intense, a joyful smile spread across his face, and his look towards Yu Chen became even more benevolent and gentle. In just a few days, boy, you have given me too many shocks. I will say no more. The cultivation techniques before you are my treasured collection. Choose one according to your intuition. Master Ji patted Yu Chen's shoulder, smiled, and then vanished from before his eyes. Boy, you, although these techniques are excellent, don't be greedy. Remember, the one that suits you best is the best. Yu Chen stared at the techniques floating before him like fireflies, his somewhat dazed eyes filled with unparalleled shock. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably, his lips parted slightly, and his pale face showed a hint of being at a loss. The techniques before him were at least of the spirit grade. Taking just one out would be enough to shake the 9 heavens. Yet facing techniques that would drive the entire 9 heavens wild, Yu Chen didn't know how to choose. Each scroll seemed so miraculous, but another might be even more surprising. This one is good, but would the next be more perfect? Sometimes what makes it hard for us isn't having too few choices, but too many, leaving us unable to decide. Choosing one, we always worry the others might be better. Just like Yu Chen at this moment. Scroll after scroll that would drive the 9 heavens crazy drifted past his eyes. He could even see the characters on them. Yet with such a reachable distance, he hesitated to grab one, worrying that he only had one chance and the next one might be better. One by one, the techniques that would drive the 9 heavens insane drifted past Yu Chen. His hanging hands trembled uncontrollably. He didn't know if he should choose, and he didn't know if the next one would be better. At this moment Yu Chen was on the verge of madness. Just as he was at a loss, those clear ethereal eyes filled with a multitude of complex emotions appeared before him again without warning. Those eyes silently gazed at Yu Chen, their look filled with a gloomy sorrow. That gaze caused Yu Chen's heart to clench violently. A wisp of gray slowly engulfed the luster of those eyes. No, don't. Watching those eyes gradually losing their light, Yu Chen felt a pain in his heart, as if it were being twisted by a knife. He instinctively reached forward, and a flash of golden light was instantly caught in his hand. A torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The 6 harmonies heaven-slaying art. A heaven-grade, top-tier cultivation technique. Cultivating this art draws spiritual energy into the body, strengthening the foundation, and cultivating both spirit and body. Upon reaching great accomplishment, one can slay gods and defy emperors, dominating the 6 harmonies. The massive influx of information surged into his brain, bringing waves of pain. In a daze, a wisp of purple flame suddenly shot out from the scroll, lunging at Yu Chen's hand. A searing pain came from his palm. Yu Chen, in agony, instinctively let go. The scroll turned into a beam of golden light and vanished with a whoosh. Damn it! Yu Chen looked at his hand burned by the purple flame, then at the direction where the golden light had disappeared. He stamped his foot in frustration and cursed inwardly. Subsequently, 3 more beams of golden light drifted past. Yu Chen's hand was soon marked with a sword wound, a frostbite, and a poison injury. Damn it! Is this ever going to end? Isn't this going too far? Staring at the tantalizing, peerless techniques he couldn't claim, and having been toyed with repeatedly, Yu Chen was getting furious. A hint of bloodthirsty madness slowly began to cloud his star-bright eyes. Blood-spirit eyes. At the same time, Master Ji, hidden in the void, felt his body tremble slightly. He stared intently at Yu Chen's blood-red eyes, a look of astonishment shooting from his aged gaze. How is that possible? I don't believe there isn't a single technique here suitable for me. His blood-red eyes locked onto the golden lights floating in the space, a stubborn expression appearing on his pale face. A moment later, a beam of golden light slowly drifted past Yu Chen. A surge of joy rose in his heart. He reached out with his bloodied, mangled hands and grabbed it without hesitation. Little one, Big Brother has been waiting for you. Stop wandering around all alone. Come into Big Brother's bowl. My blade hasn't tasted blood in a long time. It's parched with thirst. Hee hee. As Yu Chen's bloody hand reached for the golden light, an evil voice echoed through the space like a ghost. However, his hand stopped abruptly less than a foot away from the light. Yu Chen's mouth fell open as he drew a sharp, cold breath. All color drained from his pale face. His blood-red eyes contracted to pinpricks. A chill ran up his spine. Staring at the golden light before him, Yu Chen felt his skin crawl, and his legs tremble uncontrollably. Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down his face like a broken pearl necklace. Ha! A fearless newborn calf. Master Ji, watching from the void, glanced at the golden light in front of Yu Chen, a gloating smile spreading across his face as he teased. As Yu Chen reached out within his blood-red eyes, the golden light shed its golden hue, turning black and white. Coiled around the scroll was a black serpent as thick as an arm, covered in glossy black scales. What terrified Yu Chen wasn't the serpent's body, but the 9 black cobra heads growing from it. The 9 raised black cobra heads stared unblinkingly at the bloody, mangled hands, their crimson forked tongues flicking in and out. Their 2 pale, gleaming fangs were horrifying, and their cold serpentine eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Gulp! Staring at the 9-headed black-scaled cobra, Yu Chen swallowed, continuously mentally repeating to himself to calm down, calm down, calm down. Finally, under his anxious gaze, the golden light slowly drifted past him. Yu Chen let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just been through a near-death experience. This boy! Master Ji chuckled softly and concealed himself once again. Once bitten, twice shy. Having learned his lesson from those painful experiences, Yu Chen became more cautious. When the 4th beam of golden light drifted past him, he shot out his hand like lightning and seized it. Buzz! Buzz! A torrent of information flooded Yu Chen's mind. After a violent tremor, 4 gilded characters materialized in his mind. 9-5 Divine Art. The 9-5 Divine Art, a supreme-grade divine technique, is divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Emperor, and Divine. When fully mastered, one transforms into the supreme sovereign, able to tread the highest authority and command the 6 directions, shaking the 4 seas. Slaying the vermilion bird in the south, treading the black tortoise in the north, severing the azure dragon in the east, and capturing the white tiger in the west. As the rapidly flashing information surged through his mind, Yu Chen stood frozen like a wooden post. Anything connected to the divine, even the waste expelled from a god's body, would stir a bloody storm across the 9 heavens. Yet such a thing had never transpired. The 9 heavens had not seen a god in 100,000 years. The fantasies of cultivators regarding divinity had become ethereal and elusive, far less tangible than the worldly glories of wealth and rank. Thus, the cultivators of the 9 heavens no longer devoted themselves solely to the pursuit of the heavenly path. Instead, they integrated into the great noble clans, serving as their protectors, thereby enjoying a lifetime of prosperity and honor. It was precisely because of this that the 9 heavens had not birthed a true god in 100,000 years. With no true god arising, more and more cultivators saw the desire for godhood dwindle until they eventually descended into the mortal world. Thus the cycle continued. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. The divine had become nothing more than a legend of the 9 heavens. Now a 100% authentic supreme-grade divine technique rested in Yu Chen's hands. A technique for which cultivators of the 9 heavens would turn brothers into enemies, sever all familial bonds, and slaughter without mercy. How could Yu Chen not be driven to madness? After all, the scroll was touched by the divine. The storm over Bell Mountain stirs the pale earth. The 9 heavens' thunder refines the young man. Vicissitudes cannot alter the soaring ambition. A drunk, I embrace the world and reign as king. Just as Yu Chen was overwhelmed by the 9-5 divine art, a golden 7-character quatrain abruptly materialized around him. His gaze swept across the verse and his heart trembled slightly. He mused silently, what an audacious poem. As he marveled at the arrogance of the verse, the quatrain suddenly emitted a blinding golden radiance. Instinctively Yu Chen shielded his eyes with his arm, yet the intense light still seared his vision, leaving his sight flooded with a sea of gold. After a moment, the golden glare gradually receded. Yu Chen slowly lowered his arm, only to be stunned by the scene before him. He was no longer in the space where the techniques had danced through the air, but standing within a majestic and awe-inspiring grand hall. The hall faced south. It was high noon, and the brilliant sunlight streamed through the entrance, illuminating the interior in a dazzling, resplendent golden glow. The hall was immensely spacious. A crimson carpet stretched from deep within the hall all the way to the exterior. 18 towering gilded white marble pillars stood in perfect alignment on either side of the carpet, each entwined with ferocious clawing golden dragons, exuding an aura of dominance and might. Apart from Yu Chen, there was not a single soul within the hall. The silence was so profound that he could hear his own breathing. At the far north of the hall stood a raised throne platform. Upon it rested a dragon throne, where sat a man draped in a yellow robe. All under heaven is the king's land. All who dwell upon it are the king's subjects. Yu Chen, you have met your sovereign, and yet failed to perform the rights of ruler and subject. What is your crime? The man gazed down at Yu Chen from the throne platform, his dark eyes shooting a piercing glare as he let out a cold rebuke. Yu Chen looked up at the man on the dragon throne. He was handsome, suave, and extraordinarily elegant. His long jet-black hair cascaded smoothly down his back. A precious jade ornament adorned his smooth forehead. His sword-like brows were dark as ink, and his deep, unfathomable eyes held a serene calm, casting a haughty, all-disdaining gaze. His clean, fair face was etched with an icy coldness. His chin was sharp, and around his blood-red lips was utterly smooth, devoid of any stubble. Yu Chen, did you not hear my words? I commanded you to kneel. Just as Yu Chen marveled at how such an exquisite visage could exist in this world, a loud bang resounded as the yellow-robed man slammed his hand on the armrest and rose to his feet, bellowing at Yu Chen. Yu Chen kneels only to heaven, earth, his parents, his masters, and his benefactors. Who are you? What right do you have to demand my kneeling? Having been deeply influenced by the principles of Huaxia education, Yu Chen firmly believed that all people are born equal with no distinction of inferiority or superiority. Faced with a self-proclaimed king, who had appeared out of thin air, Yu Chen was no pushover to be molded at will. How dare you? I am the son of heaven, reigning over the mortal realm by divine mandate. Do you dare to defy the heavens and disregard the Son of Heaven? Do you not fear divine retribution? The yellow-robed man's eyes shot a blade-like glare. Standing upon the throne platform, his sword brows furrowed in fury as he glared at Yu Chen. An aura of imperial dominance, as if commanding the world, radiated from him, surging toward Yu Chen like a violent storm. Whose son of heaven are you? In my heart, if I regard you as sovereign, then I am your subject. If I do not, then I am not. As long as I exist in my world, I am the sovereign. No one can make me a subject, not even a god. When there is no sovereign in my heart, I am the god. Facing the cold-faced, yellow-robed man upon the throne, Yu Chen remained composed and unflustered. Arrogant. The yellow-robed man fixed his gaze upon Yu Chen below, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. A terrifying imperial aura like a ferocious flood of beasts surged toward Yu Chen, with piercing whistling sounds. Confronting the menacing imperial aura, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yu Chen's lips. He gently closed his eyes, opened his chest wide, and welcomed its arrival. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man's expression shifted drastically, a flicker of unease flashing through his deep eyes. A foreboding sensation coiled around his heart. With a sovereign in my heart, I am a subject. Without a sovereign, I am a god. A firm and confident voice reached the yellow-robed man's ears. No! Startled, the yellow-robed man's face twisted in alarm. He reached out as if to grasp something, but it was already too late. A sound like a bubble popping echoed through the space filled with swirling golden light. The golden light in Yu Chen's hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, then transformed into a beam of golden radiance that shot into his mind. At the same time, the golden lights dancing throughout the space came to a synchronized halt. The golden glow gradually dimmed and eventually vanished entirely. In Yu Chen's hand now lay a scroll inscribed with 6 gilded characters, 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Volume. Clutching the scroll, Yu Chen felt that something was missing. From his memory, the 9-5 Divine Art was supposed to consist of 3 volumes, Heaven, Emperor, and Divine. A thunderous boom exploded in his ears. Yu Chen's body stiffened. Staring at the 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Volume, a surge of inexplicable rage welled up from the depths of his heart. Little Yu, impressive composure. Back in the days of the Huaxia Academy, countless cultivators succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the divine might. I never imagined you could conquer it. Glancing at the scroll in Yu Chen's hand, Elder Ji's face broke into a joyful smile. He patted Yu Chen's shoulder and chuckled. What's there to be impressed about? Yu Chen shot Elder Ji a disdainful glare, thrusting the scroll before his eyes, and said with displeasure, Elder Ji, are you deliberately toying with me? Complete techniques are all marked with soul imprints. I barely managed to obtain one scroll, broke through the imperial aura within it, and it turns out to be just a fragment. How can one cultivate with a fragment? Isn't this just a deliberate trick? What's wrong with a fragment? To possess a treasure is to invite calamity. Little Yu, if you revealed this 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Volume to the world today, and you lived to see tomorrow's sun, then I'd call you my master. Hey little Yu, I kindly let you choose a technique. It's your own lack of strength that's the problem. How did it end up being my fault? How unjust is that? Elder Ji retorted with feigned indignation, then produced a scroll, the very one coiled with a 9-headed single-tailed black-scaled cobra. With a gentle squeeze of Elder Ji's palm, the 9-headed cobra dissolved into nothingness. A dark, ominous scroll radiating a sinister aura appeared in his hand. Little Yu, you see, failing to obtain a good scroll isn't anyone else's problem. It's your own lack of strength. Elder Ji put away the scroll, fixed his gaze on the fuming Yu Chen, and said smugly, if you were a god, would you need to borrow techniques from others? Just create your own. Yu Chen shot Elder Ji a fierce glare, suppressing his boiling temper, and gritted his teeth. Sophistry. He hastily tucked away his scroll, fearing Elder Ji might snatch it away. You think what you think is what you think it is. Elder Ji rolled his eyes at Yu Chen, uttering a remark that left him utterly bewildered. Seeing Yu Chen's blank expression, Elder Ji teased. When I was tricking people in the 9 heavens, your ancestors were still playing with mud, trying to outwit me. I'll make you cry in perfect rhythm. After the jesting, Elder Ji resumed the demeanor of a dignified master. Seated upon the jade platform, he said seriously, keep any questions in your mind for now. Ask after I finish speaking. During the last examination at the altar, the result showed that your constitution is the Great Cavern Heavenly Body. The Great Cavern Heavenly Body, as the name implies, means your body harbors a cavernous world within. Whether it is a blessed paradise or an endless abyss remains to be seen. In any case, what you need to know is that whether it's a blessed paradise or an endless abyss, the spiritual energy required is several times that of an ordinary person. In simple terms, under identical cultivation conditions, your progress will be 2/3 slower than others. But you must understand, there is no hopeless situation in this world, only people who despair over their situation. When God closes a door, he opens a window. The Great Cavern Heavenly Body requires several times the spiritual energy of a normal person, which also means that the bearer's internal reserves of spiritual energy are 3 times that of an ordinary person. Their combat endurance and explosive power are likewise 3 times greater. To be honest, little Yu, you are truly fortunate. The 9-5 Divine Art is the art of emperors and kings. The cultivator must possess a boundless, all-embracing heart. It cannot be cultivated by anyone less than royalty or nobility. And you, with your Great Cavern Heavenly Body, are a perfect match for it. Even though the latter is currently just a fragment, it's of no great consequence. The 9-5 Divine Art, combined with the Great Cavern Heavenly Body, is the golden partnership on the path of cultivation. You can cultivate at any time, and even from zero foundation you can break through to the Taoist realm within a year, with the thrill of a roller coaster ride. But you are Yu Chen, a child favored by the twin-colored divine thunder of the 9 heavens. As of now, your body is not suited for cultivation. Because every part of your body, even your soul, bears the footprints of the divine thunder. This is also why you suffered backlash after anchoring your soul star. The sole star in the night sky is fundamentally incompatible with the will of heaven. Like fire and water, life and death irreconcilable and sworn enemies. Therefore, to cultivate the 9-5 divine art, you must first erase the divine thunder imprints within your body and soul. Only then can you anchor your soul star and step onto the path of cultivation. The divine thunder is a derivative of heaven's will. Cannot be removed just because one wishes it so. The process is extremely complex and painful. You must prepare yourself mentally. Take some time to study the 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Volume Spirit Introduction chapter, prepare some herbs, and then begin cultivation. At Liao Xian Manor in the early morning hours, a magnificent waterfall cascaded from the cliff's summit, thundering down onto the blue stones below with a sound like rolling thunder. Misty vapors curled over the clear lake at the cliff's base, creating a dreamlike hazy scene. Dawn's first light began to break in the east. From a small cottage nestled in the woods southeast of the waterfall, where a single lamp flickered, came the gentle sound of water being stirred. A young girl clad in a pink floral dress with her hair braided in a simple style stood with her back to the candlelight. She wrung out a cloth in the basin, then approached the bed and leaned over to gently wipe the face of the young man lying there. The young man on the bed was Yu Chen, the one who had collapsed on the high platform at the banquet. The girl was Yang Ling, whom Yu Chen had saved from the blades of Yu Dao. A soft creak announced the door opening as a middle-aged man with a slightly stooped frame entered, bringing with him the cool night air. Without a word, he went to the table, poured himself a bowl of hot tea and drank it down in large gulps. Under the flickering candlelight, Lu Gui's dark, weathered face was etched with undisguised exhaustion. He sat on a chair by the table, rubbed his head, and asked, "Xiao Ling, has Yu Chen not woken up yet?" "Uncle Lu, it's been 3 days now, and young Master Yu Chen is still unconscious. There's no sign of him waking up," Yang Ling replied, continuing to wipe Yu Chen's face. "Others who drank more than him woke up long ago. Why is Yu Chen still like this?" Lu Gui scratched his head, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He stood up and said to Yang Ling, "I'm too tired, I'm gonna get some sleep. When Yu Chen wakes up, tell him that I finished checking the estate's account books, and asked him to review them for any mistakes." With that, and without waiting for Yang Ling's reply, Lu Gui turned and left the cottage. Watching his brisk departure, Yang Ling nodded and murmured an acknowledgement, though she wasn't sure if Lu Gui had heard her. She was about to wet the cloth again, when at that moment Yu Chen's pale, expressionless face suddenly began to contort like rippling waves. His long eyelashes trembled, and a soft, muffled groan escaped his lips. After a moment his face gradually relaxed, his breathing became even, and his trembling eyelids slowly fluttered open, glistening with a few crystalline tears. Instantly a pair of brilliant starbright eyes were revealed, veiled by a thin layer of mist that made them appear even clearer and more radiant. Within those eyes swirled a resplendent light, and a gentle tender gaze shot forth, causing Yang Ling, who had come to wash his face, to momentarily lose herself. "Ah, my head hurts. Where is this? How long was I out?" Yu Chen patted his aching head, glanced around the room, and his gaze met Yang Ling's, as she stood frozen by the bedside. "Hey Xiao Ling, what's wrong?" Yu Chen patted his cheeks, hoping to clear his head faster. "Ah!" Yang Ling snapped back to reality. Seeing Yu Chen sitting up in bed, a joyful smile bloomed on her face. "Young Master Yu Chen, you're awake." Yu Chen's face darkened. He had already asked Yang Ling 2 questions, and only now did she notice he was awake. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "Heavens, do I really have this little presence?" After his silent lament, he put on a smile and asked, "Xiao Ling, what's the date today? How long have I been asleep?" Yang Ling nodded, slightly biting her index finger in thought for a moment. Then a look of realization dawned on her face, and she smiled. "Today is the 23rd day of the 7th month, year 2016 of the Xian calendar. Young Master Yu Chen, you've slept for a full 3 days and 3 nights. As she spoke, Yang Ling lowered her head and mumbled softly, "Young Master Yu Chen's tolerance for alcohol is really quite low. Just 2 cups and he was out." As she said this, her fingers clasped behind her back twisted together unconsciously. "Ah!" Yu Chen was at a loss for words, a look of embarrassment flashing across his face. In his past life, he had endured countless drinking sessions, yet had never once been drunk. How dare anyone question his tolerance? However, in this world, in front of Lu Gui and the others, Yu Chen's drinking capacity was indeed unimpressive. A single cup had been enough to flush his face crimson and cloud his senses. But this wasn't a testament to his weak tolerance. It was simply that the liquor was incredibly potent. Pure alcohol. Downing a full glass of that would put anyone under the table unless they were a deity of drink. When Elder Ji had sobered him up, Yu Chen had already sensed the outside world. After obtaining the 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Scroll, he hadn't immediately left the Holy Spirit Hall. Instead, he had carefully studied the 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Scroll Spirit Attraction chapter. Though the Spirit Attraction chapter was a mere 300 characters, it took Yu Chen 2 days to decipher the cryptic text. The characters written 100,000 years ago were as difficult for a person from the Nine Heavens era to read as Oracle Bone script would be for a 21st century human. It was like having a peerless treasure right before your eyes, within reach yet impossible to grasp. But Yu Chen was after all Yu Chen. Drawing upon the knowledge of 2 lifetimes, he spent 2 days and 2 nights before finally piercing the clouds to see the moon, mastering the Spirit Attraction chapter. Just as he was chuckling foolishly at the text, a sudden agonizing pain shot through his overworked brain, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. When Yu Chen regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Yang Ling standing blankly before him. Damn it, if anyone ever makes me drink again, I'll turn my back on them for good. Recalling how he had nearly passed out after just 1 cup, Yu Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. But misfortunes never come alone. Just as Yu Chen was wallowing in awkwardness, an untimely rumble echoed from his stomach. A deep blush instantly flooded Yu Chen's face. He glanced at Yang Ling, who was trying to stifle a laugh behind her hand, and wished he could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. This was too humiliating. Seeing Yu Chen's red face, Yang Ling suppressed her smile and said, "Young Master Yu Chen, please wait a moment. Xiao Ling will go prepare a meal for you." But the adorable dimples that appeared on her cheeks, as she tried not to laugh, betrayed her amusement. With that, Yang Ling swung her braid and headed towards the kitchen. After a few steps, she paused as if remembering something and turned back to Yu Chen, saying, "Young Master Yu Chen, Uncle Lu came by earlier and asked me to tell you that he has finished reviewing the estate's account books and would like you to check them when you have time." "Understood," Yu Chen replied, casually, showing little interest. He had absolute trust in Lu Gue. Whether he checked the accounts or not a single item from the estate would be missing. Checking them would just be a waste of time. So Yang Ling's words went in one ear and out the other. Looking at the now empty room, Yu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He stood up on the bed and removed all his clothes, revealing a body covered in dense red spots. Looking at the red spots all over his body, Yu Chen pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. The Spirit Attraction chapter described a process of drawing spiritual energy into the body, circulating it through 9 cycles, then dispersing it into the skin. This would allow the divine thunder mark embedded in the skin to dissolve into the spiritual energy and be expelled from the body. In truth, Yu Chen didn't want to draw these red dots on his body, but with his current lack of cultivation, he couldn't see his own meridians through internal observation. He had to map the meridians on his skin to guide the spiritual energy. After undressing, Yu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Following the instructions in the Spirit Attraction chapter, he slowly began to form a strange hand seal. As the seal was completed, a low hum filled the room. A trickle of blood shot from Yu Chen's nose. He suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, a look of confusion on his pale face. His star-bright eyes flickered with disbelief. At the moment he completed the seal with his eyes closed, Yu Chen had witnessed a colossal wave of spiritual energy, forming a wall several meters high, crashing down upon him with world-destroying force. Why? How is this possible? This isn't what the Spirit Attraction chapter described. Yu Chen frowned, utterly perplexed. Because your body contains the divine thunder mark, which masks the great cavern heavenly body. The 9-5 divine art perceives you as a thunder-refined body. The cultivation seal you just formed is for the great cavern heavenly body. It would be a miracle if you could attract spiritual energy. Elder Ji pointed out Yu Chen's error with a smile. The Spirit Attraction chapter begins, to attract spirit, hold the sun and moon in your hands, tread the universe beneath your feet, draw the spirit of the 4 directions, and refine the body 9 times. Form the 9-5 divine seal, attract the essence of heaven and earth, transform the body 100 times, fix the soul to the spirit star, and build the divine path to the heavens. Boy, you haven't refined your body 9 times, and your meridians have been destroyed by the divine thunder, preventing spiritual energy from circulating. Yet you dared to form the 9-5 divine seal directly. It's a wonder you survived at all. Instead of complaining about not attracting spirit, you should be grateful. If you had succeeded, you'd be a pile of mush right now. Hearing this, Yu Chen scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. Elder Ji, then what should I do? Hold the sun and moon in your hands, tread the universe beneath your feet, draw the spirit of the 4 directions, and refine the body 9 times. Elder Ji recited, projecting a figure into Yu Chen's mind. Do exactly as he does. Yu Chen felt a slight dizziness and his vision blurred. When it cleared, he saw a white silhouette before him. The figure bowed to Yu Chen, then began to move. What he saw next was both shocking and terrifying. After watching the white figure's movements, Yu Chen's eyes twitched wildly. He stammered, Elder Ji Ken, I choose a different technique. This training is horrifying. This isn't cultivation, it's self-mutilation. Seeing the white figure contort its body into almost impossible shapes, Yu Chen felt a deep regret. A saying suddenly came to mind, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Boy, are you going to turn your back on this after getting what you wanted? since you've chosen it, get to work cultivating. Stop all this nonsense, Elder Ji said with an air of authority, as if forcing an innocent maiden into a life of shame. One must endure the bitterest hardships to rise above others. To be a master, one must first suffer as a servant. Yu Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the white figure before him. He clenched his fists, a resolute glint shining in his star-bright eyes. Amidst his own agonizing screams, and the cacophony of cracking bones, Yu Chen finally managed to contort his body into the same shape as the white figure. Waves of searing pain pulsed from every part of his body. Yu Chen gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching involuntarily, while scalding sweat poured down his flushed face like rain. The bedding beneath him was soaked through. He panted heavily, his breath like that of a laboring ox. Despite the excruciating pain, his star-bright eyes burned with an unwavering determination. Elder Ji. What's next? Yu Chen mustered all his strength to force out a few words. Leave the rest to me. Elder Ji's voice echoed through the silent room, tinged with a hint of gravity. The eastern sky was just beginning to show a pale fishbelly hue. The cascading waterfall thundered down with the roar of 10,000 galloping horses, while a wispy white mist shrouded the placid surface of the pool below, lending the scene a dreamlike, ethereal quality. Amidst this pale dawn light, a thin wisp of blue cooking smoke curled gently upward. Within the dimly lit cabin, where a candle flame flickered, a heavy, labored breathing could be heard. Then an urgent yet resolute voice broke the silence from inside. Master Ji. What should I do next? Silence. A deathly silence. It was so profound that one could clearly discern every breath, the heavy thump-thump of each heartbeat, and even the faint sound of sweat droplets falling to the floor. This stillness was unnerving, unsettling the soul. Close your eyes. Steady your breathing. Focus intently on the changes occurring within your body. After a long pause, Master Ji's somewhat heavy voice broke the quiet of the early morning. Yet it seemed less like a true break and more like a stick drawn through water. The surface rippled momentarily but quickly returned to its undisturbed, placid state. Yu Chen did not speak. He merely blinked his eyes to signal his understanding. The tearing pain that racked every part of his body had long since robbed him of the strength to utter a sound. Blinking once more, Yu Chen steadied his breathing. Then his long, slender eyelashes slowly closed together. His field of vision narrowed before his eyes until it was finally swallowed entirely by darkness. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. In Yu Chen's world there was nothing but darkness, and the steady rhythmic beating of his heart echoing in his ears. The prolonged agony had gradually dulled his senses, rendering him numb to the pain. After an unknown span of time, a tiny point of golden light, as small as a needle's tip, suddenly flickered into existence before Yu Chen's eyes. A faint trembling hum resonated within the darkness. Then a fiery red sun rose from the east, casting a soft golden radiance that bathed Yu Chen in its warm glow. Simultaneously, an ethereal crimson moon hung silently in the western sky. Its blood-red moonlight fell upon Yu Chen, casting him in a bleak, sorrowful beauty. The sun and moon shining together presented Yu Chen with two contrasting sensations. The sun was passionate like fire, inspiring fervor and vitality. The moon was gentle like water, evoking tenderness and enchantment. The sun was direct, its power impossible to resist. The moon was subtle, its allure lingering long after the gaze had turned away. Standing at the junction where the sun and moon's light met, Yu Chen experienced both feelings simultaneously. Yet a flicker of melancholy stirred within him. Wasn't this sensation somewhat illusory, hanging high in the sky, seemingly within reach yet eternally impossible to grasp? Another hum vibrated through the air. At Yu Chen's feet, a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram materialized. The trigrams flickered with alternating light and shadow, shifting in constant flux. The yin and yang fish encircled each other, rotating at a steady pace before ultimately transforming into the Chen and Kuan lines spanning from north to south. Hold the sun and moon in your hands, tread the Chen and Kuan under your feet, summon the spirits of the four directions, and temper the body through 9 refinements. This is the cultivation law described in the Spirit Attraction chapter. Master Ji's voice echoed once more in Yu Chen's ears. Hold the sun and moon in my hands. Tread the Chen and Kuan under my feet. Yu Chen glanced at the sun and moon in the sky, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. He looked at the clearly defined lines on his own palms, swallowing hard. Below him the Chen and Kuan lines spanning north and south shimmered with a bright, intense light. Nature had undergone countless selections before humanity finally took its place on this world stage. Yet the sun, moon, and the cosmic order of Chen and Kuan had remained unchanged since time immemorial. Towards such supernatural forces, both the ancients and people of the present day harbored a sense of awe, respect, and fear. Now the sun, moon, and the cosmic order were all manifested before Yu Chen. To hold the sun and moon, to tread upon the Chen and Kuan. This act of placing oneself above the very order of the cosmos was something Yu Chen dared not imagine. Humanity couldn't even conquer nature, let alone subjugate the sun, moon, and the cosmic order that transcended it. Lose your humanity and you lose much. Lose your reverence and you lose everything. Humanity had repeatedly attempted to conquer nature, but each attempt was met with nature's even more ruthless and merciless retaliation. I can't do it, Master Ji. I'm sorry, I truly can't do it. Facing the sun, moon, and the cosmic order before him, Yu Chen suddenly collapsed to his knees. He clutched his head in his arms, his fingers raking through his hair, leaving it in disarray. A stream of scalding tears traced down his cheeks and fell merging into the path of the Chen and Kuan. Master Ji, I'm sorry, I truly can't do it. Kneeling there, Yu Chen wept like a child, his sobs loud and unrestrained. A series of crisp, cracking sounds echoed through the space. A visible fissure appeared before Yu Chen, and then like a spider's web it rapidly spread outwards at an astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, the entire world shattered like a pane of glass, breaking into countless fragments. All that remained were the sun, moon, and the cosmic order of Chen and Kuan suspended in the four directions of the void. A phantom figure radiating a faint golden light floated above Yu Chen, gazing down at the prostrate form. A faint, gentle smile touched the apparition's lips. Lose your humanity and you lose much. Lose your reverence and you lose everything. A true God does not stand above all living beings. Instead, they dwell hidden amongst them. With greater power comes greater responsibility. A God exists to help living beings live better lives. Only with reverence in your heart can you become a God. Who's speaking? Yu Chen looked up, his gaze darting across the dark world, dotted with starlight, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Suddenly Yu Chen felt a surge of warmth flow through his body like a nimble serpent. Wherever it passed, the heat dissolved into countless tiny streams that burrowed into every part of his being. Before long, the stream of warmth had spread throughout his entire body, converging with the countless smaller tributaries to form a dense, intricate, and interconnected network. What is this? Just as Yu Chen was marveling at the changes occurring within his body, a sudden dizziness washed over him from his mind. The world spun around him and he abruptly lost consciousness. The fish-belly white in the eastern sky gradually brightened. Soon it was suffused with a ring of golden light. The halo continued to expand until it finally dyed the entire expanse of clouds of fiery red. A fiery red sun rose slowly from the east, casting forth 10,000 rays of light that illuminated the slumbering earth. A beam of golden sunlight streamed through the window, piercing into the small cabin and falling upon Yu Chen's pale face. In his sleep, Yu Chen's expression was calm and peaceful. His long, slender eyelashes glistened under the glow of the morning rays. Perhaps sensing the light, his eyelids fluttered. Finally, beneath the caress of the rising sun, they slowly opened. His bright star-like eyes moved, casting a gaze filled with profound relief. That feeling of pain so intense it numbed the senses. Yu Chen had no desire to experience it ever again. Yu Chen turned over and got out of bed, stretching his limbs. Exhaling the turbid air from his lungs, he immediately felt his body become lighter, as if he had been reborn, completely transformed. Yu Chen froze for a moment, looking down at his own body. The next instant, a look of ecstatic joy broke out on his pale face. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and his breathing became rapid. Within Yu Chen's body, beneath those dense red dots, faint traces of meridians like capillaries had emerged. These channels connected through the red dots formed a complex network hidden within him. Within these meridians, a wisp of energy, as thin as a strand of hair, flowed slowly. Yes! My meridians are restored. I can cultivate again. His consciousness attached itself to that wisp of energy, circulating rapidly through his body in a single loop. A clear structural map of his meridians appeared before his eyes, and Yu Chen danced with joy, his limbs flailing in delight. In his excitement, Yu Chen blurted out a phrase that even Master Ji had never heard before. Ha! Not bad, kid. You recovered quicker than I expected. I thought you'd be unconscious for at least 4 or 5 days. Looking at the lively Yu Chen, Master Ji wore a gratified smile. However, a hint of puzzlement flickered in his world-weary eyes. But lad, what was that gibberish you just said? I've never heard anything like it in all my years. Hearing Master Ji's question, Yu Chen recalled the time Master Ji had said, "You think what you think is what you think you think." A sly glint flashed in his eyes. "If you keep throwing those mind-bending phrases at me, I'll hit you with words, so confusing you'll never understand them, even if you rack your brain." Hee hee. Yet, recalling that utterly brutal cultivation method, Yu Chen still felt a lingering dread. Yu Chen walked over to the bed, picked up the clean white robe and slipped it on. Frowning, he asked, "Master Ji, couldn't we switch to a different cultivation technique? This heart-wrenching method is just too much for me to handle." Master Ji was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. "Oh lad, I forgot to tell you. That posture you were in earlier wasn't for cultivation. It was to amplify the pain. What? Master Ji, you tricked me again. His face darkened, brow furrowed in annoyance. In a fit of pique, he clenched his fist and started walking menacingly towards Master Ji. Easy there, lad, don't be hasty. Let me finish explaining. Master Ji held up a hand to stop him. Your meridians were disrupted by the divine lightning. They must be realigned before you can cultivate properly. You got your hands on the technique and immediately started cultivating without a second thought. If I hadn't intervened, you wouldn't be standing here shaking your fist at me. You'd probably be dead somewhere without a clue how it happened. But the process of straightening and reconnecting the meridians is 100 times more agonizing than the pain you just endured. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to withstand the torment of the meridian straightening, so I had to first numb you to pain. Only then could I safely guide the primal energy to reconnect your meridians. I never expected, lad, that you would repay my kindness with such ingratitude. As he spoke, Master Ji's tone suddenly shifted, and he began to wail with feigned tears and lamentations. I went through all that trouble, endured countless hardships to reconnect your meridians, so you could cultivate again, so you could have a second chance at life. And you ungrateful whelp, you wake up and immediately try to punch me, and then you spout some nonsensical bird language. Tell me how unjust is my fate. You scoundrel! Yu Chen stood to the side listening in growing alarm. His hands instinctively crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed warily on Master Ji. He thought to himself, am I really that bad? With that scruffy, beggarly look of yours, I wouldn't take you even if you paid me. Besides, my tastes are perfectly normal. So stop looking at me with those strange eyes. Keep staring and I'll gouge them out and use them as marbles. After Master Ji had complained for a while, a sly, mischievous glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He winked at Yu Chen and said in a mysterious tone, lad, that gibberish you said earlier. What did it mean? What language was that? Tell me and I'll give you another scroll. As he spoke, Master Ji waved the scroll in his hand, his smile growing even more brilliant. At this, Yu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurried over to Master Ji's side and leaned in close, whispering, English. Ha! Master Ji looked at Yu Chen, his brow furrowed in deeper confusion. What does that mean? But Yu Chen didn't care. He reached out, snatching for the scroll in Master Ji's hand. Just as Yu Chen was about to grab it, Master Ji twisted his wrist, and the scroll vanished. Yu Chen grasped at thin air. You want it? A glint of cunning flashed in Master Ji's eyes, and then his body disappeared, leaving only a single sentence echoing in Yu Chen's ears. In your dreams. You tricked me again. Staring at the now empty room, Yu Chen shook his fist in frustration, grinding his teeth in anger. With a soft creak, the slightly ajar door was pushed open without warning. A young girl walked in, dressed in a pink floral dress. It was Yang Ling. Young master, breakfast is ready. Yang Ling wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling as she began to speak. But before she could finish, she let out a startled gasp, turning around and covering her eyes with her hands. Young master, how could you be like this? As she spoke, a deep blush rapidly crept up Yang Ling's pretty face. Yu Chen was stunned for a moment, then let out an awkward cough. He picked up the white robe that had fallen off during his earlier tussle for the scroll. Just as he was about to put it on, he noticed the red spots covering his entire body. His gaze flickered towards Yang Ling, who was still turned away from him by the door. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Draping the white robe over his shoulder, he tiptoed up behind her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, I'm covered in the smell of alcohol, and it's really uncomfortable. How about we take a bath together? A deep crimson flush instantly spread from her cheeks all the way to the tips of her ears. As the sun rose in the east, illuminating the land, the crowing of roosters stirred people from their slumber. They prepared their meals, gathered their tools, and set out in groups to till the fields. By the small pool beneath the waterfall, the mist gradually dissipated, appearing even more ethereal under the sunlight. The forest southeast of the waterfall was slightly dim in the morning light. Occasionally a large bird would fly out from the trees. The early bird catches the worm. Perhaps they weren't just seeking to fill their stomachs, but also to enjoy the morning scenery. Nestled within the shadowy woods stood a few houses. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the soft rustling sound, and a faint intermittent splashing of water. The sun climbed higher, its gentle rays turning harsh and scorching. Inside a simple cottage in the woods, a figure was faintly visible, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Yu Chen lay naked, draped over the edge of a wooden tub, eyes lightly closed, brow relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. His soft hair was wrapped in a towel atop his head. Below, his smooth neck shimmered with a subtle sheen. Occasional droplets of water traced paths down his clean back. Steam rose from the hot water laden with flower petals, which submerged Yu Chen up to his waist. A fair, delicate hand tinged with pink glided slowly over his pristine back. The small room was filled with swirling mist and fog. A thin layer of water covered the floor, and a pair of pink embroidered slippers stepped lightly upon it, producing a faint pattering sound. Sunlight streamed into the room, refracting through the dense water vapor into a dazzling, colorful ribbon, fantastical and magnificent. Yang Ling stood beside the water barrel. Her pink floral dress was soaked through with moisture clinging tightly to her body. In the thick mist her alluring figure appeared and disappeared, stirring a dry, burning sensation in the throat. A blush crept onto her slightly youthful face like a ripe red apple, tempting one to take a bite. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly, her breathing quickening. Her dark eyes flashed with indignation as the hand rubbing the bath cloth over Yu Chen's back unconsciously increased its pressure. Lower, further down, yes, right there. Yu Chen lay against the tub's edge, eyes lightly closed, a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Yang Ling froze. The blush on her face deepened and her breath unconsciously quickened. She looked at the nonchalant Yu Chen, a flash of anger passing through her dark eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ling bit her lip softly, a hint of shyness in her expression. Her delicate hands slid down slowly. The further they went, the more pronounced the blush on her pretty face became. "Xiao Ling, how long have you been at the manor?" Yu Chen, still leaning on the tub, asked with half-closed eyes, seemingly casually. Hearing the question, Yang Ling paused, staring at Yu Chen's smooth back. A cautious glint passed through her dark eyes, and her hands unconsciously slowed their movements. Xiao Ling doesn't know. In her memories, she has always lived with Grandpa. As she spoke, Yang Ling lowered her head, a hint of heaviness in her voice. Has Xiao Ling never thought about seeing the outside world? Yu Chen asked again. A flicker of light suddenly sparked in Yang Ling's dark eyes before fading away. She pouted and said, I still have to take care of Grandpa. He said the outside world, though colorful, is too dangerous and people's hearts are hard to fathom. Xiao Ling is just a weak girl. How could she dare to have such hopes? Xiao Ling, no matter how dangerous the world is, true feelings still exist within it. The world is vast. You should go and see it. As he spoke, Yu Chen suddenly turned around to face Yang Ling. His eyes, bright like stars, looked at her persuasively. What you learn from books is shallow. A true understanding comes from personal experience. Yu Chen's abrupt turn startled Yang Ling. Looking into his bright, determined eyes, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. Yang Ling bit her lip, unsure how to respond. Just as she was hesitating, a sharp glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. He suddenly lifted his upper body and brought his face close to hers. Startled, Yang Ling let out a soft cry. Her small mouth opened slightly, and her dark eyes widened in panic and confusion. The alluring blush on her pretty face instantly spread. Don't! Yang Ling was like a startled fawn, her cherry lips breathing soft, fragrant air, her breath turning rapid. Yu Chen pressed close to Yang Ling's flushed face, gazing at her reddening earlobe. A look of delightful surprise shone in his bright eyes, like a child who had just received a coveted toy. Xiao Ling, your earrings are so beautiful. Could I take a closer look? Yu Chen asked with surprise, stroking the earring on Yang Ling's earlobe. Before she could answer, he deftly removed it. Holding it in his palm, he exclaimed in amazement, his star-bright eyes gleaming. Deftly, of course, deftly. In the Yu clan, Yu Chen had lost count of how many times he had secretly taken earrings from the sleeping attendants' earlobes or bracelets from their wrists. Having done it so often, he had gained the experience and become skilled at it. Remembering the wicked thoughts that had just crossed her mind, and seeing the delighted expression on Yu Chen's face, Yang Ling felt her cheeks burn. A sheepish glare shot from her dark eyes. She unconsciously clasped her hands behind her back, intertwining her fingers, and buried her blushing face in her chest. Yu Chen sat in the tub, intently examining the comma-shaped jade earring. Suddenly, an imperceptible wisp of energy began to slowly envelop the earring like a silk thread. Gazing at the jade earring, a serious look replaced the surprise in his eyes. Master Ji, did you find anything? A voice urgent with anxiety echoed within the Holy Spirit Temple. Had it not been for Master Ji's keen perception, Yu Chen would never have discovered the hidden secret within this ordinary-looking earring. Ordinary? Who told you this earring is ordinary? Master Ji seemed to hear Yu Chen's thoughts and snorted coldly before retorting. This earring is far from ordinary. It wasn't carved but formed from a piece of parent-child jadeite roughstone, compressed into a pair of earrings. This one is only the child earring. There should be a parent earring as well. Furthermore, there's a flowing cloud array set within this earring. However, the array doesn't seem to be offensive. It's likely a key. What it unlocks I cannot say. Listening to Master Ji's analysis, Yu Chen felt a pulse at his temples. Staring at the tiny earring in his palm, he found it incredible that such an unassuming object could hold such a secret within. Looking at the jade earring, Yu Chen's thoughts drifted to the ancient ring on his ring finger. Wasn't its construction remarkably similar? Don't compare that broken earring to the ancient ring. Can they even be mentioned in the same breath? Is there any comparison? No sooner had the thought crossed Yu Chen's mind than Master Ji's displeased retort sounded in his ear. Hearing this, Yu Chen touched his nose and gave an embarrassed chuckle, but his body began to fade, eventually disappearing entirely. Returning to his body, Yu Chen lavished more praise upon the jade earring, praising it until he himself felt it was insincere. Only then did he reluctantly place it back onto Yangling's earlobe. The faint wisp of energy slowly receded from the earring. The moment the jade earring was freed from the energy's constraint, it let out a tremor, and invisible ripples of energy spread outwards from the earring like ripples on a pond. Sensing the invisible disturbance, Yu Chen felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze went blank and his face was filled with a grave expression. Immediately a surge of immense energy burst forth from the ancient ring, sweeping towards the jade's emanations with overwhelming force. Surprisingly, the invisible wave from the jade earring passed through Master Ji's surging tide, without a moment's pause, dissipating into the air like smoke. Master Ji and Yu Chen stared blankly at the dissipating energy, utterly bewildered. "Young Master Yu Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yangling pushed aside her own wicked thoughts. Her large dark eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixed unblinkingly on Yu Chen. After a long moment she giggled. As she spoke, a playful smile appeared on her rosy face, revealing a pair of charming dimples. Startled back to reality by Yangling, Yu Chen looked at her innocent, lovely smile, and couldn't resist gently tapping her cute little nose. This caused Yangling to wrinkle her cute nose, pout her lips, and shoot him a series of displeased glances. Gurgle, gurgle, gur. An inopportune rumbling sound came from Yu Chen's stomach, making him lose face and feel extremely embarrassed. Yu Chen coughed dryly, glancing at Yangling with a pleading look in his bright eyes. "Xiaoling, I'm hungry. Could you get me a bowl of food? Let me have a taste of your cooking." Yu Chen's eyes curved into crescents as he spoke with a mischievous grin. While talking, he began to stand up from the wooden tub. "Ah, don't!" Yangling shrieked, then covered her eyes and turned around, stomping her feet in the water, splashing it about. "How can the young master act like this?" Yangling complained. "You've already touched me, what's there to be shy about?" With a whoosh, an alluring blush instantly spread across Yangling's face. Yu Chen chuckled, stepped out of the tub, wrapped a white towel around himself, walked over to Yangling, and gently pulled her hands away from her eyes, revealing an innocent, harmless smile. "A wolf in sheep's clothing." Yangling glared at Yu Chen and spat coldly. Then she fled in a panic under his amused gaze. "Little girl, you can run today, but you can't hide forever. When the time comes, where will you run then?" Watching Yangling's frantic retreat like a startled bird, Yu Chen stroked his chin, daydreaming in broad daylight. Within the tranquil chamber, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Upon a small square table sat several simple dishes: spicy chicken chunks, kung pao chicken, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of sour plum egg drop soup. The vibrant colors and enticing aroma made one's mouth water. Yu Chen picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks, and despite Yangling's obvious reluctance, gently pressed it to her lips. Watching Yangling pout as she chewed slowly, her face a mask of displeasure, her eyes shooting daggers at him, Yu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I'm not some kind of ferocious beast, why do you look at me like that?" Yu Chen said with a gentle smile, gazing at Yangling's slightly annoyed pretty face. "Young Master Yu Chen, I'm trying to lose weight. I can't eat so much high-energy food," Yangling said, with a roll of her eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. "You're nothing but skin and bones, not at all full or perky. What weight is there to lose?" Yu Chen wiped a smudge of oil from Yangling's lips, and without a second thought sucked it clean, his gaze lingering on her gently rising and falling chest. A sly, wicked smile crossed his pale face. "Pervert!" Seeing this, Yangling shot him another glare, turned her head away, and pouted in silence. He. Yu Chen scratched his head, letting out an awkward laugh. He then picked up his chopsticks and attacked the food on the table with the ferocity of a whirlwind, completely disregarding the manners expected of the eldest son of the Yu clan. After picking up the last piece of chicken and letting out a burp, Yu Chen noticed Yangling's unnatural expression. He grinned and asked, "Xiaoling, what's wrong?" "Young Master Yu Chen, you?" Looking at the messy plates and the empty soup pot on the table, Yangling's breath quickened with anger, her eyes flickering and her chest heaving slightly. "Gurgle, gurgle." Just as Yangling was at a loss for words, an untimely growl echoed from her stomach. Yangling's pretty face flushed crimson instantly. Her eyes darted around her cheeks, so red they seemed ready to drip blood, overwhelmed with shyness. She buried her head in her chest like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, with an expression that screamed, "I see nothing." "So Xiaoling is hungry too," Yu Chen observed. Seeing this, Yu Chen nodded with a serious expression. He looked at the piece of meat near his mouth, swallowed his saliva, and offered it to Yangling, saying apologetically, "Sorry Xiaoling, your cooking is just too delicious. I couldn't control myself and ate your share too." this is the last piece. You should eat it before it gets cold. Yang Ling kept her head buried in her chest and shook it saying, Xiao Ling is trying to lose weight. She can't eat too much or all her efforts will be in vain. You're at the age of development, your body needs plenty of nutrition. Why are you trying to lose weight now? Yu Chen said, resting his chin on his hand and looking at her with displeasure. Losing weight isn't just about starving yourself, and it might even bounce back making you fatter than before. It's not about dieting but eating sensibly. Even if you want to lose weight, you need to eat your fill first to have the energy to do so. No, Xiao Ling doesn't want to regain the weight. Hearing that her weight might bounce back, Yang Ling immediately lifted her head, shaking it frantically. Her blushing face was suddenly exposed to Yu Chen's view. Here it's the last piece, Yu Chen chuckled, bringing the piece of meat on his chopsticks to her lips. Yang Ling glanced at him, and under his harmless gaze, she gently opened her mouth, took the chopsticks between her lips, and began to suck slowly. With a creak, the slightly ajar door was pushed open, and a figure dressed in black stepped inside. Hearing the sound, Yang Ling hastily bit off the piece of meat, pulling away quickly. A strange glint passed through her eyes, and her pink tongue instinctively licked her lips, a blush spreading across her face. Uncle Lu, good morning. Yu Chen stood up from his stool, waved at the newcomer, and said with a smile, Hee hee. Young Master Yu, you're finally awake. Lu Gui scratched his head and said with a smile, Young Master Yu, I'm a straightforward man. I hope you won't take offense at what I'm about to say. Young Master Yu, if you can't hold your liquor, you should drink less. No one here will laugh at you. Yu Chen lowered his head, a faint smile on his face, his gaze fixed on his own shuffling feet. In his bright star-like eyes, a mix of amusement and shyness flickered. I understand, Uncle Lu. I'll be more careful in the future. Remembering his embarrassing state at the banquet the other night, Yu Chen felt a wave of heat rush to his cheeks. Uncle Lu, no work today. After a moment, Yu Chen composed himself and asked, Young Master Yu, I've checked the accounts for the Liaoshuan Manor. There are some deficits, but they've been covered. I'm just waiting for you to review them. Hearing this, Lu Gui straightened up, his expression turning serious. I don't need to look at them. With you handling things, Uncle Lu, I can rest easy. Yu Chen grinned, a look of unwavering trust shining in his bright eyes. With that, Yu Chen stretched his limbs. Looking through the window at the bright sunshine outside, he let out a deep breath, a joyful expression appearing on his face as he stepped out of the cottage. After a few steps, as if a thought struck him, Yu Chen turned and walked back into the room. He went to the desk, picked up a writing brush, and began to write rapidly. In a short while, a clean sheet of rice paper was densely covered with characters. Setting down the brush, Yu Chen picked up the paper, blew on it gently, and a pleased glint flashed through his bright eyes. Yu Chen took the paper and walked over to Lu Gui, handing it to him with a smile. Uncle Lu, could you help me find a few medicinal herbs? Lu Gui took the paper, glanced at the not yet dry black characters, and a slightly awkward smile appeared on his face. Lu Gui coughed dryly and said with a smile, Young Master, you please don't tease your Uncle Lu. You know I'm completely clueless about these things. Besides, we've just arrived at Liaoshuan Manor, and haven't even figured out its layout yet. You're giving me a hard task right off the bat. Aren't you just trying to make a fool of me? Sorry. Uncle Lu, I drank too much that day and my head still hurts. There are some things I can't remember clearly for now. Please don't mind it, Uncle Lu. Yu Chen let out a dry, awkward laugh, a hint of apology on his face, as he tried to smooth things over. Looking at the herbs listed on the paper, a flicker of anxiety and disappointment crossed Yu Chen's bright eyes. Here he was in the middle of a vast estate, yet at a loss for where to find these herbs. Young Master Yu Old Chow has worked at the manor for many years, and knows its layout like the back of his hand. You could go ask him. The old Chow Lu Gui referred to was Chow Jian. That's right. How could I forget about him? A glint of realization flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. He then slapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, Alcohol is the worst. I'll never touch a drop again. Uncle Lu, goodbye. I'm off. Yu Chen waved at Lu Gui, mounted a fine horse, and galloped away, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The red sun climbed higher, growing ever brighter. People gradually made their way to the fields, exchanging brief greetings before starting their respective tasks. A squad of 8, armed with various defensive weapons, regularly patrolled the area between the fields. Since the incident with Yu Dao Chao Jian had strengthened the manor's defenses. The previous day he had requested professional armed equipment from the Yu clan, and the request had been approved. A steady stream of weaponry was now being transported to Liaoshuan Manor by a convoy of war horses. In an ordinary-looking cottage within the Liaoshuan Manor, rows of bookshelves were filled with a dense collection of documents and books. Behind the bookshelves, 5 machines were lined up horizontally. 5 staff members sat before them, their eyes glued to the monitor's, fingers flying across the keyboards, producing a continuous clatter of keystrokes. Chao Jian stood before one of the bookshelves holding a large yellowed book, reading with intense focus. Hiss! A sharp, urgent neighing sound came from outside the cottage. Chao Jian glanced up casually, but then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately put down the book and strode quickly outside. Yu Xiu reined in his horse, breathing slightly heavily. He looked at this rather unremarkable building, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He found it hard to believe that this ordinary house was the core administrative hub of the Liaoshuan Manor. In the Chinese Empire, the most prominent area in any region isn't the central business district but the local government offices. This holds true even in the most remote and underdeveloped areas. Yo, young Master Yu, what wind blows you over here today? Chao Jian approached Yu Chen, led the horse to a shaded spot, and looked at Yu Chen's slightly flushed face with a smile. Uncle Chao, this small matter shouldn't have required troubling you, but I've just arrived here and don't know my way around. I have no idea where to find these herbs, so I've shamelessly come to seek your advice. Yu Chen touched his nose, let out a sheepish laugh, and handed Chao Jian a piece of rice paper. Chao Jian took it, glanced over it briefly, and was inwardly impressed by the bold, graceful, and free-flowing calligraphy on the paper. He then returned the paper to Yu Chen and pointed in a direction. Young Master Yu, these herbs are managed by Old Man Yang. You can ask him. However, the manor recently sent a shipment of mature and rarer herbs back to the Yu clan, so some of these might not be in stock. Yu Chen nodded, pressed his palms together, and bowed to Chao Jian. Sawadika. Goodbye, Uncle Chao. With that, he leapt onto his horse and galloped away, leaving Chao Jian staring after him in bewilderment. Young Yu, what kind of bird language was that? It didn't sound like any English I've ever heard. Old Man Ji's puzzled voice echoed in Yu Chen's ear once more. The Buddha says it is not to be spoken. Yu Chen let out a sly chuckle, then spurred his horse and galloped off into the distance. In a vast medicinal herb field in the northwest corner of the manor, most of the mature herbs had already been harvested. As far as the eye could see, there was only dark brown soil with just one small patch still bearing plants. At the edge of the field, a young maiden in a tight purple outfit, her hair tied in 2 braids, sat on a smooth piece of bluestone. She rested her cheek on her right hand, a look of disappointment and boredom on her pretty face. Her dark eyes stared off into the distance with a dazed gaze. Occasionally she would lick her lips with her tempting pink tongue and let out a silly grin. In the herb field, an old man with white hair wiped the sweat from his brow, straightened his hunched back, and glanced at the maiden on the bluestone. A strange smile appeared on his wrinkled yet kindly face. He quietly walked up behind her, leaned down close to her ear, which was adorned with a jade earring, his cloudy eyes filled with delight. Xiao Ling, what are you thinking about? Hearing his voice, Yang Ling snapped back to reality. She turned her head with a start, a look of panic on her face. Seeing Old Man Yang's playful childlike grin, she patted her rapidly heaving chest and let out a sigh of relief. She shot him a glare and said with feigned annoyance, Grandpa, you scared me to death. Old Man Yang burst into laughter. He stroked Yang Ling's braid, sat down on the bluestone, took a puff from his pipe, and chuckled. Xiao Ling has grown up and found a young man she likes. A grown girl can't stay with her grandpa forever. Tell me, let me see which lucky young man has the fortune to marry my beautiful Xiao Ling. Grandpa, you're talking nonsense again. Upon hearing his words, a blush spread across Yang Ling's face. She instinctively lowered her head, hiding her small hands behind her back, her index fingers tightly interlocked. Hee Xiao Ling, you might fool others, but you can't fool your grandpa. Old Man Yang tapped the ash out of his pipe, then reached out and gently grasped the small hand Yang Ling had hidden behind her back. He chuckled. Xiao Ling, maybe you don't even realize it yourself, but whenever you tell a lie, you unconsciously put your hands behind your back and hook your index fingers together. See for yourself if you don't believe me. No, I don't. Yang Ling pouted, stammering a reply. Her face flushed even deeper, so red it seemed ready to drip blood now that her grandpa had seen through her. Silly girl, is there something you can't tell your grandpa? Old Man Yang pulled her into his arms, speaking with affection. Yang Ling buried her face in his chest, remaining silent. In the morning light, the old man and his granddaughter sat huddled together in quiet companionship. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. A horse's neigh and the sound of hurried hoofbeats shattered the stillness. Yang Ling lifted her head from her grandfather's arms and looked towards the approaching rider, a glint of light flashing through her dazed eyes. Leaving Chao Jian behind, Yu Chen urged his horse northwestward. As he watched the harvested medicinal fields flash past, his expression grew increasingly grim. He took a deep breath, his hand clenching the rice paper as a foreboding sense of dread began to spread and take root in his heart. Suddenly a glimmer of joy appeared on that gloomy face, and a sharp light flashed through his bright eyes. The corners of Yu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. At the edge of the monotonous dark brown earth, there was one field where some medicinal herbs still grew. Seeing the herbs swaying in the wind, Yu Chen's heart leapt with joy. He nudged the horse's flanks with his heels. The steed, feeling the sting, let out a neigh and galloped swiftly towards that medicinal field. Whoa! Arriving before the field, Yu Chen reined in his horse and dismounted in one swift motion. Holding the rice paper in one hand, he quickly walked towards Old Man Yang and the others. "Grandpa Yang, we meet again. Have you been feeling better lately?" Yu Chen approached Old Man Yang slightly out of breath, greeting him with a smile. "Thanks to your concern, young master Yu Chen, this old body of mine is still sturdy. I can live another 40 years. Seeing Yu Chen so approachable, Old Man Yang was overjoyed. As he spoke, he flexed to show off his strong physique, but in a careless moment he twisted his back. Meanwhile, Yang Ling handed Yu Chen a flask of clear water, saying, "You've been riding all the way. Have some water to quench your thirst." Yu Chen took the flask, accidentally brushing against Yang Ling's small hand. At the moment of contact she recoiled, as if shocked by electricity, lowering her head slightly with a dazed look in her eyes. A deep blush instantly spread across her pretty face, and the hand he had touched seemed to have nowhere to rest. "Ouch, my old back. It's killing me." Old Man Yang sat on a green stone, one hand on his waist. Watching Yang Ling, who was fidgeting like a startled fawn, a glint flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Ling, come rub my back quickly, it's killing me." Yang Ling glanced at Yu Chen, burying her head even lower. She walked behind Old Man Yang, placed her small hands on his waist, and began rubbing absent-mindedly. "Ouch, Xiao Ling, be gentle. Are you trying to kill this old man with that much force?" Old Man Yang sat on the stone, groaning incessantly. "Grandpa, aren't you supposed to be as sturdy as a rock?" Yang Ling pouted, saying discontentedly, "Suffer for the sake of vanity." Seeing Yang Ling's reaction, Old Man Yang's smile grew even wider. He stretched his waist, stood up briskly, and under Yang Ling's astonished gaze revealed a triumphant grin. "What brings young master Yu Chen here today?" Old Man Yang approached Yu Chen, a kind smile on his face. He glanced at Yang Ling, whose face was still flushed, and said slyly, "You wouldn't be here to see Xiao Ling, would you?" Yu Chen rubbed his nose, handing the paper covered with medicinal herb names to Old Man Yang. "I need some herbs, but I didn't know where to find them. So I asked Uncle Chow and he suggested I come to you." Pausing, Yu Chen noticed Old Man Yang's slightly disappointed expression and added, "And of course to see Xiao Ling as well." Hearing this, Old Man Yang beamed with joy. He glanced at the contents of the paper and frowned slightly. "Young Master Yu Chen, as you can see, the herbs have all been harvested and sent back to the Yu clan. Only a few that Xiao Ling and I kept for ourselves remain. Some of them are quite precious and might not be available." With that, Old Man Yang headed into the field to gather the herbs. Seeing this, Yang Ling moved to follow but was stopped by the old man. "Gathering herbs is a skilled task. What would a little girl like you know? Stay put." "Humph." Yang Ling clenched her fists in frustration, stomping her feet on the ground. "What do you mean, a little girl?" Yu Chen took a sip of water, walked over to Yang Ling, and offered her the flask with a smile. "Xiao Ling, have a drink too." Yang Ling was hesitant at first, but she couldn't resist Yu Chen's flawless smile, and his gleaming white teeth shining in the sunlight. Finally, she took the flask and took a small sip. Seeing this, Yu Chen's face instantly lit up with joy. "Aren't you supposed to be helping Uncle Lu organize the documents? What are you doing here getting some sun?" Yang Ling held the flask with both hands, her delicate tongue moistening her lips. Her dark eyes flickered, but she still dared not meet his gaze. "Well, organizing the documents. Uncle Lu can handle that all by himself. I was just dead weight there." Yu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, a smile blooming on his face as he swayed slightly. "Well, I came here for 2 reasons. First, to find some herbs, and second, to look for my maidservant who ran off without telling her master." As he spoke, a brilliant light shone from Yu Chen's bright eyes, as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. "Who's your maidservant?" Hearing this, Yang Ling said defiantly, but under Yu Chen's fierce glare she quickly surrendered. "I didn't run away secretly. I wanted to tell you, but by the time I finished washing the dishes you had already disappeared. So I..." "Oh." Yu Chen frowned, letting out a cold snort of feigned anger, and took a step forward. His pale face was now close to Yang Ling's blushing cheek. "No, Xiao Ling was wrong. Xiao Ling shouldn't have run off without telling you. Xiao Ling knows she was wrong and hopes you will forgive her." At the sound of his cold snort, her delicate body, wrapped in a purple tight-fitting suit, trembled violently. She instinctively took a step back, hastily changing her words. She buried her head even lower, her shy face turning even redder. "Since you know you're wrong, what punishment do you think you deserve?" A mischievous smile hung on Yu Chen's face, joy flickering in his star-bright eyes. He moved even closer to Yang Ling, so close he could clearly see the reddened cells on her face, and her eyelashes trembling slightly. "Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling is willing to accept whatever punishment you deem fit." Yang Ling buried her head in her chest like an ostrich, looking utterly submissive. "You said that. I didn't force you." Yu Chen chuckled, blowing a gentle breath of warm air onto her delicate earlobe, and laughed. "Hum." Hearing this, Yang Ling was stunned, and a wave of indignation surged in her chest. Woo, you villain, you're so bad. Every word I said was under your coercion, and now you say it was my choice. You villain, you've cornered me, leaving me no choice, and yet you say you didn't force me. Woo, if you did force me, what was I supposed to say? Grandpa, come quickly, your granddaughter is about to be devoured by this villain. Despite her anger, Yongling didn't dare lift her head. At this moment, Yongling's face was so red it seemed ready to bleed. Her dark eyes were dazed and unfocused. Her small mouth was slightly open, her breath soft and fragrant. Her chest rose and fell gently. Helpless Yongling could only close her eyes and nod frantically in agreement. See if you can run away now. Watching Yongling, who was acting like an ostrich, Yu Chun was overjoyed. Yu Chun leaned close to Yongling's ear, drawing out a long nasal sound, and then fell silent for a long time. Yongling kept her head lowered, a mist of tears welling up in her dark eyes. Yu Chen's long nasal sound made her heart feel as if a cat was scratching at it restlessly. Filled with curiosity. Finally the long nasal sound disappeared and Yongling's heart gave a nervous lurch. Thump, thump, thump. Yongling was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. Starting today. Finally a voice full of smug satisfaction sounded in Yongling's ear. From today on you will wash my clothes, cook my meals, draw my baths, and heh. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Yongling's ears. She jerked her head up and looked at that sunny, harmless, smiling face. Her gaze was dazed, her face flushed crimson like a perfectly ripe red apple. Yongling opened her mouth slightly but couldn't find the words to refute. In front of this wolf in sheep's clothing, this big demon king, who devours people without spitting out their bones, every excuse she could think of felt utterly feeble and pale. From today on you will wash my clothes, cook my meals, draw my baths, and hey. Yu Chen's laughter echoed around Yongling's ears like demonic music lingering for a long time. Yongling hadn't expected that she had dodged Yu Dao's open spear, thrust only to be struck by Yu Chen's hidden arrow. Truly open attacks are easy to avoid, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Could it be that she was really going to be by Yu Chen? Thinking of this, the blush on Yongling's face deepened. Shaoling starting tonight, don't forget. Watching Yongling's crimson face, Yu Chen stroked his chin, let out a hee-hee laugh, and revealed a row of white teeth. Hearing this, Yongling's face was full of shame. She glared at Yu Chen, wrinkled her cute little nose, and turned her back to him. Seeing this, Yu Chen rubbed his nose, chuckled, and a joyful glint flashed through his bright eyes. As she turned, she saw Old Man Yang walking towards them carrying a tray. The tray held some medicinal herbs which were covered in mud, clearly just dug up from the ground. However, Old Man Yang's expression was not very pleasant. Grandpa Yang, how did it go? How many did you find? Yu Chen walked up quickly with a smile and asked. Hearing this, Old Man Yang raised the tray in his hand, gave an awkward smile and said, I found some herbs, but it's not complete. We're missing a poison demon vine, a sky heartgrass, and 2 wuxia orchids. Upon hearing this, a look of pleasant surprise spread across Yu Chen's pale face. Yu Chen excitedly looked through the herbs on the tray, saying enthusiastically, Thank you so much, Grandpa Yang. This is more than enough. This is plenty. Hearing this, Old Man Yang chuckled, waved his hand, and took a puff from his tobacco pipe. He grinned, showing his teeth, and said, This old bone of mine doesn't have much time left. Instead of worrying about me, you should be thinking more about Shaoling. Yu Chen rubbed his nose, neither confirming nor denying. Packing away the herbs, Old Man Yang had gathered. Yu Chen waved goodbye to him, mounted his horse, and galloped off into the distance, disappearing in a cloud of dust. Yu Chen galloped towards his cabin. As he passed by the waterfall, the horse's front legs suddenly gave way as if stepping on cotton, and it collapsed to the ground. Caught off guard, Yu Chen was thrown violently from the saddle. Ouch, my rear! Yu Chen landed hard on the ground, his face instantly turning purple-red. Yu Chen bit his lip and took a sharp, cold breath. Amidst a series of pained grimaces and anguished howls, his hands slowly moved towards his backside. It was a long while before Yu Chen slowly got to his feet. Rubbing his sore backside, he let out another round of miserable wails. The heart-wrenching pain, like a withered chrysanthemum, and a ground full of wounds, was an agony he would never forget. Rubbing his rear, Yu Chen walked over to the horse, ready to unleash his fury upon the beast. But he saw it foaming at the mouth and its body twitching uncontrollably. Yu Chen suddenly realized that he had been so focused on finding herbs since morning that he had forgotten to water his horse. A wave of guilt washed over him. He then led the horse to the edge of the pool. Seeing the water, the horse neighed, stretched its neck down, and drank deeply. Yu Chen stroked the horse's mane, watching it drink. He pressed his head against the horse's body and said affectionately, I'm sorry. Today was my negligence. I promise you this is the first time and the last time. Yu Chen always keeps his word. Can you trust me just this once? Neigh, neigh. Suddenly the horse raised its front hoof and neighed loudly at the sky, its spirit high and mighty. Compared to its dejected state just moments ago, it was a world of difference. What a magical pool! Yu Chen remarked in surprise. It's not the pool that's magical, but the treasure within it. Ji Lao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. What miraculous water! Under the sunlight, Yu Chen watched the horse, which had been listless and weary moments ago, now prancing about in excitement. He marveled inwardly at the wonder of the water. It's not the water that's miraculous, but the heavenly treasure dissolved within it. The ever-silent Elder Ji suddenly spoke up. By the placid rippleless pond the air began to undulate without warning, and a spectral figure slowly materialized from the writhing air. It was Elder Ji. Although his figure was ethereal, he appeared far more substantial than he had a few days prior. The aura emanating from him was noticeably more powerful than before. Elder Ji stood before the pond silent, his weathered eyes calmly fixed upon the water. He extended his right hand, curling his fingers into a claw, and gave a gentle grasp. A sphere of water, the size of a basketball, detached itself from the pond and hovered above Elder Ji's hand. With a slight tremor of his fingers, the water sphere suddenly began to boil violently. The water sphere evaporated rapidly, and clearly visible wisps of white vapor rose from it. The basketball-sized water sphere shrank at a visible speed, eventually condensing into a single drop of milky white liquid, hovering serenely above Elder Ji's palm. Yu Chen watched with slight astonishment. He strode forward quickly, and before he even reached Elder Ji, a wave of coolness washed over him. He suddenly realized his mind felt clearer and sharper than ever before. Elder Ji, what kind of heavenly treasure is this? It's so miraculous. Yu Chen said, arriving beside Elder Ji, his eyes glued to the drop of milky liquid in the elder's hand, his excitement palpable. The Yu clan is truly blessed. Elder Ji glanced at the milky liquid in his palm, then looked towards the sprawling Liao Xian manor that stretched beyond the horizon, and said, "This is spirit clock milk essence. It has the properties of refreshing the mind, calming the heart, and repairing damaged tissues. Perhaps this is also why Liao Xian Manor was able to become the pillar industry of the Yu clan." Elder Ji looked at the water intake pipe extending into the pond and said, "The spirit clock milk essence dissolves in water. Although its concentration and potency are reduced, it is still the finest nourishment for these herbs. No wonder the quality of the herbs in the manor surpasses that of similar ones elsewhere. So that's the reason." Elder Ji's gaze slowly traveled up from the water pipe along the waterfall, finally settling at a point about 7/10 of the way up. A hint of a smile appeared in his ancient weathered eyes. "Let's go. We've rested for a couple of days, it's time to cultivate." Elder Ji turned his wrist and the drop of milky liquid vanished. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked straight towards the woods. Hearing Elder Ji's words, a delighted smile spread across Yu Chen's face. Leading the still excited horse, he quickly caught up with the elder. Entering the woods, the air immediately turned cool. Yu Chen stabled the horse, washed his hands and face, then hurried into the small hut. He closed the door, pulled over a stool, and sat cross-legged before Elder Ji. Throughout this process, an excited expression shone on his pale face. Elder Ji sat upright, gazing at Yu Chen, with a calm, scholarly demeanor that inspired reverence. One might have thought he was not Elder Ji, but a man of immense learning and wisdom. A paragon of knowledge, a master of letters. With a faint smile, Elder Ji spoke gently. The 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Scroll Spirit Attraction Chapter is the very foundation of the 9-5 Divine Art, comparable to a mortal tier low-grade technique. However, being a part of the 9-5 Divine Art, if you thoroughly master the Spirit Attraction Chapter, to the point of absolute proficiency, its practical utility far surpasses that of similar mortal tier techniques. I've told you before that the 9-5 Divine Art and the Great Cave Heavenly Body are the golden duo on the path of cultivation. Normally you could directly start cultivating the Spirit Attraction Chapter, but your body is currently saturated with residual heavenly Tao consciousness. This consciousness clashes with the 9-5 Divine Art, which means your cultivation journey will take twice as long as other cultivators. Simply put, the cultivation method described in the Spirit Attraction Chapter consists of 10 steps: tempering the skin, tempering the bones, tempering the blood, tempering the organs, tempering the heart, tempering the spirit, tempering the soul, tempering the ethereal soul, tempering the divine sense, and spirit communion. The first 9 steps are as the opening of the Spirit Attraction Chapter states. Hold the sun and moon in hand, tread the universe underfoot, attract the spirits of the 4 directions, and temper the body and soul 9 times. The final step, Spirit Communion, involves forming the 9-5 Divine Seal, cycling the body and soul 100 times, anchoring the soul star, and building the divine path to the heavens. As he spoke, Elder Ji let out a wry chuckle, and cast a peculiar glance at Yu Chen, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes trembling slightly. "But you boy, I really don't know how to describe you. If I call you a cripple for cultivation, you went and anchored your soul star with 0 cultivation base. An unprecedented feat in the 9 heavens. If I call you a genius, none of the geniuses in the 9 heavens have ever been as destitute as you, always having clothes and food handed to them. But they lack your approachability and lack of heirs. Seeing Yu Chen's expression shift, Elder Ji chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. After the jest, Elder Ji continued, so-called, holding the sun and moon in hand, treading the universe underfoot, attracting the spirits of the 4 directions, and tempering the body and soul 9 times. In simple terms, it means using the spiritual energy emanating from the universe sun and moon to temper the body and soul, expelling impurities from both, and letting the spiritual energy of the sun, moon, and the 4 directions sculpt the body and refine the soul. Tempering the skin is to saturate the skin with the spiritual energy of the sun, moon, and the 4 directions, dissolving internal impurities into the spiritual energy, expelling them from the body and simultaneously fusing the pure spiritual energy into the skin to strengthen it. That is tempering the skin. Tempering the skin, tempering the bones, tempering the blood. Up to tempering the divine sense. These 9 steps are the same process, using the spiritual energy of the 4 directions to replace the impurities within, filling the body with spiritual energy, and finally achieving the 100-fold cycling to attain spirit communion. That's all I have to say. To truly comprehend the great Tao, one cannot rely on forced indoctrination from others, but on one's own understanding. Every cultivator's path is different and their understanding of the Tao differs. What suits others may not suit you. Perhaps what I'm saying now is hard for you to grasp, because this is my understanding of the Tao, not yours. So don't deliberately try to understand my Tao. Treat it as a reference. You must seek your own path of cultivation and comprehend your own journey. I understand. After a moment of silence, Yu Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing Elder Ji had finished speaking. Yu Chen shook his throbbing head and responded dazedly. He stood up, found a mat, and laid it on the floor. Then he brought over the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began sketching something on the mat. Watching Yu Chen's actions, Elder Ji's brow furrowed slightly, his ancient eyes filled with suspicion. After finishing the final stroke, Yu Chen let out a relieved sigh. He neatly placed the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk, then walked over to the mat. Looking at the characters on it, a smile appeared in his bright eyes. This is... Elder Ji looked at the characters on the mat, his suspicion deepening. On the mat was a circle surrounded by 8 large characters written clockwise from the top: Chen Sun, Kanzhen Kuan Zhan Li Dui. These 8 characters corresponded precisely to the 8 directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. This diagram was the very image that had appeared in Yu Chen's mind when he had fainted from pain, while Elder Ji was repairing his meridians. At this moment, Yu Chen sat facing south with his back to the north. His left foot rested on the character Chen, his right foot on Kuan. He extended both arms upwards, raised high above his shoulders, as if holding something aloft. Glancing at the bright sunlight outside the window, Yu Chen calmed his mind and closed his eyes. Buzz! Buzz! The moment Yu Chen closed his eyes, a powerful spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted within the small hut. The 8 vigorous calligraphy characters on the mat began to flicker, glowing and dimming alternately. The still silent air was abruptly churned into a tempest. This? What is this? Elder Ji's heart surged as he witnessed the transformation unfolding before him. Suddenly a sharp glint flashed through his aged eyes. Elder Ji stared intently at the 8 flickering characters beneath Yu Chen's feet, and exclaimed in astonishment, "The 8 Wastelands Spirit Gathering Array." Looking at Yu Chen standing on the mat, an expression of utter disbelief spread across his time-worn face. Elder Ji stared hard at Yu Chen and murmured, "Holding the sun and moon, treading the universe, gathering the spirits of the 8 wastelands, standing firm between heaven and earth. How is this possible? This array formation was lost long ago. How could this boy know it? Unless... Suddenly a look of sheer horror flashed in Elder Ji's eyes. Even he found the thought that had just sprung into his mind utterly baffling. He then dismissed the idea as preposterous. That was a legend said to determine the very survival of the 9 heavens. How could it possibly be discovered by a cultivator at the very bottom of the 9 heavens? However, Elder Ji subconsciously overlooked one crucial point. The legendary figure said to decide the fate of the 9 heavens came from the lowest plane of existence. Yu Chen paid no heed to Elder Ji's thoughts. He was solely focused on his cultivation, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Yu Chen waited in the boundless darkness for a long time. Finally, a ray of light appeared above him. It was a golden sun, but its radiance was not blinding. Instead, it exuded a tranquil peace, like soft cotton. Shortly after the golden sun appeared, a bewitching crimson moon also materialized above Yu Chen's head. The crimson moon emitted a seductive, enchanting light, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Following the red moon, an 8 wastelands spirit gathering array appeared. Though it was the most basic form, Yu Chen could still sense the refreshing and invigorating spiritual energy permeating the array. Yu Chen had witnessed this scene not long ago, but his state of mind was different this time. The first time he had felt a mix of conquest and fear. This time he was in harmony with them. Standing within the 8 wasteland spirit gathering array, treading the universe underfoot, and holding the sun and moon in hand, facing south with his back to the north, a harmless, innocent smile appeared on his pale face. He slowly closed his eyes, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips as he murmured softly, his words inaudible. Suddenly the sun and moon above Yu Chen's head burst forth with dazzling brilliance. 2 beams of light shot straight towards Yu Chen, hovering above his palms before transforming into 2 exquisite, delicate birds. The beam from the sun transformed into a golden 3-legged bird about the size of a sparrow with piercing, radiant golden eyes. The 3-legged golden bird spread its wings and circled above Yu Chen's palm. Streams of pure ultimate yang spiritual energy flowed continuously into Yu Chen's body through the palm of his left hand. The beam from the crimson moon transformed into a blood phoenix, its blood-red eyes gleaming with an icy cold stare. The blood phoenix let out a long cry, and a surge of pure ultimate, spiritual energy rushed into Yu Chen's body through the palm of his right hand. Simultaneously, the flickering 8 wastelands spirit gathering array suddenly surged forth with 2 streams of spiritual energy. One black, one white, entering Yu Chen's body through the Yongquan acupoints on the soles of his feet. Instantly 4 types of spiritual energy, different, or even entirely opposite in nature, surged into Yu Chen's body simultaneously. They flowed through his limbs and bones, converging in his lower abdomen. Sizzle! A violent boiling sound emanated from Yu Chen's lower abdomen, and a thick viscous mist arose, tightly enveloping him. Astonishingly, this white mist was actually a thin spiritual energy fused from the 4 different natures. The mist clung to Yu Chen's skin and continuously seeped into it. Boom! A faint clap of thunder echoed from within Yu Chen's body. As Yu Chen entered his cultivation state, a visible ripple spread out from Elder Ji's body, covering every corner of the small hut. The next moment, the noisy sounds from outside the hut vanished completely. Elder Ji let out a wry smile, then formed hand seals with both hands and entered his own cultivation state. Within the Liao Xian estate, under the blazing sun, people worked diligently, sweat pouring down their faces. In a small room southeast of the cascading waterfall, a pale-faced youth stood with feet planted on the ground, hands raised towards the sky, eyes shut, his expression solemn and serious. Upon closer inspection, a thin film of spiritual energy undulated over his wheat-colored skin, and faint, deep rumbling sounds occasionally emanated from within his body. On the bed beside the youth sat a translucent figure. The apparition sat upright, eyes slightly closed, expression grave, hands forming a strange seal. A 3-foot-long white fire dragon coiled and circled ceaselessly around the ethereal form. Inside the small room, Yu Chen focused intently on his cultivation in silence. Apart from the occasional crackling burst from the fire dragon, and the muffled thunder rolling from Yu Chen's body, the room was steeped in absolute stillness. A faint, almost imperceptible membrane shimmered over the room's doors and windows, completely sealing off the chaotic sounds from outside. The sun climbed higher, and by noon, the workers stopped their labor and gradually departed from the estate. Soon the once bustling estate fell empty, with only the cicadas chirping tirelessly in the afternoon heat. Outside the membrane-covered room, a purple figure suddenly appeared. A young girl clad in a tight purple outfit with her hair tied in a figure-8 braid, carried an antique 3-tiered lunchbox made of Nanmu wood. She swayed gently as she walked towards the small room. The girl's forehead was beaded with sweat, glistening under the harsh sunlight. She dabbed the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, panting softly. Upon reaching the door, she set down the lunchbox, pouted, and complained. "You big villain, you only know how to bully Xiao Ling." As she spoke, Yang Ling raised her jade-like hand to knock. But the moment it reached mid-air, it froze. Ripples of emotion stirred within her dark, limpid eyes. Xiao Ling shouldn't disturb the young master's cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling lowered her hand, a trace of disappointment flickering across her pretty face. She cast one lingering gaze towards the room before turning away reluctantly. The moment Yang Ling left, Elder Ji, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes. He exhaled a turbid breath and watched her departing figure, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He rose, walked to the door, and without a word picked up the lunchbox and carried it back inside. Though his stomach wasn't growling, the tantalizing aroma wafting from it pulled at his senses like the delicate hands of a goddess. Elder Ji swallowed hard, glanced at Yu Chen, who was still deep in cultivation, and then promptly opened the lunchbox. Gurgle! The instant the lid was lifted, an intoxicating fragrance burst forth, so heavenly it made Elder Ji's mouth water instantly. He rubbed his hands together, his aged, weary eyes suddenly sparkling with delighted surprise. Elder Ji began setting out the dishes one by one, fluffy, tender poached eggs, glistening, vibrant, sweet and sour fish, golden, crispy, pan-fried dumplings. Dish after dish, each a feast for the senses, emerged from the lunchbox, enough to make anyone's salivary glands work overtime. Elder Ji was ecstatic at the table, But just then a violent muffled rumble erupted from Yu Chen, who had been completely still. Elder Ji paused, glanced at Yu Chen, then hurried his movements, muttering under his breath. The brat's cultivation is almost over. I need to be quick. If he sees these delicacies, heaven knows what he might do. Just as Elder Ji sped up, the membrane covering Yu Chen's skin suddenly surged violently. A series of deep muffled detonations rumbled from within him. Then a wisp of purple indigo gas seeped out from his pores. It rose like a thin wisp of smoke, and when it touched a roof beam, a loud bang echoed through the room, leaving a scorched mark on the wood. Following the first wisp, more streams of purple indigo gas emerged one after another. At the same time, Yu Chen abruptly sat cross-legged and rapidly formed a hand seal. As the seal was formed, the spiritual energy membrane on his skin suddenly expanded, becoming thinner and denser. The wisps of purple indigo gas were caught by the membrane and swiftly dissolved into it. After about a quarter of an hour, no more purple indigo gas seeped from Yu Chen's skin. The spiritual energy membrane had now turned completely purple indigo. Yu Chen changed his hand seal, bringing his palms together. With a soft shout, the purple indigo membrane slowly receded from his body, like an ebbing tide converging towards his hands until it completely enveloped his palms. Having done this, Yu Chen's hands suddenly pressed together without warning and began rubbing rapidly. Instantly, a brilliant purple and indigo radiance bloomed from his palms, and a continuous series of deep muffled thunderclaps resonated throughout the small room. What is that brat you doing? Elder Ji watched Yu Chen in astonishment, all the while not forgetting to stuff his face. His two hands, stained purple indigo, rubbed together faster and faster. The light between them grew increasingly dazzling, and a series of sharp, crackling reports echoed one after another within the room. Unconsciously, Yu Chen's forehead became covered in a fine sheen of sweat. With a loud bang, a thin tongue of purple indigo flame shot out from his hands. Yu Chen let out a cold shout and snatched at it, grabbing the flame. A fierce determination flickered in his starlight-bright eyes. Condense! With a soft shout, his purple indigo palms slammed together. A series of crackling explosions erupted from within his clasped hands. They trembled violently, as if something was struggling to break free. But Yu Chen held his hands locked tight. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, rolled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his pale face a mask of unyielding persistence and resilience. After a final burst of harsh crackling, his tightly clasped hands gradually grew still, with only an occasional faint sound emanating from within. Yet Yu Chen kept his hands firmly locked, not showing a single sign of slackening. When all sound from within his hands finally ceased, Yu Chen swallowed hard. He slowly unclasped his hands, revealing a pearl-sized bead resting in his palm. Heh! Seeing the bead, Yu Chen let out a soft sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, and a relieved smile spread across his pale face. Joy danced in his bright, starry eyes. Oh! Elder Ji came over to Yu Chen, picking up the bead with his withered fingers. He examined it from every angle, front and back, left and right, letting out occasional sounds of amazed admiration. Even in his surprise, Elder Ji didn't forget to pop another bite of food into his mouth. The bead in Elder Ji's hand was composed of 4 colors: gold, red, black, and white. Interspersed within these 4 colors on the bead's surface were 2 faint streaks of purple indigo. Held close to the ear, faint subtle rumbling sounds could be heard from within the bead. TSK, TSK, TSK. The thing cultivators fear most is the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Even its remnants are something no one dares to touch lightly. Yet you boy dare to imprison the dual-color divine thunder. Truly a fearless newborn calf. Ignorance is bliss. Elder Ji swallowed his food and said in astonishment, You dare to imprison even the divine thunder. Is there anything you're actually afraid of? As he spoke, Elder Ji glanced towards the mat, only to find Yu Chen was no longer there. At that moment, a hurried voice came from the dining table. There is no absolute strength in this world, only relative strength. Take cultivators for example. Even if you're just a 3-stage initiate, you are still powerful in front of an ordinary person. But if you encounter a 2-stage Taoist, you'd be at their mercy. Go higher and you might be the ruler of this world, the strongest in the 9 heavens, with all bowing before you. How majestic! But don't forget, the universe is vast beyond measure. Even if you are the supreme being of the 9 heavens, from a cosmic perspective, in front of those universe-level powerhouses, you are less than an ant. So in this world, there are no true masters. Those so-called masters only act arrogantly before those weaker than themselves. In front of those stronger, they must be humble and submissive, tails tucked between their legs. Elder Ji, you've weathered many storms. Surely you've experienced all this. What is called awe? It is respect and fear. Lose respect and you lose much. Lose fear and you lose everything. Everyone has something they hold in awe. But being in awe of it doesn't mean being afraid to move forward. If we are paralyzed by what we revere, we will never surpass it. I admit the dual-color divine thunder is immensely powerful and no one dares to touch it lightly, but compared to the 4 spirits of the universe it's utterly insignificant. If the 9 heavens divine thunder encounters the 4 spirits, it's just its bad luck. In truth, survival in the 9 heavens relies not only on strength but also on wisdom. If you only have brute force in this world that devours people without a trace, you won't even know how you died. In the 9 heavens, besides personal power, there is another kind of force influence. Anyone can wield this force. As long as you can use it well, you will survive. In the 9 heavens, a world where even life and death are hard to grasp, whether it's an angel or a demon, a tender infant or a stumbling old man, a heavenly fairy or a divine boy, if they stand in the way of my progress, there is only one thing to do: eliminate them. Yu Xiu sat at the dining table devouring his food as he spoke to Elder Ji. His voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Gulp. After hearing Yu Chen's words, Elder Ji felt a cold shiver run down his back, a sensation he had never experienced in his long life. Looking at Yu Chen wolfing down his food, Elder Ji felt as if he were seeing a demon. One with a harmless smile on its face, yet licking fresh blood from a blade. Elder Ji, that's not fair of you. Xiao Ling brought food and you didn't even let me know. Aren't you cultivators who seek godhood supposed to be devoid of desires? How come you still have an appetite? Yu Chen picked up a perfectly fried dumpling, crispy on the outside and tender inside, and stuffed it into his already full mouth without a second thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, I forgot. Elder Ji is a late bloomer. Elder Ji trembled with rage, stowed away the bead with a wave of his hand, and in a flash appeared at the dining table. He reached out with grasping claws towards the feast, his hands speed so fast it was dizzying to behold. Hey! Hey! Yu Chen was stunned by Elder Ji's speed. By the time he reacted, Elder Ji had already swept through most of the dishes like a whirlwind. Yu Chen hastily reached out. Elder Ji, even if you're a late bloomer, you still have to follow the monastic rules, right? You can't break your vows. Wine and meat pass through my bowels, but Buddha remains in my heart. Elder Ji retorted, continuing to eat with gusto. The corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably at the sight. Burp! A loud belch echoed from the small hut. Yu Chen glanced at Old Man Ji, who was lounging casually in a bamboo chair, rubbing his belly with a look of utter satisfaction. Instinctively, Yu Chen raised a hand to cover his nose, a slight frown creasing his brow. Old Ji, you've eaten and drunk your fill. Now clean up this mess of yours and get up to cultivate. After a long pause, Yu Chen gently nudged the drowsy Old Man Ji and spoke softly. Old Man Ji pushed Yu Chen's hand away, sat up straight in the chair, and looked at Yu Chen with a mischievous grin. You! What are you up to? Seeing the strange smile on Old Man Ji's face, Yu Chen felt his skin crawl. He instinctively took a step back, crossed his arms over his chest, swallowed hard, and stared at Old Man Ji with his bright star-like eyes full of caution. Boy, you, do you want to become an alchemist and command the world's attention? Old Man Ji leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Yu Chen. A sly glint flickered in his weary, time-worn eyes, and a mysterious smile spread across his face, etched by the passage of years. He looked like a cunning old fox trying to lure an innocent youth astray. An alchemist? Hearing the words, alchemist, Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat. His breath quickened, a flash of excitement colored his pale face, and a look of intense reverence gleamed in his bright star-like eyes. In the vast Yu Xiu continent, there were countless professions, but 2 were held in the highest esteem: artifact refiners and alchemists. Artifact refiners, as the name suggests, were cultivators who forged weapons. In the old days, artifact refiners could create weapons with spirit known as spirit artifacts. These artifacts moved with the wielders while responding to their every thought. Although many artifact refiners still existed in the Yu Xiu continent, they were no longer held in high regard. The weapons they forged lacked a certain essence, spirituality. A weapon devoid of spirit was merely a tool for killing. As weapons lost their spirit, the status of artifact refiners gradually declined. In stark contrast to the waning fortune of artifact refiners, the standing of alchemists was on the rise. The Yu Xiu continent was vast and boundless, teeming with countless rare and precious herbs unknown to most. Many of these treasures couldn't be used directly by cultivators. They had to be transformed into pills by alchemists who understood their properties, allowing cultivators to absorb and utilize their power. However, becoming a qualified alchemist was an extremely demanding endeavor. One needed not only a profound understanding of pharmacology but also immense control and perception. These 3 requirements had to be met without the slightest deficiency, otherwise one could hardly be considered a true alchemist. Due to these stringent conditions, alchemists had nearly vanished from the Yu Xiu continent. The few alchemists Yu Chen knew of were all of high status, adorned with various titles, looking down their noses at the world. The rarer something was, the more the world coveted it. Yu Chen sized up Old Man Ji, a flicker of doubt in his bright star-like eyes. He clicked his tongue in disbelief, clearly not trusting the old man's words. With a soft, puff, a wisp of white flame sprang to life on Old Man Ji's fingertip. Like a candle, the flame grew and spread, engulfing his entire arm in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the room began to rise, and before long beads of sweat formed on Yu Chen's forehead. "Now do you believe I'm an alchemist?" Old Man Ji extinguished the flame, a smug grin spreading across his face. He sat proudly in the bamboo chair looking at the dumbfounded Yu Chen. A triumphant smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Want to become an alchemist? Want to be the center of attention? Want other cultivators to treat you with the utmost respect? Yes, 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 yes." Staring at Old Man Ji, Yu Chen's pale face lit up with surprise and reverence, his eyes filled with longing. He nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. To control flames to such a degree, and the fact that Old Man Ji was currently a soul body, Yu Chen couldn't fathom how powerful a soul needed to be to exist independently of a physical form. And what kind of control was required to wield fire so effortlessly? If Old Man Ji wasn't an alchemist, Yu Chen wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. "If you want to become an alchemist, you must do as I say." Old Man Ji chuckled, wearing the smug expression of a landlord who had just collected his rents. Suddenly Old Man Ji's expression changed and he barked sternly, "Boy, where are your manners? What are you standing there gawking for? Get this mess cleaned up right now. Do I have to remind you of such a trivial matter?" Hearing this, Yu Chen froze his mouth, slightly agape, wearing an expression that screamed, "Did I hear that right?" Catching the cunning look in Old Man Ji's eyes, Yu Chen deflated like a defeated rooster. He lowered his head and began to clear the remnants of the meal from the table. After cleaning up quickly, Yu Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, his face beaming with joy and excitement, eagerly listening to Old Man Ji's teachings. Old Man Ji cleared his throat and said, "To become a qualified alchemist, you must possess 3 essential qualities: a thorough knowledge of pharmacology, precise control, and keen perception. When refining pills, any minor mistake can lead to failure, and in worse cases even prove fatal. Don't be fooled by the glamorous facade of alchemists. Before achieving that status, one must endure immense pressure and loneliness. Some alchemists may dedicate their entire lives to the craft, and still remain unknown to the world. I'm not saying this to discourage you or make you back down. I just want you to understand that if you wish to become a true, accomplished alchemist, you must endure the darkness that others cannot bear. Only by enduring the bitterest hardships can one rise above the rest. An alchemist could make a fallen family famous overnight. Old Man Ji had been an alchemist 100,000 years ago, and his mastery over alchemy must have reached even greater heights by now. Having such a powerful alchemist meant the revival of the Yu clan was within reach, Yu Chen thought to himself. Reviving the Yu clan was his father's lifelong dream. As his son, how could he let that dream fade away? Yu Chen hesitated for a moment, then a resolute gleam shone in his bright star-like eyes. "Old Ji, no matter how difficult it gets, I will persevere." Yu Chen raised his head, looking at Old Man Ji, a look of firm determination on his pale face. "Since you've chosen to persist, don't give up halfway." Looking at Yu Chen, a sharp glint flashed in Old Man Ji's eyes. "If you quit midway, I'll sever our master-disciple relationship immediately. I can't afford that shame." "Old Ji." Yu Chen's gaze sharpened, a frown creasing his forehead. He started to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji composed himself and continued, "There are 2 methods of refining pills: fire refining and cold refining. Fire refining, as the name implies, involves using flames to calcine herbs, extracting their essence, and condensing it into a pill. The flame used can be either self-generated or natural fire. Self-generated fire is produced by alchemists with fire-attributed spiritual energy, converting their own energy into the flame needed for refining. Natural fire refers to flames from the natural world, which could be ghost fire, beast fire, or celestial earthly fire. The temperature of self-generated fire is generally lower than that of natural fire, unless the alchemist's Tao soul is of a fire attribute. Natural fire refines pills faster, but it's harder to control. Losing control can easily lead to disaster. Therefore, most alchemists use self-generated fire, though some do use natural fire. That covers fire refining. Now let me explain cold refining. Cold refining is the process of refining pills without using any flame. Alchemists whose spiritual energy isn't fire-attributed can refine pills through cold refining. Cold refining doesn't require flames, so immense control isn't necessary. Instead, it demands a perception far superior to that of fire-refining alchemists. As a cold refining alchemist, before extracting the essence of herbs, you must clearly visualize their structure in your mind, and extract the essence along their natural channels. Now let me demonstrate both fire refining and cold refining for you. With a wave of his sleeve, the herbs Yu Chen had obtained from Old Man Yang that morning appeared before him. Old Man Ji snapped his fingers, and with a soft puff, a wisp of white flame appeared at his fingertip. Watching the dancing white flame on his fingertip, a proud smile spread across Old Man Ji's time-worn face. The flame I control is neither self-generated nor natural fire. It is my life-bound flame, the bone-burning soul fire. In simple terms, my Tao soul is of a fire attribute. Watching the flame flicker at Old Man Ji's fingertip, Yu Chen was utterly astonished. Out of tens of thousands of cultivators, only one might become an alchemist. And among tens of thousands of alchemists, only one might possess a life-bound flame, and that possibility was virtually nil. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Yu Xiu continent hadn't seen an alchemist with a life-bound flame. Yu Chen couldn't believe that this slovenly, unkempt old soul before him was an alchemist with a life-bound flame. How could such a status not astound him? Gazing at Old Man Ji, a tidal wave of fervent admiration and envy surged in Yu Chen's eyes. Ahem, no need to look at me like that. Keep it low-key, low-key. Old Man Ji waved his hand to block Yu Chen's devouring gaze, a satisfied smile on his face. Strangely enough, a faint blush even appeared on his time-worn face. Fame breeds trouble just as fattening a pig invites slaughter. Even after 100,000 years of refinement, Old Man Ji still hadn't achieved complete tranquility of heart. Old Man Ji cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. He casually picked up a herb floating before him, and the bone-burning soul fire at his fingertip blazed up dramatically. The temperature in the room shot up and sweat again appeared on Yu Chen's forehead. But Yu Chen paid it no mind. His full attention was fixed on Old Man Ji's hands. The moment the herb touched the bone-burning soul fire, it instantly withered and darkened. Dry leaves fell away from the herb, turning to nothingness in the intense heat of the flame. Under the calcination of the bone-burning soul fire, the herb, having lost its luster, began to condense once more. The flame in Old Man Ji's hand swelled and shrank in a controlled rhythm. As the herb continued to condense, a faint, refreshing fragrance slowly filled the hut. It's almost done. Catching the scent in the air, Yu Chen snapped to attention, his focus sharpening, as he stared intently at Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji sat on the bed, propping his head with his left hand, occasionally letting out a yawn. A weary expression crossed his time-worn face, his eyes glazed over and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. He looked about to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in his right hand 3 wisps of white flame blazed fiercely, and the faint, continuous crackle of bubbles bursting could be heard from within the flames. Under the calcination of the bone-burning soul fire, the further condensed herb emitted a dreamlike, enchanting luster, its refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Old Man Ji appeared drowsy, seemingly unconcerned about the herb within the bone-burning soul fire. After another quarter of an hour of calcination, Old Man Ji gently cupped his right hand. The 3 separate wisps of white flame merged into one, the flame instantly expanding and causing the temperature in the room to soar. The bone-burning soul fire blazed fiercely, with occasional faint crackling sounds emanating from within. Looking at Old Man Ji again, he sat on the bed, propping his head with his left hand, a serene expression on his face. He had quietly fallen asleep. Watching Elder Ji, who was sleeping as peacefully as an infant, Yu Chen instantly broke down. Just how confident are you in refining this kind of pill? Is it really that easy to refine that you'd be so perfunctory? I'm right here watching, give me some face, can't you? Isn't it just having a natal flame that other alchemists dream of? What's so great about that? Yu Chen shot a glare at the perfunctory Elder Ji, and with a face full of displeasure sat down cross-legged beside him. Suddenly a sharp glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes, his teeth clenched tightly together, and a grim expression crept onto his face. Yu Chen's hands clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Damn you. The furious words were spat out one by one from between his teeth. Ancient texts recorded that within the 9 Heavens continent, there existed many destructive forces that cultivators could not control, and fire was one of them. The fire mentioned in the ancient texts was not ordinary self-generated or natural fire, but the heavenly flame born with the very inception of heaven and earth, which drifted between the realms during that primordial era. The heavenly flame possessed devastating power, capable of scorching the heavens and refining the earth, unmatched by any. Yet as time flowed on, those heavenly flames born from the worlds, beginning gradually separated, transforming into tiny individual entities, wandering alone in the natural world. Some, being weak, were devoured by other sentient heavenly flames or annihilated themselves. Some entered the cycle of reincarnation, evolving into beings of the 6 realms. Others hid themselves away, and a rare few were captured and claimed by powerful clans. When those heavenly flames that entered the 6 paths of reincarnation incarnated as humans, their Tao soul would be of the fire attribute, and the flame they produced would be their natal flame. The Elder Ji, sleeping before him, gave Yu Chen much shock and confusion. A heavenly flame from the 6 paths of reincarnation, countless high-level cultivation techniques, such formidable alchemy skills. What kind of existence was Elder Ji 100,000 years ago? What exactly happened 100,000 years ago that could have reduced such a being to this state? These questions haunted Yu Chen's mind like ghosts refusing to leave. With a puff, just as Yu Chen was racking his brains without an answer, the soul-scorching bone flame in Elder Ji's hand surged up again. Yu Chen shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and focused his attention back on Elder Ji. After a brief nap, Elder Ji yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stretched lazily like a carefree old man just waking up, completely unconcerned about the blazing soul-scorching bone flame in his right hand. For Elder Ji, refining such a trivial pill should be effortless. Without even glancing at it, Elder Ji's fingers began to move, and the flame on his palm danced in a regular rhythm, accompanied by a continuous, gurgling, boiling sound emanating from within the flame. After a moment, Elder Ji's moving fingers paused, then slowly spread open. The flame on his palm gradually shrank until it vanished completely. A thick blood-red liquid floated above Elder Ji's palm, bubbling incessantly with a gurgling sound, and a wave of heat radiated from it. Affected by this heat, Yu Qiu felt the blood in his body instantly boil. This is meridian-unblocking blood-activating powder, which can remove impurities from the blood. Elder Ji found a jade bottle and poured the blood-red liquid into it, then added, "What I just demonstrated was fire refining. My purpose was to make you understand that alchemy cannot be achieved overnight. The entire process is extremely tedious, and this is just the beginning. To become a qualified alchemist, you must endure loneliness. You still have a chance to back out now." Even without Elder Ji saying it, Yu Qiu could understand the tediousness of alchemy from the fact that Elder Ji had fallen asleep during the process. But this was not a reason for Yu Qiu to give up. Looking at Elder Ji, Yu Qiu shook his head. "I hope you will remember your choice today, and not regret it later nor disappoint the title of alchemist." Elder Ji glanced at Yu Qiu, a stern look flashing through his world-weary eyes. Then he took out 2 more medicinal herbs and held them in his hand. This time Elder Ji did not use the soul-scorching bone flame. "Next is cold refining." As he spoke, Elder Ji spread his palm open, and the 2 herbs slowly detached themselves from his hands, hovering in midair. Then Elder Ji slowly closed his eyes. Hum! A faint vibrating hum sounded, and a layer of fluorescent light suddenly appeared on Elder Ji's hands, which were like withered branches. A pair of shimmering gloves materialized on his hands. Yu Qiu was astonished to find that after the gloves formed, the spiritual energy around his body began to fluctuate involuntarily. As the brightness of the gloves continuously increased, the floating spiritual energy converged and gathered towards Elder Ji's palms in unison. The gloves on Elder Ji's hands grew brighter and brighter like a radiant star. Tendrils of light as thin as silk threads grew continuously from the gloves, extending upwards and tightly wrapping around the herb suspended in midair. The tendrils coiled around the herb burst forth with a brilliant radiance which ultimately merged into the herb. Crack! A faint sound echoed unexpectedly within the small room. Yu Qiu shuddered and looked intently. A crack appeared on the surface of the herb. Though insignificant, it was undeniably real. Crack! Before Yu Qiu could observe closely, the outer skin of the herb, like peeling paint on the wall of an old house, began to fall off in flakes. Simultaneously, visible strands of crystalline essence flowed out from the herb along the silken tendrils gathering in Elder Ji's palm. After the first layer of skin fell away, the internal tissue of the herb aged and withered at a visible speed, eventually turning into a shriveled dry twig that turned to ash with a gentle breath. In Elder Ji's hand, a mass of crystal-clear light writhed. Ah! Yu Qiu was startled by this strange method of alchemy. Seeing the herb reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye under the gloves effect, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Yu Qiu dared not imagine what would happen if that palm were struck upon a person. They would be reduced to ashes just like this herb. Elder Ji, who had remained silent with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the herb in his other hand turned to ashes. Ah! Hearing Elder Ji's response, Yu Qiu's heart gave a sudden violent lurch. Looking at Elder Ji, a look of astonishment shot through Yu Qiu's bright star-like eyes, and an expression of disbelief spread across his pale face. You can read my mind." Yu Qiu swallowed hard, watching Elder Ji, and spoke uneasily. Elder Ji chuckled, bringing his hands together, and the 2 different colored lights merged in his palm. Elder Ji looked at Yu Qiu smiling and said, "You wear your heart on your sleeve. I'm not blind and my eyes aren't failing me. How could I not see it? Don't think everyone is as naive as you are, and don't assume everyone is as kind-hearted as you. The 9 heavens is a dark forest. To survive on this continent, the first thing you must do is conceal yourself well. Don't let others find you, don't let others know your true identity, and don't let others guess your true intentions. Otherwise, you will be the next to die. Survival is the primary element. To live, you must learn to hide yourself." Hearing this, Yu Qiu nodded thoughtfully. Looking at Elder Ji, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "And how many untold stories does Elder Ji have? You want to know?" Elder Ji's hands, shining with a brilliant light, writhed continuously. He slowly raised his head, and a cold, piercing gaze shot from his world-weary eyes, making Yu Qiu feel as if he were on the edge of an abyss, trembling with fear. No. This junior doesn't want to know." Yu Qiu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Elder Ji's cold venomous gaze sent chills down Yu Chen's spine. Seeing this, Elder Ji chuckled and said, "You boy, a newborn calf not fearing a tiger isn't necessarily a good thing. Being bold yet cautious can lead you to the peak, but it is the one with self-awareness who is the true king. My true identity I cannot tell you now because you are still too weak. For you at this moment knowing too much may not be a good thing. Your task now is to quickly improve your strength. When the time is right I will tell you everything." Elder Ji's voice was heavy-laced with a sense of helplessness and loneliness, which made Yu Chen's nose tingle. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly burst from Elder Ji's hand. When the light faded, Elder Ji spread his hands open, revealing a lump of paste-like substance, radiating a cool aura hovering silently in his palm. This is Meridian Soothing Stasis Resolving Paste, effective for relaxing tendons, activating collaterals, stopping bleeding, and resolving stasis. Elder Ji placed the paste into a jade bottle, stood up, and a sly glint appeared on his time-worn face. Recalling the Meridian Unblocking Blood Activating Powder and the Meridian Soothing Stasis Resolving Paste that Elder Ji had refined along with Elder Ji's sly smile, a look of realization dawned on Yu Chen's pale face. He then fled in panic like a stray dog, only to be grabbed by the collar by Elder Ji. A ghostly, sinister voice slowly sounded in Yu Chen's ear. "You boy, don't you always talk about protecting those who protect you, and those who need your protection? But then again, protecting those who protect you, and those who need your protection depends on strength, not just words. With your strength being so weak, how can you protect those who protect you, and those who need your protection? The old man is in a good mood today. Why don't I help you improve your strength a bit, so you have the ability to protect those who protect you, and those who need your protection? What do you say?" "No, you devil, let me go." Yu Chen struggled desperately, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the absolute suppression, Yu Chen was dragged to the door like a dead dog. The moment Elder Ji opened the door, he collided with Yang Ling, who was about to knock. A gentle breeze brushed against Yu Chen's face, and his body trembled slightly, as if colliding with something. A startled cry escaped as a flustered pretty face rapidly shrank from his view. In the blink of an eye, Yu Chen darted forward, his right arm wrapping around Yang Ling's waist and pulling her close. His left hand simultaneously cradled the back of her head. He spun half a turn, drawing her back and holding her tightly in his embrace. "Xiao Ling, are you all right?" Yu Chen asked with concern, looking at Yang Ling in his arms. Her eyes were hazy, her lips slightly parted, her breathing quick and shallow, her body trembling like a startled fawn. Yu Chen's voice was like the rising sun, its warm light falling upon her face, leaving her entranced and enchanted. I. Yang Ling had intended to see if Yu Chen had eaten lunch. Seeing the lunchbox gone from outside the door, a wave of joy surged within her. She had paced outside the door for a long time, and just as she mustered the courage to knock and ask, she collided with Yu Chen as he pushed the door open. Looking at his concerned face before her, a flush crept up Yang Ling's cheeks, and she found herself at a loss for words. Yu Chen helped Yang Ling stand steady, touched his nose, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. "Xiao Ling, the meal you cooked was truly delicious, leaving me with a lingering aftertaste. I wish I could enjoy such a delicacy every day. Oh right, I still have things to do. I must be off now." Without waiting for Yang Ling's reply, Yu Chen strode out quickly, though his steps seemed stiff and mechanical. "Then, Xiao Ling will cook for young Master Yu Chen every day, all right?" Yang Ling called out, her face deeply flushed, watching his retreating figure. Then she hurriedly ran inside, grabbed the lunchbox Yu Chen had packed, and fled like a startled bird. "Why did you control my body? Couldn't I even have a word with Xiao Ling?" Inside the sacred temple, Yu Chen sat cross-legged on a green stone slab, his arms crossed, glaring at Elder Ji with displeasure. "I'm not blind, boy. I know exactly what scheme you're cooking up. Today you will focus wholeheartedly on your training, and keep your mind clear of other thoughts." Elder Ji's eyes were slightly closed, his voice devoid of any emotion. His fingers, wreathed in strands of spiritual energy, moved slowly through the air. A moment later, Elder Ji opened his eyes and looked at Yu Chen with a sly glint. A mischievous smile played on his time-worn face. "Boy, we've arrived." Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Exiting the sacred temple, his eyes met a lush green forest. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and the dense leaves whispered with a swishing sound. Though the sun was scorching hot on the ground, this place was shrouded in cool shade. This was the woods behind the cabin. Yu Chen recognized the place at a glance. Before he could speak, Elder Ji walked straight into the depths of the forest. Yu Chen shrugged and quickly followed. After walking for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Elder Ji stopped. Yu Chen halted as well, looking at the open clearing before him with a puzzled expression. Deep within the forest, the trees grew denser and more luxuriant. Their thick foliage blocked the harsh sunlight, offering a refreshing summer coolness. Elder Ji lightly swiped his hand across a tall tree. The tree was instantly severed at the trunk, splitting into two. With a series of changing hand gestures within moments, the clearing was filled with wooden stakes. Pointing at the waist-high stakes, Elder Ji said to Yu Chun, "Get up there and get a feel for it." Yu Chun leaped gracefully onto a stake, steadied himself, and thought, "This is so simple, even a beginner could do it. This can't possibly stump me." He glanced at Elder Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on a stump, and was about to ask a question when a whooshing sound suddenly reached his ears without warning. A cylinder half a meter in diameter shot rapidly towards Yu Chun from behind. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He thought, does he really think these outdated training methods can stump me? He must be underestimating me. Yu Chun chuckled inwardly, then sidestepped smoothly, easily dodging the wooden pillar that came from behind. He then spun midair, his foot aiming for a nearby wooden stake. Just as his foot was about to land on the stake, the pillars embedded in the ground suddenly began to move. The very stake he was aiming for shifted aside the moment his foot made contact. Yu Chen's face drained of color in panic. His mind raced but found no solution, and his body, disobeying his will, pitched forward. With a dull thud, he had an intimate encounter with the ground. Ouch! That hurts! Yu Chun lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Before he could react, another wooden stake came crashing down from above, moving much faster than the first. A grim expression settled on Yu Chen's face, his eyes shooting a sharp glare. Without a word, he viciously kicked a nearby stake, using the recoil to narrowly avoid the descending pillar. Before he could catch his breath, another stake rapidly grew larger in his vision, its speed even greater than before. In an instant it was upon him, hurtling straight for his shoulder blade. "Damn you!" A fierce glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. He slammed his palm against the ground, and using the rebound force, he launched himself diagonally into the air. Simultaneously, a stake shot straight up from the ground. With no foothold in the air, Yu Chun could only watch helplessly as the pillar thrust him skyward. A searing pain tore through his back. Yu Chun could clearly feel the force from the stake, but suspended in midair, he was completely powerless to resist. With a jolt, dull thuds echoed from his thigh, abdomen, and chest simultaneously. Yu Chun struggled to breathe as a burning pain flared up in those areas. A rush of warmth surged into his throat, and with a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his lips. He was then violently flung away. Cough! Cough! Yu Chun lay on the ground, clutching his chest with his right hand, coughing violently. His pale face was flushed from exertion, and a trickle of crimson blood adorned the corner of his bloodless lips, a hauntingly beautiful sight. "Do you still think it's outdated now?" Elder Ji's time-worn face, wearing a smug smile, appeared above Yu Chun. "You told me we should hold reverence and respect, not fear. Your failure, however, stems from your own carelessness. This is the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array, created by a military genius 100,000 years ago. It is also known as the ambush on all sides. The formation you see before you is only used to train the body's agility and the mind's acuity. It has no lethal power. To pass this formation you rely not on brute force or momentum but on perception." As he spoke, Elder Ji tossed 2 jade bottles to Yu Chun. He then walked into the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array and said, "Use the medicine to heal your injuries. Open your eyes wide and observe every single detail." With that, Elder Ji slowly closed his eyes, standing as still and unmoving as a meditating monk. Yu Chun gulped down a mouthful of the meridian dredging blood reviving powder, applied the meridian soothing bruise ointment to his wounds, and then fixed his gaze unblinking on Elder Ji within the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array. A gentle breeze stirred Elder Ji's pale hair, and the rustling of leaves filled the air. Yu Chun held his breath, his grip on the jade bottles tightening until his knuckles turned white. He sat on the stump, his eyes glued to Elder Ji. A single green leaf, unable to withstand the gentle swaying, snapped off its branch with a soft crack, and drifted down, fluttering past Elder Ji's face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 logs as thick as an arm shot out from the shadows with the speed of striking vipers, their arrival as sudden as a bolt of lightning. They whistled through the air, tracing eerie arcs before converging on Elder Ji in the blink of an eye. The moment the 3 logs appeared, a barrage of wooden poles like bamboo shoots after a spring rain assailed Elder Ji from all directions. In an instant he was encircled by a ring of wood. Faced with the ferocious onslaught, Elder Ji remained calm and unflustered, his composure unwavering. His body moved with the wind as if taking a leisurely stroll. He gracefully dodged the whistling logs as they grazed past him. The gusts created by the logs whipped his white hair into a wild dance. Amidst the rain of wood, Elder Ji moved with reckless abandon, as if possessed. Yu Chun, sitting on the stump nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The flush on his face couldn't hide his astonishment. Watching Elder Ji's effortless footwork, Yu Chen's blood began to stir, his heart surging with ambition. "I want to become someone like Elder Ji." Gripping the jade bottle, Yu Chun made a silent vow. Bang! Elder Ji spun in midair, kicking away a log that flew towards him. As he descended, he dragged his toes across the ground for a foot to disperse the impact. He let out a soft breath, straightened his robes, and walked over to Yu Chen. The 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array tests your perception and reaction. If you have strong enough perception and reaction, this formation can't touch you. When facing an enemy, if your perception and reaction are a notch above, you can seize the initiative and claim victory. And powerful perception and reaction are forged through relentless practice and real combat. Elder Ji, I know what I need to do. Yu Chen nodded, giving Elder Ji a resolute look, and strode confidently into the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array. Once inside, a calm, focused glint appeared in his bright eyes. Since the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array tests perception and reaction, there must surely be some specific preperceivable change when the formation activates. This perception relies not on the eyes but on consciousness. With this thought, Yu Chen scanned the empty clearing, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes, letting the world be swallowed by darkness. The darkness was profound, swallowing all sound. It was so quiet that Yu Chen could clearly hear his own heartbeat and the sound of his heavy breathing. Suddenly, a whooshing sound broke the silence of the dark space. A visible current of air shot towards Yu Chen from a short distance away. At the same moment, 2 other currents of air rushed towards him from different directions. Startled, Yu Chen scrambled to dodge. As the 3 currents grazed past him, he clearly heard a series of urgent, whirring sounds by his ears. This kid, though he's a bit of an introvert, his talent is definitely not to be underestimated. Perhaps he's a promising seedling. Watching Yu Chen comically dodge the 3 wooden stakes, Elder Ji broke into a cheerful smile. He then sat on a nearby stump and closed his eyes to cultivate. Amidst the whooshing sounds and pained yelps, the afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. As a bright moon began to rise in the east, Yu Chen, battered and bruised by the stakes, emerged from the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array. A brilliant smile adorned his face, and his star-bright eyes sparkled with dazzling light as he limped out. He casually picked up the meridian dredging blood-reviving powder and downed it in one go. Laughing heartily, he walked away, leaving Elder Ji staring in astonishment. Has that boy been hit on the head and lost his mind? Elder Ji was utterly bewildered, but he too rose and departed. Heh heh. Ha ha ha. Yu Chen walked alone through the woods, a wild, blissful grin plastered on his face. His eyes, bright as stars, sparkled with dazzling light as he punched the air relentlessly. Hey, you lad, who got under your skin? Are you unwell? Old Man Ji caught up, pressing his hand to Yu Chen's forehead, his confusion deepening. You're the one who's unwell. Your whole family is unwell. Yu Chen shot Old Man Ji a glare, pushed his hand away, and threw another punch at the air, a joyful smile blooming once more. He cast a sidelong glance at Old Man Ji and asked excitedly, notice anything? Air. Old Man Ji's eye twitched as he stared at the empty air. Honestly, he saw absolutely nothing. Yu Chen, undeterred, insisted, Old Man Ji, you really don't see it? Old Man Ji strained his senses, but the air remained empty. Just as Yu Chen was slumping in defeat like a beaten rooster, a glint flashed in Old Man Ji's eyes. Your body. Yu Chen's eyes blazed with brilliance. He punched the air again, his voice trembling with excitement. Old Man Ji, you feel it? Air. Old Man Ji's face darkened with exasperation. So you're about to break through to the first stage Taoist. Is that really worth all this fuss? No, Old Man Ji, it's not like that. Yu Chen hastily waved his hands in denial. Last time breaking through felt empty and weak, but this time it's full of vigor and vitality. It feels like something inside me is about to burst out. Hey! Old Man Ji smiled calmly. This is what's called accumulating thickly to burst forth thinly. Imagine 2 cups, each half filled with water. You use 2 different methods to make the water flow out. The first method, you place 1 cup on a table and slap the surface hard. The vibration splashes the water out, achieving your breakthrough. The second method, you keep pouring water into the other cup until it can hold no more. Then you add just a drop more and the water overflows the rim. Both methods let the water out, but the outcomes are vastly different. The first method is quick, but the cup loses water, its foundation becomes weak. The second method takes longer and shows results slowly, but the foundation is solid. It's like building a house. Whether it can become a skyscraper or just a 2-story cottage depends entirely on its foundation. These 2 methods are like your 2 paths of cultivation. The first is forcing a breakthrough using external means to elevate your rank. Like the first cup method, your rank rises, but your battle strength drops because you lack the true power of that rank. This method also carries a hidden danger. One that kept you stuck at the peak of the 9th stage Taoist for 3 years. The gap between a Taoist and a Taoist master is a chasm that requires vast amounts of spiritual energy to cross. Your body couldn't withstand the violent influx required for a forced breakthrough. This is the real reason you pretended to fail in the Qi refining hall at Lingwu Academy. and switched to the body forging hall. Your body simply couldn't handle the surging spiritual energy. Accumulating thickly to burst forth thinly emphasizes accumulation, not eruption. When your spiritual energy reaches a certain level, you might ascend without even trying. This path forbids impatience. Only by continuously enriching yourself can you truly improve. As they spoke, the pair emerged from the woods. A subtle, tantalizing aroma drifted to their noses. They stopped, inhaled deeply, and said in unison, "Braised pork, mushroom chicken soup, shredded pork with garlic sauce." Their eyes lit up with hunger. Without a second thought, they dashed towards the small cottage. Seeing the table laden with the exact dishes they'd imagined, they lunged at the feast like a pair of starving wolves. A quarter of an hour later, a deeply satisfied burp echoed from within the cottage. The table was a disaster zone, littered with scraps and empty plates that had once been piled high with food. The chicken soup was nearly gone. The old man and the youth, having eaten until they could barely move, lounged on the bed, their faces flushed with contentment, lost in a blissful haze. Outside, the wind began to howl. A thick, ominous cloud bank swallowed the moon, plunging the night into a dead, suffocating darkness. Old Man Ji rose, nudged the recumbent Yu Qiu with his foot, and straightened his robes. A dark, windy night, perfect for murder and plunder. "Come, let's go find some treasure." At the word treasure, Yu Qiu perked up instantly. "Where's the treasure?" he asked eagerly. Old Man Ji just smiled enigmatically and strode out the door. The night was silent save for the crisp roar of a waterfall. A veil of mist hung over the pool below, shrouding it in an ethereal, dreamlike haze. "There's treasure here." Yu Qiu scanned the unremarkable waterfall, looking at Old Man Ji with bewilderment. If there were no treasure here, the herbs from Liaoshuan Manor wouldn't sell so well. If there were no treasure, the manor's output would drop by at least 30%, Old Man Ji said calmly, his gaze fixed on the water pipes leading away from the pool. "You think this is the water curtain cave from that story?" Yu Qiu retorted, though he was secretly impressed. "This isn't your flower fruit mountain." Old Man Ji said, his eyes scanning the waterfall. Suddenly a gleam of discovery flashed in his aged eyes. "But there really is a water curtain cave here." "What?" Yu Qiu stared at the waterfall in disbelief, utterly stunned by Old Man Ji's words. "So where's the entrance?" Yu Qiu asked, turning to the impassive Old Man Ji. Without a word, Old Man Ji walked over, grabbed Yu Qiu's wrist, and covered his eyes with the other hand. Leaning close, he whispered, "Right here." A spectral whisper echoed in Yu Qiu's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. A howling wind rushed past him, and before he could react, it stopped. All was eerily quiet save for the steady drip-drop of water and the damp, fresh scent in the air. With a soft puff, a pale, ghostly flame flickered to life in the pitch-black darkness. A second, third, and fourth flame followed in quick succession. It was Old Man Ji's soul-refining bonfire. Soon the dark space was illuminated. It was a cave dwelling filled with white, damp mist. The mist permeated the air like water vapor, carrying a cool, refreshing sensation that invigorated the body and cleared the mind. The waterfall cascaded down from above, perfectly concealing the cave. "So this really is a water curtain cave?" Yu Qiu marveled inwardly, but a moment later he frowned. "Old Man Ji, where's the treasure you promised?" A distinct plink echoed from the depths of the cave. The mist thickened, becoming so dense that Yu Qiu could barely make out Old Man Ji's silhouette, only the flickering bonfire in the haze. "Hey, this is the treasure I was talking about," Old Man Ji said with a faint smile, gesturing to the swirling white mist around them. This is treasure." Yu Qiu scoffed, curling his lip. "Why isn't it treasure? This mist is filled with the vapor of spirit milk stone. It dissolves into the waterfall, and is carried through the pipes to every corner of Liaoshuan Manor, nourishing the crops. How is that not treasure? Air." Yu Qiu shrugged awkwardly, unable to refute Old Man Ji's logic. "But we didn't come here just to look at a cave. Since we're here, we're not leaving empty-handed." With that, Old Man Ji began to walk deeper into the cave, his flame quickly swallowed by the mist. Yu Qiu didn't hesitate and followed closely. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became, until they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. The stone walls on either side grew increasingly slick, as if coated in a layer of slime. Guided by Old Man Ji, Yu Qiu pressed on through the fog. After what felt like an eternity, Old Man Ji finally stopped. Yu Qiu's spirits lifted. They had arrived. A crisp plink sounded clear and close. Yu Qiu instinctively turned his head, his gaze meeting Old Man Ji's. A thick plume of white mist rose between them, obscuring their view of each other. They both looked up. High above, from the vast dome of the cave, protruded a rock shaped like a four-sided pyramid. But this rock was different. It was milky white, coated with a layer of the same milky substance. At its tip, a single drop of the milky liquid had formed, as if it would fall at any moment. "What is that?" Yu Qiu stared at the milky rock, his eyes full of curiosity. "Seems like this place hasn't been visited in a long time," Old Man Ji remarked. With a powerful push from his legs, Old Man Ji launched himself into the air. Mid-flight he spun, covering his feet in a thin film of spiritual energy, and adhered securely to the ceiling. He glanced at the astonished Yu Chen, and said with a light chuckle, "Practice hard. Leaping over roofs and scaling walls is child's play for cultivators. Now watch my every move closely. This might be crucial for your future treasure hunts." As he spoke, Old Man Ji transformed his bonfire into a flaming dagger. He used it to mark a section on the milky rock, then gently supported it with his other palm. With a precise cut along the mark, a perfect piece of the milky rock broke away. Instantly a thick plume of frigid white smoke gushed out from the rock. The smoke lingered, refusing to dissipate. Old Man Ji set the rock aside and waved the smoke away, revealing a milky white liquid that exuded a refreshing, bone-chilling cold. Holding his breath, Old Man Ji produced a jade bottle and a jade spoon. He carefully scooped the cold liquid into the bottle, filling it about 2/3 full before replacing the milky rock. He then put away the bottle and dropped back down beside Yu Chen. "Let's go," he said, taking Yu Chen's hand to lead him out. As he turned, his gaze briefly fell upon Yu Chen's pale face. Without warning, he struck Yu Chen's chest with a palm wreathed in his soul-refining bonfire. The moment the soul-burning bonfire touched Yu Chen's body, a plume of white smoke erupted from him. Seeing this, Elder Ji's expression darkened, as the bonfire transformed into streaks of white fire serpents that drilled into Yu Chen's pores. Moments later, a mist imbued with a chilling aura burst forth from Yu Chen's pores with a roar. Simultaneously, Elder Ji grabbed Yu Chen and leaped out of the water curtain cave, finding a hidden spot. He formed a seal with his fingers, a wisp of white bone fire at his fingertip, and tapped rapidly on Yu Chen's acupoints at a dizzying speed. With each tap, a dense puff of white vapor escaped Yu Chen's body, but Elder Ji's face grew increasingly grim. The moment he touched the milky white rock, a stream of extremely white mist gushed forth. Protected by his soul-burning bonfire, the cold did not invade Elder Ji's body, but in his focus, he momentarily forgot that Yu Chen had no resistance to this mist. He only realized this when he had finished extracting the Bell Spirit Stone milk and was about to leave. Even if the cold had invaded his own body, Elder Ji was confident he could expel it, but facing Yu Chen's situation, Elder Ji lacked such confidence, for Yu Chen possessed a cavernous heaven physique. Whether it was a blessed grotto or a bottomless abyss, they shared a common trait: vastness. Introducing a wisp of spiritual energy into it was like dropping a single drop of water into the ocean and then trying to find it again. Although the cavernous heaven physique could contain all spiritual energy, Elder Ji dared not leave this cold energy within Yu Chen's body before confirming the attributes of his Tao soul, as it could become a future threat. With a sudden bang, Elder Ji's hands changed positions rapidly. He let out a cold shout, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His fingers struck Yu Chen's acupoints like lightning. The bean-sized white flame let out a resonant cry and drilled into Yu Chen's body, with a whoosh spreading across his entire form with the force of a prairie fire. Yu Chen sat as if in a steamer, white smoke continuously rising from his body. At some point, a dense sheen of fine sweat covered his forehead. His mouth twitched involuntarily, clearly indicating he was enduring immense agony. Suddenly, Yu Chen's pale face flushed a deep red. His throat moved and he spat out a spray of blood. Whatever this blood touched instantly formed a layer of frost. Seeing this, Elder Ji withdrew the bonfire and let out a light sigh of turbid air. The grim expression on his face gradually eased, though a trace of worry still lingered in his world-weary eyes. Coughing, Yu Chen regained consciousness after spitting out the blood. His face remained as pale as paper, devoid of all color. Yu Chen remembered entering the water curtain cave with Elder Ji to search for treasure. Elder Ji had led him deep into the cave for a long time before finding it. When Elder Ji opened the rock, a bone-piercing chill rushed at them. His vision blurred, and in a daze he saw Elder Ji leave a third of the Bell Spirit Stone milk inside the rock. Just as he was about to ask why, a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him. When he woke again, he was looking at the current scene. "You brat, you forgot your life when you saw the treasure. Why didn't you tell me you couldn't withstand the cold?" Elder Ji scolded from behind Yu Chen, then sighed. "It was my negligence too. I was so focused on the treasure that I forgot about you. Fortunately, it was a close call." Yu Chen rubbed his nose and smiled without a word. Glancing at the dim sky, he staggered to his feet and slowly walked towards the small hut. Remembering that Elder Ji had left some Bell Spirit Stone milk in the rock, Yu Chen frowned and asked in confusion, "Elder Ji, why didn't we take all the treasure? Isn't leaving some behind a waste?" Elder Ji chuckled, tousling Yu Chen's hair. "Nature is wondrous and unpredictable. In some unimaginable places, strange things always grow. Some are considered heavenly treasures by cultivators like the Bell Spirit Stone milk we just collected. But nature is nature after all. Those heavenly treasures endured countless ages to adapt to such harsh environments, and only after countless more ages do they mature. If we were to uproot all these treasures and take everything, this place might never produce them again. Perhaps the 9 heavens would lose this treasure forever. When dealing with the life of nature, draining the pond to catch the fish is nothing but seeking self-destruction. Only by leaving a sliver of hope, by being forgiving, can we ensure sustainability and coexist in harmony. Elder G's compassion shames me, but in this 9 heavens where it's better to wrong the world than have the world wrong me. How many are there like you, Elder G? Never forget your original intention, and you will achieve your goal. Elder G looked at the sky obscured by dark clouds, and said solemnly, no matter what others do, I will adhere to my principles, even if it means making an enemy of the entire 9 heavens. Elder G, that won't happen. Yu Xiu held Elder G's withered hand and said earnestly, even if you are against the 9 heavens, I will stand by your side. For then the wrong would not be yours but the 9 heavens. The wrong is not mine but the entire 9 heavens. Elder G murmured, a brilliant light suddenly bursting from his world-weary eyes. The wrong is not mine but the entire 9 heavens. As he repeated the words, Elder G's body trembled violently. He couldn't believe that such a defiant statement, pitting oneself against the whole 9 heavens, had come from a mere 15-year-old youth. What immense courage and conviction it must take to dare oppose the 9 heavens. I will not stop anyone from advancing, but I equally do not wish for anyone to stop me. If there is such a one, be it an angel or a demon, a delicate infant or a staggering old man, a celestial maiden or a divine boy, there is only one thing to be done: eliminate them. This was a statement Yu Xiu had made when he imprisoned the remnants of the dual-colored divine thunder. When this sentence resurfaced in Elder G's mind, his gaze towards Yu Xiu shifted slightly. That you kid is too deep. On the surface he seems sickly, harmless and weak, but who knew he was so ruthless and decisive behind the scenes? And he's a closeted pervert. Anyone who goes against him probably won't even know why they died. Thinking of the cultivators he had killed in the past, Elder G felt happy for them. If he had taken Yu Xiu as his disciple 100,000 years ago, perhaps those people wouldn't have died so comfortably. While Elder G was lost in thought, they arrived at the small hut. Elder G snapped back to reality, and saw a figure in purple robes pacing outside. He let out a sinister chuckle before disappearing under Yu Chen's annoyed glare. After chasing Elder G away, Yu Xiu took a deep breath, rubbed his hands, instinctively cleared his throat softly, and walked towards the hut. Yang Ling had been pacing outside for a long time. Seeing no one inside, she thought young Master Yu Xiu had changed his mind. She felt a secret joy at finally escaping his clutches, yet strangely along with the joy there was a faint sense of loss. After pacing for a while longer, seeing no one, she was about to turn and leave when she collided head-on with the approaching Yu Xiu. With a startled cry, Yang Ling lost her balance and involuntarily fell backward. Yu Xiu rushed forward in a flash, his arms encircling her waist. He pivoted on his heel, dissipating her downward momentum, then pulled his arms back, causing Yang Ling to fall directly into his embrace. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Yang Ling's mind went blank, completely at a loss. By the time she came to her senses, Yu Xiu had already pulled her tightly into his arms. Remembering the mischievous smile on his bright face that morning, Yang Ling felt a wave of heat rush to her cheeks, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Xiao Ling, why are you leaving as soon as you arrive? Didn't we agree you'd accompany me tonight? Are you going back on your word? Yu Xiu whispered into Yang Ling's ear, his pale face wearing an indescribable smile, breathing warm air against her earlobe. Yang Ling felt a tingling sensation on her earlobe, like a cat's paw gently scratching. Accompanied by this numbing faint tickle, she felt all the strength drain from her body, leaving her utterly weak. Clinging to Yu Chen's neck, Yang Ling felt like a limp rag hanging onto him. A feeling of unbearable shyness crept onto her face. Xiao Ling, it's late and I'm afraid to sleep alone. Why don't you stay with me tonight? Yu Xiu whispered by Yang Ling's ear, his face the picture of seriousness. At the same time, he gently placed his arm around her slender waist, guiding her towards the hut. Yu Chen's words struck Yang Ling like a thunderbolt. Her mind went completely blank, unsure of how to react, and her body unconsciously followed him into the hut. Remembering his smug expression, her body suddenly tensed, and a sense of panic began to grow within her. Xiao Ling, what are you standing there for? Come over here. A soft call brought Yang Ling back to her senses. Seeing Yu Xiu dressed in a white nightgown, she froze. She had only known him for a few days, and while she didn't dislike him, she still couldn't accept this. But in front of Yu Xiu, the eldest son of the Yu clan, everything in Liaoshen Manor belonged to the Yu family. Did Yang Ling even have the right to refuse? Young master, this is too fast. Could you give Xiao Ling some time to think? Although Yang Ling didn't dislike Yu Xiu, the rapid pace stirred a strange feeling within her, and a distance still remained in her heart. No need to think. If you think any longer, the sky will be bright. Let's just get some rest. Yu Xiu pulled back a corner of the blanket and patted the empty spot beside him, smiling. Young master, Xiao Ling. Seeing the bright smile on Yu Chen's face, Yang Ling's pretty face flushed red. What nonsense is Xiao Ling thinking about? I'm not like the domineering young masters of the noble families that Xiao Ling might imagine. Yu Chun got off the bed, gently tapped Yang Ling's cute little nose, and said with a smile, I'm afraid to sleep alone, so I wanted you to keep me company. Did Xiao Ling think I was going to devour you tonight? As he spoke, he made a playful chomping motion. Young Master Yu. Yang Ling suddenly looked up, staring at Yu Chen's bright smile, an incredulous expression on her reddened face. Thinking of her own improper thoughts, Yang Ling felt her face burn. Xiao Ling, go to sleep quickly or else it'll be time to get up soon, Yu Chun instructed before flopping down to sleep. Young Master, you're so bad. Yang Ling's face was bright red. She pouted her little feet in embroidered shoes, shyly tapping the ground while her small pink fists waved defenselessly in the air. After a while, Yang Ling undressed and lay down on the bed. Despite her tense nerves, the night passed peacefully. Inside the Holy Spirit Temple, Yu Chun looked with astonishment at the bubbling cauldron before him. Elder Ji, what is this? Yu Chun glanced at the colossal object before him, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Elder Ji. The dangerous substances within your body are too numerous. They must be eliminated as soon as possible or they will hinder your cultivation, Elder Ji said while manipulating the soul-burning bone fire to refine a medicinal solution. Is this prepared for me? Yu Chun couldn't believe his ears as he stared at the massive cauldron before him. How could his own insignificant cultivation possibly warrant such a gigantic cauldron? Although your cultivation is low, your constitution is the rarely seen great cavern celestial body, a gift seen only once in a century. Your unique physique dictates that your path of cultivation differs from ordinary cultivators, Elder Ji said, as he approached the cauldron, pouring the freshly refined medicinal liquid into it. Before you reach the first stage Taoist, I cannot ascertain your true constitution, so I could only prescribe a formula based on the general method for strengthening the great cavern celestial body. The spiritual energy required to upgrade the great cavern celestial body is several times that of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, your body contains residual divine thunder, and now it also harbors extreme coldness. Your great cavern celestial body provides a hidden sanctuary for these elements. Before you become a Taoist, these impurities within you must be cleansed, or the consequences will be disastrous. I've said this many times and I repeat it again today, but this will not be the last time. You understand your body better than I do. You know what to do. Enter the cauldron, calm your mind, cast aside all distracting thoughts, and do your utmost to convert the energy within the medicinal liquid into your own power. Elder Ji patted Yu Chen's shoulder, offering him a look of confidence before lowering him into the medicinal solution, observing the change in its color. Seated in the cauldron, gazing at the blood-red medicinal liquid that submerged his neck, Yu Chun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The blood-red liquid bubbled and boiled with a gurgling sound, a faintly bitter aroma lingering persistently around his nose, impossible to dispel. Yu Chun sat cross-legged in the cauldron, eyes closed, recalling the cultivation essentials described in the Spirit Introduction chapter. With his meridians now repaired, he no longer feared the explosive death that came from vast amounts of spiritual energy clogging his channels. As he recalled, Yu Chun slowly formed the 9-5 divine seal. During the process, he noticed that with each completed step of his fingers, a portion of the pores across his body would open. When the 9-5 divine seal was fully formed, every pore on his body was wide open. Each pore emitted a faint suction force like a group of hungry infants eagerly awaiting nourishment. The medicinal liquid adjacent to his body, drawn by this force, clung tightly to his skin, forming a thin film. The energy within this film was extracted by the suction force. Curiously, after absorbing this energy, the pores did not channel it into the body. Instead, it accumulated outside the pores, forming tiny funnels of spiritual energy. Once a spiritual energy funnel appeared at each pore, Yu Chen's curiosity turned to astonishment. As everyone knows, a megaphone amplifies sound, and similarly, when attached to something, the effect is remarkably enhanced. These tiny funnels condensed outside the pores acted like amplifiers, instantly magnifying the faint suction force emanating from the pores tens of thousands of times over. With a soft hiss, a tiny vortex silently materialized beside Yu Chun. A scorching stream of spiritual energy was flung from the medicinal liquid by the vortex's centrifugal force, then drawn into Yu Chen's body, without a trace by the amplified suction. After the first vortex appeared, a second, then a third emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. Within a few breaths, thousands of vortices surrounded Yu Chun, rapidly expanding in number. Though minuscule, no larger than a needlepoint, their sheer density was a staggering and hair-raising sight. Oh! A sound of surprise escaped Elder Ji's lips. Observing the vortices in the cauldron, a hint of delight appeared on his time-worn face. This boy Yu is quick to comprehend. 10,000 streams of scorching blood-red spiritual energy, each as fine as a needlepoint, surged into Yu Chen's body simultaneously. It felt as though he were cast into a sea of fire. His pale face flushed instantly crimson, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his throat bobbed, continuously emitting a series of choking grinding sounds. Beads of sweat, the size of beans, densely gathered on Yu Chen's forehead, then cascaded down like a string of broken pearls. Blue veins, like twisted ferocious dragons, bulged across his forehead and neck. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, Yu Chen felt, as if a bucket of molten iron had been unleashed inside him, followed by waves of bone-deep searing pain that swept through his entire being. It nearly caused him to collapse into the cauldron. Yu Chen inhaled a sharp breath of cold air, suppressing the urge to leap out. His gaze turned inward, his mind sinking into his body. Using the methods described in the Spirit Introduction chapter, he guided the spiritual energy through every part of his body, finally dispersing it into his skin, wrapping it tightly with spiritual power. Having dispersed the first surge of spiritual energy into his skin, Yu Chen dared not rest even for a moment, immediately beginning to channel the second wave. Another bout of heart-wrenching pain seared through him. Armed with the experience of the first time, the second round was considerably less agonizing, though it still took him a long while to adapt. Yet it was more than half the time of the first. As Yu Chen guided the second surge of spiritual energy through his body, the blood-red medicinal liquid in the cauldron turned dark red, then gradually faded to a light red. That faint red hue was visibly receding, while a thin blood-red film formed on Yu Chen's skin. Noting that the color change of the medicinal liquid was not matching his projections, Elder Ji frowned. He then produced a jade bottle, tilted it downward, and 2 or 3 drops of a liquid as vividly red as fresh blood slid out, dissolving into the cauldron. Instantly the color of the liquid in the cauldron began to deepen. Bubbles rose gurgling from the solution, bursting at the surface, and churning up a thick viscous layer of blood-red liquid. A potent bitterness wafted from the rising pale red vapor. Seeing the liquid now much redder than before, a joyful expression crossed Elder Ji's face. He shook the jade bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, "Divine thunder is truly a remarkable thing. If I get the chance, I should capture a few bolts myself and refine them. Perhaps it might even help me break through my bottleneck." With a soft exhale, Elder Ji wiped the sweat from his wrinkled brow. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, a muffled dull boom suddenly echoed from within the cauldron. Elder Ji whirled around to see Yu Chen's face contorted in agony. Half of his body was wreathed in violet and indigo lightning, punctuated by faint crackling sounds, while the other half was enveloped in a pervasive bone-chilling cold. A layer of frost continuously seeped from his skin, spreading relentlessly, as if to engulf his entire form. "I knew it wouldn't be so smooth. What must come will always come." Elder Ji's expression darkened. 2 wisps of bone fire flickered at his fingertips, and his hands began forming a series of rapidly changing seals. With a cold shout, a sharp blade-like glint flashed in Elder Ji's eyes. His fingers formed a sword shape, and with the speed of a dragon, he struck like lightning at the conception and governing vessels on Yu Chen's body. With a low resonant hum, the 2 wisps of bone fire transformed into 2 white fire dragons, burrowing into Yu Chen's body. Elder Ji's face was grim, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yu Chen. His hands swiftly formed a strange seal. Seeing Yu Chen's pained expression, Elder Ji's countenance grew even heavier. "You boy, you must hold on. Aren't you supposed to protect those who protect you and those who need your protection? If you can't overcome this small hurdle, how can you ever hope to protect them?" With a soft puff, a wisp of white flame spread out from Yu Chen's body, rapidly covering him entirely. Seeing this, Elder Ji swiftly changed his gestures, forming a new seal with his hands and letting out a loud shout. "Bone fire prairie blaze." With a mighty roar, the bone fire on Yu Chen's body surged violently, instantly filling the entire cauldron. The scorching bone fire blazed fiercely, continuous sizzling sounds emanating from its depths. "You boy, can you hear me?" Elder Ji's brows were tightly furrowed, his face somber. The bone fire clinging to Yu Chen emitted a trembling hum as Elder Ji's anxious voice rang out by his ear. "You boy, don't fall asleep. This is no time for sleep." Seeing no response from Yu Chen, Elder Ji's heart was filled with anxiety, yet he felt helpless. He could only intensify the flames burning away the dual-colored divine thunder remnants and the extreme coldness within Yu Chen's skin. Perhaps Elder Ji's calls had been answered, or perhaps the overwhelming pain had jolted Yu Chen's consciousness. Yu Chen groggily opened his eyes, staring at the sea of fire before him, and replied with a hint of confusion. Hearing the response, Elder Ji's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. He then hastily said to Yu Chen, "You boy, you must fend for yourself now. The residual divine thunder in your body is far more than I anticipated. I am currently refining the remnants within your skin. Don't think about anything else. Use the cultivation method from the Spirit Introduction chapter to draw spiritual energy into your body. The more the better." Just as Yu Chen dispersed the second wave of spiritual energy into his skin, he felt a clap of thunder detonate within his mind. A wave of numbness swept through his body, and his consciousness receded like the tide. When Yu Chen regained his senses, all he could see was a sea of white flames. Hearing Elder Ji's words, Yu Chen shuddered, feeling as though his very soul was about to flee from the crown of his head. Yu Chen swallowed hard, and without the slightest hesitation formed the 9-5 divine seal, frantically drawing spiritual energy into his body, heedless of the danger of self-destruction. It was only then that Yu Chen realized how fortunate he had been before. The pain of drawing spiritual energy now was incomparable to what he had just endured. They were as different as heaven and earth. Yu Chen recklessly channeled the spiritual energy from the medicinal liquid into his body, cycling it rapidly to convert it into his own power. Elder Ji too exerted every ounce of his strength in a desperate struggle against the residual divine thunder. In this deadlock of attrition, a whole night slipped away silently. Yu Chen's great cavern celestial body, after a night of reckless absorption, had taken in an incalculable amount of spiritual energy. Elder Ji had exhausted all the medicinal liquid refined from the divine thunder remnants Yu Chen had previously extracted with the four-direction spirit, and had even channeled the divine thunder remnants he had just refined into Yu Chen's body. Only then did the boundless great cavern celestial body begin to approach saturation. Yu Chen felt that his body could no longer absorb spiritual energy, but he dared not stop. Elder Ji's life or death warning lingered in his ears like a phantom. He did not dare to cease, fearing that stopping would mean death. There were too many things he needed to do. He feared death, he did not want to die, so he could only continue to frantically draw in spiritual energy. With a dull thud, just as Elder Ji refined the final trace of divine thunder remnants from Yu Chen's skin, Yu Chen's body, like a volcano long suppressed, suddenly had its last barrier shattered by an immense pressure from the Earth's core. Molten magma erupted forth in an instant. The immense force of the breakthrough left Yu Chen feeling as though he were floating on clouds. A breakthrough! Elder Ji exclaimed excitedly, looking at Yu Chen's utterly absorbed expression. Within the viscous blood-red medicinal liquid, a dense cluster of needle-point-sized spiritual energy vortices emerged. Inside each vortex appeared a silken white thread, and streams of silken spiritual energy flowed in from all directions, enveloping Yu Chen as tightly as a cocoon. Suddenly a powerful force of attraction burst forth from within Yu Chen's body. The blood-red liquid paled at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a pool of clear water. The still air suddenly began to undulate like ocean waves. Dots of brilliant light separated from the air drifted for a moment, and then with a whoosh traced a resplendent arc through the sky before flying into Yu Chen's body. As time passed, the force of attraction emanating from Yu Chen's body showed no signs of waning. Instead, it seemed to intensify. Influenced by this force, a miniature vortex formed in the air above Yu Chen's head. Spiritual energy from the air was drawn out of the vortex, forming a thin stream that poured into Yu Chen's body through the crown of his head. Elder Ji, who was meditating nearby, glanced at Yu Chen, still immersed in his cultivation, let out a helpless sigh, and then returned to his own meditative state. This was already the third time Elder Ji had been roused from his meditation. Just how terrifyingly much spiritual energy did the grand cavern heaven constitution require? Hum. After an unknown span of time, a trembling resonance suddenly filled the air. Elder Ji snapped back to attention, only to see ripples of spiritual energy spreading from Yu Chen's body like ocean waves, accompanied by a sound like rushing tides. The expanding waves of energy continued for about a quarter of an hour before halting their advance. They then reversed course, contracting back into Yu Chen's body. During this contraction, the waves were continuously refined and condensed, with only a third of their original volume returning within him. Once all the spiritual energy had retracted, Yu Chen's eyes opened slowly, like an old clam shell parting. A pair of eyes as bright as stars were revealed, and with a slight blink they emitted a dazzling brilliant light. The soul-burning bone fire on Yu Chen's body retracted inward, condensing into two small flames that coiled around his conception and governing vessels. Within his lower abdomen, a pearl-sized orb of energy floated. A faint sheen coated his wheat-colored skin. Yu Chen stood up from the medicinal cauldron, and a series of sharp, crackling sounds like beans popping emanated from within his body. Yu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, leaped gracefully from the cauldron, tracing a beautiful arc mid-air before landing silently beside Elder Ji. The entire motion was fluid and effortless, as light as a feather. Elder Ji. Yu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the vitality radiating from within. Felt as if he had been reborn. If the first layer of the ninefold body refinement had such a remarkable effect, what wonders would completing this spirit guide art bring? And if he were to fully master the 9-5 divine art, what then? Yu Chen dared not imagine. Looking at the spirited and determined Yu Chen, Elder Ji forced a bitter smile. If merely the first layer, the skin tempering stage, required such astonishing energy, where on earth would they find the resources needed for the remaining 8 layers? And these were just the fundamentals within the spirit guide art, the very foundation of the 9-5 divine art. If one were to actually cultivate the true 9-5 divine art, Elder Ji rubbed his throbbing temples, not daring to think further. Haha, you boy, not bad. Elder Ji patted Yu Chen's shoulder, a heartfelt joy surfacing on his time-worn face. But this is just the beginning of your journey. The path ahead will be more painful and more lonesome. Do you have the confidence to see it through? Since I've chosen my path, I will press on through wind and rain. Since my goal is the place where the sun rises, all I leave the world behind is my back. Yu Chen looked at Elder Ji, a resolute expression on his pale face. Hey, you little rascal. Elder Ji gave Yu Chen a friendly punch and laughed. It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs. How about we have a spar? Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to the first stage of the Tao path. I won't take advantage of you. Gurgle, gurgle. An untimely sound rumbled from Yu Chen's stomach. He looked at Elder Ji with an embarrassed smile. Elder Ji, how about we fill our stomachs first? Without waiting for Elder Ji's reply, Yu Chen left the Holy Spirit Hall. The sun was gradually rising in the east, its golden rays illuminating the world. Inside a sunlit room, a faint, tantalizing aroma filled the air, making one's mouth water. With a squeak, the slightly ajar door was pushed open. Yang Ling, dressed in a goose-yellow short-sleeved top and white skinny pencil pants, her hair braided in a forked style, tiptoed in, carrying a basin of water. She gently placed it on the washstand and was about to leave when she saw Yu Chen getting dressed. Hee, young master, you're awake. Hurry and wash up and eat. Yang Ling giggled, revealing two charming dimples. She placed her hands behind her back, tilted her head, looking just like the girl next door. Xiao Ling, you look very pretty today. Yu Chen playfully tapped Yang Ling's cute little nose, and under her displeased gaze chuckled as he proceeded to wash his face. Not at all. Yang Ling wrinkled her cute nose, lowering her head slightly as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Xiao Ling, come eat with me. After washing up, Yu Chen pulled the hesitant Yang Ling to the dining table, piling many dishes into her bowl. A bright smile spread across his pale face. Xiao Ling, eat up quickly or you'll be hungry later. With that, Yu Chen began to devour the food on the table with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Yang Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle before picking up her chopsticks and eating slowly. Whether due to a small appetite or dieting, Yang Ling only took a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. With a gentle smile, she propped her chin on her hand and quietly watched Yu Chen eat like a starving wolf. Xiao Ling, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Chen swallowed his food and looked at Yang Ling's almost untouched meal with concern. Xiao Ling isn't hungry. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Seeing Yu Chen's unsatisfied look, she pushed her own food towards him. Young master still needs to cultivate and needs all the energy he can get. If you don't mind, please have mine. Then I won't be polite. Yu Chen rubbed his nose, a happy smile appearing on his pale face, and eagerly devoured the food Yang Ling had barely touched. Xiao Ling's cooking is getting more and more delicious. I can never get enough. Yu Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks, washed his face, and began his cultivation. The sun climbed higher and the pleasant morning light turned harsh. In the shadowy woods a green mist rose, and the sound of rapid labored breathing echoed from within. Yu Chen stood bedraggled in the 10 directions, absolute kill array, his breath as heavy and rough as an ox's. Scalding sweat streamed down his forehead like a small river, his soaked clothes clinging unpleasantly to his skin. Surprisingly, his pale face held an incongruous coldness and an inexplicable excitement. His starbright eyes held a wolfish glint, carefully watching his surroundings. It was Elder Ji who was truly astonished. Through his few days of contact with Yu Chen, he discovered that the young man could adapt to his environment with seamless ease. The despondency when his father Yu Xiu had left the decadence after his cultivation was crippled, the audacity and caution when facing the mad dog like Yu Dao, and the heartfelt joy of a child receiving a toy upon a cultivation breakthrough. Yu Chen displayed all these facets vividly. Yu Chen's ability to blend completely with his environment meant that the people, objects, and events around him could easily shape his personality. Elder Ji had no doubt that if Yu Chen were placed in a righteous and uplifting environment, he would become a fearless champion of justice. But if placed in a dog-eat-dog world, Elder Ji equally had no doubt that with the perfect combination of the 9-5 divine art and the grand cavern heaven constitution, Yu Chen could become a bloodthirsty demon feared by all. Elder Ji's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he gazed at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with growing concern. The 9 heavens of today were no longer the peaceful, harmonious realm where doors were left unlocked at night. It had become a place of bloodlust, slaughter, and profit above all else. In such an environment, could Yu Chen maintain his current rational thinking? The possibility was almost zero. Yu Chen was a cultivator driven by emotion. He valued feelings deeply, sometimes to the point of acting on impulse, even daring to defy heaven itself just to honor his father. As a friend, he would go through fire and water for you, but as an enemy, he could make your life a living hell. Elder Ji sat meditating on a stump, but his mind was in turmoil. Images of Yu Chen in various situations flashed through his mind and his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Swoosh 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 swoosh. While Elder Ji was worrying, 5 sharp sounds of slicing air suddenly erupted from within the 10 directions absolute kill array. 5 wooden logs as thick as pythons shot out from different directions, locking Yu Chen in a deadly grip. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Facing the deadly array, Yu Chen frowned slightly. He lifted his legs, which felt as heavy as lead, twisted his body slightly, and traced an S-shaped arc through the air. A wooden log whistling shrilly grazed past his skin. Without pausing, Yu Chen arched his back, planted both hands on the ground, and kicked his feet up into the air, tracing arcs as he moved his hands across the ground with scorpion-like speed. Suddenly, he tilted his body, sharply bent his arms, and used the rebound force to launch himself upward while straining to lift his head. The moment his hands left the ground, another log whistled past his face, missing him by a hair's breadth. A cold sweat broke out instantly. He swallowed unconsciously, and a chill spread rapidly from the depths of his heart. The python-thick log streaked past his eyes, so close it brushed his eyelashes. He only saw a blur, but the fierce sound of the wind it created terrified him. This was the second time he had felt the threat of death. If he had been half a beat slower, he would have been a corpse by now. Yu Chen's heart surged with emotion. The brush with death had deeply shaken him. This world was fraught with danger. Every step had to be taken with extreme care, for a single misstep could lead straight to hell. Why was he always on the run and on the defensive? To win, the simplest way was to attack. Why was he trapped in a passive state, taking hits? Was it only because his strength was low? Was my strength really that low? A surge of anger began to grow and spread within Yu Chen's heart, and his gaze turned even colder. Using the rebound force to launch himself into the air, Yu Chen kicked away a log flying straight at him. He used the momentum to explosively retreat backward, simultaneously bending his right arm back, transforming his palm into a fist, and throwing a powerful punch at the incoming log. Is my strength really that low? With a piercing whistle, the iron-hard fist collided head-on with the swiftly flying wooden staff, meeting Yu Chen's skeptical gaze. A dull thud echoed as the fist struck the wood. Under the fierce force of the punch, cracks as thick as a python splintered across the staff, spreading rapidly like a spider's web before the wood shattered into splinters under the sheer power of Yu Chen's strike. Humph! Seeing this, a faint smile flickered across Yu Chen's pale face. But before the smile could fully bloom, a dull thump resonated from his chest. Bang! Yu Chen felt a stifling pressure in his chest, his breath catching as a powerful, unrelenting force slammed into him. He was hurled out of the 10 directions absolute killing array, scraping a shallow mark on the ground before skidding to a halt beside Elder Ji. Before he could even speak, a coppery taste rose in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. In a moment of excitement, Yu Chen mistook the 4th wooden staff for the last one. After shattering it with a single punch, he let his guard down. He hadn't even considered there might be another one. You brat, when will you ever stop acting on impulse? Looking at Yu Chen's disheveled state, Elder Ji smiled calmly, flicked his sleeve and rose. He walked to an open space nearby and said, "Since you're so eager to prove yourself, why don't we spar a bit? Let me see the combat power and endurance of the great cave divine body." As he spoke, Elder Ji produced a scroll. The scroll was pure white, exuding a cool, refreshing aura. Elder Ji toyed with the scroll in his hand, saying, "Though you're only at the initial Tao entry stage, your great cave divine body means your spiritual energy reserves can't be judged by ordinary standards. This is a heaven-tier low-grade technique called condensing essence finger. It's the same technique I used yesterday for the cold refining method of pill refinement. However, with your current strength, you can only unleash its mortal-tier low-grade power. So what do you think? This is a heaven-tier technique that would make other cultivators green with envy. Don't you want it? Elder Ji, you've certainly piqued my interest. Don't worry, I won't let you down. This scroll is as good as mine." Yu Chen stepped forward, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes, hands on his hips, wearing an expression that screamed, "I've already won. Where does this kid get such confidence?" Elder Ji tucked the scroll into his belt, looking at Yu Chen with a helpless expression, thinking to himself, "Ah, the vigor of youth. A newborn calf fears not the tiger. Ignorance breeds fearlessness." Elder Ji lowered his cultivation to the initial Tao entry stage and said, "If you can take this scroll from me, it's yours." "You said it." Yu Chen's face lit up with excitement as he stared at the snow-white scroll at Elder Ji's waist, his eyes bright as stars, shimmering with a brilliant gleam. "Don't you dare regret it. Did this kid take the wrong medicine today? Why is he so riled up?" Elder Ji looked at Yu Chen with a helpless expression, muttering inwardly, "You better watch out." Yu Chen laughed heartily as he looked at Elder Ji. "You brat, are you done yet? Keep spouting nonsense and I'll smack you dead with one palm." Seeing Yu Chen still blabbering on without making a move, a flash of impatience crossed Elder Ji's eyes. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a figure rapidly closed in before him. Hey Elder G, you can't afford to be distracted during a standoff. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting Elder G's graying hair. Startled, he found Yu Chen's pale face suddenly before him, but that pale face wore a sly, cunning smile. As Elder G bristled with irritation, a sharp glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. With a swift step, he closed the distance, appearing right beside Elder G in an instant. Having teased Elder G, Yu Chen's hand shot toward the Elder's waist, while he was still stunned. The hardships Yu Chen endured in the 10 Directions Absolute Killing Array were not in vain. Yu Chen knew that only by enduring the bitterest suffering could one rise above others. In 9 heavens without strength there was no power, so no matter how much pain he endured in the array, he never once thought of giving up. He was well aware that if he didn't sweat today, he might be done for tomorrow. Through each agonizing skin-splitting ordeal, his reaction speed and perception sharpened rapidly. It was this surge in strength, coupled with the astonishing reserves of spiritual energy stored within him, that allowed Yu Chen to close in on Elder G, the moment the Elder's impatience made him careless, and then amid the Elder's shock swiftly reach for the snow-white scroll at his waist. Yet no matter how cunning the fox, it can never outwit the hunter. Though slightly taken aback by Yu Chen's speed, Elder G relied on years of experience and instinct. The moment Yu Chen's fingers brushed the scroll, Elder G shifted his body slightly, causing Yu Chen's hand to miss by a hair's breadth. Simultaneously, Elder G's hands formed palms and swung out, giving Yu Chen a gentle push on the back. Yu Chen flew off like an autumn leaf in the wind. His sneak attack foiled. Yu Chen looked at the unruffled Elder G in the distance, and the fighting spirit on his pale face burned even brighter. Again! With a loud shout, Yu Chen shot forward like an arrow from a bow, reaching Elder G in the blink of an eye. Without a word, he launched a frantic barrage of attacks, using every part of his body as a weapon. Fueled by an endless stream of spiritual energy, Yu Chen's fists, shoulders, knees, legs, and feet rained down on Elder G like a storm, each strike accompanied by a howling gust of wind. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, his strike speed accelerating, as if he were a machine that never knew fatigue. Yu Chen's attacks were grand and sweeping, yet his speed was astonishingly fast. The surrounding air, affected by his movements, began to ripple with the rhythm of his strikes. Sharp palm winds carrying undulating currents of air surged toward Elder G like towering waves, each one more ferocious than the last, imbued with an overwhelming momentum. Caught in the eye of the storm, Elder G was like a small boat navigating a turbulent sea, rising and falling with the relentless swells. A monstrous wave would crash over him, yet he would emerge unscathed on the surface, appearing fragile, and on the verge of capsizing, yet always managing to drift steadily through the raging waters. But even the finest seasoned vessel cannot withstand the unending battering of the waves. Under Yu Chen's relentless storm-like assault, Elder G began to struggle to hold his ground. Seeing this, Yu Chen secretly rejoiced. He pulled back his arm, transforming his palm into a fist, and conjured a massive wave. With a thunderous shout, his fist, as large as a sandbag, descended upon Elder G with a piercing whistle, leading a towering tide that crashed down with overwhelming force. Explosive fist. Boom! Boom! The raging storm whipped up monstrous waves, surging toward the aged vessel at the heart of the tempest, swallowing everything in its path. The old boat reeled precariously in the storm. But experience proves that age brings wisdom. The seasoned captain, relying on years of seafaring expertise and formidable personal strength, steered the old vessel fearlessly forward through the surging sea. Hum! Hum! Amidst the undulating waves, a brilliant light suddenly emerged. It pierced through the thick clouds, shining straight down to the depths of the sea, scattering the monstrous creatures that stirred the waves. Under its radiant glow, the sea gradually calmed. Humph! Facing the sudden surge of overwhelming pressure, Yu Chen felt as if a mountain were crushing down on him. His breath caught, his chest tightened, and with a cold snort he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Cough, cough! Clutching his aching chest, Yu Chen said indignantly, "Elder G, didn't we agree to fight at the initial Dao entry stage? How could you suddenly change the rules? Can we even have fun playing together anymore? If you're not strong enough, you should admit it. It's not like I'd say anything. Your constitution is too special, kid. I have to fight you at 2 levels higher just to make it fair. Otherwise, I'd just be a punching bag." Elder G flexed his numb arm, thinking to himself, this kid really doesn't hold back. Even a 4th stage Dao entry cultivator can't withstand his blows. Elder G gave an awkward laugh and said, "I didn't expect your combat endurance to be so impressive. After all this fighting, you're not even out of breath or showing a faster heartbeat. Hey, I possess the great cave divine body and indestructible form. My combat endurance can last until you're on your knees begging for mercy, unable to get enough. How could I compare to those ordinary cultivators who finish in a flash?" Hearing Elder G's praise, Yu Chen's pale face swelled with pride. "You stop blowing your own horn. Now that you've officially begun your cultivation, let's start with the condensing essence finger." Elder G teased, then reached for his waist. only to find nothing there. Elder G's expression darkened, his face freezing in place. Hey Elder G, no need to trouble yourself. I already took it in advance. Yu Chen waved the snow-white scroll in his hand, his look of pride deepening. The old captain, relying on his vast experience and superb sailing skills, safely navigated the vessel out of the storm zone. But the treasures aboard the old ship were forever buried at the heart of the tempest. When did you steal it? Surprise flickered in Elder G's eyes. He had been keeping a close watch on Yu Chen's every move, only to have the scroll swiped right under his nose. This outcome was even more humiliating for Elder G than being bested by Yu Chen in combat. Elder G, why dwell on the details? The scroll was destined to end up in my hands anyway. Why does it matter how it got there? Yu Chen chuckled, raising a finger. Elder G, let me correct you on one thing. I acquired the scroll, not stole it. A cultivator would never stoop to stealing. Ridiculous. Utter nonsense. Elder G's face twisted with disdain. But soon that disdain gave way to helplessness. Yu Chen had run out of cultivation resources. The crops at Liaoshuan Manor had just been harvested, leaving a period of resource scarcity. The earliest batch wouldn't mature until September, and Yu Chen was at a critical stage where resources were essential. Without them, it would be as if his lifeline had been severed. Although the 9-5 divine art was a divine tier technique, Yu Chen's low constitution prevented him from unleashing its true potential. Moreover, the Great Cave divine body demanded an appalling amount of energy. Without resource support, Yu Chen couldn't possibly reach the first stage Taoist soul-fixing star within a year, let alone even dream of the divine foundation path. Yu Chen was also troubled by this sudden pressing dilemma. Gazing at Elder G, a meaningful smile spread across his pale face. You, what are you up to? I'm telling you, don't get any ideas. I've got no money on me. Seeing Yu Chen's predatory gaze, Elder G's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly defended himself. Hey Elder G, I haven't even spoken yet, why are you so tense? Yu Chen stored the white scroll into his ancient ring, revealing a mysterious smile, his star-bright eyes observing Elder G with great interest. You boy, I tell you, these scrolls are my lifeblood. If you dare to have any ideas about them, I swear I'll fight you to the death. Elder G glared at Yu Chen, speaking with an irritated expression. Elder G, don't be so rigid in your thinking. You need to learn to adapt. The 9 heavens today are vastly different from what they once were. Shouldn't you learn to go with the flow? Yu Chen approached Elder G, persisting with soft words and gentle persuasion. You boy, anything else can be discussed, but this matter is non-negotiable. Elder G's voice was resolute, showing just how much he treasured those cultivation arts. Elder G, I know you regard those arts and techniques as treasures. I also know you wouldn't sell the originals. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't either. Yu Chen spoke with a smile, reasoning with Elder G. But one can't make bricks without straw. Without resources, we're stuck in place. We'd be cutting off our own lifeline. A living person shouldn't be strangled by circumstance. Elder G, we can't just sit and wait for death. Although there are many ways to obtain resources like hunting wild beasts, with our current strength that would be suicide. I know you can't bear to sell the originals, but what difference is there between them and scraps of paper in your hands? You are immensely powerful, Elder G. Perhaps you've long outgrown the arts on those scraps. But if you were to offer just a sliver of those techniques, it would be enough to solve our immediate crisis. True supreme arts are not meant to be locked away, keeping company with loneliness. They should be propagated, known, and understood by more people. Only then can these supreme arts be remembered for ages instead of being lost in the river of time. You cherish these arts, Elder G, and I believe you wouldn't want to see them buried either. Enough. Say no more. Elder G raised his hand to silence Yu Chen, a deep contemplation settling on his time-worn face. Perhaps I have been too selfish. They should be passed on and glorified, not kept under lock and key. But I truly cannot bear to part with them. Elder G gazed at the boundless sky, his eyes filled with memories. After a long while, he let out a sigh and walked alone towards the small cottage. Seeing Elder G's dejected demeanor, Yu Chen remained silent and quietly followed behind him. Back in the cottage, Elder G's expression turned slightly cold. Without a word, he headed straight for the desk. Yu Chen, confused, could only watch silently. Elder G stood before the desk, his fingers like withered branches, picking up a sheet of rice paper. A mysterious aura seeped from his fingertips, enveloping the paper. To Yu Chen's astonishment, the paper gradually lost its original color, becoming dry and yellow. What was once pristine white now exuded an ancient desolation carved by time. Yu Chen's heart trembled again. Shortly after Elder G put down the paper, and a wave of desolate aura emanated from his body. Elder G picked up a writing brush, and without dipping it in ink, began to write directly on the paper. One by one, calligraphic characters filled with a sense of melancholy slowly materialized. After finishing the last stroke, Elder G looked at the characters on the paper and let out a slow, relieved breath. A look of resignation spread across his time-worn face. The moment Elder Ji set down the brush, his body dimmed considerably. You boy, it's not that I'm unwilling to sell those originals. I too wish for those arts to be spread far and wide, to be remembered for ages. But alas, human hearts are no longer pure. Those originals can only be deciphered by those with utmost sincerity. Yet in today's 9 heavens, how many possess such a sincere heart? Who can truly grasp the profound meaning within those originals? Enough. Today with my fallen spirit, I shall restore a measure of righteousness to the bewildered 9 heavens. Elder Ji looked up to the sky with a long sigh, tears streaming down his face unbidden. Looking at the calligraphy on the paper, imbued with a desolate aura, the corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched. He never imagined Elder Ji's feelings for those originals ran so deep. Remembering his earlier words, his face burned with shame. Elder Ji picked up the paper and handed it to Yu Chen, saying, "This is one of the 8 trigrams heaven-shaking 64 palms. The Lihua palm. It might be considered a mortal rank mid-grade technique. Take it to the auction tonight. The money we get should sustain us for a while. After the auction we'll go to the Beast Mountain range to cultivate." Elder Ji's voice was calm, but it caused a dull ache in Yu Chen's heart. "Elder Ji, Yu Chen opened his mouth but was silenced by a gesture from Elder Ji. "Prepare the necessary items and get yourself back to peak condition as soon as possible." Elder Ji left behind a meaningful remark before disappearing. Holding the scroll that exuded a desolate aura, Yu Chen's heart felt incredibly heavy. Following Elder Ji's instructions, Yu Chen acquired a black robe and a mask from Lu Gue. Then, under Lu Gue's bewildered gaze, he silently returned to the cottage, ate a few hurried mouthfuls of food, and sat cross-legged to regulate his inner energy. When a waning moon rose in the east, Yu Chen awoke from his meditation. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a calm gaze shooting from his star-like eyes, which was instantly replaced by a look of world weariness. Under the moonlight, a thin mist shrouded the woods. A dark figure, swift as an ape, darted through the forest, heading towards Jiangcheng in the northeast. At night, Jiangcheng was ablaze with lights and bustling with noise. The streets were lined with various snacks, and the cries of vendors rose and fell in waves. Inside an ornately decorated tavern, the atmosphere was especially lively. People from all walks of life from all corners gathered there, ordering a plate of peanuts and a small flask of wine, admiring the decorative lanterns while chatting with fellow patrons about strange tales and world affairs. In a corner that everyone ignored, a sudden flash of light, bright as a star, flickered. The light was neither dazzling nor blinding, yet it caused everyone in the tavern to fall silent and hold their tongues. A faint rustling sound emanated from the corner, followed by a black-robed figure drifting out. The figure moved like a specter, appearing silently before the crowd. The usually boisterous tavern suddenly became quiet, drawing the curiosity of the tavern owner. Seeing the black-robed figure hovering in the center of the tavern, he was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. "Where is the auction house?" A calm voice broke the silence of the tavern, which was then immediately swallowed by stillness once more. That calm voice, carrying a hint of age-old desolation, sent a chill of fear through everyone present. "Where is the auction house?" There was no answer. The person in the black robe asked again, this time with noticeably more urgency and impatience in his voice. "It's at 34, Tongtian Road in the free zone of Jiangcheng." Perhaps fearing for the safety of his establishment, the tavern owner quickly replied, hoping to send this harbinger of doom on his way. "Thank you." The black-robed figure paused for a moment, offered his thanks, and then, to the tavern owner's utter astonishment, left the tavern and disappeared into the crowd. The owner let out a deep sigh of relief. In an inconspicuous corner across from 34, Tongtian Road in the free zone, a pair of star-bright eyes surveyed the auction house, where a steady stream of people was entering. A puzzled voice echoed in the corner. "Elder Ji, why don't we just go straight to the auction house? Why spread the word at all these taverns first?" Elder Ji chuckled and replied, "This increases our visibility and drives up the price for our technique. This ensures we have enough resources to cultivate. Everyone is curious. By posing as mysterious outsiders, we pique people's curiosity, making them interested in tonight's auction and wonder what kind of treasure we're selling. This gets them to join the bidding. Taverns are where people from all walks of life gather. Information converges and spreads from these small places. Since it's the perfect promotional spot, why not use it?" Sure enough, as they spoke, wave after wave of people entered the auction house. Occasionally, a mysterious figure would also slip in through the bidder's entrance, drawing curious stares from the crowd. After waiting for about the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the flow of people entering began to dwindle, leaving only a few stragglers. "Elder Ji, shall we go in too?" Yu Chen rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement appearing on his pale face. "Wait, we need to disguise ourselves first." Elder Ji stopped Yu Chen. His withered hand gently swept across Yu Chen's face. Instantly the pale complexion began to darken and contort, eventually forming the face of a middle-aged man with a wheatish complexion. The skin on his hands also aged to varying degrees. In a moment a youthful boy with smooth tender skin had transformed into a rugged hardened man. Elder Ji, how did you turn me into? Before he could finish, Yu Chen clapped his hand over his mouth in shock. Elder Ji had not only changed Yu Chen's appearance, but also his voice from a soft-spoken tone to a deep resonant baritone. The deeper you hide yourself, the less likely others are to act rashly against you. Elder Ji chuckled, placing the mask on Yu Chen's face. He then draped a black robe over him and said, "It's time to showcase your past life's business acumen and social agility." Hearing this, Yu Chen was startled. He suddenly remembered that in his past life, he was also a seasoned veteran who had navigated the treacherous waters of the business world. Though his life was cut short, so what? Today he would shine once more. Looking at the auction house now teeming with people, Yu Chen pulled the brim of his hood lower, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. He then walked straight towards the auction house, heedless of the strange looks he received. As soon as he entered, a wave of irritating noise hit him. Yu Chen frowned, his gaze quickly sweeping across the auction hall. The auction house was shaped like a Roman Colosseum arranged in a ring. The seats were divided into 4 tiers. The first and fourth tiers were completely full, and the third tier was about 2/3 full. However, only 1/6 of the seats on the second tier were occupied, and each of those occupants wore a black robe completely covering their faces, with at least 6 empty seats separating them. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" As Yu Chen was surveying the circular auction hall, a sweet female voice sounded beside him. "The stage is set and the real show is about to begin. I'd like to ask for your continued support as we aim for the rankings." Following the sound, his gaze fell upon a young, lightly made-up maiden attendant. A sweet flower-like smile bloomed on her fair face. Her large, spirited eyes held a hint of playfulness and respect, as if they could speak. A lustrous black ponytail hung down her back. As she stood there, the clamor of the auction house seemed to quiet. "Ahem." Yu Chen let out a dry cough, and a voice deep and tinged with hoarseness emerged from his mouth. "I wish to auction some items. I'd like to see your appraiser." "Very well, sir. Please follow me." The attendant was slightly taken aback by Yu Chen's voice, which seemed carved by time. Unable to gauge his age from the sound alone, she dared not make a hasty decision. The attendant quickly recovered her face once again, breaking into a sweet smile, as she led the way for Yu Chen. With a few twists and turns, the maiden attendant led Yu Chen into a room within moments. She handed him a cup of tea, asked him to wait, and then disappeared through a slightly ajar door. Yu Chen picked up the teacup with 2 fingers, inhaled its fragrance, then set it down on the table, patiently observing his surroundings. The room was simply furnished: 3 leather chairs arranged in a triangle, 2 delicate tea tables, and a few dusty paintings hanging on the dark gray walls. A faint, unrecognizable fragrance lingered in the air. The lighting was dim, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yu Chen sat upright in the leather chair, silent and unmoving, waiting like a meditating old monk. Tap, tap, tap. Within moments, a slow but distinct sound of high heels striking the floor came from behind the slightly ajar door. It was accompanied by a charming laugh. "My apologies, appraiser Chai is currently occupied. Please wait a moment longer, sir." Following the voice, he saw the door being pushed open, and a woman clad in a form-fitting fiery red cheongsam stepped out. She had large brown wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, and a pair of fox-like phoenix eyes that shimmered with allure. A hint of intoxication colored her flushed cheeks. Her lips, painted the color of peony, parted slightly. Her waist was as sinuous and supple as a snake's, and beneath the slit of her cheongsam a pair of long fair legs were tantalizingly revealed. Such a seductive creature suddenly appearing beside him, her voice so sweet it could melt bones, lingered in his ears. Her captivating eyes held a dreamy gaze as she moved. Every languid sway of her hips was a natural temptation, stoking the dormant flames within any man's heart. "Please don't be anxious, sir. Appraiser Chai will be here shortly. I ask for your patience a little longer." The woman picked up the teacup from the table, her flushed face carrying a soul-stirring charm. "Please have some tea, sir. My name is Sophie, you may call me Fei." Yu Chen set down his teacup and gave a slight nod. Sophie sat opposite him in a leather chair, crossing her legs and leaning forward, her soft curves pressing against her thighs. Noting that Yu Chen only wet his lips with the tea before placing the cup back, Sophie thought to herself that this man was cautious. She found herself intrigued by the figure in the black robe, and her charming smile deepened. "I recently received a letter from relatives in the capital, and rushed over forgetting to bring money. In desperation, I decided to sell this cultivation manual, but I never thought," Yu Chen said, suppressing his urges as he looked at the alluring Sophie. "Fei knows a bit about appraisal. If you're in a hurry, I could take a look at it for you first and give you a price. If we meet again, we can settle any difference." Sophie's alluring eyes twinkled, and a smile curved at the corners of her intoxicating lips. Her delicate hand brushed lightly, almost imperceptibly, across Yu Chen's chest. Then I'll be in your care, Miss Feifei. Yu Chen took out the scroll that Elder Ji had prepared during the day, and handed it to Sophie. Honestly, faced with such a breathtaking beauty, he couldn't guarantee he could remain as chaste as Liu Xiaohui. Looking at the scroll, the allure in Sophie's eyes grew more intense. She winked at Yu Chen and slowly unrolled it. The seductive look on her flushed face instantly froze, replaced by sheer unparalleled shock. As Sophie unrolled the yellowed scroll, a desolate aura washed over her, and her expression shifted drastically. She never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man carried such an ancient scroll. Who was he? Where did he come from? What was his business in the capital? Gazing at Yu Chen shrouded in his black robe, a hint of solemnity appeared on Sophie's flushed cheeks, and a flicker of surprise crossed her alluring eyes. Yu Chen didn't realize his offhand lie would cause such a stir. Is there a problem? He asked, glancing at Sophie, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. His tone carried a hint of suspicion and challenge. No, sir. Please don't misunderstand. Sophie brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, her charming smile returning, but it couldn't hide the shock within. It was evident in how she now addressed him as you, with more respect. Her smile was also a bit unnatural. Sir, if you don't mind, I'd like to take this to our appraiser for a proper evaluation. Sophie held the scroll with both hands, asking cautiously. Of course. I have no money now, and the scroll is in your hands, Miss Feifei. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. I heard today's auction is quite exciting, and I'd like to see it for myself. It'll give me something to brag about when I get to the capital. Yu Chen said, playfully tapping his fingers rhythmically on his leg, as he looked at the sexy Sophie. Besides, how could I refuse such a gracious invitation from a great beauty like you? Oh, stop teasing me, sir. Sophie giggled, covering her mouth. She walked over to Yu Chen, her delicate hand tracing his jawline, her alluring eyes sparkling with a bewitching light. Wait for me a moment, sir. Feifei will be right back. Sophie winked at Yu Chen, gave him a lingering look, and slowly turned to leave. However, as she turned, a pair of rough hands instantly encircled her sinuous waist. A black robe pressed close, enveloping her. A deep, slightly hoarse voice whispered near her crystal-clear earlobe. Are you naturally this alluring, or is there a wanton heart beating beneath that seductive exterior? Startled by Yu Chen's sudden move, Sophie's flushed face broke into a seductive, enigmatic smile. Does Sir want Feifei's body or Feifei's heart? Before Yu Chen could answer, she slipped out of his embrace like a snake, leaving him with a lingering, ambiguous gaze, as she disappeared through the door. Enchantress! Yu Chen licked his lips, sat upright in the leather chair, and began to circulate his 9-5 divine art to calm the turmoil within. Once inside, Sophie rubbed her temples, a flicker of confusion passing through her alluring eyes. She pounded the wall in frustration with her delicate fist. The previous mysterious figures who came to auction their treasures had all confessed their secrets under her charm art, but Yu Chen was as tight-lipped as a miser. What's more, he had even taken advantage of her. At the thought, her smooth brow furrowed slightly. She clenched her hand into a pink fist, ready to vent her frustration again, but a sly glint crossed her eyes. A smile tugged at her lips as she twirled a strand of her brown wavy hair. Holding the ancient desolate scroll, she thought, I don't believe you're truly that chaste. Charm art. Elder Ji, what kind of technique is it? Inside the Holy Spirit Temple, Yu Chen sat cross-legged on a jade slab, looking at Elder Ji with a bewildered expression. The charm art is a cultivation technique practiced by female cultivators. Through enchanting voices, body language, and suggestive words, the practitioner can subtly bewitch the target, compelling them to speak the truth. Elder Ji spoke like a wise sage, patiently imparting knowledge to Yu Chen. 100,000 years ago, a female cultivator mastered the charm art to perfection. With a single glance, she was able to slay over 1,000 cultivators. But how is it that you boy are immune to it? Elder Ji suddenly looked at Yu Chen with a hint of surprise, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Boy, don't tell me you're the one who's that. Yu Chen understood the insinuation, blushed, and retorted. Then why doesn't the charm art affect you? Elder Ji teased. Because I'm a one-woman man. Yu Chen declared with pride. I walk through a garden of 1,000 flowers without a single leaf ever touching me. Yeah, right? Elder Ji rolled his eyes. Sir, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Our chief appraiser would like to have a word with you. A soft clinking sound preceded Sophie's arrival beside Yu Chen, who spoke with a light laugh. Yu Chen's body trembled slightly. His closed eyes twitched before slowly opening. A pair of bright star-like eyes were suddenly revealed to Sophie, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She thought, what spirited eyes! As she marveled, a mischievous glint suddenly appeared in those spirited eyes. A deep, slightly hoarse voice emerged from the black robe as he rose from the leather chair. Please lead the way, Miss Feifei. Sophie smiled charmingly, tucking a strand of brown wavy hair behind her ear. Please follow me, sir. She cast him a glance before turning and disappearing into the dim doorway. Yu Chen glanced at the wooden door, leading to an unknown destination, adjusted his mask, and a smile gradually spread across his lips before he followed her in. Upon entering, his vision darkened. After a moment to adjust, Yu Chen slowly followed Sophie. As they traversed the winding, seemingly endless passage, he silently counted his steps and memorized the path they took. When Yu Chen mentally noted the number 325, Sophie's steps ceased before a wooden door. He knew they had arrived. Looking up, he saw Sophie. Fei knocked on the wooden door in a series of distinct rhythms. The door swung open, revealing a room shrouded in mystery to Yu Chen's eyes. The room before him was not as lavish as Yu Chen had imagined. Bathed in purple light, it was a play of light and shadow imbued with an air of profound enigma. At the far end of the room rested a jade platform roughly the size of a high school desk. Two beams of stark white spiritual light illuminated a yellowed scroll lying upon its surface. An elderly man with snow-white hair and withered skin leaned over the jade platform. His hands, resembling gnarled branches, trembled as they pressed upon the scroll. His murky eyes flickered with intense excitement, like a diligent student utterly absorbed in the contents before him. Clearly this old man was the chief appraiser of the auction house that Su Fei had mentioned. Su Fei confirmed his identity. Elder Fong, Elder Fong. She nudged the old man, who was still enraptured by his study of the scroll. A slight frown creased Su Fei's smooth forehead, as a hint of apology colored her flushed cheeks. She turned to Yu Chen and said, "I apologize. This is how Elder Fong is. He can't resist a treasure. Please forgive him." "Not at all." Yu Chen waved his hand, seizing the opportunity to flatter him subtly. "Elder Fong is a true connoisseur. This paper is a treasure in his hands, but in mine it's merely a weed." The fact that he recognized its value, preventing it from being lost to obscurity, shows a true affinity between him and this treasure. And Miss Fei Fei, with such enchanting charm, meeting her is a blessing I've accumulated over 3 lifetimes. How could I possibly complain? "You are quite silver-tongued," Su Fei chuckled, covering her mouth. "And wearing a mask to hide your face, pretending to be mysterious. Are you afraid that some naive young maiden might see your true visage and pledge herself to you?" A playful glint sparkled in her upturned phoenix eyes, which seemed misty with allure. Every gesture she made was full of seductive charm. "Miss Fei Fei, you haven't tasted my words, so how do you know they're so slick?" Yu Chen licked his lips, a roguish glint flashing from his star-bright eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Su Fei. A tremor ran through Su Fei's body, and her alluring phoenix eyes seemed to cloud over with a dreamy haze. Su Fei swayed her serpentine waist as she sauntered over to Yu Chen. Her fair arms snaked around his neck, her peony-red lips a mere breath away from his. A sweet languid scent invaded his nostrils, rushing straight to his head. Her enchanting phoenix eyes rippled with an intoxicated look, gazing deeply into his star-bright eyes. She parted her lips and let out a voice that stirred the soul. "As for whether your words are slick, wouldn't it be clear if I tasted them myself? Miss Fei Fei, is your enchanting demeanor born from the depths of your soul, or is it merely a facade? I truly wish to delve deeper and find out." A roguish smile curled at the corner of Yu Chen's lips. His hands suddenly clamped around her supple waist, pulling her close and enveloping her in a firm embrace so tight that he could clearly feel the curves of her body. "A genuine relic. It's truly a genuine relic." Elder Fong, who had been utterly absorbed in the scroll, suddenly shouted in excitement. Yu Chen and Su Fei, intertwined, sprang apart as if shocked. Yu Chen glanced at Su Fei, who had turned away, then brought his fingers to his nose, and inhaled her lingering scent, a smug smile curving his lips. Su Fei, feigning nonchalance, tucked a strand of her brown wavy hair behind her ear, and asked, "Elder Fong, what is the result?" Yet no matter how she tried to hide it, she couldn't conceal the genuine blush that rose beneath the rouge on her cheeks. "It's a genuine relic from 100,000 years ago. Although it's only a middle-grade mortal artifact, the aura emanating from this scroll is definitely from that legendary era 100,000 years past." Elder Fong clutched the yellowed scroll tightly, his hoarse voice trembling with undisguised excitement. Su Fei's body trembled. Her delicate hand instinctively flew to her slightly parted lips, her alluring phoenix eyes wide with astonishment. Despite her mental preparation, Su Fei was still shaken by the revelation. If Elder Ji's belongings were so easily deciphered by you all, how could he have survived from that legendary era, even if only as a soul? Watching the shock on Elder Fong's face, Yu Chen chuckled inwardly. He said with satisfaction, "Sir, if you are willing, I would like to purchase this scroll from you for 5,000 silver coins." Elder Fong snapped out of his daze, his murky gaze clearing as he looked at Yu Chen standing beside Su Fei. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes as he made the offer, his gaze filled with longing. "Elder Fong, how can you?" Su Fei was stunned by his words again. She looked at the hope in his eyes, an incredulous expression crossing her enchanting face. This elder Fong, who was notoriously miserly and tight-fisted, was actually willing to spend a fortune on this scroll. 5,000 silver coins was equivalent to an entire year of his salary at the auction house. The fact that Elder Fong would go to such lengths was a testament to the scroll's true value. The Nine Firmament Continent was boundless, divided into countless regions. The region Yu was in was the lowest tier, known as the Nine Firmaments Mystic Domain. The Heavenly Sage Dynasty and the Moyun Empire split the Nine Firmaments Mystic Domain in two. The Yu clan resided on the western coast of the Heavenly Sage Dynasty, where the currency consisted of gold, silver, and copper coins. 10,000 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin and 10,000 silver coins for 1 gold coin. The annual income of Liao Xian Manor was only 8,000 silver coins, yet Elder Fong was offering 5,000 for the scroll, underscoring its immense value. The legendary scroll of great value showed no reaction to the charm art. He wore a mask to conceal his true face and a black robe to hide his form. Who was he truly? Where did he come from? Who was this friend he was visiting in the capital, and for what purpose? Was this legendary scroll truly pawned off casually because he was short on travel money? Was he unaware of its value, or did he simply not care about such things? Unconsciously, Su Fei glanced at Yu, her suspicions deepening. The next moment she was startled by her own thoughts. Elder Fong, you know the rules of the auction house. It goes to the highest bidder. Yu chuckled non-committally. Hearing this, Elder Fong's eyes dimmed like a defeated rooster, utterly dejected. Elder Fong knew he had neither strength nor influence. He was just an ordinary artifact appraiser. How could his arm possibly twist against the thighs of those powerful noble families? Elder Fong set a starting price for the scroll. After a moment of silence, Su Fei said softly, "The opening bid will be 2,000 silver coins with a minimum increment of 1,000. It will be the final item in tonight's auction." Though he couldn't own the scroll, Elder Fong hoped it would fetch a good price. It was his way of honoring the treasure he had recognized. "Sir, this is your seat number. Tonight's auction promises to be quite exciting, and I hope you won't miss it. After the auction, please return here to collect your earnings. The auction house will take a 10% commission as a service fee. These are the rules of the auction house, and we ask that you comply." Su Fei paused for a moment, a charming smile blooming on her flushed face. She rose, retrieved a card from a dim corner, pressed a kiss upon it, then slowly traced it across Yu Chen's lips before placing it in his hand. She smiled. "See you later then." Yu casually tucked the card away, waved goodbye to Su Fei, and turned to leave the room, heading towards the ring-shaped auction hall, according to the route in his mind. Fei, did you manage to get any information out of him?" Elder Fong asked calmly, having composed himself, watching Yu Chen's retreating figure. Su Fei shrugged, a helpless expression on her flushed face. Fei, didn't you say your charm art was invincible? Why did it fail today?" Elder Fong teased, glancing at her. "Who knew he was such a tight-fisted miser?" Su Fei retorted with a pout. "Perhaps the Nine Firmaments Mystic Domain has been in chaos for too long. Some powerful figures might have decided it's time to reshuffle the cards." Elder Fong said mysteriously, then shook his head with a laugh. "This is beyond the control of small fry like us. Let's get ready to start the auction." Su Fei nodded and turned to leave. Following the route in his mind, Yu reached the ring-shaped auction hall in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. He glanced at the card, second floor, seat 56. Observing the oppressive atmosphere on the second floor, where those mysterious figures who had bared their souls to Su Fei were seated, Yu shook his head in resignation, and took an inconspicuous empty seat on the third floor instead. No sooner had he sat down than a wave of noise washed over him from all directions. Yu silently activated his 9-5 divine art to calm his mind. However, it wasn't long before his attention was caught by a discussion nearby. "Hey, did you know? The Heavenly Sage Dragon City, which vanished in legend, has reappeared," a sharp-faced young man said with an air of mystery. "Can't you survive a single day without spinning tales?" A voice filled with disdain cut him off. "I admit I like to exaggerate, but this time it's real. I swear I'm not lying to you all." Seeing his companion's disbelief, the sharp-faced young man quickly retorted, "Remember that time, a while back, with the heavy thunderstorm? A beam of white light shot into the sky one night, illuminating the entire world." Hearing this, Yu body stiffened. The time the sharp-faced man mentioned was exactly when he was. At that thought, Yu perked up, straining his ears to listen more closely. After that white light, a colossal, magnificent palace appeared in the pitch-black sky. 2 giant dragons thick as water vats coiled around the 2 towering pillars at its entrance, glaring down at the earth with bared fangs and claws. But the palace only appeared for an instant before turning into a streak of light and landing in the Beast Mountain range. Shortly after, the Wang family of Jiang City was slaughtered, utterly wiped out, not a single soul spared. "What palace? What dragons? I think you dreamed all this up. I know you. You just can't stand a day without spinning some tall tale. The man's words were cut off by a burst of laughter, though no one denied the fact that the Wang family had been massacred. Because after that torrential rain, the Wang family truly was annihilated down to the last person. Even the young miss of the Wang family, who had hidden in the escape tunnel, had died a gruesome death. First Elder Ji and now the heavenly sage Dragon City. These are all beings that should have vanished with the legends, yet they are appearing one after another. Is the Nine Firmaments truly about to be reshuffled? Hearing the young man's words, Yu Chen fell into deep thought. As he pondered, a thunderous roar erupted from the ring-shaped auction hall. The long-awaited auction was officially underway. At No. 34, Tongtian Road in the Zhangcheng Free Zone, the circular auction house was buzzing with life and excitement. Influenced by a mysterious figure in a black robe, today's auction drew a crowd 30% larger than usual, including noble families, wandering cultivators, and a greater number of local nouveau riche. Roused from his contemplation by the clamor, Yu Chen sighed, and turned his gaze towards the center of the circular auction house. A stone platform 3 chi long and 1 chi wide rose slowly from the center of the arena. With it ascended a seductive woman clad in a fiery red v-neck evening gown. Her voluptuous charms barely concealed a captivating smile gracing her face, and her alluring phoenix eyes sending out silent invitations. She was Su Fei, the famed enchantress of Zhangcheng. As Su Fei appeared at the center of the circular auction house, scorching gazes swept over her tantalizing figure like scanners. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout the hall, and the temperature within seemed to spike instantly. With a clang, a circular railing forged from refined iron separated Su Fei from the surrounding seats. As the crowd began to grumble in dissatisfaction, massive display screens powered by vast amounts of spiritual energy suddenly flickered to life around the arena, projecting a crystal-clear image of Su Fei waving to the audience. Once everything was set, Su Fei raised a hand to quiet the crowd, a charming smile gracing her pretty face. Welcome everyone to the circular auction house. I am Fei Fei, and it is a pleasure to be reunited with you all here again. The moment her sweet cloying voice faded, the arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers, with some even shouting Su Fei's name in excitement. Maintaining an impeccable smile, Su Fei paused briefly before continuing. The rules remain the same as before. Allow me to reiterate, all items go to the highest bidder. The circular auction house added this railing today without prior consultation, and for that Fei Fei offers her apologies. We meant no offense. This barrier is simply to safeguard the auction items, preventing any potential theft by those with wicked intentions. Though such an incident has never occurred, this railing is merely a precaution. Su Fei tucked a strand of her brown wavy hair behind her ear and continued. Today's auction features a splendid array of items, heavenly treasures to enhance your cultivation, divine weapons to amplify your combat prowess, and unique cultivation techniques to broaden your horizons. Moreover, every item today has been personally authenticated by our auction house's specially invited appraiser Elder Chai, and our chief appraiser Elder Feng. They are 100% genuine. And at the end of the auction, Fei Fei has a little gift for everyone. As she spoke, Su Fei's delicate jade-like fingers traced a subtle lingering path across her captivating red lips, a dazed alluring gleam swirling within her enchanting phoenix eyes. As Su Fei's every bewitching gesture was transmitted to the audience through the screens, an intangible flame seemed to ignite in the pit of many a stomach. Some with weaker self-control nearly lost their composure on the spot. All fervent gazes converged on Su Fei at the center of the arena, and those with vivid imaginations began to let their thoughts wander. That captivating enchantress, Yu Chen muttered with a wry smile, feeling the intense stares and hearing the continuous gulps around him. He then closed his eyes and began to circulate the 9-5 divine art. Seeing that little vixen flaunting her charms outside bothers you, does it? Why not just claim her for yourself and let her reveal that allure for you alone? Elder Ji teased Yu Chen, then suddenly let out an eh, and chuckled slyly. Aren't you the one who flits from flower to flower without a leaf clinging to you? Why are you running the 9-5 divine art? Having trouble suppressing those urges stirring within? Shut up. Yu Chen spat coldly, then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Seeing this, Elder Ji let out a soft chuckle and fell silent as well. Under the influence of Su Fei's charm art, the emotions of the entire audience were whipped into a frenzy. Each item that appeared on the stone platform sparked a bidding war. As the bids escalated, the enchanting smile on Su Fei's face deepened further, fueling the already frenzied crowd. In the collective fever, pitch money flowed like water from the surrounding seats to the central auction stage. The wealthy upstarts, without a second thought for the true value of the items, tossed fortunes about as if merely to win a smile from Su Fei. It truly was a case of, when you have money you can buy what you want. The auction proceeded with fiery intensity, while Yu Chen cultivated with rapt absorption. Yu Chen discovered that in this fervent environment, his blood vessels, including his meridians, dilated to nearly twice their normal size. Furthermore, the time for spiritual energy to complete a full cycle through his body was shortened by a full 2/3. Faced with such a windfall from heaven, how could Yu Xiu let this opportunity slip by? He concealed himself within his black robe, and without a second thought entered the sacred spirit temple. He steadied his breath and mindset, then quickly brought to mind the second stage of the spirit drawing chapter. The method for bone tempering. He began to cultivate. Using the jade slabs within the temple, Yu Xiu arranged the 8 desolations spirit gathering array. Sitting facing south, he positioned himself at the array's eye, feeling the spiritual energy surging from all directions. His hands swiftly formed the 9 divine seals. The spirit drawing chapter explained for bone tempering, one must draw the spirits of heaven, earth, sun, and moon into the body, transforming them into primordial chaos spiritual energy to soak every osseous tissue. The spirits of the 4 directions entered Yu Qi's body through the Laogong points on his palms, and the Yongquan points on his soles, converging in his lower abdomen to form a dense white mist. After drifting there for a moment, the mist dispersed throughout his body. The primordial chaos spiritual energy attached itself to his purplish-blue bones, forming a white film. Then subsequent energy penetrated this film, seeping into the bone itself. Thanks to the 8 desolations spirit gathering array, and his dilated meridians, primordial chaos spiritual energy flowed continuously into Yu Qi's body, permeating his osseous tissues. As the energy continued to seep in, the film enveloping his bones gradually swelled, filled with dense primordial chaos spiritual energy, constantly strengthening Yu Qi's skeletal structure. As time passed, the auction gradually entered its later stages. The mysterious figures in black robes, seated on the second level, began to participate in the bidding one after another. The fervent atmosphere of the auction house, fueled by Su Fei's seductive words and gestures, finally reached its zenith. Yet Yu Qiu, seated in an inconspicuous corner on the 3rd level, remained silent, a stark contrast to the surrounding frenzy. Amidst the crowd's fervor, faint wisps of spiritual energy, like water snakes, slithered unnoticed into Yu Qi's body. At a certain moment, Yu Qiu, who had been as still as a meditating monk, suddenly changed his hand seals. Wisps of primordial chaos spiritual energy, tinged with purple-blue, surfaced on his skin, then like small indigo serpents slithered towards his palms. Guided by Yu Qiu, the indigo serpents intertwined and coiled, eventually forming a 4-colored pearl, slightly larger and more vibrant in hue than before. The power seems much stronger than before. Yu Qiu exhaled a stale breath, stored away the pearl, and stretched his limbs, listening to the satisfying crackle from his joints. He threw a heavy punch into the air, feeling the force radiating from his fist, and a gleeful smile spread across his pale face. "You boy, bid on that scroll." Elder Ji's urgent voice echoed in his ear just as Yu Qiu relaxed. Startled for a moment, Yu Qiu quickly exited the sacred spirit temple. Anything Elder Ji had his eye on was certainly no ordinary item. A tremor ran through the black robe in the corner, and a pair of eyes bright as stars ignited from within the shadows. Yu Qiu subtly stretched his muscles and cast his gaze towards the center of the auction hall. The auction was nearing its end. When Su Fei sold a savage beast's inner core for 3,500 silver coins, her pretty face blossomed with an intoxicating smile. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, a pitch-black scroll materialized on the auction stage. The moment his gaze touched it, Yu Qi's expression tightened, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his brilliant eyes. Embroidered upon the dark scroll was a fierce beast with claws bared, exuding a faint yet domineering aura, as if a supreme expert were looking down upon the world with utter contempt. "This scroll, it has a spirit?" Yu Qiu murmured after a long silence. The faint aura emanating from the scroll felt strangely familiar. It wasn't until he recalled the similar presence on the scroll Elder Ji had written with his soul that he understood. However, the soul aura on this dark scroll was less than a 10,000th of that on Elder Ji's. Observing the intense gazes from the surrounding seats, Su Fei smiled charmingly and announced, "Amidst thunder and starlight, the heavenly Saint Dragon City, once revered as a holy land in the 9 heavens domain, has once again descended upon our realm. Though it was but a fleeting vision, it was undeniably real. The heavenly Saint Dragon City, a place of true dragons, a legend only spoken of in myths, has reappeared. What does it signify? Is the cause sown 100,000 years ago to bear fruit in the 9 heavens of today? Is this scroll a blessing or a curse?" Yu Qiu stared at the dark scroll radiating its contemptuous aura, a myriad of lights flickering within his star-bright eyes. "This scroll, 100 steps 9 turns, is the gift from the heavenly Saint Dragon City. Appraised personally by Elder Chai, it is a mortal rank mid-grade movement technique. When mastered, one can shrink the earth, covering 100 li in a single step and turning back at will." As she spoke, Su Fei slowly tucked a lock of her wavy brown hair behind her ear, a seductive smile playing on her lips. "Though 100 steps 9 turns is merely a mortal rank mid-grade technique, do not forget its origin. Comes from legend itself. A remnant of that era's aura lingers within. Perhaps hidden inside is the secret to becoming a god. A thunderclap seemed to detonate within the minds of the crowd. Anything even remotely associated with the divine was bound to incite a frenzy, no matter how insignificant it might be. An ancient proverb circulated throughout the 9 heavens: no one wishes to die and no one is immortal, except for the gods. Every person in the 9 heavens, be they royalty, noble scions, fallen aristocrats, or disheartened young masters, anyone born of mortal flesh, is destined to face death. There is but one way to escape death: become a god, ascend to the divine realm, and transcend the cycle of life and death. The starting bid for 100 steps 9 turns is 1,000 silver coins with a minimum increment of 500. Bidding begins now. Seeing the crowd's fervor successfully ignited, Su Fei flashed a bewitching smile and swayed her waist supple as a water snake. 2,000 silver coins. A middle-aged man's voice, impatient and eager, boomed from the 3rd level the instant Su Fei finished speaking. It seems the allure of godhood is truly irresistible. After all, everyone fears death. 2,500 silver coins. A voice as grating as glass scraping against glass followed almost immediately after the middle-aged man's bid. 3,500 silver coins. This bid came from a mysterious figure draped in a black robe on the 2nd level, who had remained silent until now. Su Fei's gaze followed the voice, her brow furrowing slightly. All she had managed to glean from this enigmatic bidder was his name, Bu Xingyun, before he had clammed up. This was his first bid of the day. When Bu Xingyun directly raised the price by 1,000 silver coins from 2,500, many were stunned into silence, their heads drooping in defeat. They had spent too lavishly during the earlier bidding, and now found their purses empty. Though the scroll came from a legendary era, it was now beyond their reach. Another deterrent was Bu Xingyun's position on the 2nd level. Only those of considerable standing could be seated there. Going once at 3,500 silver coins. Su Fei announced, her voice betraying a hint of anxiety, despite her alluring phoenix eyes scanning the crowd. From the start of the auction to its near end, Su Fei had searched every corner of the arena, yet had failed to spot the mysterious person who remained unaffected by her charm art. The one named Yu Chen. Going twice at 3,500 silver coins. Su Fei called out again, the anxiety on her brow becoming more pronounced. Going 3 times at 3,500 silver coins. The circular auction hall fell into absolute silence, every breath held only the pounding of hearts echoing in the stillness. Su Fei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and raised the gavel. 4,500 silver coins. A sudden voice shattered the silence just as Su Fei was about to bring the gavel down. Simultaneously, 2 gazes laden with different emotions shot directly towards the bidder. 4,500 silver coins. A sudden bid, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred ripples across its surface. The gazes of everyone in the circular auction house converged almost simultaneously upon the bidder nestled in an inconspicuous corner of the 3rd tier of the ringed seating. Among those gazes, one came from the center of the auction floor. Upon hearing the price leap by another 1,000 silver coins, Sophie was taken aback. 3,500 silver coins was already above the scroll's worth, and the bidder was a mysterious figure from the 2nd tier. It was for this very reason that no one else had dared to bid when he called out that price. Sophie never expected that just as she was about to bring down her gavel, the price of this scroll, already exceeding its value, would be raised once more. Even more unexpected was the identity of the new bidder, Yu Chen, the mysterious man who had shown no reaction to the charm art. In Sophie's view, if Yu Chen could casually auction off a scroll like the Blazing Palm, which had driven the entire 9 heavens into a frenzy, why would he care about this one? Sophie was not alone in her confusion. Yu Chen himself was equally puzzled. From his perspective, Elder Ji possessed countless scrolls of higher grade and greater power than the 100 steps 9 turns. Why would he spend 4,500 silver coins on this particular scroll? For the record, the 4,500 silver coins bid was Elder Ji's. The 100 steps 9 turns footwork, though not of a high rank, is perfectly suited for your current cultivation level. Your current level is too low to unleash the true potential of those advanced movement techniques. Furthermore, those advanced techniques consume vast amounts of spiritual energy. Even with your great cave heavenly body, you would be unable to sustain such a high expenditure. Facing Yu Chen's question, Elder Ji patiently explained. The reason I bid 4,500 silver coins is to corner the bidder on the 2nd tier, forcing him to back down. Remember, 5,000 silver coins is not a small sum. Pausing, a glint of cunning flashed in Elder Ji's eyes. Throughout the entire auction, that black-robed figure on the 2nd tier never bid, which shows how much he desires this scroll. If we bid 4,000, he might counter with 4,500, pushing us to our limits. Since this scroll will inevitably sell for 4,500 silver coins, it's best we preempt him and force him into a corner instead. Hearing Elder Ji's analysis, Yu Chen instinctively glanced at the mysterious figure on the 2nd tier. He indeed caught a venomous glare directed at him. A sharp oppressive aura emanated from the mysterious man, surging unabatedly towards Yu Chen. To his astonishment, the aura radiating from the mysterious man bore a striking resemblance to the energy emanating from that pitch-black scroll. Could he be? Gazing at the mysterious man on the second tier, a bizarre thought crossed Yu Chen's mind. You my boy, haven't you been looking for an opponent to test your strength? Stay sharp tonight. Don't embarrass this old man. Elder Ji teased Yu Chen, then fell silent. My first real opponent is a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Yu Chen was momentarily stunned, but a flicker of excitement soon crossed his face. A Dragon Clan descendant. That doesn't sound bad at all. On the second tier, the descendant of the Dragon Clan glared at Yu Chen for a moment before leaning back in his seat and falling silent. Yet Yu Chen could still feel the sharp, intimidating aura radiating from his body. The crowd in the circular seating area snapped out of their stupor and looked at Yu Chen with mocking amused expressions, as if they could already envision him being beaten by the mysterious man. Sophie glanced at the silent Dragon Clan descendant, then turned her gaze towards Yu Chen. When she caught sight of those bright star-like eyes peering from beneath his black robe, a wave of intoxicating charm as alluring as aged wine rippled in her enchanting phoenix eyes. You my boy, just take her already. Don't let her keep fluttering around out there attracting all those bees and butterflies. Elder Ji teased, noticing Sophie's expression. If you have nothing to say, keep your mouth shut. Yu Chen retorted angrily. 4,500 silver coins going once. Sophie scanned the circular seating area with a smile. There was no response. 4,500 silver coins going twice. She paused, then repeated the call. Still there was no response. 4,500 silver coins going thrice. Sophie's captivating voice echoed through the circular auction house, but was met only with unbroken silence. A heavy thud echoed through the hall as the gavel fell. The shattered wood splinters confirmed it was no dream. He had bought the nearly worthless 100 steps 9 turns footwork for 4,500 silver coins, and in doing so had offended a mysterious figure of unknown power. When Sophie's gavel struck, the auction house didn't erupt in thunderous applause. Instead, a murmur of hushed whispers filled the air, with many spectators looking at Yu Chen with expressions of sheer amusement. Now for our final item of the auction, Sophie said, tucking a stray lock of her wavy brown hair behind her ear. Her enchanting phoenix eyes flickered towards Yu Chen, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she swayed her serpentine waist. This scroll was personally appraised by our chief appraiser Elder Fong. In fact, Elder Fong himself offered to purchase it for the hefty sum of 5,000 silver coins. Personally appraised by Elder Fong, the chief appraiser of the circular auction house. I recall Elder Fong is one of the most authoritative appraisers in the Tiansheng dynasty. He's so arrogant he wouldn't even glance at ordinary items, let alone appraise them. What kind of legendary treasure is this final item to warrant his personal attention? You haven't heard. Just as dusk fell today, a mysterious black-robed figure appeared at various taverns across Jiang City, asking only one question: where's the auction house? Could this final item be his? If I could get my hands on it. Hehehe. Dream on. Didn't you hear, Fei? Even the proud Elder Fong is willing to pay 5,000 silver coins for it. 5,000 silver coins. Could you earn that much in half a lifetime? Oh, Fei, getting pretty chummy, aren't we? Since when did you become so close with Miss Fei? Looks like wishful thinking to me. Mind your own business. Sophie's words always caused a stir. The moment she spoke, the circular auction house erupted in a buzz of conversation. Everyone began whispering among themselves. That vixen. Yu Chen shook his head with a wry smile, looking at Sophie's alluring expression. Yu Chen had been prepared to bid once more to drive up the price, but he hadn't expected Sophie to raise the starting price to such a daunting level. 5,000 silver coins. For the nouveau riche in the first and fourth tiers of the auction house, shelling out that amount in one go would be like severing their lifeline. As expected, after a wave of murmurs, most people let out a sigh of disappointment. However, the seller didn't set a reserve price, simply stating that the item would go to the highest bidder in accordance with the rules of the auction house. Sophie scanned the circular hall, her delicate fingers lifting the scroll that Elder Ji had inscribed with his very soul, and smiled. After careful appraisal, Elder Fong has set the final auction criteria. The starting bid is 2,000 silver coins with a minimum increment of 1,000. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Such a massive starting bid. What could this item possibly be? The spectators in the circular seating area became even more curious about the origins of the scroll. With a tearing sound and to the astonishment of the crowd, Sophie unrolled the scroll completely in her jade-like hands. Instantly, a desolate and chilling aura emanated from the scroll, washing over the audience and causing their expressions to change on the spot. Sophie turned the wax-sealed scroll towards the audience, allowing them to feel the true undulation of that powerful aura. This scroll is called the Blazing Palm. It is a mortal rank low-grade Dao technique. For cultivators with a fire-attributed spiritual energy, mastering this technique can enhance their combat power by 40% and improve their energy recovery rate. More importantly, this scroll contains a powerful aura from a legendary era. What effects this aura might have, I believe everyone here is well aware. Sophie held the scroll to her chest, a hint of solemnity on her pretty face. The final item of the circular auction house, a mortal rank mid-grade Dao technique from the legendary era, the Blazing Palm. Bidding begins now. 6,000 silver coins. The moment Sophie's voice faded, a deep, somewhat hoarse voice rang out from an obscure corner of the third tier. Sophie's delicate body trembled. She looked incredulously at the black-robed figure, wondering what he was up to. However, a flurry of frantic bids soon burst forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 7,000 silver coins. 8,000 silver coins. 1 gold coin. Watching the price skyrocket like a roller coaster, a sudden look of comprehension dawned on Sophie's slightly bewildered face. A captivating ripple danced in her enchanting phoenix eyes as her gaze drifted towards Yu Chen. Her jade-like fingers unconsciously traced her delicate lips, then slid down into the deep valley between her breasts. Vixen. Yu Chen spat coldly, then began to circulate his 9-5 divine art. A tendency to flock towards profit was a common trait among the people of the 9 heavens. In their world, selfishness ran deep. When there was a profit to be made, people would swarm together, each hoping for a larger share of the spoils. But when faced with adversity, they would scatter like birds and beasts, fleeing as far away as possible. Faced with a scroll from the legendary era, the crowd's passion had been expertly ignited by Sophie. The circular auction house was now like a powder keg, needing only a single spark to set it off. And Yu Chen's 6,000 silver coins was that spark. In a state of feverish excitement, the scroll inscribed by Elder Ji's soul ultimately sold for 2 gold coins and 4,000 silver coins. When Yu Chen heard the final price, he was so shocked he nearly bit his own tongue. The scroll inscribed with Elder Ji's very soul was finally sold for 2 gold coins and 4,000 silver coins amidst the crowd's blood-rushing excitement. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen was so astounded he nearly bit his own tongue. What a profound and unfathomable mind you have, sir. In the same enigmatic little room, Sophie crossed her arms, her plump bosom straining against her embrace. A tantalizing blush crept across her delicate face, and her alluring phoenix eyes shimmered with a dreamy, entrancing light. Oh, not at all. My humble efforts are entirely thanks to your invaluable assistance, Miss Feifei. I would never dare to take all the credit. Please do not mock me. Yu Chen replied with a faint smile. Sir, please just call me Feifei. Calling me Miss Feifei makes it sound so formal, as if I'm a stranger to you. Sophie let out a charming giggle. With a slender finger she picked up a purple gold card, pressed a gentle kiss upon it, and handed it to Yu Chen. Sir, this is a VIP card for the ring auction house. With this card you can make purchases, pawn items, or take out loans at any ring auction house branch up to 50 gold coins. Today your scroll sold for 2 gold and 4,000 silver coins. After deducting our 10% commission and the 4,500 silver you spent on the 9 turns fold footwork, you have a balance of 1 gold and 7,100 silver, all credited to your card. Please verify the balance. I have complete faith in you, Feifei. Yu Chen toyed with the VIP card. I also wish to purchase some medicinal herbs to bring as gifts for friends in the capital. I wonder if the auction house has what I need. Oh! Sophie's enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with a thought. She smiled. What herbs do you require, sir? I'll have someone check our inventory. Yu Chen didn't decline. He stepped to the jade table and with a flourish wrote down a list of herbs before handing it to Sophie. Sophie glanced at it, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes at the elegant, powerful calligraphy. She then snapped her fingers, handing the paper to the ponytailed girl who had first received Yu Chen. Sir, I am truly curious about the real face behind that mask of yours. As the girl left the room, Sophie swayed her sinuous snake-like waist as she approached Yu Chen. Her delicate fingers traced slowly over his mask, and her red lips parted, her breath as fragrant as orchids. I too would like to see the true face of this enchantress. Yu Chen suddenly seized Sophie's slender wrist. His cold mask pressed against her delicate cheek and a mischievous glint crossed his star-bright eyes. He then guided her hand, slowly moving it downwards. Sir, all the herbs you requested are in this ring. Please take a look. As the attendant re-entered the room, Yu Chen and Sophie sprang apart as if shocked. Yu Chen took the ring, swiped his VIP card on the attendant's device, gave a slight nod to Sophie, and turned to leave. Humph! Sophie clenched her fists and stomped her feet in frustration. She couldn't forget the burning fire she had seen in Yu Chen's star-bright eyes when her fingers had brushed against that scorching object. The ring auction continued for 3 hours. When Yu Chen finally walked out, the bright moon had already drifted west. Its silvery light fell upon the silent streets, making the desolate road seem even more forlorn. Keeping to the shadows, Yu Chen slipped through the streets unnoticed, left Jiangxing, and headed swiftly towards the Liao Xian Manor. However, on the vast plain outside the city, after running for some time, he abruptly stopped. Under the moonlight, a sharp glare flashed from his star-bright eyes. He stood motionless on the boundless plain, the night wind whipping his black robe, so that it fluttered like a specter in the darkness. Opposite him stood another mysterious figure in a black robe. A cold, viperous gaze pierced through the hood, scrutinizing Yu Chen unabashedly. "Hand over the 9 turns fold, and I might just spare your life." The voice from within the black robe was icy and piercing like the depths of a bitter winter. As he spoke, an oppressive aura of killing intent emanated from him. Though faint, it was enough to make Yu Chen's expression darken. Judging by the voice, the person in the black robe was about the same age as Yu Chen, around 15 or 16. Yu Chen was astonished that a youth of similar age could exude such intense killing intent. What kind of untold suffering had this dragonkin descendant endured to become what he was now? Though he felt a pang of pity for the dragonkin descendant's plight, Yu Chen would never let his guard down. "Why should I? I bought the 9 turns fold with my own money. It's mine. What right do you have to demand it?" Yu Chen replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "Because tonight you lack the strength to keep it." The dragonkin descendant sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his cold eyes, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. A terrifying aura of slaughter like a fierce tiger surged from the dragonkin descendant. "Heh, heh." His cold laughter echoed through the desolate night sky. Yu Chen saw a blur before his eyes, then heard a whistling wind. An icy fist carrying an unstoppable force rapidly grew larger in his star-bright eyes. Under the bright moonlight on the boundless plain, a dark shadow whooshed across the silent night sky and appeared beside Yu Chen in an instant, its wake sending a turbulent gust that stung his face. "So you look down on me too?" Hearing the dragonkin descendant's provocative words, a surge of anger rushed to Yu Chen's head. His face darkened instantly. His fists clenched tightly within his black robe were so strained that his nails dug into his palms, drawing faint traces of blood. "Yu Chen, I don't know why you're so persistent, but even if you win the championship, what's the point? Can a few drops of that sacred spirit do really bring your useless old man back from the brink? At best, it'll just prolong his suffering a few more days. But do you honestly have the power to win the championship?" As the dragonkin descendant sneered his words, "Because tonight you lack the strength to keep it," Lin Qing's mocking voice from the Lingwu Academy sparring match echoed in Yu Chen's ears. Today, the dragonkin descendant's arrogance was strikingly similar to Lin Qing's taunts, referenced in previous. "Why does everyone look down on me?" Facing the dragonkin descendant, who was charging at him like a ravenous wolf, a fierce determination appeared on Yu Chen's face. He slammed his legs against the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards the dragonkin descendant. His pale clenched fist filled with anger collided heavily with the latter's. Boom! The collision of their fists made the very air tremble. A powerful force surged through the impact like a tidal wave. Yu Chen felt a numbing pain shoot through his entire arm like an electric shock. The whistling wind made his black robe flap loudly. A strong hidden force traveled through his arm and slammed into his body without reservation. Stagger, 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 stagger. Yu Chen stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before managing to disperse the impact. He hurriedly activated his 9-5 divine art to regulate the surging qi and blood within him. In contrast, the dragonkin descendant had only taken 2 or 3 steps back. Yu Chen was inwardly shocked. The legends were true. The dragonkin did possess formidable physiques. Damn you! Picking on someone younger, what kind of hero are you? Even if your dragonkin race has strong bodies, I don't believe that a mere juvenile dragonkin like you can be that tough. Even if I have to exhaust you, I'll wear you down, you little dragon whelp. Yu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his star-bright eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Referenced in previous. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The dragonkin descendant spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his aura turning even more sinister. Without another word, the dragonkin descendant charged again, the moment he stopped, giving Yu Chen no chance to catch his breath. Having witnessed the dragonkin descendant's immense physical power, Yu Chen wisely avoided direct clashes. Instead, he relied on the perception and reflexes honed in the 10 directions absolute kill formation to dodge the relentless attacks, seizing every opportunity to land a heavy explosive fist to wear his opponent down. The dragonkin race boasted formidable physiques and immense combat power advantages ordinary cultivators could scarcely dream of. But no one is perfect. Yu Chen refused to believe the dragonkin had no weaknesses. And indeed, damn you, you coward. Can't you stop running and hide? Face me like a man. What kind of hero hides and dodges all the time? As his attacks repeatedly met nothing but air, the dragonkin descendant grew furious. His punches became wild and uncoordinated, swinging straight at Yu Chen. Hearing this, Yu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. He thought to himself, "You're picking on someone younger, and you think I'm stupid enough to just stand there and take it? Besides, even if I wanted to rob you, I wouldn't be so blatant as to ambush you on the road like you did. If word got out, you'd disgrace your dragonkin race. As for you not being able to catch me, that's just your lack of skill. I can only say, my bad." Yu Chen nearly burst out laughing at the pitiful dragonkin descendant, referenced in previous. Watching this dragonkin descendant, naive, stubborn, demanding the 9 turns fold, without considering the consequences. Yu Chen was reminded of his own foolish self right after his father had left. He too had tried to use his insignificant strength to change a fate that was already sealed simply because he couldn't bear to let his father go. Perhaps this dragonkin had become like this because he bore the heavy burden of reviving his race. At that thought, Yu Chen's annoyance towards the dragonkin descendant lessened, replaced by a flicker of interest. Compared to him, maybe he was truly fortunate. Gradually Yu Chen began to hear the dragonkin youth's rapid heavy breathing, and a faint barely perceptible sob. Yes, a sob. In the instant Yu Chen saw him, the dragonkin descendant's cold eyes were filled with a string of tears, glistening coldly under the bright moonlight. For a moment Yu Chen was stunned, but the dragonkin descendant seized that fleeting moment. His icy fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck Yu Chen's face with decisive force. Crack! Snap! A crisp, clear sound echoed through the silent, cold night. A crack appeared on the mask covering Yu Chen's face, then spread outwards like a spider's web. Bang! With a brittle sound, the mask shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Less than a finger's width from Yu Chen's face, a colorless, odorless, almost imperceptible ripple undulated. The dragonkin descendant's icy fist was halted just a finger's breadth away, but the fierce wind from his punch had passed through the ripple and shattered Yu Chen's mask. A dark, twisted face. One side disfigured, the other bearing a scar about a finger's length, features contorted, suddenly appeared in the dragonkin descendant's cold pupils. The dragonkin descendant's heart jolted. His cold eyes were filled with disbelief, and then his entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Under the cold moonlight, the dragonkin descendant lay in a dark tree hollow. Beside him lay a silver-white scroll, upon which a brilliant ancient character shimmered in the moonlight. 9 Heaven Star Dragon Transformation. A weathered voice echoed in the dragonkin descendant's mind. Do not complain that the world is unfair to you, for the world is inherently unfair. If you desire fairness, you must strive to improve your own strength. Only when you possess the power to stand above the world, can you obtain the fairness you seek. The world is cold, but your heart must not grow cold. That's an emperor-grade superior technique. How could Elder Ji just give it away without a word? Look at what he did to me. And Elder Ji still helped him. In the dimly lit room, Yu Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the 8 trigram spirit gathering array, his face etched with displeasure as he stared at Elder Ji. Boy, you keep nagging. Ever since I left the Emperor-grade 9 Heaven Star Dragon art. To the dragon descendants, you've been complaining endlessly. Is there no end to this? Elder Ji waved his hand dismissively at Yu Chen, as if shooing away a fly, his tone impatient. You already have the 9-5 divine art. Even if the 9 Heaven Star Dragon art stayed with you, you couldn't cultivate it. It would just be scrap paper here. I thought keeping these originals would bury their value, so I passed them on to flourish. Now you're unhappy about that too. What exactly do you want? Elder Ji glared at Yu Chen and scolded. Boy, you focus on your cultivation and balance your mindset. If you keep whining in my ear like a nagging woman, I'll beat you so badly your own third uncle wouldn't recognize you. Try me if you dare. What are you staring at? Get back to cultivating properly. Elder Ji raised his hand, feigning a strike. Heh. Elder Ji, is that kid really a dragon descendant? The more I look at him, the less he seems like one. Aren't dragons supposed to be aloof and insufferably arrogant? Hearing this, Yu Chen instinctively shrank his neck, a playful glint flashing in his starlight-bright eyes. When will you ever stop mocking others so much? Elder Ji was amused by Yu Chen. A benevolent expression appeared on his time-worn face, and his aged eyes brimmed with memories. 100,000 years ago, the conflicts among the gods grew too sharp, reaching an irreconcilable point. They waged a great war at the desolate God Valley, battling until the sky and earth turned dark. After that war, the gods who participated vanished without a trace overnight. Some speculated they had perished from depleted divine power, others guessed they had comprehended the supreme divine path during the battle and ascended to the divine realm. But these were mere speculations. No one truly knew where they went. After the battle, a meteor shower fell for 3 hours, and the land for 90,000 li around the desolate God Valley turned into a plain, yet nothing could grow there. In the valley, only spots of golden blood remained, the blood of dragons, and nothing else. That's what a true battle looks like. a single rage turning the seas into mulberry fields. Based on Elder Ji's account, Yu Chun imagined the scene of the gods clashing. Perhaps after that war only the dragons survived, yet the 9 heavens never saw a dragon's trace again. Afterwards people spread rumors that the dragons in their aloofness had lost all attachment to this barren 9 heavens, breaking through its spatial constraints to depart for other worlds. Truly aloof. Yu Chun shook his head, thinking to himself. But their descendants stayed behind. After 100,000 years of reproduction, the bloodline within those dragon offspring has thinned to nearly nothing, and they have degenerated from true dragons into flood dragons. That's precisely why you managed to escape the dragon descendants' attack tonight. If you had faced a true dragon, you wouldn't have survived. Elder Ji shifted his tone, a teasing smile on his face. A true dragon wouldn't ambush you in the dark. Your strength is too weak, and it would be a disgrace for a dragon to intercept a feeble cultivator. Strength against strength. Yu Chun sat in the center of the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, his pale face slightly grim, his starlight-bright eyes gleaming in the dim room. One day I will trample all those who look down on me beneath my feet, including the dragons. Don't be too arrogant. Remember, in this world what goes around comes around. Alright boy, you stop blowing hot air. Talk to me when you've grown strong. Elder Ji chuckled kindly. Elder Ji, do you look down on me too? Yu Chun frowned deeply, his eyes filled with indignation. Boy, you don't waste your time on these so-called injustices. Once you're strong, everything will be fair. Elder Ji shook his head non-committally. Damn it! Yu Chun cursed inwardly, then activated the 9-5 divine art to calm the turbulent energy within him. A quarter of an hour later, he exhaled a turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes, which were now as calm as a placid lake. Yu Chun glanced at the bright moon outside the window and took out the condensing spirit finger from his ancient ring. Under the moonlight, the scroll of condensing spirit finger emitted a faint snow-white glow. As he unrolled it, 5 vertical silver-white characters caught his eye: soul-seizing condensing spirit finger. Behind these characters was a human meridian diagram marked with red pointers, accompanied by a line of small annotations. The soul-seizing condensing spirit finger, also known as the spirit-breaking hand, can transform spiritual energy into daggers, armor threads, and gloves. 4 forms in total. It can gather spirit, condense essence, sever meridians, and seize souls. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refines the essence of herbs, turns chi into blades, and cuts the opponent's meridians. When mastered, a single finger can seize the soul. What a ruthless technique! Yu Chun gasped as he read the introduction. Severing a cultivator's meridians was equivalent to pushing them into an abyss. Even if you didn't kill them, they would have no means to survive in this world. Although severed meridians could be reconnected, the excruciating pain was enough to make one wish for death. But on second thought, Yu Chun felt relieved. The 9 heavens had become a world where victors reigned and the vanquished perished. Here the defeated couldn't flee to the mountains as outlaws. They could only face annihilation. If he showed mercy to his opponents, the next to die might be himself. Yu Chun vaguely recalled that Elder Ji had used the soul-seizing condensing spirit finger when introducing cold-refined pills, and had already reached the 2nd realm, able to transform spiritual energy into threads. Even someone as powerful as Elder Ji has only reached the 2nd level, which shows just how difficult the soul-seizing condensing spirit finger is to cultivate. Yu Chun shook off his chaotic thoughts and focused his gaze back on the scroll. At the center of the scroll was a groove the size of a water droplet, surrounded by nothing but blank space. Yu Chun pondered for a moment, bit his middle finger, and let a drop of blood fall into the groove. Sucking his finger, he stared unblinkingly at the blank scroll. The blood dripped into the groove and was absorbed into the scroll. A flash of eerie red light flickered, and a blood-red character, Chen, clearly imprinted itself within the groove. As soon as the red character appeared, crimson lines emerged from the groove, spreading like spirit serpents across the blank spaces. In moments, the blank scroll was covered with dense vein-like lines with faint traces of blood flowing within them. The lines crisscrossed, forming an enlarged human meridian diagram, with the blood-red Chen character situated precisely at the heart. Before Yu Chun could examine it closely, the crimson lines on the scroll rapidly retracted toward the groove and vanished in the blink of an eye. The blood-red Chen character in the groove radiated a dazzling light, then transformed into a streak of light that shot into Yu Chun's brow. In his mind, a string of dark red characters stained with blood appeared. The exclusive secret manual of the soul-devouring sect master, soul-seizing condensing spirit finger, 800,001st inheritor Yu Chun. The soul-devouring sect, one of the 3 sects among the 3 sects, 6 schools, and 9 gates. Boom! A violent sound erupted as the dark red characters burst into crimson powder, which then coalesced again into a flood of information unfolding before Yu Chun's eyes. First appeared a 3-dimensional, dynamic meridian diagram. A stream of visible spiritual energy surged from the heart, circulated through the body's meridians for one full cycle, and finally gathered in the hands. As the spiritual energy flowed into the meridians of the hands, the rest of the body diagram gradually dimmed and the hand meridians enlarged before Yu Chen's eyes. Yu Chen was overjoyed, marveling at the wonder of it all. He watched as the spiritual energy formed a complex seal in the hands from which a hazy mist emanated. The mist condensed through the pores onto the palms, creating a rough membrane. Thread-like tendrils emerged from the membrane's grooves, extending slowly, wrapping around the skin like silk and covering the entire body. A short dagger materialized in the hands, tightly wrapped in spiritual silk. All of this was made possible by the heart's continuous supply of spiritual energy to the body. Once the exquisite dagger appeared, the surrounding space gradually dimmed and strands of bright threads emerged in the air. The meridian diagram, like a black hole, frantically devoured the spiritual energy drifting in the atmosphere. Gulp! Watching the meridian diagram absorb spiritual energy, like a whale swallowing water, Yu Chen instinctively swallowed. If he hadn't seen the earlier introduction, he would never have regarded the soul-seizing condensing spirit finger as a mere technique. Its powerful spirit-gathering ability rivaled even some cultivation arts. In truth, it was indeed a technique. Just an extraordinary one that surpassed Yu Chen's imagination. Suppressing his excitement, Yu Chen tirelessly reviewed every step of the soul-seizing condensing spirit finger in his mind, even breaking down the meridian diagram into sections to meticulously calculate the flow, speed, duration, and effects of spiritual energy in each meridian. To understand the complex seal formed by spiritual energy in the hands, Yu Chen went so far as to send a strand of his consciousness into the spiritual energy itself, following it through the seal formation. Were it not for Yu Chen's unique constitution, which could store several times more spiritual energy than an ordinary person, and his position at the center of the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, continuously absorbing the essence of the 4 directions, he couldn't have powered such a spirit-draining 3-dimensional meridian diagram. Even so, by the next morning his face was etched with exhaustion, his drowsy eyes barely open, and his spiritual energy depleted to less than 30%. Boy Yu, I know you want to grow stronger, but do you have to push yourself this hard? Even San Lang would feel ashamed in comparison. When Elder Ji saw Yu Chen's condition, he barely held back a curse. His time-worn face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. Today I still have the strength to fight. Perhaps tomorrow I won't even have the chance. Yu Chen patted his throbbing head and grinned. Tisk, you little brat. Elder Ji paced back and forth in the small room. What am I supposed to say about you? Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock at the door startled Elder Ji, who vanished like a shy maiden caught in an affair. Yu Chen hastily concealed the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, coughed, and said, "Come in." With a creak, Yongling pushed the door open, carrying a food box. She set the dishes on the table and, noticing Yu Chen's weary expression, asked curiously, "Young master looks exhausted. Did you not rest well last night?" "Little Ling, how clever of you." Yu Chen picked up a slice of beef and chewed it heartily. "Last night without you by my side I tossed and turned, unable to sleep." Hearing this, Yongling's pretty face flushed bright red. Her small hand arranging the dishes paused instinctively. She whispered, "If young master doesn't need little Ling anymore, then why should I come?" The night before, Yongling had overheard Yu Chen arguing with Elder Ji in the small room. She had frozen, a look of disappointment crossing her face. She had lingered outside Yu Chen's door for a while, before silently walking away. Because Elder Ji had muffled some of the sounds, Yongling only heard a series of rapid breaths. "Little Ling, from today onward you don't need to cook for me anymore," Yu Chen said vaguely while shoveling porridge into his mouth. Yongling's delicate frame trembled. She nodded slightly, a trace of disappointment flickering in her dark eyes, her jade-like teeth biting her crystal-clear lips, unsure how to respond. "I plan to train in the Beast Mountain range for a while. Perhaps I can improve my strength faster there. Please continue to follow us for the latest updates." "I disagree." The moment Yu Chen voiced his thoughts, a dissenting voice came from the doorway. Startled, he looked over to see Lu Gue entering with a look of displeasure. "Uncle Lu." Seeing Lu Gue striding towards Yu Chen with a grim expression, Yongling bowed to him, and then withdrew, closing the door behind her. "Why?" Yu Chen put down his chopsticks, puzzled. "The Beast Mountain range is far too dangerous. Even 6th-stage Dao practitioners wouldn't enter it lightly. Are you going in there to get yourself killed?" Lu Gue sat at the dining table, took a large gulp of tea, and spoke earnestly. "Besides, the master sent you to manage the Liaoshuan estate to familiarize yourself with administration early on, so that you can manage the Yu clan in the future. But the coming-of-age ceremony is only a year away. If I don't work hard to improve my strength now, it will truly be too late. Uncle Lu, please have a heart. Give me a break." Facing Lu Gue's stern attitude, Yu Chen decided to use soft tactics. "Uncle Lu, I have 100 times more peace of mind knowing you're managing the estate." "How can this be?" You are the one who will inherit the position of clan leader, not me. Even if I manage the estate perfectly, you will still gain no experience. Lu Gui remained unmoved, resolutely disagreeing. Third uncle manages the entire Yu clan now, and I don't see him bustling about all day. Unable to convince him, Yu Chen had to use his third uncle Yu Wan as a shield. Uncle Lu as a leader, one shouldn't be involved in every detail. Instead, one must have foresight, set goals, and guide the clan in the right direction. Leave the specifics to the professionals. I don't know how to manage an industry. What a joke. If I didn't know how to manage industries, how could I have been the helm of the Yu group in my past life? How could I have taken it global? Yu Chen grumbled inwardly. If you truly must go to the Beast Mountain range, then Chao Jian must accompany you. Otherwise I won't rest easy, and I won't be able to answer to the master. Lu Gui nodded thoughtfully, but still refused to let Yu Chen go to the Beast Mountain range alone. Oh my dear Uncle Lu, I'm not going to hunt wild beasts or venture deep into the mountains. I'll just take a look around the outskirts to broaden my horizons. Yu Chen never thought that Lu Gui, usually so decisive, would be this hesitant. With Elder Ji following him like a shadow, Yu Chen could also broaden his horizons and enjoy the beautiful scenery and wonders of the Beast Mountain range. If Chao Jian were to accompany him, he would truly be confined to the outskirts. For Yu Chen, who desperately needed combat to improve his overall strength, wandering the outskirts was simply out of the question. Moreover, the legendary ruins of the Heavenly Saint Dragon City were also located within the Beast Mountain range. How could Yu Chen stand idly by and let others claim the legendary treasures for themselves? Looking at Yu Chen's harmless smile, Lu Gui was torn. Uncle Lu, I'm 15, not a child anymore. I know what's important, what I should do and what I shouldn't. If I can't even venture out without supervision, how can I ever be expected to manage the Yu clan? Don't you agree, Uncle Lu? Seeing Lu Gui's attitude, soften, Yu Chen quickly began to massage his shoulders, pressing his advantage. But, oh Uncle Lu, enough with the buts. Any later and we'll miss the boat. All right? Lu Gui nodded, though not entirely convinced. In the first round, Yu Chen gained a slight edge. However, Lu Gui quickly added, but you can't be gone for too long or I'll worry. Also, the master must be informed of your trip. Otherwise, I'll have to take this directly to him. Oh my god. Usually you're so decisive, why are you getting cold feet at the critical moment? Yu Chen sighed to the heavens, feeling utterly defeated. Uncle Lu, I'll listen to you on other matters, but can we keep my trip to the Beast Mountain range from third uncle? Yu Chen's eyes glinted with cunning. Impossible. Other things can be discussed, but this is non-negotiable. A mother worries for her child, traveling 1,000 miles. And you're going to the Beast Mountain range where the descendants of the gods' divine beasts roam, cold-blooded and merciless. If something were to happen to you, even though the chance is practically nil, the master would surely skin me alive. Young master, your Uncle Lu is already 1 foot in the grave. Please have mercy and let me live out my remaining years in peace. Lu Gui's words were so reasonable and earnest that Yu Chen was left speechless. Fine. I'll listen to you, Uncle Lu. In the second round, Yu Chen was utterly defeated. Left with no choice, he settled for a compromise. But I can't have a time limit on my trip to the Beast Mountain range. 3 months. Lu Gui gave no room for negotiation, stating firmly, 3 months. That's way too short. Yu Chen held up 3 fingers, his eyes twitching. The Liaoshuan estate was bordered by the Western Ocean to the west, and the Beast Mountain range to the east. Although it was relatively close, it would still take several days on foot to reach the edge of the mountain range. The round trip alone would consume 10 days, completely disrupting Yu Chen's plans. 3 months is the absolute limit. Lu Gui reached into his pocket and placed a piece of rice paper on the table. It was printed with 3 lines of numbers and had handwritten annotations in pencil beside them. He said, yesterday the master sent a message instructing the Liaoshuan estate to provide some medicinal herbs as tribute to the royal family. And furthermore, it specifically states that you, young master, are to personally escort the shipment to the capital in 3 months. So 3 months is your absolute limit, including travel time. After a pause, Lu Gui continued, his tone softening this time. I know you want to improve your strength as quickly as possible and not lose face for the main branch at next year's coming-of-age ceremony. But this is a direct order from the master. You know that the master rarely uses the urgent communication line. Please consider carefully what's at stake. Indeed, his third uncle was extremely cautious. Even when facing major problems, he remained calm and collected. But this time he had used the urgent encrypted line to send a message which showed just how important this matter was. With this in mind, Yu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Yu clan, his eyes dimming slightly. Young master, I have matters to attend to at the estate. I'll take my leave now. Lu Gui glanced at Yu Chen, then turned and left. I will be at the estate on time in 3 months. Yu Chen set his back to Lu Gui, holding back his tears. Hearing this, Lu Gue paused for a moment, then left the small room. Yu Chun composed himself, packed some clothes, tidied up the room, locked the door, and sped off towards the Beast Mountain range. Although Yu Chun was only a first-stage Dao practitioner, he had once reached the peak of the 9th stage. Relying on his past experience and the perfect combination of the 9-5 divine art and the great cave heaven body, he rushed towards the Beast Mountain range without stopping. In just one morning he had traveled 100 li, a distance that would take a typical cultivator of the same level at least a full day. Beneath a tall tree's shade, Yu Chun sat at the center of the 8 desolate spirit gathering array, forming the 9-5 divine seal with his hands, the spirit-burning bone fire coiled within his conception and governing vessels seeped out from his pores, forming a massive fiery membrane that enveloped his body. A dull clap of thunder echoed from within his bones. The sound of the bone fire refining divine lightning. Feeling his depleted body gradually filling with primordial chaos spiritual energy, a faint smile appeared on Yu Chen's pale face. Elder Ji sat cross-legged on a large tree branch, his weathered eyes scanning the surroundings. Detecting nothing unusual, he settled down, formed a hand seal, and a white fire dragon soared up from within him. At the same time, Yu Chun, seated in the heart of the array, suddenly changed his hand seal. With a cold shout, vivid purple indigo lines appeared on his suntanned skin. They writhed like spiritual serpents converging towards his palms. After intertwining and tangling, a pearl, the size of a tea egg, materialized in his hand, shimmering with a riot of colors in the bright sunlight. Yu Chun toyed with the pearl for a moment before storing it in his ancient ring. He then walked over to the 10 directions absolute kill array that Elder Ji had prepared, dodging the breathtaking attacks one after another. When he couldn't dodge, he would unleash an explosive fist, shattering the wooden staffs into splinters. With a bang, Yu Chun punched one wooden staff to pieces, but was unable to dodge another which slammed heavily into his chest. He was sent flying out of the array like a kite with its string cut. Ha ha ha! Yu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, activated the 9-5 divine art to regulate the chaotic energy within him, and looked at the splintered mess inside the array. A joyful smile spread across his pale face. Yu Chun took out the soul-seizing condensing finger manual from his ancient ring, glanced at it, and put it back. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate it, primarily due to his lack of strength. His level was too low. Even with the great cave heaven body and sitting in the center of the 8 desolate spirit gathering array, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to practice the soul-seizing condensing finger. He had studied the manual all night, meticulously calculating the amount of spiritual energy needed to circulate it through the meridians for one full cycle as described in the soul-seizing condensing finger. The result was staggering. Even for Yu Chun, only upon reaching the first stage Dao practitioner realm could he barely condense the spirit gathering gloves. As for ordinary cultivators, it was even more impossible. The soul-seizing condensing finger is a heaven-grade low-tier Dao technique. It's no joke, Yu Chun thought to himself. As the sun began to set, Yu Chun opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of murky air, stood up and stretched. He immediately felt refreshed and full of strength. At the same moment, Elder Ji leaped down from the tree, gazing into the distance. There's a small town 10 li ahead. Let's stay there for the night. All right. Yu Chun dismantled the 8 desolate spirit gathering array, and the 10 directions absolute kill array, nodded and dashed towards the town. As the setting sun cast its final rays upon the western clouds, night descended like a curtain over the earth. A bright clear moon gradually rose in the east. Under its cold moonlight, a long blurred shadow was cast upon a muddy path. Slowing his pace and steadying his ragged breath, Yu Chun licked his parched lips. His mouth was filled with thick saliva, and after a 10-mile dash his throat burned like fire. Fortunately, Yu Chun reached the town before nightfall, sparing himself a night in the wilderness. Stepping into the town, his feet landed on a path paved with cobblestones as he surveyed his surroundings. The town was desolate, with only a few scattered households, all with their doors and windows tightly shut. From time to time, a dog's bark echoed through the darkness, carrying far into the distance. Audible even 100 li away. It was more of a hamlet than a town. In this silent, bleak town, one tavern blazed with light and life. Despite its remote location far from any other settlement, it was bustling with noise and activity. This tavern was the first one encountered on the road to the Beast Mountains. Travelers exhausted after a long day's journey would see it, and without a second thought step inside. Guests from all directions. Yu Chun read the plaque hanging above the 3-story establishment, admiring the owner's foresight as he crossed the threshold. After his rapid 10-mile sprint, Yu Chun was more than ready to rest his weary legs. He chose this tavern for 3 reasons: to rest and satisfy his hunger, to gather information from the diverse crowd that gathered in such places, and because it was the only tavern for 10 li in any direction. If he didn't stop here, he would have to sleep under the stars. Adjusting the mask that covered all but his mouth, Yu Chun took a deep breath and entered. A wave of heat mixed with the thick aroma of wine washed over him the moment he stepped inside. The dazzling white light made him instinctively shield his eyes. Patrons clinked glasses, laughed, shouted, played drinking games, and chatted animatedly. Frowning slightly, Yu Chen covered his nose with his sleeve, and found a quiet, well-ventilated corner by a window. He ordered a plate of peanuts, half a gin of beef, and half a gin of liquor, eating while discreetly observing the motley crowd gathered in the tavern. Did you hear? A few days ago, a descendant of the dragon race used an ancient draconic art to make the legendary Holy Dragon City reappear in the Nine Heavens domain. The Holy Dragon City. That's where the dragons reside. A burly man with a thick beard slammed his goblet on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. My grandson already told me that. No need to repeat it, said a thin horse-faced man seated to the bearded man's left, tossing a peanut into his mouth with a smirk. You always try to get a rise out of me. Is that fun? The bearded man glared at the horse-faced man, clearly annoyed. The horse-faced man took a sip of wine and smiled without saying a word. All right, stop your bickering. You know how he is. If you let every little thing bother you, you'll have a miserable time. A man with a pale, scholarly face sitting across from the bearded man poured him a drink with one hand while fanning himself with a folding fan in the other. We've worked together for years. You know his nature, he just likes to get under your skin. He'd never change even if he lost a leg over it. Humph. The bearded man downed his drink in one gulp and fell silent, his displeasure still evident on his face. Witnessing this exchange, Yu Chen paused mid-bite. His gaze involuntarily lingered on the pale-faced scholar for a moment before he quickly averted his eyes to the window. He thought to himself, that man possesses remarkably keen perception. The scholar glanced at Yu Chen, took a small sip of liquor, furrowed his brow slightly, then slowly withdrew his gaze without a word. That was close. Yu Chen swallowed hard, feeling the sweat soaking through his back. That seemingly harmless scholar had with a single look sent chills down his spine. Hey, what's wrong? The horse-faced man noticed the change in the scholar's expression and tossed a peanut into his mouth as he asked. Nothing. The scholar shook his head uncertainly. He then knocked the goblet from the bearded man's hand with his fan and scolded softly, enough drinking. This place isn't safe. We must keep our wits about us lest we fall prey to others. Still drinking? The scholar shot the bearded man a stern look, then headed upstairs to the guest rooms, fanning himself. Seeing this, the horse-faced man tossed another peanut into his mouth, rose, and followed the scholar. The bearded man glanced at his remaining half-glass of liquor, a fierce look flashing across his face. He downed it in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and reluctantly left the table under the horse-faced man's urging. What a strange trio! Yu Chen breathed a sigh of relief only after they disappeared up the stairs. The seemingly refined scholar was clearly the leader of the group. Though he spoke little, the other two obeyed his decisions without question. The bearded man could be described as brawny, but whether he was equally simple-minded Yu Chen dared not conclude. The scholar was evidently the strategic brain, having likely devised a meticulous plan beforehand, leaving the bearded man with no need to think, only to serve as the muscle. As for the horse-faced man, Yu Chen found him harder to assess. When he verbally needled the bearded man, the scholar didn't reprimand him, but instead consoled the bearded man. Clearly the horse-faced man held a unique position within the group. Realizing this, and knowing his own low tolerance for alcohol, Yu Chen only took a small sip before setting his cup down. He then began to observe the tavern's happenings with seemingly casual interest. His gaze drifted seemingly idle across the tavern's patrons. Though night had fully fallen, the tavern's crowd was only growing. Newcomers dusty from their travels entered without a word, tossed a string of copper coins onto a table, ordered a few dishes, and launched into boisterous conversations with the Holy Dragon City as their main topic. Yu Chen tossed a peanut into his mouth and shook his head. He was about to settle his bill and leave when his gaze froze on a man not far away. The man wore a dark black coat, his flowing black hair neatly tied behind his head. A piece of green jade on his smooth, gleaming forehead emitted a faint ethereal glow. His thick ink-black eyebrows were sharp as blades, and his deep-set eyes held a pair of cold, indifferent black pupils that shot out a gaze of arrogant disdain. One that made you want to charge up and punch him. Like Yu Chen, the man sat alone at a quiet, well-ventilated table, by a window, having ordered only a plate of peanuts and a bottle of spirits. The man drained his cup, his slender fingers tapping a slow, almost inaudible rhythm on the table. A sound that echoed clearly in Yu Chen's ears. But the man's gaze was fixed on the sword resting on the table. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Yu Chen curiously looked over. On the table before the man lay a scabbard of green jade, exquisitely crafted and adorned with carvings of various birds, beasts, flowers, and fish in fine gold thread. Yu Chen estimated the scabbard to be about 2 chi and 7 cun in length, gleaming with a cold light under the pale moon. What surprised Yu Chen most was the scabbard's mouth, which was shaped like a ferocious dragon head. The dragon's eyes stared back at him wide with fury, filled with contempt in their lofty gaze. At that moment the man seemed to sense something. He abruptly raised his head and looked straight at Yu Chen, his icy eyes brimming with a bone-chilling sharpness. The moment their eyes met, Yu Chen felt a painful pang in his heart. A night breeze blew in from the window, and Yu Chen felt a throbbing pain in his head as his vision blurred. He rubbed his temples, and when he looked again, the seat across from him was empty. The man in green, the peerless sword, the plate of peanuts, and the bottle of spirits. All had vanished as if no one had ever been there. Yu Chen's heart jolted, an inexplicable fear creeping over him. He thought he might be drunk and seeing things, but he had barely touched his drink. Moreover, the tavern owner, eager for profit, had watered down the already weak liquor. Yu Chen's tolerance was low, but he certainly couldn't be drunk tonight. He'd only ordered half a gin, and it was watered down at that. And he had only barely wet his lips. Could I have really seen a ghost? Yu Chen stared at the table across from him, his eyes flickering with doubt. Meanwhile, a portly figure slowly climbed onto the table in front of Yu Chen. While Yu Chen was lost in thought, an arm tattooed with a fierce white tiger swept across the table, sending the half-empty plate of peanuts, the plate with a few slices of beef, and the nearly full bottle of liquor crashing to the floor with a loud shatter. The liquor splattered all over Yu Chen. At the sound, the tavern, which had been buzzing with noise, fell instantly silent. The patrons held their tongues and turned to look. "Hey kid, get lost if you're done eating. Don't get in the way of my meal." A young man with a face so bloated his eyes were squeezed into slits stood with his arms crossed, his slight beer belly protruding. He looked down at Yu Chen with an arrogant sideways glare. "Apologize to me." Yu Chen stared at the broken porcelain on the floor, wiped the liquor from his cheek, and looked at the obese young man with an expressionless face, speaking coldly. "Kid, did you get your head caught in a door or kicked by a donkey?" The yellow-haired man beside the young man stared at Yu Chen with wide eyes, wearing an expression of, "Did I hear that right?" He then burst into loud laughter. "Kid, I'm giving you two choices. One, apologize to Brother Kong right now and crawl out of here like the dog you are." The yellow-haired man wiped the smug grin off his face, flicked his hair from his forehead, and held up two fingers. "Two, stay as you are and we'll break one of your legs and toss you out the window to feed the dogs." "Are you threatening me?" Yu Chen looked at the yellow-haired man, a flicker of coldness passing through his star-bright eyes. Watching a mysterious figure vanish before his very eyes, Yu Chen was taken aback. Such a formidable person left an indelible impression at first sight. Racking his memory, he could recall no one possessing such divine abilities. Unable to find an answer, Yu Chen decided to settle his bill and find an inn for the night, as sleeping in a tavern bustling with all sorts of characters was far too unsafe. Just as Yu Chen rose to his feet, a yellow-haired youth recklessly knocked over his ordered food. This stirred the already agitated Yu Chen, who was still troubled by the mysterious man. He recalled the saying, "Take a step back and the sea is vast," and initially chose not to bicker with them. Yet the obese young man swaggered up, pointing fingers at Yu Chen with his nose in the air, exuding an air of arrogant self-importance. The mighty dragon may not crush the local serpent. Though Yu Chen didn't consider himself a mighty dragon, the other party was indeed a genuine local tyrant. Having only been out for a day, not even catching a glimpse of the Beast Mountain Range's edge, he wished to avoid trouble. Although his third uncle wouldn't say much, his eyes spoke volumes more than any words. Thus, facing the young man with such a vile attitude, Yu Chen decided not to bother with him much, for a true gentleman doesn't stoop to petty quarrels. That was Yu Chen's thought, but the obese young man thought otherwise. "I've been watching you for a long time. An outsider wearing a mask and trying to act tough on my turf. How noble do you think you are? Today I'll smash that noble face behind your mask and see if you dare to act cocky on my territory again. Each sweeps the snow before his own door and cares not for the frost on others' tiles." This was one of the most prominent traits of the people of Jiuxiao. Elder Ji once said that the current Jiuxiao was no longer the heavenly paradise, where doors were left unlocked at night, but a hell driven by personal interests. At this moment, Yu Chen truly understood the meaning of these words. When the obese young man arrogantly demanded Yu Chen leave, not a single patron in the tavern stepped forward to intervene. Most pretended not to see, continuing their business, while some watched with amusement, occasionally glancing towards Yu Chen. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes, beat the dog that's fallen into the water, and stay aloof from matters that don't concern you. These were the most fitting critiques the critics of Jiuxiao gave to its people. Yu Chen was new here and unaware of the man's influence, but the patrons knew his background. He was Lin Qing, the nephew of the deputy captain of the 3rd Brigade under the vice-commander of the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Lin Qing lost his parents at a young age, and spent some time with his uncle Lu Shun in the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Relying on his uncle's position, he acted tyrannically and recklessly, wandering around idly, learning nothing and bringing calamity to the countryside. People harbored deep hatred for him but could only swallow their anger. When "Apologize to me, and are you threatening me?" reached the ears of the patrons, those who had remained silent stopped their actions and turned to look at Yu Chen as if he were a monster. Making Lin Qing apologize. What was this world coming to? If you want to die, there are easier ways. Sure enough. Kid, you've got guts. Lin Qing smiled a fake smile at Yu Chen, his eyes narrowed into slits shooting out a venomous gaze. Damn it, what are you acting so tough for on Brother Kang's turf? The yellow-haired youth beside Lin Qing suddenly lunged forward like a mad dog, flicked his hair, and pointed at Yu Chen's nose. So what if I threaten you today? What can you do about it? Go on, make a move if you dare. Get your filthy paw away from my face. It's disgusting to look at. Yu Chen stared coldly at the yellow-haired youth, a sharp glint flashing in his star-bright eyes. Watch your mouth. Insult me all you want, but don't you dare insult my mother. Say one more disrespectful word, and I'll make you regret it. I'll insult your mother, so what? Make me regret it? You. The yellow-haired youth's obnoxious voice buzzed around Yu Chen's ears like a fly, annoying him beyond measure. With no other choice, Yu Chen picked up a fly swatter and took care of him. Looking at the yellow-haired youth wagging his finger in front of him, a cold glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. His right hand shot out and grabbed the finger waving before his face. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking cut off the yellow-haired youth's provocative words, followed by a gut-wrenching scream of pain like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. The yellow-haired youth's face, once full of arrogance, instantly contorted in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But his tone remained defiant. Let go of me right now, or you won't leave here alive today. I warned you earlier not to speak rudely in front of me, or I'd make you regret it. Yu Chen's cold mask pressed close to the yellow-haired youth's twisted face, his star-bright eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Now apologize to me. Yu Chen's voice was low and calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. As he spoke, he tightened his grip. I don't start trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. If you think you can treat me like a pushover, you're sorely mistaken. I'll say it again, apologize to me now, or face the consequences. Suddenly Yu Chen let out a sharp shout, a razor-sharp glint like an ice shard flashing through his cold eyes. At the same time, his grip continued to tighten. The yellow-haired youth's middle finger began to bend at an unnatural angle. Ow! It hurts! It hurts! The yellow-haired youth sucked in a sharp breath, his facial muscles twitching violently, veins bulging like writhing dragons across his sweat-covered forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Qing silently watched the scene unfold, his narrowed eyes seething with venomous malice. I apologize. The yellow-haired youth nearly collapsed to his knees, his earlier arrogance and bullying demeanor completely vanished. You're just a dog, you know. Even if someone beats you to a cripple, your master won't spare you a glance. A fierce light flashed in Yu Chen's eyes, and he twisted his hand downwards. Crack? Ah! The yellow-haired youth was instantly racked with excruciating pain, his face contorted, sweat pouring down like rain. He glared venomously at Yu Chen, then was kicked like a dead dog into a pile of debris, unconscious. The tavern fell deathly silent. The patrons stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Yu Chen casually brushed off his hands, as if flicking away dust, unaware that their drinks had long since overflowed their cups. Who is this kid? He dares to slap Lin Qing in the face on his own turf, and so openly. He's got some nerve. It's just a spoiled, noble brat, arrogant and blind, running away from home in his rebellious phase. They all act like the whole world belongs to them. But his strength seems to be only at the first stage, Pathseeker. Such a talented youth. This is my first time seeing one. He's just a foolhardy noble kid who doesn't know his place. Besides fooling around with palace maids, what else can he do? Don't forget, Lin Qing has tasted blood. His uncle's Crimson Iron mercenary group is full of top-tier fighters. And they've even joined the expedition to the Beast Mountain range to search for the ruins of the Celestial Dragon City. Their combat strength, you can only imagine. After a brief silence, murmurs of discussion once again filled the tavern. Kid, you've got more balls than I thought. Lin Qing felt his face burn with humiliation. He couldn't believe the seemingly unknown, mysterious youth could act so swiftly and decisively without a hint of hesitation. Like master, like dog. Earlier a dog was barking disrespectfully in front of me, and its master didn't say a word. So I took it upon myself to teach it how to be a proper dog, not to go around biting people while pretending to be human. Looking at Lin Qing, Yu Chen said casually, his words dripping with mockery, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu Chen didn't believe that after delivering such a resounding slap to Lin Qing's left cheek, Lin Qing would offer his right cheek for another, just to seek some twisted balance. No one could tolerate such humiliation, least of all Lin Qing, who had once spent time in the Crimson Iron mercenary group. In short, the people of Huaxia cherished their pride above all. Sometimes they'd go to great lengths to save face, even at the cost of their own dignity, sacrificing their bodies for that hollow, worthless pride. Sure enough, you don't hit a dog without regarding its master. Lin Qing waved his hand to stop his underlings from rushing forward. He's a dog, sure, but he's my dog. Did you get my permission to hit him? As he fixed his gaze on Yu Chen, a bloody aura emanated from Lin Qing's body. A smile like a withered chrysanthemum spread across his fleshy face, his narrowed eyes brimming with venomous malice. Today I'll show you the consequences of hitting my dog without my permission. At his words, some patrons' expressions shifted, exchanging uneasy glances. They quickly threw a few copper coins on the table and fled like scattered birds. Clearly they knew how dangerous Lin Qing was. But some of the more powerful patrons glanced briefly at Yu Chen before returning to their drinks. How annoying! Yu Chen shook his head helplessly, a sharp light suddenly bursting from his eyes. In a flash his hands seized Lin Qing's collar. Spinning half a turn, he pressed his back against Lin Qing's beer belly, bent forward, and using the momentum executed a shoulder throw. Lin Qing was hurled out the window like a meatball. The entire move was as swift as lightning, leaving Lin Qing no chance to react. The scars left on Yu Chen's body by the 10 directions absolute killing formation were not in vain. Bam! A dull thud echoed as a cloud of dust rose from the cobblestone path. The fleeing patrons stared in shock at the figure lying on the ground. They couldn't believe it was Lin Qing, a fourth-stage pathseeker who had killed before and tasted blood. Hey, aren't you going to save your boss? Or do you want to end up like him? Yu Chen taunted Lin Qing's stunned lackeys, then walked towards the tavern's waiter under their horrified gaze. Do you have a card machine here? I left in a hurry and didn't bring cash. Reaching the waiter, Yu Chen rubbed his nose and said sheepishly, I'll cover all the damages. Why yes, please wait a moment. The waiter stammered, then produced a card machine. Without hesitation, Yu Chen took out the premium VIP card from the ring money house that Sophie had given him, swiped it, and left the tavern. The moment Yu Chen stepped out, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man rushed out from the back, his face panicked. He hastily questioned the waiter, then dashed out of the tavern, but the night had already swallowed Yu Chen's figure. A bunch of useless fools. The middle-aged man cursed as he re-entered the tavern. What use do I have for you all? What on earth do you people do all day? How did I end up raising such a bunch of useless trash? The ornately dressed middle-aged man stormed into the restaurant, his eyes blazing with fury, as he tore into the waitstaff with a torrent of abuse. A bunch of blind, incompetent fools. On any given day you treat those nouveau riche bumpkins and country yokels like they were emperors, fawning over them, simpering and scraping, practically begging to be trampled under their feet. You puff them up to the heavens until they don't know their own names. But when a true dragon walks in, you all stand there like wooden statues, utterly indifferent. Do you have any idea who he is? Do you know that a single word from him could have you flayed, your bones stripped, your guts ripped out, and your heart carved into pieces? How many times over? Do you have any idea of the power held within that card he carries? Aren't you all usually so sharp-witted? Where did that cleverness vanish to today? That card he holds is a premium VIP card from the Ring Exchange, and it's rose gold at that. It grants unlimited spending throughout the entire Tianxing dynasty, and can secure a high-value loan of 50 gold pieces in a single withdrawal. 50 gold pieces. Do you know what that means? It means you and those rich upstarts could grovel and scrape for 2 entire lifetimes and never earn that kind of sum. And to put it bluntly, without scaring you, there are fewer than 5 such rose gold cards in the entire Tianxing dynasty. Fewer than 5. Do you grasp the magnitude of that? Use your heads. The waitstaff stood, their faces drained of color and heavy with shame under the man's tirade, their heads drooping so low they nearly touched their chests, desperately wishing the ground would swallow them whole. What are you all standing around for? Go fetch the establishment's surveillance images immediately, and carve out his likeness, so we don't miss him again. The middle-aged man smoothed back his disheveled hair, kicked one of the frozen waiters, and barked his orders. The waiter winced in pain, snapped back to his senses, and fled to the back as if pardoned. Yu Chen had no idea that the card Su Fei had given him would cause such an uproar. Never mind how the waiter retrieved the images, or how the restaurant owner fumed and raged. For Yu Chen had just executed a perfect shoulder throw, hurling Lin Qing out the second-floor window. As the stunned crowd gaped in disbelief, he used the cover of darkness to sprint at full speed toward the Beast Mountain range, not stopping until he had covered 2 kilometers and collapsed beneath a great tree, gasping for breath. Can't you ever learn to control that temper of yours? You might be a dragon crossing the river, but he's a bona fide local snake. A gentleman avenges himself even after 10 years. Why rush? Old Man Ji sat perched on a fork of the tree's upper branches, grinning, as he watched Yu Chen sprawled below like a dead dog. Master Ji, I am no gentleman. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Yu Chen rested his head on his arm, gazing up at the cold, desolate moon in the sky, and spoke with quiet calm. I may possess the great cavern heavenly body, but I cannot embrace everyone in the 9 heavens. I have neither the time nor the energy to manage so many affairs. To leave a grievance unavenged is to be a coward. 10 years is far too long, and in these days of turmoil across the 9 heavens, I cannot even be certain I will live to see tomorrow morning's sun. So I must repay today's debts today. You little Old Man Ji lay back on the branch, letting out a helpless chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. After sitting in silence for a while, Old Man Ji rose and settled cross-legged on the branch. He produced some herbs purchased at the ring auction house, swiftly refining them into a handful of powder, which he sprinkled around the base of the great tree. Then he sat back down, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative trance. Meanwhile, Yu Chen once again arranged the 8 desolate spirit gathering array, seating himself in the central node facing south. He glanced up at the cold moon hanging overhead, drew a deep breath, and with his gaze following his nose and his nose following his heart, sank his consciousness deep into his body. He formed the 9-5 divine seal and began drawing in spiritual energy to temper his bones. Yu Chen found himself once more in that world shrouded in darkness. A realm of utter silence and emptiness, so cold and devoid of any breath of life that it felt like a sealed coffin pressing down with a suffocating deathly stillness. In this directionless world, Yu Chen wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. He felt as though he had walked an immense distance, yet at the same time as if he had been walking in circles all along. In this boundless eternal night, Yu Chen could find no way out. Like a solitary soul in despair, he flailed his arms wildly in every direction. He wanted to scream with all his might, but he did not know what to shout. Help! It seemed that aside from himself there was no one else in this world. Yu Chen did not know how long he ran. He only knew that he sprinted forward like a madman, constantly scanning the sky above. A sky that held nothing but darkness. He wished with all his heart that a single star might appear, no matter how faint or ethereal. After all, what terrifies people is not the known but the unknown. In this darkness where no end could be seen, fear would stalk you like a shadow, clinging to your heels until you finally collapsed. With a thud, Yu Chen's steps faltered. His body pitched forward involuntarily, and he tumbled heavily to the ground. To his surprise, what followed was not the searing pain of impact but the crisp sound of something shattering. Crack! Yu Chen's head struck the ground, and at the point where his forehead met the earth, a brilliant fissure appeared, glowing with a radiance as dazzling as starlight. Yu Chen froze, his gaze fixed on the luminous crack in the ground. Bathed in its glow, his pale face took on an expression of bewilderment. That faint shimmering light was like a beacon in the night, drawing Yu Chen's attention irresistibly. Crack! He extended his index finger and gently tapped the glowing fissure. A crisp sound of shattering followed, like ice breaking apart on a frozen river. The starlit crack seemed to come alive, darting outward in all directions like a luminous serpent. Dazzling rays of light seeped through the cracks beneath Yu Chen's feet, shooting upward like blades of light, piercing the heavens. Boom! The bright fissures spread outward like a spider's web. A sharp crack echoed in Yu Chen's ears as the ground beneath him, crisscrossed with cracks like veins, suddenly collapsed like thawing ice. Yu Chen scrambled desperately, but ultimately plunged down with the crumbling earth into a golden world below. Yu Chen smiled bitterly to himself. All along he had been gazing upward at the sky, searching for salvation, never imagining that the true path out lay beneath his feet. Forged one step at a time. Suddenly dazzling beams of golden light erupted from the depths below, illuminating this ethereal world of darkness, until it sparkled brilliantly. Whoosh! Waves of scorching golden light pierced through Yu Chen's body, sending agonizing pain, as if his very bones were being ground to ash, radiating from every part of him. Yu Chen felt a sweetness rise in his throat. A surge of heat rushed upward, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips involuntarily. His eyes narrowed, filled with shock and horror. The blood that sprayed from Yu Chen's mouth shimmered with a golden light. His heart jolted, and he immediately sank his consciousness into his body. What he saw there made his astonishment grow even deeper. What should have been the boundless great cavern heaven was now resplendent and dazzling under the golden glow. A colossal golden bird, as if forged from molten gold, soared and circled within the cavern. What puzzled Yu Chen was that this golden giant bore a proud phoenix head, and its golden feathers were tinged with a faint dark purple hue. The golden giant bird held its head high with arrogant pride, its golden eyes filled with an air of transcendent aloofness. As it lightly spread its wings, a ball of searing golden flame ignited around it. A wave of scorching heat blasted directly into Yu Chen's face. Ee! At that moment, a long, clear, melodious phoenix cry rang out beside Yu Chen's ear. He turned toward the sound and saw that in the western reaches of the great cavern, heaven, the golden radiance was slowly receding, replaced by a sea of milky white clouds. Those clouds burned in the air like flames, yet they exuded a bone-deep, heart-wrenching cold. A great bird, pure white as snow, soared and darted through the clouds. The milky white clouds continuously devoured the golden light. In but a few moments, the great cavern heaven was split evenly between the two. A wry, awkward expression crossed Yu Chen's face. He looked up at the sky and let out a helpless laugh. Why does it always end up like this? Yu Chen stood precisely at the boundary where the two forces met. One half of his body was bathed in golden light, gleaming, as if clad in a suit of golden armor, The other half was pure white under the glow of the white light which solidified upon his form, creating a platinum battle suit. Yu Chun pressed a hand to his forehead and stood there helplessly in the middle. He smoothed down his slightly tousled hair, glanced sidelong at the indifferent golden giant bird, then stole a look at the freely soaring platinum phoenix. Finally he wilted like a withered cabbage, curling in on himself. And so Yu Chun stood frozen in place, passively subjected to the illumination of the two different lights. When he grew utterly bored, he would make silly faces at the two great birds like a child putting on his own one-man show. Just as Yu Chun was on the verge of losing his mind to his own childish antics, a sudden wave of itching and pain surged through his body which had been held immobile. He could not help but twist and squirm, but that only made the sensation from deep within his bones more acute, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his very marrow. What is happening? Yu Chun shook his body violently, hoping to alleviate the increasingly intense pain, but to no avail. Hey, you two big birds, what are you standing there gawking for? Get over here and help me. A tearing agony racked his bones, forcing Yu Chun to inhale a sharp breath of cold air. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, the muscles in his face twitched violently, and beads of sweat, the size of beans, poured from his forehead as if they cost nothing. In moments his clothes were soaked through, clinging heavily to his body. At that moment Yu Chun was overcome with utter despair. He would have welcomed death itself. Perhaps it was to rescue Yu Chun from his misery, or perhaps the commanding tone in his voice had wounded their noble pride. At Yu Chen's thunderous shout, both giant birds halted mid-motion at the same instant. They turned their heads to look at him. This Yu Chun, who in their eyes was no more than an ant. Suddenly both great birds let out a long piercing cry. In their proud aloof eyes a blaze of searing flame burst forth. Then, transforming into streaks of light, they shot forward at speeds surpassing lightning. One from the east, one from the west. Leaving trails of blinding radiance and waves of overwhelming heat. They carved a brilliant arc across the great cavern heaven and hurtled toward Yu Chun with irresistible, devastating force. No! Yu Chun stared in utter shock at the great cavern heaven. His star-bright eyes trembled for an instant, reflecting two meteors. One gold, one white, trailing long tails of light. In the midst of his desperate, hysterical cry, they flashed past him. The blinding white light struck his eyes and plunged him into instant darkness. Ha ha ha! Yu Chun, seated cross-legged at the heart of the 8 desolate spirit-gathering array, suddenly snapped his eyes open. His star-bright gaze flickered with lingering terror, and his pale face was as colorless as paper. He gasped for breath, staring blankly at the sky. It was now early morning. The cold pale moon still lingered in the west, while a fiery red sun was rising in the east. The jade slabs arranged in the 8 desolate spirit-gathering array, those placed along the east-west axis, were suffused with a pure, refined spiritual energy, appearing translucent and crystalline. The first rays of dawn light spilled over the horizon, casting long shadows across the array. Yu Chen's breathing slowly steadied as he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the awakening land. I say, lad, your method of cultivation is rather peculiar, isn't it? Elder Ji, perched upon a tree branch, looked at the daydreaming Yu Chun and teased. Most cultivators strive to calm their minds to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, but your cultivation seems to be a series of starts and frights. Indeed, the previous night, as Elder Ji was focusing his mind, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from within Yu Chun. In the next instant, it seemed a vortex formed around him, howling with wind. Strands of spiritual energy, as fine as silk, separated from the rapidly spinning air and were devoured by Yu Chun. No! Upon hearing Elder Ji's voice, a look of lingering fear spread across Yu Chen's face. In his trembling eyes, an unprecedented panic suddenly surfaced. As those two meteor-like fireballs grazed past him, the shrieking sound of their passage left his ears ringing. His heart leapt into his throat. Yu Chun had no desire to endure such a heart-stopping trial again, yet the two fireballs seemed to convey that this was merely the beginning. The two fireballs, having just passed him, transformed into 2 ferocious fire dragons. They spun rapidly around Yu Chun, ultimately forming a vortex of golden and white flames that forcibly vaporized him into nothingness. When Yu Chun could perceive the world again, the first thing he felt was warmth, and then he realized that dawn had broken. He let out a sigh of relief, yet a trace of disappointment lingered on his face. He had planned to use the night to solidify his strength and prepare for promotion to a second-stage Taoist, but instead he had been tormented by a living nightmare. How frustrating. Hey, lad, why are you still so dejected and listless even after being promoted to a second-stage Taoist? Elder Ji tossed a meat pie to Yu Chun. Seeing him gnawing at it weakly like a stray dog, Elder Ji asked with great interest. Indeed, it was a promotion, not a breakthrough. Promotion is a natural progression achieved through effortlessness and harmony. A breakthrough, however, is a forceful push from outside, and at the slightest misstep one's spiritual energy could reverse, causing the body to explode and the Tao to perish. What? Elder Yu. Ouch, my tongue. Yu Chen was punishing himself with the meat pie for wasting time. Elder Ji's words struck his heart like a powerful stimulant, causing his spirits to soar instantly, bordering on mania. One can easily become overjoyed and invite sorrow. Unable to believe his ears, Yu Chen excitedly asked again, only to bite his own tongue. Why don't you just test it yourself to see if you've been promoted? Elder Ji, sitting on the branch, tore off a piece of meat pie and tossed it into his mouth, shaking his head helplessly. He thought to himself, this lad must have cultivated himself into a fool, not even knowing he's been promoted. Yu Chen was stunned, thinking how foolish he was. He swallowed the last piece of meat pie, then sat down cross-legged, formed the 9-5 divine seal, calmed his mind, and his consciousness entered his body once more. The sight was shocking. As soon as he entered the great cave heaven, a layer of hazy white mist greeted him. Yu Chen dispersed the mist and slowly looked inward. His ligaments were full, robust, and elastic. His bones were solid, crystal clear, and resonant. Moving downwards to his lower abdomen, a mass of mist still floated there with vitality, though it was much more vibrant than in previous days. Satisfied, he withdrew from the great cave heaven. Yu Chen opened his eyes and let out a relieved sigh. A joyful smile spread across his pale face, and his star-bright eyes sparkled with excitement. The suffering from yesterday was worth it. Yu Chen stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and lightly stretched his limbs. A continuous series of sharp cracks echoed from within his body. Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! With an expression of intense excitement, Yu Chen threw several heavy punches at the air. A gust of whistling wind stirred beneath the big tree. This lad always showing off. Elder Ji swallowed his last bite of meat pie, leaped down from the tree, landing silently with open arms. Alright lad, you're this cocky over a mere promotion to second stage Taoist. If you ever get promoted from the Tao Master level, will you set off firecrackers to celebrate? It's dawn. Pack up and let's get moving or we'll be late. Yu Chen scratched his nose, sheepishly about to dismantle the 8 Desolations spirit gathering array. But as he turned, his body froze and a look of surprise crossed his pale face. Elder Ji, wait a moment. I say lad, you what's with all the... Elder Ji frowned, turning to scold Yu Chen, but his gaze was captured by the 2 gleaming spiritual jade slabs in Yu Chen's hands. Elder Ji, what are these? Seeing Elder Ji snatch one of the jade slabs and examine it over and over without tiring, Yu Chen asked curiously. Hide them. A sharp light flashed in Elder Ji's eyes. Without a word, he shattered the 8 Desolations spirit gathering array with a single palm strike, then grabbed Yu Chen and hastily retreated into the woods about 3 meters away. He watched their previous spot cautiously. Elder Ji. Yu Chen started to speak, but Elder Ji silenced him with a single point to his mute acupoint. His gaze grew even more wary. Yu Chen, unable to speak, could only steal glances through the gaps. Why are we in such a hurry this early? I haven't even woken up yet. Ouch, my head hurts. A rough voice came from the path. Yu Chen was startled, a chill running down his spine. That voice belonged to the burly bearded man from the tavern last night. If he was here, then the horse-faced man and the pale scholar must be as well. At that thought, Yu Chen perked up and looked back at the path. Sure enough, before long the 3 men appeared. One of them was indeed the burly bearded man. At that moment he was clutching his head and complaining. How many times have I told you to drink less when you're out and about? Do you ever listen? I'm warning you, stay away from alcohol from now on, or you'll ruin yourself because of it. The pale scholar shot a glare at the burly man, then walked out of Yu Chen's sight, fanning himself with a folding fan. The burly man scratched his head like a child who had done something wrong and walked out of sight with his head lowered. Following him was the horse-faced man. He walked with his arms crossed, expressionless eyes slightly closed, strolling into Yu Chen's view as if nothing was amiss. Just as he reached the middle of the path, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A sliver of light peeked out from his nearly shut eyes. Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. Something's off. The horse-faced man stopped, then slowly let his gaze fall upon the remnants of the 8 Desolations spirit gathering array that Elder Ji had destroyed with a single palm. Why are you so paranoid? What could possibly be off in this desolate wilderness? You're always making a fuss so early in the morning. The burly man reappeared in Yu Chen's field of vision. He waved his hand, dismissively, speaking with dissatisfaction. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. A glint of light flickered in the horse-faced man's eyes, then dimmed. He said expressionlessly, and then walked out of Yu Chen's sight. I knew it. The burly man spat coldly and then disappeared. Don't move. They haven't left. Yu Chen let out a sigh of relief and started to get up, but Elder Ji pressed him back down. Swish, 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 swish. No sooner had Elder Ji spoken than a dense barrage of needles came flying in. One of them even grazed past Yu Chen. Now it's safe. After the rain of needles, the pale scholar's icy voice echoed. Gulp. Yu Chun swallowed hard. A wave of terror surged from the depths of his heart. If Elder Ji hadn't pulled him back just in time, he would have been a pincushion dead beyond all doubt. Even after the three men had gone far, Elder Ji remained as still as a meditating monk. It wasn't until the number of travelers on the path began to increase that he slowly rose to his feet. Let's go, Elder Ji said tersely, his face somewhat grim. In 100,000 years no one had dared to ambush him, yet today, he had been caught off guard. Back on the road, Yu Chun pushed his second stage Taoist power of the Great Cave Heaven to its absolute limit, sprinting along the path like a gust of wind. However, his mind was constantly replaying the images he had seen when his consciousness returned from the Great Cave Heaven in the early morning. He vaguely remembered sitting at the center of the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array. The array, formed with jade slabs, flickered incessantly, and strands of spiritual energy surged towards him from 8 directions. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy, scorching hot like magma, surged into his body from the east, rapidly occupying the left half of his body. It felt as if he were immersed in a sea of fire, the searing heat threatening to incinerate even his bones to ash, including the remnants of the dual-colored divine lightning. Simultaneously, an intensely frigid spiritual energy entered his body from the west. The bone-chilling cold made him shudder violently, and for a moment he nearly froze solid. That extremely cold spiritual energy forcefully occupied the right half of his body, freezing his bones until they cracked apart, turning into a handful of cold bone shards. Meanwhile, Yu Chun within the Great Cave Heaven was pinned at the intersection of the golden and white worlds. The cold and hot spiritual energies, diametrically opposed in nature, collided within him. Instantly a wisp of ethereal gas formed within his body. This gas was intangible, colorless, and odorless, yet clearly visible to the naked eye. It was lighter than spiritual energy and clearer than pure water. After much deliberation, Yu Chun named it Tai Ching. As the two spiritual energies continued to collide and merge within him, the Tai Ching gas accumulated more and more, eventually spreading beyond his body, swirling around him, and enveloping him completely. Under the embrace of the Tai Ching gas, the shattered bones, whether burned to ashes or frozen into shards, suddenly began to coalesce, forming new bones once more. At the same time, the soul-burning bone flame residing in his conception and governing vessels ignited as well. As the Tai Ching gas forged the bones, the soul-burning bone flame continuously tempered them, causing the gas and the new bones to fuse seamlessly. This tireless refinement continued until the moment between night and day, when a dull cracking sound emanated from within Yu Chen's body. Immediately Yu Chun became like a black hole, devouring all the light cast upon him by the rising sun and the setting moon. The jade slabs used for the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, nourished by the Tai Ching gas, gradually became crystal clear and translucent. Elder Ji had been examining the jade slab repeatedly because it contained the gas Yu Chun had named Tai Ching. Although Elder Ji had destroyed the array in time, he couldn't eliminate the lingering Tai Ching gas in the area, which was why the horse-faced man had stopped. Though Yu Chun understood the reason, seeing Elder Ji's displeased expression, he instinctively shrank his head and dared not speak. Yu Chun looked up at the sky, wanting to confirm his theory. The 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array didn't gather the spiritual energy of the 9 heavens, but rather the energy of the 8 extreme stars in the sky. Every student wants to perform well in front of their teacher to earn a second glance. Although Yu Chun was annoyed by his teacher's nagging, he also wanted to show off in front of Elder Ji. But all of that was rudely interrupted by the sudden appearance of the pale scholar and his 2 companions. After running like an unbridled stallion for the entire morning, Yu Chun finally spotted a decent-looking town. Dragging his weary body, Yu Chun walked slowly through the town, which was bustling with life. Vendors lined both sides of the road, their cries rising and falling in a lively chorus. Some sold weapons and armor, others peddled miraculous elixirs and rare medicines, and still others offered magical pets and mounts. Mercenary groups could also be seen recruiting adventurers for expeditions into the Beast Mountain range. You've been walking all morning. Let's find a place to rest and grab a bite to eat. As Yu Chun wandered aimlessly through the town, the voice of Elder Ji echoed in his ear. This is the last town before the Beast Mountain range. We need to stock up on supplies. Yu Chun nodded, silently continuing his stroll, while his eyes scanned the shops lining the streets. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yu Chun stopped in front of a money house. He glanced at the sign, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, and then stepped inside. Good day, sir. Welcome to Ring Money House. My name is Xiao Wang. How may I assist you? As soon as he entered, a young male attendant dressed in a standard uniform with his hair cropped short in a spiky style greeted Yu Chun politely. While speaking, the attendant led him to a circular counter and offered him a cup of cold tea. I recently auctioned an item at the Ring Auction House and would like to withdraw some funds here. Yu Chun felt a sense of relief at the attendant's attentive service, and his impression of the Ring Auction House improved slightly. Sir, how much would you like to withdraw? Xiao Wang took out a withdrawal form stamped with the ring insignia, filling in the basic details, as he asked with a smile. 500 silver coins and 3,000 copper coins. Crack! Xiao Wang's arm trembled and the pen tip tore through the withdrawal form. He looked up, his expression grave, and spoke in a measured tone. Sir, only holders of the Ring Money House VIP card can withdraw more than 300 silver coins at once. May I see your VIP card, please? Xiao Wang stared at Yu Chen with an unnatural smile on his face. 500 silver coins and 3,000 copper coins. That was a quarter's worth of revenue for the Ring Money House. Is this the one? Yu Chen fumbled around his person for a moment, before casually producing the VIP card from his ancient ring, handing it to the attendant with a smile. Sir, please give me a moment. I need to verify this. My deepest apologies. The moment he took the VIP card, the attendant Xiao Wang's expression froze. He stared unblinkingly at the premium rose gold VIP card of the Ring Money House, his trembling eyes filled with sheer disbelief. After a long pause, Xiao Wang slowly regained his composure. He looked at Yu Chen, instinctively swallowed, and stammered out an apology. Without waiting for Yu Chen's response, he hurriedly retreated to the back office, clutching the premium rose gold VIP card, an item of which fewer than a handful had been issued across the entire Tiansheng dynasty. His earlier poise completely shattered. You wouldn't using that VIP card be far more convenient? Why bother with the heavy metal coins? Seeing the young attendant leave the front desk, Elder Ji asked, puzzled. The VIP card is convenient, but it's also a tracker, Yu Chen replied. Yu Chen moistened his lips with tea and continued. This card is too special. Across the entire Tiansheng dynasty, no more than 5 have been issued. Whoever holds one is certainly powerful and influential. For such an important card, every transaction you make leaves a record at the Ring Money House. If you keep using it, their staff can analyze your spending patterns to piece together your identity. Over time, they could gain true control over you. As he spoke, Yu Chen made a gesture of closing his hand, a shrewd glint flashing in his bright eyes. And thus control over your power. Elder Ji felt a jolt in his heart, thinking to himself, what a cunning scheme. At that moment, a cheerful male voice brimming with laughter echoed from a side door. Ha ha! An honored guest arrives, and the Ring Money House has been remiss in its hospitality. I hope you'll forgive us, sir. Following the voice, a slightly stout, middle-aged man stepped out from the side door, his face beaming with an approachable Mithraea-like smile. He clasped Yu Chen's hand firmly with his plump hand adorned with a gold-inlaid watch, and led him into a private booth. He instructed an attendant to fetch the money, while casually engaging in small talk. Are you also planning to visit the Beast Mountain Range to witness the Tiansheng Dragon City? The slightly stout man asked, handing Yu Chen a cup of tea with a smile. The Tiansheng Dragon City is a relic from the legendary era. Who wouldn't want to see it? Yu Chen chuckled, exchanging a knowing glance with the middle-aged man, and the two laughed in unison. Are you traveling alone or with companions? I've heard that the wild beasts in the Beast Mountain Range have multiplied and grown more bloodthirsty recently. Just the other day, a cultivator of the Dao Master rank encountered a wild tiger at night and met a gruesome end. The middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh, then a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The Ring Money House is currently recruiting mercenaries to witness the majesty of the Dragon City. If you were to join us, sir, we would be unstoppable. Ha ha ha, Yu Chen laughed, waving his hand dismissively. I'm a free spirit used to a solitary, unfettered life. I apologize for disappointing you. Not at all, I was merely seeking your opinion. The choice is entirely yours, the middle-aged man said, waving his hand with a light laugh. Vice Manager Chong, here are the 500 silver coins and 3,000 copper coins. A knock came at the door and Vice Manager Chong responded. Attendant Xiao Wang entered carrying a ring, and gently placed it along with the rose gold VIP card, before Vice Manager Chong, then respectfully retreated. Sir, here is your cash and your VIP card. Please verify the amount. Vice Manager Chong presented the ring to Yu Chen with both hands leaning slightly forward, and asked with a hint of curiosity. The VIP card is both convenient and prestigious. Why would you choose metal currency instead, sir? Oh! Before Yu Chen could answer, Vice Manager Chong suddenly wore an expression of realization. Low-key. Low-key. Yu Chen smiled, took the ring, slid it effortlessly across his ancient ring, handed the ring back to Vice Manager Chong, picked up the rose gold VIP card, and rose to take his leave. The entire process was swift and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. Sir, please wait a moment. Just as Yu Chen stood up, Vice Manager Chang's voice came from behind, stopping him. The Ring Money House has crossed paths with you by fate, and we may well do business again in the future. Would you be willing to share your name? We would be truly honored. We are both wanderers in this world. Why must we know each other's names to meet? Yu Chen left behind a cryptic remark, then pushed open the door and departed. Watching Yu Chun walk away, Vice Manager Chong immediately retreated to the back office, retrieved the surveillance footage from the Ring Money House, created a three-dimensional image of Yu Chun, and sent it urgently to Jiang City. Setting aside how Vice Manager Chong reported to Jiang City Yu Chun famished after leaving the Ring Money House, found a restaurant, and ordered a bowl of beef noodles, a plate of kung pao chicken, a dish of peanuts, and half a caddy of liquor. He found a quiet corner and devoured his meal while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. I've seen other ancient relics emerge and shake the world, but nothing as attention-grabbing as this one. I hear even some prominent clans can't resist the allure of the Tianshang Dragon City, and have dispatched their core forces. The noble clans are coming too. Yu Chun paused, smiling inwardly. I wonder if Third Uncle will make his way to the Beast Mountain Range. If he saw me like this, what expression would he have? It's not just the noble clans. All the major sects of the Tianshang dynasty have sent people as well. Even the academies dedicated to cultivating practitioners have dispatched elders to investigate the Beast Mountain Range. That's nothing. Even some reclusive masters have emerged from seclusion, lured by the temptation of the Tianshang Dragon City. An even more explosive piece of information reached Yu Chen's ears. I heard that the Red Iron Mercenary Group just recruited a cultivator who has reached the 8th rank of Dao Master. The 8th rank of Dao Master. It seems the Red Iron Mercenary Group is pulling out all the stops this time. Crack! A crisp sound came from Yu Chen's mouth. The drinkers around him abruptly stopped their conversations and turned to stare at him. Yu Chun calmly scanned the patrons who were looking at him as if he were a freak. He nonchalantly popped a crispy peanut into his mouth and chewed loudly, producing a series of crackling sounds. The patrons exchanged glances, found it uninteresting, and resumed their chatter. Yu Chun appeared unfazed, but a storm was raging within him. Reclusive masters emerging. In his mind, a pair of cold, aloof eyes suddenly surfaced. Those of a ghost-like man that inspired awe and fear. And the Red Iron Mercenary Group. Wasn't that the group where Lu Kong, the man he had taught a lesson to yesterday, had his uncle sending a Dao Master-level figure to get revenge on him? Wasn't that overkill? You really think you're something special? A mocking voice rang in Yu Chen's ear. The Red Iron Mercenary Group hired that so-called 8th rank Dao Master to explore the Tianshang Dragon City. If they wanted to get back at you, any ordinary mercenary could crush you with ease. The Red Iron Mercenary Group won't bother with you. You're beneath their notice. Crack! A sharp snapping sound came from Yu Chen's hand as he stared at the broken disposable chopsticks, a flame of defiance burning in his eyes. I need to become stronger. I refuse to be looked down upon any longer. I won't allow myself to be treated like air, ignored as if I don't exist. What the hell is wrong with you? If you're going to eat quietly. Stop making a scene like some damn ghost. A hot-headed young man, annoyed by Yu Chun, slammed the table and stood up, shouting at him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yu Chun began to apologize, but the young man's cursing reached his ears. His face darkened and he glared at the man. Say that again. In the tavern, the patrons glanced at Yu Chun, whose demeanor had suddenly shifted, then turned their gaze toward the indignant young man nearby. Being challenged in front of everyone made the indignant young man's face burn with shame. He felt his pride trampled and was about to curse back to salvage his dignity, but was silenced by the star-bright intensity of Yu Chen's eyes. The young man couldn't believe that such a pair of vivid eyes lay hidden behind that seemingly ordinary eye mask. Under that gaze he felt a pang of shame, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. If I have done wrong and you criticize or blame me, I will bear no grudge, for I was at fault first, Yu Chun stated, standing tall, a calm yet slightly angry glint in his eyes. But do not insult my mother. She has done nothing wrong. I do not seek trouble, but I do not fear it. You may insult me, but do not insult my parents, or I will make you regret it. The indignant young man, shamed by Yu Chen's words, hung his head low, resembling a child awaiting a parent's scolding. Now apologize to my mother. After a long wait, the young man finally heard his sentence, but the verdict shocked him. He stared at Yu Chun in disbelief, astonished by this leniency. What? Too heavy a price? Yu Chen's expression darkened, his gaze locked onto the young man as he asked coldly. No. No. The young man shook his head, frantically waving his hands. Madam, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive this foolish one who failed to recognize your greatness. Madam, I swear to the heavens, from this day forth, I will be an utterly reformed man. Please forgive me just this once. Waiter, the bill. Yu Chun tossed down a string of copper coins and rose to leave the tavern. Sir, please wait a moment, the waiter said, counting the coins before hurrying after him. Keep the change as a tip, Yu Chun said with a casual wave, looking back. Sir. The waiter blocked his path, a crestfallen look on his face, and said apologetically, What I meant to say is this isn't enough. What? Yu Chun was taken aback, nearly biting his tongue. He rubbed his nose with an awkward smile, and under the waiter's pleading gaze, He pulled out another string of coins before scurrying away amidst the amused looks of passers-by. Shit! Yu Chen leaned against a wall, removing his eye mask to cover his burning cheeks with both hands. How utterly humiliating! So even you can make a fool of yourself. Elder Ji teased from within the Holy Scripture Temple. Then clearing his throat he added, go to a shop and buy a map of the Beast Mountain range. We know nothing of it. Also purchase 10 swords. The 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array is a slaughtering formation. It's time to reveal its true power. Hearing this, Yu Chen's body stiffened. The true power of the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Array. He had only ever seen it as a training method. If Elder Ji hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten it was a formation with no escape, a deadly trap on all sides. Now that Elder Ji had brought it up, Yu Chen was indeed curious to witness its true might. Putting his eye mask back on and dusting off his clothes, Yu Chen arrived at the town's gathering place. As he stood at the entrance, a wave of deafening noise washed over him. Liniment, top-grade liniment, heals your wounds in a flash. Get a bottle or two for emergencies. Troubled by unbearable pain from injuries. Bothered by the agony of beast bites. Come to our shop for painkillers. One shot and you'll be pain-free in moments. Limited stock, first come, first served. Don't miss out. Everything must go. We're selling at rock-bottom prices. True value, true worth, a real godsend. Yu Chen couldn't help but mock under his breath. Such heavenly music no matter where you go. Is there not a single map seller here? After checking 5 shops with growing frustration, and finding nothing, he punched the air in annoyance. Young man, calm your restless heart. Remember, when you are angry you act on emotion, and that is when you are most likely to hurt those who care about you. Remember, cultivation is not just about training the body, but also the mind. Elder Ji lectured, tirelessly risking Yu Chen's ire. There's one over there. Yu Chen's eyes lit up as he pointed towards a corner, and dashed over, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. I must say, boy, how are your eyes so sharp? Following Yu Chen, a shop almost completely hidden by clutter came into view. Elder Ji then wondered aloud. This is strange. This is the central business district bustling with people. The neighboring shops confirm that. Why is this one so desolate? There must be some hidden secret here. As Elder Ji spoke in his mysterious tone, Yu Chen pushed open the slightly ajar door. Before he could even call out, a cloud of dust hit him square in the face, making him cough and his eyes water. Boy, you're 15 now. Can't you be a little less reckless? It's most improper, Elder Ji chided from his spot in the Holy Scripture Temple, safely seated on his jade slab and toying with it. You're over 100,000 years old and still act like a blustering fool. Yu Chen retorted, scratching his head. I'm only 15. Do you expect me to be all solemn and stoic, walking around with a poker face all day? Elder Ji was so enraged he nearly spat out blood. After his blunt retort, Yu Chen glanced around the shop, and was instantly stunned into a poker face himself. Despite its dusty exterior, the inside of the shop was a hidden wonderland. Following Yu Chen's gaze, the first thing that met the eye were rows of neatly arranged shelves. On them, from large to small, were various jade bottles filled with liquids of all colors, pills, and inner cores of wild beasts. A dazzling array of items. Each shelf had a sign detailing its contents. On the left wall hung an orderly display of sharp weapons. Despite the layer of dust, their keen edges couldn't be concealed. Yu Chen was certain that one swipe of that cold gleam across a neck would be as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables. On the right wall hung finely crafted leather armor bracers and other protective gear, some even made from the hides of wild beasts. Yu Chen felt like a novice monk who had stumbled into a forbidden library. Overwhelmed by the sight of such divine weapons and peerless swords, he was at a loss. Sir, feel free to browse. If anything catches your fancy, you may take it for whatever price you see fit. A voice filled with weakness and despair reached Yu Chen's ears just as he was deliberating. Startled by the sudden male voice, Yu Chen traced it to a dusty chair, where a disheartened middle-aged man sat. The man was muscular and robust, but his gray clothes were disheveled, his eyes lifeless, his hair a mess, and he reeked of alcohol. There is no hopeless situation in this world, only people who are hopeless about their situation. If you give up on yourself, then your life is truly beyond saving. Yu Chen said with a frown covering his nose in distaste before starting to browse the shelves, letting out occasional sighs of admiration. The young are fearless. The new generation surpasses the old. Hearing this, the man who had been lying limp in his chair like a dead dog suddenly shot upright as if electrocuted. A sharp electric glint flashed in his dull eyes as he stared intently at Yu Chen. After a long moment, the man slumped back into his chair, curling up with a deep sigh, looking like a decrepit old man with not a spark of life or vitality left. Yu Chen moved between the shelves, his hands gliding over the jade bottles filled with liquids, pills, and beast cores. His star-bright eyes sparkled as he let out quiet gasps of wonder. Setting down a jade bottle, he carefully ran his hands over the sharp blades and spears. Gently wiping the dust off one, he revealed a pristine blade that reflected the sunlight, stinging his eyes. He lifted a large saber, caressing its smooth back with admiration. With a soft flick of his finger, a crisp ring echoed from the blade. Acknowledging its quality, he reluctantly placed it back. The man in the chair remained motionless, as if asleep. After surveying the shop's defensive gear, Yu Chen returned to the wall of weapons. With Elder Ji's guidance, he carefully selected 9 fine swords, but was undecided on which one should serve as the primary blade for the 10 Directions Absolute Kill array. As he paced before the wall, he felt a sharp pain in his left foot, as if he had kicked something hard. Curious, he bent down and saw a pile of broken swords. In the sunlight, a soft green glow emanated from within the pile of scrap. Intrigued, Yu Chen reached into the pile and pushed the broken swords aside. Soon a sword as clear and translucent as emerald was revealed. Having never seen a green sword before, he curiously reached out to grab it. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, a stern warning came from behind him. "Don't touch that. It's a cursed sword." "What?" Yu Chen's heart jolted and his hand, which had been reaching for the sword, recoiled, as if from a plague. He could not believe that such an exquisitely beautiful blade could be cursed. "Leave. Take nothing from this place." At some point, the man who had been slumped in his seat had silently appeared behind Yu Chen. His sharp, eagle-like eyes stared intently at the youth, making Yu Chen's skin prickle. Yet his voice was laced with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Suddenly the man let out a bitter laugh. "They are all cursed, including me. Anyone who takes anything from here will be cursed and die a horrible death. That's why my shop, located in the most prosperous part of the town's central business district, selling the sharpest weapons, has no customers, and is as deserted as a doormat." At this, Yu Chen turned to face the man, and was immediately awestruck by the formidable aura radiating from him. The man before him had a delicate oval face set with a pair of sharp hawk-like eyes. Standing nearly 6 feet tall with long legs, he was lean and devoid of any extra flesh, standing as straight as a piercing cold arrow. Despite the pungent smell of alcohol emanating from him, it could not mask the sharp, unstoppable, and aggressive aura he exuded. "This is a man with a story," was Yu Chen's first impression. The man with a story was equally shocked by Yu Chen. He couldn't imagine that someone with such insignificant cultivation could possess such spirited eyes, bright like stars, so radiant that they were almost impossible to look at directly, making one feel a sense of shame. After a long pause, the man snapped back to reality. A flicker of dullness passed through his sharp, eagle-like eyes before he slowly turned and walked towards the dust-covered chair. "Uncle, do you truly believe in curses?" A voice not loud but firm and resolute came from behind the man. Yu Chen watched the man's dejected back, his fists clenching slightly. "Just as we cultivate hoping to become gods, do you believe gods truly exist?" "Humph." The man's body trembled violently at Yu Chen's words, and he instinctively stopped in his tracks. In his sharp, eagle-like eyes flickered a vast sea of memories. Finally, the man let out a sigh. "What does it matter if they exist or not?" His voice was filled with an unprecedented weariness and heaviness. "My teacher once told me that paradise is right beside us. Believe and it exists, doubt and it vanishes. Sincerity can move mountains." Yu Chen clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his starbright eyes shimmering with a brilliant light. "It's like cultivation. For 100,000 years no one in the 9 heavens has achieved godhood. Gods have become legends. Yet the fervor for cultivation hasn't waned. It has only intensified. Though the path to godhood is ethereal, cultivators of the 9 heavens relentlessly pursue it. But you, uncle, halted your steps because of a baseless curse, wasting away your hopes for the future. Living like that, aren't you just a walking corpse? What difference is there from being dead?" "Baseless?" The man turned his head, glaring coldly at Yu Chen. "You're just a snot-nosed kid. What do you know of the world's schemes and treachery or hopes for the future?" "The future? You haven't seen it, so how can you know it will be bright? How can you know it's worth hoping for?" Yu Chen was at a loss for words, his face flushing purple. "I haven't seen the future, but I will never be as dejected as you. Tomorrow hasn't come yet. How do you know it will be bleak and not worth hoping for?" "Hey, what a stubborn lad. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." The man was suddenly intrigued by Yu Chen's persistence. "Since you don't believe in the curse, let me show you something today. Let you see just how naive your thoughts are." With that, the man approached Yu Chen without hesitation, deftly retrieved the emerald green 3-foot sword, and wiped the dust from its blade. A verdant light immediately reflected from the sword surface into Yu Chen's eyes. Yu Chen involuntarily swallowed, his gaze slightly dazed. He hadn't expected this green sword kept among discarded blades to be so astonishing. "I hope you can still hold onto your faith in the future after seeing the curse." Bathed in the emerald light, a ghostly smile spread across the man's delicate, oval face. With a sharp crack, a brilliant flash of light shot from the man's body, and a powerful, irresistible aura emanated from him, flashing through his sharp, eagle-like eyes. Yu Chen's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He couldn't believe that such a dejected man could be so skilled. Truly, masters are found among the common folk. A low hum sounded and several arcs of electricity crackled around the man, making Yu Chen's scalp tingle. The man's identity became even more enigmatic. With a buzz, the electric currents swirling around the man surged all at once into the emerald 3-foot sword. The sword instantly bloomed with a cluster of crystalline translucent green light, like a peerless beautiful jade radiating its glow, making it irresistible to the touch. However, just as the green light appeared, a series of tadpole-like runes emerged on the sword's surface. As if alive, they detached from the blade with a whoosh and shot into the man's brow with lightning speed. A guttural, desperate cry was torn from the man's throat. The moment the green light entered his brow, the man's elegant oval face contorted in agony, his sharp eagle-like eyes flashing with pain. His jaw clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound. Twisted sinewy veins bulged on his forehead, looking horrific and terrifying. The air behind the man suddenly rippled. A long arrow wreathed in electric arcs materialized, standing tall and proud. Its tip gleamed with a cold light, pointing straight at the heavens, as if to pierce the very firmament, sending chills down one's spine. Yet a wisp of emerald light like a clinging bone worm crawled out from the arrow's shaft, continuously gnawing at the proud divine arrow. The lightning divine archer Zhang Yang. Yu Chen stared unblinkingly at the majestic divine arrow behind the man, his starbright eyes filled with disbelief. Yu Chen could never have imagined that the handsome and dashing lightning divine archer Zhang Yang, who had once driven countless young maidens of the Tianxing dynasty to madness, and was the protagonist of billions of girls' dreams, was this very dejected man before him. Nor could he imagine that the once spirited, domineering young talent, who vowed to become the archer god of the 9 heavens, would have fallen to such a state. The deity that had always shone brightly in his heart crumbled before his eyes. Watching Zhang Yang, the lightning divine archer, now contorted in pain, a wave of anger surged in Yu Chen's star-bright eyes. "You boy, quickly stop him. His soul is being devoured by the nether death runes." As Yu Chen stood stunned, the urgent voice of Elder Ji suddenly rang in his ear. Startled, Yu Chen saw that the proud divine arrow wreathed in lightning was now covered in wounds from the gnawing emerald tadpole runes swaying precariously. Zhang Yang's gaze was unfocused, his breathing weak, his face pale and bloodless. "Stop dazing. Quickly snatch the emerald bloodsword from his hand, draw those nether death runes into your grand cavern, wrap them with your supreme pure qi, and use the soul-burning bone fire to refine away their evil aura." Seeing Yu Chen unresponsive, Elder Ji urged, his voice tinged with a hint of fear, as if facing a natural enemy. Although Yu Chen was angry at Zhang Yang for wallowing in such self-destruction, he couldn't bear to watch the idol of his youth perish in such agony before his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, under Zhang Yang's incredulous gaze, Yu Chen snatched the emerald bloodsword gleaming with a ghostly green light. The moment the dragon sword touched his hand, a powerful and overbearing deathly aura surged forth. Yu Chen felt his consciousness blur as a massive dragon head suddenly loomed before him. His eyes flew wide, staring in terror at the ferocious visage, his gaze filled with horror. The terrifying dragon head before Yu Chen was exactly the same as the one on the sword of the mysterious man he had seen at the 8 Directions Inn. Its eyes, like emerald pearls, held the same aloof, arrogant, and disdainful gaze that could ignite a burning rage. Before Yu Chen could react, the massive dragon head let out a violent tremor, then exploded with a bang, dissolving into countless emerald tadpole runes that surged like a tide into his grand cavern. As Yu Chen seized the emerald bloodsword, he had already flooded his grand cavern with supreme pure qi. The soul-burning bone fire coiled in his conception and governing vessels was also on standby at the entrance of the grand cavern. The moment the runes from the exploded dragon head poured into the grand cavern like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they were instantly and tightly wrapped by the supreme pure qi. The soul-burning bone fire waiting in ambush flared up violently, fiercely refining the runes enveloped by the supreme pure qi. Under the bone fire's intense heat, the runes wrapped in supreme pure qi sizzled like something being deep-fried. Wisps of dark green gas seeped out from the runes, merging into the supreme pure qi. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the first rune to enter the grand cavern suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire space and dazzling Yu Chen. Caught off guard by the sudden flash, Yu Chen lost control of the bone fire's temperature. With a bang, the rune that had just been refined by the soul-burning bone fire exploded violently. "I told you to focus, you boy. A rune like that is irreplaceable no matter how many lives you have. How did I end up with such a wasteful disciple?" Watching the rune explode, Elder Ji was furious, his beard bristling and his face turning red with anger. "I'm not the master of the soul-burning bone fire. How can I control it as effortlessly as you? It's just one ruined rune, why make such a fuss?" If you're so good you do it. It was Yu Chen's first time controlling the bone fire, and he was already exhausted. Being able to refine any at all was a stroke of luck. Having the first one explode was disheartening, and Elder G's criticism only fueled his rising anger. I don't dare to refine it. That thing is useless against the body but specifically targets the soul. Didn't you see what happened to the lightning divine archer's soul? If I went out there, wouldn't I be walking to my death? Elder G gave an awkward chuckle, then reminded him. But that rune you just destroyed was truly important. You'll have to condense it again with your soul in the future. But not with your soul, but with a dragon soul. You damned old man. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Chen was so angry he nearly choked. A dragon soul? Where in the hell am I supposed to find a dragon soul? Thinking of the rune he had just accidentally destroyed, Yu Chen's heart ached. Zhang Yang, having just regained his senses, stared in disbelief at Yu Chen, who was now surrounded by a green glow. He involuntarily swallowed, his sharp eagle-like eyes surging with shock. How is this possible? In the dust-laden shop, Zhang Yang stared in astonishment at Yu Chen, whose body was enveloped in a green glow, yet wore a calm expression. A tumult of emotions churned within him. He knew all too well the terrifying erosion the death nether Dao marks inflicted upon the soul. A pain akin to being cast into a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, making life feel worse than death. Yet Yu Chen, cursed by the death nether Dao marks, had long surpassed the time limit of 3 incense sticks when he should have been reduced to ashes. Instead he remained completely unharmed, the green light adorning him like a mere accessory, causing him no harm. Zhang Yang watched dumbfounded as those murderous Dao marks entered Yu Chen's body, vanishing like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. His mind went completely blank. I say, lad, even if you've never learned alchemy before, you must have at least learned how to cook right. Refining the nether energy within the Dao marks requires no special technique. You just need to control the heat properly. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before, even if you've never eaten pork? Can you follow the example? I'm baffled. 8 death nether Dao marks and you managed to ruin 6 of them. I really want to strangle you. How did I end up with such a wasteful disciple? Within the Holy Scripture Divine Hall, Elder G, with his beard bristling, scolded Yu Chen, who stood before him with his head lowered like an ostrich. His emotions fluctuated wildly. Sometimes his hair stood on end with rage, sometimes he covered his face with a sigh, and other times he looked up to the heavens with a long lament. Elder G, the expressions you've accumulated over 100,000 years are truly rich. Inside the Holy Scripture Divine Hall, Yu Chen muttered softly, his head bowed. What kind of death nether Dao marks are these? Who wrote them? The quality is so poor. Are they deliberately messing with me? Among the first batch of 8 death nether Dao marks that entered the Grand Cave Heaven, besides the first one Yu Chen carelessly blew up, he had been utterly focused on the other 7, intently sensing the temperature fluctuations of the bone fire. Yet while forging those 6 that were destroyed, Yu Chen felt a persistent unease, as if those 6 marks concealed something ominous. Subsequently, another batch of Dao marks surged into the Grand Cave Heaven. Elder G immediately ordered Yu Chen to stop, saying it was to prevent the loss of precious treasures. Yu Chen felt a surge of indignation. If you don't want me to refine them, just say so. I'm not a porcelain doll that shatters at the slightest touch. After being severely reprimanded by Elder G, Yu Chen was dismissed back to the real world as if granted amnesty. The first thing that met his eyes was a delicate, picturesque face with a cold, expressionless demeanor. Hey, Uncle Zhang, what's wrong with you? Yu Chen waved the emerald blood sword in front of Zhang Yang, which startled him into instinctively taking a step back. Are you immune to curses? Zhang Yang glanced fearfully at the emerald blood sword in Yu Chen's hand, speaking with uncertainty. Hey! Yu Chen scratched his head, a hint of pride shining in his eyes. I was struck by lightning once. I survived against all odds and turned misfortune into a blessing. My constitution is a bit special. Ha! Zhang Yang shook his head, chuckling softly. Uncle, are you willing to sell this sword? Name your price. As long as it's not exorbitantly high, I'll buy it. Yu Chen gestured with the emerald blood sword. Since this sword has a connection to you, consider it a gift. Zhang Yang smiled, looking at the spirited and vibrant young man, before him a trace of envy flickering in his sharp, eagle-like eyes. I can't accept a reward without deserving it. Yu Chen held the emerald blood sword with both hands, offering it back to Zhang Yang. I'm sorry, uncle, but I can't take this sword. Take it away quickly. If you insist on paying, a few coins will do. Seeing the emerald blood sword, Zhang Yang dodged aside, as if avoiding a plague, waving his hand dismissively. Wow! Yu Chen placed 3 strings of copper coins on the table, and stored the emerald blood sword into his ancient ring. Following Elder G's instructions, he soaked the sword in diluted spirit clockstone milk. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the cries of a baby girl. Don't cry, Xiao Xiao, don't cry. Be good. Daddy will find you something to eat. Upon hearing the cries, Zhang Yang dashed frantically into the inner room, patting the crying baby girl in the crib, then rummaged through boxes and cabinets in search of infant spirit milk. Hearing the baby's cries, Yu Chun instinctively stopped in his tracks, a flicker of recollection passing through his bright eyes. In his past life, Yu Chun was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. As one of the older children there, he often helped change diapers for the abandoned newborns and soothe them to sleep. Yu Chun wrinkled his nose, then turned and walked into the inner room. He pulled down his protective mask, bent down, revealing a pure smile on his pale face. He gently tapped the baby girl's cute little nose, took out a drop of the diluted spirit clockstone milk from his ancient ring, and applied it to her lips. While cooing to the baby, he carefully lifted the blanket covering her, changed her into a dry, clean diaper, wrapped her back in the blanket, and gently cradled her in his arms. One hand supporting her soft bottom, the other her head, humming an indistinct tune. Ha he! The baby girl's chubby face broke into a delighted smile, her plump little hand touching Yu Chen's lips, emitting a silvery bell-like laugh. Zhang Yang, who was frantically searching for baby supplies, froze. He looked at Yu Chun, and suddenly bitter tears welled up in his sharp, eagle-like eyes. This scene was so strikingly similar to her in his memories. Yu Chun gently placed the now sleeping baby girl back in her crib. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yang with tear-streaked eyes. Yu Chun was taken aback, utterly confused, and was about to ask what was wrong when he realized that from beginning to end no mistress of the shop had appeared. "Uncle, where's Auntie? Why haven't I seen her?" Walking out of the inner room, Yu Chun voiced his confusion, only to have Zhang Yang burst into tears like a child. After a long while, Zhang Yang slowly regained his composure. Before Yu Chun could speak, Zhang Yang poured out the entire story of the cursed emerald bloodsword. It turned out that this emerald bloodsword was not forged by Zhang Yang, but had been found half a month ago, deep within the Beast Mountain range. Hearing this, Yu Chun chuckled inwardly. Half a month ago again. Could my blood oath have caused such a massive chain reaction? First Elder Ji, then the Heavenly Saint Dragon City, and now this emerald bloodsword. What will happen next? Half a month ago, Zhang Yang's wife Shan Wan gave birth to Zhang Xiaoxiao. Wanting to nourish his wife properly, Zhang Yang, fully armed, went alone deep into the Beast Mountain range to hunt savage beasts and extract their vital essence. When Zhang Yang, after lying in ambush for 3 days and 3 nights near the cave of a crimson spirit snow deer, finally shot and killed the mother deer, a blindingly intense light shot down from the sky, the dazzling white light causing him temporary blindness. Wait, it seems like everything I encounter is related to the Heavenly Saint Dragon City. Listening to Zhang Yang's story, Yu Chun felt a jumble of thoughts. Yu Chun couldn't imagine what he had inadvertently done to trigger such an inexplicable chain of events. When Zhang Yang could see his surroundings again, the first thing that caught his eye was a dark red rainbow cloud in the sky, like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. At the end where it touched the ground, bright flames flickered. Zhang Yang was secretly shocked. He quickly collected the mother deer's essence, but unable to contain his curiosity, he shouldered his gear and rushed towards the place where the intense light had fallen, eager to find out what it was. At this point in the story, Zhang Yang wore a wry smile. Curiosity killed the cat, Yu Chun thought to himself. Zhang Yang scaled mountains and traversed ridges, sprinting all the way. Finally at dawn, he arrived at the site of the fallen light. In the faint morning light, the scene before him sent chills down his spine. Hearing this, Yu Chen's spirit sharpened, his heart gave a sudden jolt, and his attention focused to the highest degree. He knew Zhang Yang was about to speak of the Heavenly Saint Dragon City ruins. It was a colossal abyss, its jagged mouth like a gaping maw filled with terrifying fangs, covering an area of 100 li. The walls of the pit were pitch black, hard as iron, and resounded when struck. Standing at a height and gazing down into the abyss, it was dark and profound, like a bottomless black hole devouring everything in the world. From within emanated a proud, solitary aura that seemed to disdain all living beings. Just one glance made Zhang Yang feel dizzy and lightheaded. Zhang Yang was immensely shocked. A sense of mortal danger rapidly grew within him. Before the aura emanating from this colossal abyss that had fallen from the sky, he felt as fragile and insignificant as an ant. Truly worthy of the legendary peak existence. Yu Chun was secretly awed. If just a ruin could possess such a soul-shaking presence, what kind of world was the legendary era of 100,000 years ago? Just as Zhang Yang was about to leave, a dull thud echoed from the abyss like the sound of chains snapping. In an instant, a streak of emerald light shot out with a whoosh, grazing past Zhang Yang's face, and embedded itself with a clang into a nearby rock, leaving only its hilt visible. Startled, Zhang Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Steadying his pounding heart, he cautiously approached the sword. After examining it for a long while and seeing no movement, he carefully pulled it out, marveling at the sword's jade-like crystalline brilliance. At that moment, the emerald blade suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. A string of complex characters shot into Zhang Yang's brow with lightning speed. Immediately, he felt a heart-wrenching pain deep in his soul. Soon after he was horrified to discover that his cultivation was being inexplicably sealed by those mysterious characters. He who seeks trouble never fails to find it. Yu Chun nodded, thinking to himself, misfortunes never come alone. Taking advantage of the morning sun, Zhang Yang carried the emerald sword back to the shop, only to find several burly men standing at the door, their chests emblazoned with a crimson iron sword emblem. The sound of a baby's cries and Shan Wan's resistance echoed from within the shop. The Crimson Iron Mercenary Corps. When Zhang Yang mentioned the Crimson Iron Sword emblem, Yu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He thought, why are they involved everywhere? Zhang Yang's blood boiled with rage. Without a word, he shot 3 lightning god arrows which flew with a piercing whistle, instantly exploding the heads of the 3 men at the door. Hearing the commotion, another group of burly men rushed out from inside, also bearing the Crimson Iron Sword emblem. Consumed by fury, Zhang Yang wasted no words, knocked his bow, and unleashed a barrage of arrows at them. But alas, one fist cannot withstand 4 hands. The men seemed fearless, rushing forward, relentlessly preventing Zhang Yang's arrows from being effective. To make matters worse, his cultivation was sealed by the Death Nether Dao marks, leaving him with power he couldn't use. It was only by breaking a meridian that he barely managed to save the baby girl Zhang Xiaoxiao. Am I not utterly useless, unable even to protect my own woman? After recounting the entire tale, Zhang Yang let out a laugh, his voice filled with desolation and helplessness. I want to make a deal with you, uncle. After a moment of deep thought, Yu Chun looked up with determination. After Yu Chun heard the full story behind the emerald blood sword, a complex glint flickered in his star-bright eyes. He tried to piece together the events he had encountered, but instead of clarity, he only found himself more bewildered. He felt like a single spark he had inadvertently struck had ignited a powder keg that had been brewing for 100,000 years in 9 heavens. The explosion sent violent shockwaves through the already turbulent realm, plunging it into a maelstrom of chaos. He was but a small boat that had lost its bearings, adrift on the raging sea, unable to find the path to the other shore. The sea was filled with ferocious monsters, and the first one he had encountered was a dragon. Inside the biblical divine hall, Yu Chun sat cross-legged on a jade slab, scratching his head in frustration. Who stirred you up this time? Elder Ji woke from his meditation, glanced at the restless Yu Chun, took a sip of clear tea, and asked calmly, Elder Ji, what was the holy dragon city like in the age of legends? Was it the sacred ground of the dragon race back then? Yu Chun frowned, speaking with uncertainty. Pfft. Cough, cough. Elder Ji choked on the tea that had reached his throat, spraying it out. Wiping the tea from his robes, he laughed. Your imagination is quite vivid. This place is the 9 heavens' mystic domain, the lowest plane. As the most aloof race in the 9 heavens, do you think they would stoop to building their sacred ground at the very bottom? To tell you the truth, despite the imposing name, the Holy Dragon City is actually a place of exile for the dragon race. In short, it's a dragon prison. Its real name, I believe, is the Nether Dragon Prison or something like that. Can't quite remember. Yu Chen's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Such a domineering name turned out to be a dragon prison. What kind of exalted name would the true dragon's sacred ground hold? Elder Ji, is there any way to resolve the severed meridians and the seal on uncle? Unable to find an answer, Yu Chun decided to drop the matter. He then recalled how he had beaten Lu Kang a few days prior. Knowing Lu Kang's arrogant and petty nature, Yu Chun was certain he had already embellished the story to his uncle Lu Shun. This meant he was now at odds with the Crimson Iron Mercenary Corps, a behemoth compared to which he was but an ant. The disparity in power was far too vast. Sigh. I've run into trouble even before reaching the Beast Mountains. Yu Chun covered his face and sighed to the heavens. Then straightening up, he declared, No, I need to build my own power. Only with power can I have influence. Only then can I have a chance to explore the dragon prison. With this thought, the first person Yu Chun wanted to recruit was Zhang Yang, the lightning divine archer. This legendary archer, who had once dominated the Heavenly Saint dynasty. There is a way, but it requires 2 conditions. First, you must successfully recruit Zhang Yang. Second, the method I have is somewhat resource-intensive. But you must promise not to fly into a rage or curse me when I consume your resources to unseal Zhang Yang and repair his meridians. Seeing the hopeful look on Yu Chen's face, Elder Ji immediately dashed his spirits with a bucket of cold water. Hey, how could I be that kind of person? Yu Chun forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, trying to smooth things over. This is a demon-repelling life pill, a mid-grade mortal pill. It has the effects of subduing demons, warding off evil, and strengthening the body. Take a look at the prescription before you make your decision. Elder Ji tossed a scroll to Yu Chun, which was covered with a list of herbs. What the? Seeing the formula on the scroll, Yu Chun felt blood rush to his head, his eyes bulging. He had an overwhelming urge to flay Elder Ji alive on the spot. This isn't a prescription, it's a death warrant. How can a mid-grade mortal pill require this many ingredients? Just this much? Are you sure it's enough? Looking at the herbs listed, Yu Chen's heart bled. He really wanted to curse, but for the sake of his grand plans, some painful sacrifices were necessary. After a monumental internal struggle that would move heaven and earth, Yu Chen uttered a lie. You stop pretending. You're just being stubborn and suffering for it. Elder Ji squinted his eyes, smiling knowingly. Suppressing the rage boiling within him, Yu Chen left the Holy Spirit Hall. Looking at Zhang Yang, who seemed drained of all vitality, he said, Uncle, I want to make a deal with you. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. I'm just a cursed cripple. What value do I have? What if I could break your curse? What if I could reconnect your severed meridians? Yu Chen spoke calmly and patiently. You know, back in the day, Zhang Yang, the lightning divine archer, was a household name radiant with glory. Do you intend to live out the rest of your life in this daze, uncle? Don't you want to return to your former glory? Don't you want to use your powerful wings to protect those who protect you, and those who need your protection? Don't you want to carve out a peaceful haven for them in this chaotic world? Shut up. Zhang Yang wanted to roar but feared waking the sleeping infant girl. He could only let out a cold, sharp hiss. His eyes as keen as an eagle's locked onto Yu Chen, piercing him like an arrow loosed from a bow, radiating a chilling light that made Yu Chen's spine tingle. How do you know I'm prepared to live out my life in a daze? How do you know I don't want to return to my peak? How do you know I don't want to use my powerful wings to protect those who protect me, and those who need my protection? And how do you know I don't want to forge a peaceful haven for them in this chaotic 9 heavens? Ever since my power was sealed, I've thought of nothing else but breaking it. I've searched every possible formula, tried every conceivable method, but the seal remains unyielding. You can't understand the pain like having your heart carved out, when you watch helplessly as the one you swore to protect is taken from you, and you lack the power to hold on. Didn't you say there's no such thing as a hopeless situation, only people who are hopeless about their situation? Then show me a way out. Zhang Yang stared at Yu Chen, his eagle-like eyes bloodshot. His exquisitely handsome oval face was clouded with gloom so dark it seemed ready to drip. At this moment Zhang Yang was breathing heavily, veins bulging on his neck, like an enraged eagle, sending a chill down Yu Chen's spine. There is one person you haven't sought, uncle, and one method you haven't tried. As Zhang Yang's anger subsided, Yu Chen spoke slowly. That person is called an alchemist. An alchemist. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He paused for a moment, looking at the youthful but earnest Yu Chen before him, and suddenly burst into mocking laughter. An alchemist? The 9 heavens mystic domain hasn't seen one in ages. The few that remain are practically ancient, kept like pets by the various noble houses. Uncle, I'm not talking about a pharmacist, but an alchemist, one who uses the heavenly earth flame to condense herbs into pills. Instead of being offended by Zhang Yang's mockery, Yu Chen patiently corrected him. An alchemist? Zhang Yang repeated, a contemplative look crossing his eyes. Though the difference between an alchemist and a pharmacist is but a single word, they are as different as mud and clouds worlds apart. A pharmacist uses flames to refine herbs into powders, extracts, pastes, liquids, or ointments. These medicines take time to take effect, are susceptible to spoilage from external factors, and can even have side effects if taken improperly. An alchemist, however, can condense those medicines into pills. Some alchemists can even infuse the pills with spiritual energy. Pills formed through this spiritual condensation can resist external interference, and the longer they are stored, the more potent they become, as they can absorb spiritual energy from the world. Snapping back from his memories, Zhang Yang looked at Yu Chen as if he were a monster. The 9 heavens mystic domain hadn't seen a renowned pharmacist in ages, let alone an alchemist. Are you mocking me? Zhang Yang asked, a peculiar smile gracing his delicate features. Yu Chen just smiled, said nothing, and casually snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, a wisp of white flame appeared on Yu Chen's fingertip, flickering and dancing, growing and shrinking. As soon as the flame appeared, the temperature in the shop soared. Zhang Yang stared intently at the flame, his eagle-like eyes churning with shock. The peculiar smile on his face froze, and a rapid drum-like heartbeat echoed from his chest. If this isn't enough, how about this? Yu Chen said, controlling the soul-burning bone flame on his fingertip with one hand, while producing a jade bottle containing 2 cyan pills with the other. The crisp clink of the pills against the jade bottle snapped Zhang Yang back to reality. He looked at Yu Chen, who wore a protective mask, his mind racing with countless speculations. Immune to curses, able to control the heavenly earth flame, and possessing pills rarely seen in millennia. Who exactly is he? Could he be a dragon? He. So are we ready to cooperate now? Yu Chen put away the bone flame and the pills, discreetly wiping the fine sweat from his brow. You're really? Zhang Yang stared unblinkingly at Yu Chen, disbelief evident in his eyes. Oh, uncle, why are you so hesitant? Do I have to refine a chi recovery pill right in front of you for you to believe me? Even as he said this, Yu Chun wasn't entirely confident. These 2 Qi recovery pills had been refined by Elder Ji in the Biblical Divine Hall, while he was negotiating with Zhang Yang. How do you want to cooperate? Zhang Yang took a deep breath then spoke slowly. As long as he could return to his peak, he was willing to endure any hardship. Yu Chun smiled, his eyes shining with the light of ambition, as he leaned forward ready to lay out his plan. Going into the inner region of the Beast Mountain Range alone is hopeless. I want you to come with me, uncle. Also, a few days ago I had a run-in with the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group, and we might run into them again in the mountains. I'd like you to protect me. Seeing Zhang Yang lay down his arms, Yu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. You had a conflict with the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Zhang Yang looked at Yu Chun in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this boy whose youthful aura had yet to fully fade managed to escape the clutches of the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Well, Yu Chun rubbed his nose, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. A few days ago I couldn't contain my temper and accidentally threw Lu Kong from the 2nd floor. Given his vengeful nature, he'll surely tell his uncle Lu Shun. And since Lu Shun is a member of the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group, isn't that the same as going up against the whole group? You little rascal. Zhang Yang let out a helpless chuckle. His sharp eagle-like eyes regarded Yu Chun with keen interest. He asked softly, going up against the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Are you scared? I don't go looking for trouble, but I'm certainly not afraid of it. Yu Chun raised his head, his fists clenching slightly, as he met Zhang Yang's gaze without flinching. A resolute glint flashed within his star-bright eyes. Such a spirited and ambitious youth. In Yu Chun, Zhang Yang seemed to see a reflection of his former self. Don't worry. Whether or not you can break the seal within me, I, Zhang Yang, will protect you. Consider it a tribute to the legendary Zhang Yang, the lightning god archer. Uncle, I, Yu Chun, swear to you I will find a way to break that seal. Yu Chun declared. You're a lad from the Yu clan. Zhang Yang looked at Yu Chun, who wore a protective eye mask, a flicker of surprise in his heart, before a knowing smile spread across his face. No wonder you carry such unwavering confidence. Boom! As they were speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Beast Mountain Range. Yu Chen's heart jolted. He rushed out of the shop, and saw a colossal cloud of pitch-black mist billowing up from the mountains, blotting out the sun and darkening the sky. A series of urgent winds swept over him, carrying an unprecedented sense of pressure. What's happening? Yu Chun stared at the dark cloud, his face turning pale with solemnity. Could it be? The heavenly Saint Dragon City is about to open. Zhang Yang paused for a moment before speaking. He then dashed back into the house, rummaging through his belongings to pack. Wait for me at the outer edge of the Beast Mountain Range, Yu. I'll find a safe place for Xiao Xiao and then come to meet you. Uncle, take this bottle of Supreme Clarity Spirit Powder. Dilute it and soak your body in it 5 times. It won't break the seal, but it should loosen its grip. Yu Chun tossed a jade bottle filled with a milky white liquid to Zhang Yang, then sprinted off towards the Beast Mountain Range. I'll be waiting for you at the outskirts. The Netherworld Dragon Prison is opening. If I dawdle on my way to the Beast Mountain Range, I'll be too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chun channeled all the primordial chaos spiritual energy within his Dashang cave and shot towards the Beast Mountain Range with all his might. You, if you truly can break my seal, then from this day forth my life is yours. Zhang Yang watched Yu Chen's retreating figure, then turned and sped off in another direction, holding Zhang Xiao. After 2 days and nights of relentless frantic travel, the Beast Mountain Range finally loomed before Yu Chun. Yu Chun stood on the path of the town at the mountain's edge, gazing at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. A wave of emotion washed over him, only to be broken by an untimely growl from his stomach. Rubbing his empty belly, Yu Chun wasted no time entering a tavern. He ordered a bowl of noodles and a plate of cold dishes, then settled into a quiet corner to eat ravenously. Which blind bastard thinks he can lay a hand on my men in my territory? Does he take me, Lu Shun, for a fool? If I ever see him again, I'll make his life a living hell. Just as Yu Chun was focused on his meal, 3 or 4 burly men armed with blades and spears strode into the tavern and sat at a table not far from him. As they waited, a man with a vicious scar running down his arm slammed his hand on the table and spoke with agitation. Lu Shun? Yu Chun, who had been eating with gusto, froze. He swallowed his food and looked at the burly man not far away. His gaze hardened as a sense of dread washed over him. The 4 men all wore badges on their chests emblazoned with a crimson iron sword. Members of the Crimson Iron Mercenary Group. Yu Chun continued eating his noodles, feigning calm, but his heart was racing. Instinctively, he began circulating his 9-5 divine art, preparing to strike first if necessary. At the same time, he focused all his attention on eavesdropping on Lu Shun and his men's conversation. Elder Lu getting this angry over a mere brat is giving him too much credit, said the sword-wielding man to Lu Shun's left, pouring him a cup of wine with a flattering tone. For someone like him who doesn't know his place, all you'd need to do is say the word, and I'd track him down to the ends of the earth and drag him back to you in ropes. Yeah. Just say the word Elder Lu and we'll make sure that Brat has nowhere to hide in the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. The other two chimed in immediately after the sword-wielding man finished. Humph, of course. That clown isn't worth dirtying my hands over. Who does he think he is? The flattery went straight to Lu Shun's head, making him swell with arrogance, as if he were the greatest being in the world. You stick with me and I may not be able to guarantee much, but I can guarantee this: when I eat meat you won't be left with just the broth. Hearing this, the three men's faces lit up with joy, eagerly spouting empty promises. Ha! Make me run to the ends of the earth. Leave me nowhere to stand. Yu Chun sneered inwardly as he overheard their conversation. I'd love to know where you find the nerve to boast like that. We'll see who gets the last laugh. As he spoke, a sharp, piercing glint flashed through his star-bright eyes. Elder Lu, I heard the vice commander has invited a reclusive expert planning too. A man with puffy eyes, clearly a slave to his desires, poured Lu Shun a cup of wine and began. Shoo! Lu Shun cut him off before he could finish, casting a wary glance around the room. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, speaking with an air of mystery. I'll tell you all straight, Vice Commander Zhou Xing has long had his eye on Commander Zhang Hailing's position. He's planning to use this Heavenly Saint Dragon City affair to seize power for himself. What? The three men were visibly shaken, their faces turning pale with alarm. Shoo! Keep it down. Lu Shun hissed, his voice barely audible. If any of you breathes a word of this before the Heavenly Saint Dragon City matter is settled, I'll cut you down myself. Understood? Don't worry, Elder Lu. My lips are sealed tighter than a dead man's. The sword-wielding man to Lu Shun's left said, thumping his chest in assurance. The other two quickly nodded in agreement. So the Crimson Iron mercenary group isn't as solid as it seems. But, Yu Chun mused between mouthfuls of noodles. Why does the name Zhang Hailing sound so familiar? That's it. A sudden flash of insight struck Yu Chun, causing him to exclaim in surprise, nearly biting his own tongue. Zhang Hailing, a legendary figure, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Yang, the lightning god archer. Known as the Songhai Cold Spear, he possessed a soul tied to the vast ocean, wielding a spear that could calm the seas. He had risen to prominence unexpectedly at the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, dazzling the audience, as he defeated all challengers with his frosty azure spear. Zhang Hailing was chivalrous and righteous, always quick to champion the oppressed. His spear upheld justice and vanquished evil, earning him widespread praise. He later joined the Crimson Iron mercenary group, and with his astonishing talent ascended to the position of commander, within just 3 years elevating the group to even greater heights. Many cultivators aspired to join its ranks. Damn it! There's no way I'm letting you harm Uncle Zhang. Yu Chun furrowed his brow. He swallowed his last bite of food, tossed down a few copper coins, and turned to leave. As he passed the table where Lu Shun and his men sat, his gaze inadvertently met that of the man with puffy eyes before he strode quickly out of the tavern. Hey, Wei, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that pretty boy. Changed your tastes, have you? The sword-wielding man to Lu Shun's left downed a bowl of wine and teased, noticing Wei Suo staring intently at Yu Chun. He just looks so familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Wei Suo said, frowning, his tone uncertain. Pfft. The sword-wielding man sprayed out his wine, laughing. All women look the same to you. I tell you, Wei Suo, you can use that line to charm some young lady, but it's not going to work on us. Whenever Wei Suo saw a lonely, attractive woman, he would approach her and start with the same line. Hello, beautiful. My name is Wei Suo. You look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? The woman would often respond with a flirtatious glance, tracing a finger across his chest and saying, You know your face matches your name, both are quite lewd. At that point Wei Suo would grab her hand and guide it down his body until it reached a certain heated area, saying, My face might be lewd, but that thing down there is definitely not lacking. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Enough with the jokes. I'm being serious. Wei Suo saw the smirk on the sword-wielding man's face, and knew he was recalling past antics. He ignored the jesting and addressed Lu Shun directly. Elder Lu, I think that kid just now matches the photo Shao Kong sent us. There's a path to heaven and he doesn't take it. There's no door to hell and he comes barging in. Since he's so eager to die, let's grant his wish. Lu Shun slammed his wine bowl onto the table with a sharp crack, then drew his blade and charged out of the tavern. Shing, shing, shing. The sound of 3 blades being drawn from their scabbards echoed through the tavern. The sword-wielding man gripped his weapon, shot a glare at Wei Suo and snapped. Why didn't you say so earlier? Before charging out after Lu Shun, brandishing his sword. Wei Suo hung his head at a loss for words. Let's go. If we wait any longer we'll miss the whole damn party. Another man armed with a sword clapped Wei Suo on the shoulder before dashing out. As soon as Yu Chun left the tavern, he ran for his life towards the Beast Mountain range. Lu Xun and his men were seasoned fighters hardened by countless battles. Yu Chun, on the other hand, was a greenhorn, inexperienced, naive, and weaker. Though he had the formidable Elder Ji as a hidden trump card, Yu Chun didn't want to forever cower under his protection. He yearned to become stronger, but the prerequisite for strength was survival. Retreating from a direct clash isn't a sign of weakness. It's a strategic maneuver. To land a powerful blow, you must first pull your fist back. Only then can you strike the enemy with devastating force. Yu Chun glanced back at Lu Xun, who was chasing him with a drawn blade, and thought to himself, Lu Xun, I'll remember this debt. One day I will repay it in full. With that, he lowered his head and sprinted towards the Beast Mountain range. That little bastard can run. After chasing for over a mile, Lu Xun stopped, leaning on his blade and gasping for breath. If I ever see you again, I'll make you wish you were dead. The Beast Mountain range, huh? Since you're in such a hurry to go in, you might as well stay there forever. Watching Yu Chen's direction of escape, a cruel glint flashed in Lu Xun's eyes, followed by a sinister low chuckle. That morning, the entire Crimson Iron mercenary group had marched into the Beast Mountain range, leaving Lu Xun's squad behind to await reinforcements. The Beast Mountain range, formed eons ago by the collision of oceanic and continental plates, was a sprawling north-south mountain range, spanning tens of thousands of meters, dividing the Tianqing dynasty and the Mo Yun Empire. Ever since the ruins of the Tianqing Dragon City descended upon the range, more and more cultivators had ventured into its depths. The savage beasts that had long dwelled within also began to stir, causing an endless series of conflicts between cultivators and beasts across the outer and inner regions of the range. In the outer reaches of the Beast Mountain range, nestled within a dense thicket of tall trees, Yu Chun, clad in camouflaged attire, sat cross-legged at the heart of the 8 desolate spirit gathering array. His hands formed the 9-5 sacred seal, as he furiously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The array beneath him shimmered brilliantly, and streams of visible spiritual energy, converging from 8 directions, surged into his body. Yet Yu Chun did not immediately begin cultivating the 3rd stage of the spirit guidance scripture, the blood refining stage. Instead, he channeled the primordial chaos spirit energy gathered within him into his skin and bones, using his barely controlled soul-scorching bone fire to temper them relentlessly. The annotations for the 3rd level of the spirit guidance scripture described blood refining, also known as blood replacement, fusing primordial chaos spirit energy with one's blood, then using fire to bring the blood to a boil, burning away impurities. This process would infuse the blood with spiritual nature, accelerating its flow throughout the body, ultimately achieving a state of heightened awareness, known as heartbeat of the mind. After reading the annotations for the 3rd level of the spirit guidance scripture, Yu Chun felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to tear the scripture to shreds. The 2nd level bone refining had nearly cost him his life. The 3rd level blood refining was practically a death sentence. Blood was not like spiritual energy flowing through meridians. If lost, it could be cultivated back. Spiritual energy could be replenished even after mistakes, but blood was directly tied to life itself. One misstep, a ruptured blood vessel, and he could die on the spot. After weighing the risks and benefits, Yu Chun decided against taking the gamble. He chose instead to repeat the first 2 levels of the spirit guidance scripture, skin refining and bone refining. Despite Elder Ji's constant coaxing, Yu Chun firmly refused to begin the 3rd level. He would never risk his life without absolute certainty. Nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yu Chen's skin began to glow with a soft, radiant light. Every cell became plump and elastic, and the bone tissue within his body underwent continuous transformation. Under the refining heat of the bone fire, the spiritual energy grew increasingly viscous until it clung to his bones like milk, filling every crevice and pit within them. Days and nights passed in succession. Before he knew it, Yu Chun had been seated in the 8 desolate spirit gathering array for 2 full days and nights. As spiritual energy converted into primordial chaos spirit energy, by the array flowed ceaselessly into his body, the vast emptiness of his dantian began to fill with a dense hazy mist. The cluster of energy in his lower abdomen grew brighter and more vivid than before. On the morning of the 3rd day, facing the rising sun, Yu Chen's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. The crystalline dewdrops clinging to his eyelashes fell away, and his eyes, sealed for 2 days and 2 nights, slowly opened like clamshells parting. They revealed a pair of eyes as bright as stars, radiating a brilliance that made it hard for others to look directly at them. Ha! Yu Chun let out a long, turbid breath. Gazing at the rising sun, the image of his humiliating flight from Lu Xun flashed before his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, and his gaze turned cold and sharp. Lu Xun, for the humiliation you inflicted on me, I will repay you 2-fold. Ah! The more Yu Chun thought about being chased and helplessly fleeing from a mere dog, the more indignant and humiliated he felt. His anger burned ever hotter until it could no longer be contained, transforming into action. Bang! Yu Chen moved with explosive speed, darting out from the center of the array like an arrow. Facing a massive tree that would take 5 people to encircle, his fist clenched so tight his joints creaked, slammed into the trunk with a howling wind carrying all his pent-up fury without any technique. Just pure raw force. Crack! Boom! At the point of impact, cracks spread like spiderwebs from beneath his fist, then raced across the entire tree like a frozen river breaking apart in spring. With a thunderous crash, the tree exploded into a shower of splinters that hurtled in all directions. Some fragments embedded themselves deep into other tree trunks, a testament to the sheer power of Yu Chen's punch. Caw! 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 A flock of startled mountain birds burst from the branches, flapping their wings and fleeing into the distance. Hey brat, what's wrong with you? Why are you throwing a fit in broad daylight? Elder Ji, who had been meditating atop a large tree, was jolted awake by the commotion. Watching Yu Chen standing motionless before a tree reduced to half its height, the wrinkles around Ji's eyes twitched violently. He thought to himself, such explosive power, but something seems to be missing. Growl. Having gone without food for 3 days, Yu Chen's stomach began to protest loudly. Yu Chen found a clean rock and sat upright upon it. He took out a highly concentrated nutrition pill purchased from Zhang Yang's shop, popped it into his mouth, and chewed it with a blank expression as if tasting wax. Elder Ji, you haven't eaten for 3 days either. Have one. Yu Chen produced another nutrition pill and tossed it to Elder Ji. You can have it yourself. Those nutrition pills are tasteless and bland. No appetite at all. I want to eat beast meat. I want to eat beast meat. Elder Ji caught the pill and tucked it away, brushing the dust from his robes, as he headed deeper into the forest. Yet his mind kept replaying the image of Yu Chen punching the tree. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing from that punch. Bang! Yu Chen destroyed the 8 desolate spirit gathering array with a single punch and hurried after Elder Ji. Roar! They hadn't walked far when a deep muffled roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Yu Chen paused, peering into the dense woods. There, pacing among the thick foliage, was a fierce tiger. The tiger fixed its gaze on Yu Chen, its egg-sized eyes gleaming with greed. Low growls rumbled from its throat as thick strands of saliva dripped from its jaws. Its 2 gleaming white fangs were enough to instill fear in any heart, and its broad paws scraped restlessly at the dirt. Oh! Watching this imposing beast, Elder Ji's eyes suddenly lit up with a spark of insight. He thought to himself, what the boy lacks is presence. The aura of having a tiger in your heart, yet still being able to smell the roses. Truly you find things when you least expect them. To be chosen by me, you must have been blessed with extraordinary fortune. Your ancestors must be smiling from their graves. With that thought, Elder Ji looked at the tiger, joy brimming in his eyes. With a soft whistle, Elder Ji leapt onto a tall tree, leaving the battlefield to Yu Chen. Hey boy, aren't you full of anger with nowhere to vent? Don't you want to grow stronger? Take down this foolish tiger, and I'll show you a path to greatness. Facing the tiger's cold, gleaming gaze, Yu Chen felt a flicker of fear. At the Spirit Martial Academy, he had sparred with others often, but those were always controlled matches, minor skirmishes. Now facing a life-or-death struggle, Yu Chen hesitated to strike. The fierce aura radiating from the tiger sent a chill down his spine, making his heart tremble. Just as I thought, Elder Ji observed Yu Chen's reaction, nodding to himself. Roar! The tiger let out a thunderous roar, then lunged at Yu Chen like a streak of light. In an instant, it was upon him, raising its razor-sharp claws and swiping at his chest with a piercing whistle. Boy, dodge! Elder Ji shouted, worry etched on his face. Ha! Jarred back to reality by Elder Ji's voice, Yu Chen saw the gleaming tiger claws descending from above. Panic surged within him. He instinctively executed the footwork he had used to evade the 10 directions absolute kill array, throwing his body backward in a desperate retreat. SSSHHH. 3 streaks of light slashed through the air before him. A searing pain erupted across his chest. Yu Chen stumbled back several steps, barely avoiding the claws, but the sharp wind blades trailing them still sliced through his camouflage suit. Hey boy, what are you even good for? You're always talking about protecting others. If you can't even beat this dumb tiger, how are you going to protect them? Seeing Yu Chen narrowly escape with his life, Elder Ji let out a relieved sigh but continued to fan the flames, stoking Yu Chen's fury. Since anger can ignite your fighting spirit, then get angry. Stop holding back. Show me your true face. Shut up. Already at his wits' end with the tiger, Elder Ji's goading pushed Yu Chen over the edge. His pent-up frustration exploded into rage as he snapped at the old man. Boy, get angry now. Stop hiding it. Let me see your true power, so I can figure out what you need. Far from being offended by Yu Chen's outburst, Elder Ji grew even more excited. Roar! Seeing that Yu Chen had managed to evade its attack, the tiger snarled in frustration. It extended its crimson tongue, licking the blood from its claws, then fixed its gaze on Yu Chen, its egg-sized eyes filled with mocking human-like disdain. You beast! You look down on me too. Seeing the taunting gleam in the tiger's eyes, a surge of hot blood rushed to Yu Chen's head. A crimson bloodthirsty tint crept into his star-bright eyes. Yu Chen's face darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. Low guttural growls escaped his lips. Blood spirit eye. Staring at Yu Chen's blood-red eyes, Elder Ji said in disbelief, then shook his head. The blood spirit eye is left gold and right red. The boy's eyes are both red. He's only activated the first level blood eye. Though he dismissed it as the full blood spirit eye, Elder Ji was still deeply shaken. He had gifted the blood spirit eye to Yu Chen as payment during the spatial teleportation, never mentioning it again. Yet Yu Chen had managed to activate it, even if only subconsciously. Roar! The tiger let out another furious roar and lunged at Yu Chen once more. This time it was faster and more ferocious than before. A blur of motion that reached him in the blink of an eye. I'll kill you! With a furious shout, Yu Chen shot toward the tiger, like a cannonball launched from its barrel. With a crackling sound, his knuckles whitened as his fist, carrying the tempestuous fury of Yu Chen, smashed fiercely towards the tiger. His blood spirit eye emitted an enchanting crimson glow, and a beam of red light shot into the tiger's pupils. Instantly the tiger's pupils dilated, its gaze turning vacant. Even the descending tiger paw paused momentarily. Under the first level of the blood spirit eye, the tiger's movements were rapidly dissected into a series of frozen frames. In that fleeting instant, Yu Chen, relying on the perception and reflexes honed within the 10 directions absolute kill formation, narrowly brushed past the gleaming sharp tiger claws. Yet the fierce gale stirred up by the claws still left him shaken. Having dodged the lethal strike, Yu Chen's killing intent intensified. His fist, already primed, struck the tiger's skull with overwhelming, devastating force. A loud, resonant clang echoed from where his fist connected. A numbing pain shot through his arm. Yu Chen's gaze faltered for a moment before he withdrew his hand and rapidly retreated. A section of the tiger's skull caved in and streams of fresh blood flowed from the wound, staining its head a gruesome bloodthirsty red. The tiger, enraged by the pain, regained focus in its vacant eyes. It stared at Yu Chen, a complex series of human-like emotions flickering within its egg-sized pupils. Confusion turning to fury, then to rage, as if being wounded by Yu Chen was a profound disgrace. With a deep guttural roar, the tiger's egg-sized eyes gleamed with a cold, detached light. The tiger slammed its front paws against the ground, its body transforming into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Yu Chen. This time it didn't use its claws. It opened its massive maw, aiming to bite down on Yu Chen's neck. The blood eye flared with enchanting red light, converting the tiger's movements into a series of static frames. Yu Chen's fist struck the tiger's skull, at the perfect moment slightly deflecting its downward trajectory. Seizing this opening, he swiftly escaped the tiger's jaws. Simultaneously his fingers swept across his ancient ring, and several beams of cold light shot forth. The beams surrounded the tiger completely. 10 directions absolute kill formation activate. The moment Yu Chen landed, he rolled with the motion, using his waist as a pivot to disperse the impact. His hands flashed, forming a seal, and he let out a sudden thunderous shout. With a series of sharp clangs accompanying Yu Chen's roar, the newly formed 10 directions absolute kill sword formation instantly launched its most ferocious attack. 10 swords transformed into streaks of light, weaving back and forth around the tiger. The whistling of the swords was continuous in Yu Chen's ears, but he could only hear them, not see their forms. Yu Chen steadied his breathing and quickly looked into the 10 directions absolute kill sword formation. Roar after roar echoed from within the formation. Each time the light grazed the tiger, a sound of utter desperation. The tiger raised its sharp claws, futilely swatting at the 10 directions absolute kill sword formation. The formation's attack speed was blindingly fast, leaving no time to react. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wounds appeared on the tiger's body. Each gash was deep, flesh split open to the bone. Streams of crimson blood gushed from the wounds, and in an instant the tiger was drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. Such formidable killing power. The 10 directions absolute kill formation. No escape above, no refuge below, truly inescapable. It lives up to its fearsome reputation. Yu Chen watched the tiger, which had just withstood a punch capable of shattering a towering tree, become covered in wounds within a single breath inside the formation. Its previous majesty was utterly gone. Even though Yu Chen had imagined the power of the 10 directions absolute kill sword to be immense, he was still stunned beyond words by its actual might. Terrifying. Yu Chen racked his brains for a better word, but could only settle on that. As he briefly lost focus, a hair-raising hum emanated from the 10 directions absolute kill sword formation. The tiger trapped within the formation was now a pitiful sight, covered in wounds, lying prone and snarling weakly. Its previous awe-inspiring, domineering aura was completely gone. 9 gleaming blades were deeply embedded in the tiger's body, only their hilts visible. The fresh blood stained the ground beneath it, and the air was thick with a heavy metallic scent of blood. With a soft hiss, the 10th sword spun in mid-air, its blade slick with crimson. It glinted with a bewitching red light in the morning sun, its tip gleaming coldly like the grim reaper's scythe. It shot towards the tiger's skull at incredible speed, plunging deep into it. The tiger thrashed violently but couldn't escape the call of death. After struggling for a moment, it succumbed, filled with rage and unwillingness. Letting out a relieved sigh as he saw the tiger lying motionless in the formation, Yu Chen wiped the dense sweat from his brow. A wave of fear washed over him. If Elder Ji hadn't set up the 10 Directions absolute kill sword formation beforehand, he dared not think about who would have emerged victorious. Steeling himself, Yu Chen walked towards the tiger. It was covered in filth and blood, its fur matted against its body. A truly miserable sight. Yu Chen pulled the 10 swords from the tiger's body, carefully wiped the blood from their blades, and stored them back in his ancient ring. He tapped the tiger's skull, producing a clear, crisp sound as if striking metal. He marveled internally at its iron-hard head and bone-like body. At that moment, a faint mist began to rise from the tiger's corpse. Yu Chen hastily stepped back 2 paces, staring in bewilderment at this sudden change. Seeing this, Elder Ji leaped down from a tree and strode quickly to the tiger's side. Gazing at the ethereal mist, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Elder Ji, what is this? Yu Chen asked, puzzled. A soul. Elder Ji replied calmly, but Yu Chen's mind was thrown into turmoil. He stared intently at the mist, hardly daring to believe his ears. A soul? The tiger's soul? Yu Chen's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with shock. To be precise, it's an unformed soul, but it has already developed consciousness, Elder Ji said, as he began to extract the soul. By human cultivation standards, it was at the peak of the 9th stage Tao Seeker. One more step, and it would have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Peak 9th stage Tao Seeker. Yu Chen gasped, his body trembling. He had once reached that level and knew well the vast chasm between it and his current 2nd stage. It's a good thing we set up the 10 Directions absolute kill sword formation in advance. Otherwise our positions might have been reversed. Eh? Elder Ji suddenly let out an exclamation, drawing Yu Chen's attention. There's a draconic aura in this soul. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank. The tiger having peak 9th stage Tao Seeker strength was merely surprising, but this revelation from Elder Ji was absolutely stunning. A draconic aura within a tiger's soul. What did that even mean? How could a species that had vanished in the legendary era possibly be connected to a tiger that existed tens of thousands of years later? Heavenly Saint Dragon City? Suddenly Yu Chen froze, a flash of insight in his eyes. A recently much discussed term surfaced in his mind. Yes, it must be the Heavenly Saint Dragon City. Elder Ji had said that the Heavenly Saint Dragon City was a prison for dragons holding dragonkin who had committed grave sins. Many dragons had died within its walls, and over time a miasma of draconic resentment had accumulated, lingering for 10,000 years. When the Heavenly Saint Dragon City descended from the heavens, this resentment had also seeped out from the dragon prison, and this tiger, along with other savage beasts, had absorbed and utilized it. If such a formidable beast existed on the outer fringes of the Beast Mountain range, what kind of power would the beasts in the inner regions possess? If the outer regions were affected by the nether dragon Shi, what might the beasts in the inner regions, or even those guarding the entrance to the dragon prison, have mutated into? At this thought, Yu Chen shuddered, a flicker of fear rising in his heart. The turn of events had spiraled far beyond his imagination. Moreover, he had fought a dragon descendant at the circular auction house. He knew that even an unawakened dragon descendant possessed terrifying combat power, and the nether dragon Chi was undoubtedly from mature dragons. If those beasts really absorbed it, then in this treasure hunt between man and beast, who would be the ultimate victor? Would that dragon descendant also join the fray? The thought of the increasingly chaotic and uncontrollable Heavenly Saint Dragon City treasure hunt gave Yu Chen a headache, but he felt utterly helpless. Enough, Elder Ji said, as he sealed the extracted tiger soul into a jade bottle and began extracting its essence blood. We'll deal with things as they come. Worrying about it now is pointless. You can't control how it unfolds. Your main task now is to improve your strength quickly. Don't rely too much on your environment. Remember, in the darkness, even your shadow will leave you. Yu Chen nodded, fully convinced. His fist clenched once more, and a determined glint flashed in his eyes. I want to become stronger. I never want to be looked at with such contempt again, as if I were a dog. The stench of blood here is too strong. We shouldn't linger. Let's find another place, Elder Ji said, finishing with the essence blood. He then conjured a dagger from his soul-burning bone flame and made a few precise cuts on the tiger's lower abdomen. A pearl-sized bead slid out and landed in his hand. Fire attribute. Elder Ji examined it briefly before pocketing it. He then carved out a pristine piece of tiger meat, patted Yu Chen on the shoulder, and headed deeper into the dense forest. Yu Chen dared not lag behind. He quickly followed and the two vanished into the depths of the woods. Shortly after they disappeared, several figures darted into the forest, skidding to a halt before the tiger's corpse. "Is this the celestial crystal fire tiger you spoke of?" A low voice rumbled from the group. "Are you mocking me? Impossible. It was alive when I found it not long ago. How could it be dead in the blink of an eye?" "Captain Wang, this celestial crystal fire tiger died less than 15 minutes ago. Its essence, blood, and inner core have been taken. The extraction was so skillful, so fluid, that not a single bone was disturbed." A collective hiss of breath was drawn. Such a masterful extraction technique was beyond anything they could achieve in a lifetime. Their opponent was definitely a top-tier expert. "What do we do now? What do we do? We chase them. But they're clearly a master. Can we even take them? We have to try. Can you bear the wrath of Deputy Commander Zhou?" Captain Wang cursed, then led his men in pursuit into the forest depths. Deep within the dense forest, on a hidden patch of level ground, a campfire blazed fiercely, occasionally emitting a crackling pop. Above the flames, a large slab of tiger meat, vividly colored and glistening with dripping fat, hung suspended. A rich, savory aroma lingered tantalizingly in the air. Yu Chen sat at the heart of the 8 desolate gathering spirit array, his hands forming the 9-5 divine seal. Yet his gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the fragrant tiger meat above the fire, and he swallowed repeatedly, his mouth watering. He let the spiritual energy wash over his body. Hungry again. Ji Lao, who was refining something nearby, glanced at Yu Chen. With a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Yu Chen without a word. "Here's a nutrition pill I made. Eat it." "Master Ji, I want to eat that too." Yu Chen said, his eyes filled with longing as he looked at the tiger meat over the fire. "I can't control your thoughts. Who's stopping you from imagining?" Ji Lao extinguished the flames, took the tiger meat from the grill, and waved it at Yu Chen with a chuckle. "You go ahead and imagine. I'll start filling my own stomach." "Stingy." Yu Chen sat in the center of the array, arms crossed, shooting a glare at Ji Lao before turning away with a pout, feigning anger. "You really don't want to bite?" Ji Lao taunted, shaking the meat. "Humph, a true man would rather die than surrender. I said I won't eat, so I won't." Yu Chen turned his head away, ignoring Ji Lao. "Suffering for the sake of pride." Ji Lao chuckled, but just as he was about to tear into the meat, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In an instant he destroyed the campfire with a wave of his hand, hurled the tiger meat far away, and grabbed Yu Chen with one hand, while shattering the 8 desolate gathering spirit array with the other. Without hesitation he dashed into the nearby thicket, dragging Yu Chen along. "Master Ji, what's wrong? What's happening?" Startled by Ji Lao's sudden actions, Yu Chen quickly activated his 9-5 divine art, and followed Ji Lao into the undergrowth. "Trouble is coming." Ji Lao replied curtly, but then abruptly stopped, ducking behind a bush. He muttered to himself, "Since when did I become such a coward? They're just a bunch of clowns. Killing them is like slaughtering dogs." Yu Chen followed Ji Lao's lead, hiding behind another bush. His heart pounded violently, his blood surged, and a rush of heat flooded his head. Sure enough, no sooner had Yu Chen concealed himself than figures appeared where they had just been standing. The group conversed briefly before fanning out in a sweeping search pattern. The Crimson Iron Mercenaries? Yu Chen's heart leaped when he spotted the Crimson Iron sword emblem on their chests. His nerves instinctively tensed. He hadn't expected the Crimson Iron Mercenaries to take them so seriously. Captain Wang is something else. They vanished without a trace after hunting that sky crystal fire tiger. Where are we supposed to find them? A dark-faced man bearing the same Crimson Iron sword emblem complained as he wandered towards Yu Chen's hiding spot. "Go find them in hell." A chilling voice suddenly sounded beside the dark-faced man. He froze, then jerked his head up to see a ghostly, ethereal figure before him. In the next instant his throat tightened and his vision blurred. Crack. A crisp snap of bone. The dark-faced man's neck was twisted cleanly by Ji Lao. Even in death, he never realized what had happened, his soul already reporting to the King of Hell. "Too boring. The rest are yours, you. I'd be ashamed to dirty my hands with them." Ji Lao incinerated the dark-faced man with a burst of soul-refining bone fire, leaving not even ash. "Just treat them like the sky crystal fire tiger, and repeat what you did this morning. Remember, this is real combat, not your playful sparring back at the academy. You must be careful, one slip and you're done for." Ji Lao gave Yu Chen no chance to protest. He leaped onto a tall tree, observing the impending jungle hunt below. "Without seeing blood, you'll never know how cruel this world truly is. I didn't want to kill you. You provoked me first. This is self-defense." Yu Chen swallowed hard, surveyed the number of Crimson Iron Mercenaries, and justified himself with a lofty reason. Yu Chen's mutterings didn't escape Ji Lao's ears. Watching Yu Chun move cautiously through the grass making almost no sound, Ji Lao couldn't help but silently admire him, thinking he had the makings of an assassin. Save for his lack of bloodshed. Ji Lao watched Yu Chun intently, ready to intervene if danger arose, but the next moment he was proven wrong by his own naive assumptions. Because Ji Lao had snapped the dark-faced man's neck, his clothes were almost completely intact. Yu Chun quickly stripped the dark-faced man and donned his clothes. He stealthily crept up behind a mercenary, who was separated from the others, then stood up boldly, disguising his voice with spiritual energy. Placing a hand on the man's shoulder, he complained. "This forest is so dense, where are we supposed to look? Captain Wang is something else. They vanished into thin air after hunting that sky crystal fire tiger. Where are we supposed to find them? Quit your complaining. If it weren't for Deputy Captain Zhou trying to curry favor with that hidden master, we brothers wouldn't have to." The man's words were cut short as a sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down instinctively and saw a blood-soaked dagger protruding from it. "I'm not your brother. Your brother's down below feeling lonely and sent word for you to keep him company." A cold voice whispered in the man's left ear. His fish-like eyes bulged in shock. He stared at Yu Chun in disbelief, his sallow face contorted with terror. "Why you? Who are you?" "The man who's come to take your life." A grim cold smile spread across Yu Chen's pale face. He touched the man lightly with a finger wreathed in bone fire, and the man instantly turned to ash. Yu Chun observed that the man's expression at death mirrored the dark-faced man's. A desperate unwillingness to die. "It was because I don't want to die that you have to." Yu Chun was merely returning the favor. "What else is this kid hiding?" Watching Yu Chun take lives as easily as cutting grass with not a flicker of emotion, Ji Lao felt a chill run down his spine. "On the surface you seems fragile, but inside he's decisive and ruthless. He has the makings of a sage in times of peace and a tyrant in times of chaos." As another living soul turned to smoke before his eyes, Yu Chen's gaze grew colder still. He didn't seek trouble, but he didn't fear it either. Since they wanted to play, he would play along, as long as they could afford the stakes. Yu Chun had never seen blood, but he possessed something even more precious than that experience: indifference. Yes, indifference. A person who has seen blood, when they raise the blade again, cannot suppress their fear of it. Sometimes excessive killing can even cloud their mind. But indifference does not. To someone indifferent to slaughter, killing is as routine as eating and dressing. Such a person is devoid of emotion, colder than a cold-blooded animal. A cold-blooded animal shows fear when facing a stronger foe, but an indifferent person does not. As an orphan in his past life, Yu Chun had witnessed too much of the world's vicissitudes and apathy. Those events had locked his heart layer by layer like shackles, covering his eyes like a gray curtain. From then on his world was shrouded in gloom, and the indifference between people led him to seal himself away. He was lost in his own world until Ji Lao arrived. An indifferent person is more heartless than a cold-blooded one, harder to get close to. But in the 9 heavens, in the Yu clan, Yu Xiu Shijun, his third uncle Yuan, and every member of his clan, had shown him such meticulous care that Yu Chun dared not be indifferent. He knew how much an unintentional coldness could hurt. Yet his indifferent exterior still kept others at a distance. As an orphan, Yu Chun craved kinship and companionship. He spent 15 years masking his cold exterior, transforming into a harmless, carefree youth, who occasionally teased Shijun. But this didn't mean Yu Chun had shed his indifference. The bone-deep apathy of his past life was something he could never forget. He didn't seek trouble, but he didn't fear it either. In his past life, a titan of the business world, a mere flick of his finger had sent tremors across the 5 continents. Facing a few bloodied mercenaries was like a game of house to him. "Since you're all asking for death, don't blame me for being too enthusiastic." With a soft thud, another mercenary vanished before Yu Chun, his face etched with unparalleled shock. "That's 3. Yu Chun let out a demonic, chilling laugh, licking his lips. His pale face grew even darker as he locked onto his next target. Powered by the immense spiritual energy of the great cave heavenly body, he slipped away without a trace. After 4 men had disappeared without a sound, Captain Wang finally caught on. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, moving towards the center of the group, while signaling to the others. "SHHK. Thud." The hair-raising sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by the gush of blood, reached Captain Wang's ears. A burly man not far from him suddenly twisted his face in unnatural agony, his eyes wide with terror before being consumed by white flames. Captain Wang was left staring with bulging eyes, watching the scene unfold in horror. A cold dread began to creep into his heart. Never having witnessed such a shocking spectacle, Captain Wang was momentarily stunned. He flailed his large saber wildly but didn't know where to strike. Seeing his companions spontaneously combust right before his eyes, Captain Wang turned to flee, as if he'd seen a ghost. But as he spun around, he came face to face with a harmless-looking pale smile. The prolonged large-scale manipulation of spiritual energy, coupled with intense concentration, would have exhausted anyone else. Only Yu Chen, with his superhuman mental fortitude forged from the fusion of 2 lifetimes of memories, and the immense spiritual energy reserves of his great cave heaven physique, could have sustained such an effort. Even so, he was pushed to the brink of utter depletion, his energy nearly spent. Fortunately, Captain Wang was already terrified out of his wits. Captain Wang, hello there. During the hunt, Yu Chen learned of Captain Wang's identity, the captain of the 3rd Squad 2nd Platoon 3rd Company, under Zhou Xing's command, serving alongside Lu Shun. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen couldn't help but smile. What a small world, and what a stroke of luck. In the town with no place to hide, Yu Chen dared not openly clash with Lu Shun. But here in the dense forest it was a different story. Relying on the reaction speed and perception honed in the 10 directions absolute kill array, toying with them was effortless. You, Captain Wang stammered, then his eyes widened in shock as he recognized Yu Chen. You're Yu Chen, the one Captain Lu wants to gut and carve out the heart of. You're still alive. Gut and carve out my heart. Yu Chen nodded thoughtfully. In the next instant, his blood-stained dagger plunged into Captain Wang's chest right before his horrified gaze. Using such a method on you would be an insult to this blade. You. A stream of blood gushed from Captain Wang's mouth. He stared at Yu Chen in disbelief. He never imagined Yu Chen would be so decisive without uttering a single unnecessary word. Go join your lackeys. Yu Chen flashed a cold, merciless smile. He tapped Captain Wang's forehead lightly, and the man was instantly consumed by the bone-burning soul fire. Since you've drawn your blades, don't blame me for unsheathing my sword. After dealing with Captain Wang, Yu Chen used his flames to dry the dagger, then stripped the clothes from the dark-faced man. With a flick of his finger, the garments turned to ash. You little rascal, Elder Ji said, leaping down from a tall tree. He cast a meaningful glance at Yu Chen, as if about to speak, but only shook his head with a helpless sigh. He then headed towards the Beast Mountain range. Yu Chen swallowed a nutrient pill, tasting nothing, and silently followed in Elder Ji's footsteps. Recalling the recent hunt, Yu Chen felt a sense of helplessness, a desire that outstripped his ability. He sighed, looking at his still frail and weak body, and shook his head in resignation. Strength. Ultimately, he was just too weak. If he had been at the 3rd or 4th stage of the Dao initiation realm, the entire hunt would have been child's play. With his experience from reaching the peak of the 9th stage, and his honed reactions and perception, dealing with mere cannon fodder would have been like a wolf among sheep, reaping lives as easily as slicing vegetables. Strength. Yu Chen cried out in his heart, yearning for power like a farmer praying for rain. Elder Ji, like Yu Chen, replayed the scenes of lurking killing and stalking in his mind. He meticulously analyzed every movement, every breath, even the subtle changes in expression during each kill. He finally reached a conclusion: Yu Chen was a born assassin. Yet instead of feeling pleased, Elder Ji was filled with worry and anxiety. Yu Chen was a piece of precious jade, but one filled with so many impurities that they nearly obscured its true brilliance. Even though Elder Ji was a master alchemist, he dared not refine it without first understanding those impurities. Who knew if a single insignificant flaw might cause the entire jade to shatter? The two men, each lost in their own thoughts, walked silently one after another towards the Beast Mountain range. The brilliant sunlight, through relentless effort, finally began to thaw the icy world that surrounded them. Elder Ji, you boy. They spoke simultaneously, then stopped just as quickly, each waiting for the other to go first. The thawed world fell into silence once more. Yu Chen looked at the elder who had lived for 100,000 years, and Elder Ji looked at the mysterious boy from another world. Finally, they exchanged a smile. Yu Chen yielded the floor, but Elder Ji found himself unsure where to begin. After a long pause, he asked a question he himself couldn't answer. You boy, what do you want to do in the future? I don't know. Yu Chen chewed on a blade of grass, tasting its faint bitterness as he spoke calmly. The 9 heavens are too chaotic now. I just want to increase my strength as quickly as possible. I'm tired of being looked down upon. That contemptuous gaze doesn't break your bones, but it cuts deep into your soul. I just want to get stronger. I don't want Uncle Zhang Yang's tragedy to repeat itself with me. I no longer dream of becoming a god. I just want to carve out a sanctuary in the 9 heavens for those who protect me and those I need to protect. To achieve these goals, I must first possess absolute power. So my future goal is to train relentlessly. Right now, I am far too weak. You're grounded in reality, unlike some cultivators who can't speak 3 words without mentioning becoming a god, Elder Ji said calmly, as if discussing the weather. We live in reality, and reality is cruel. The more ethereal the dream, the more painful the awakening. As he spoke, a profound calm, as if he could see through everything, flickered in Yu Chen's eyes. You boy, I want to know. Which one is the real you? They walked in silence until midday, when they reached the middle of the outer region of the Beast Mountain range. Elder Ji found a secluded shadowy valley, and scattered a circle of beast-repelling powder around its perimeter. Watching Yu Chen silently set up the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, he couldn't help but ask, "What?" Yu Chen placed the final jade slab, feeling the spiritual energy gradually grow richer. He sat down at the array center looking at Elder Ji with a puzzled expression. The Yu now and the cold, merciless Yu from the kill. Which one is the real Yu? Or perhaps the Yu Chen I've seen all these days isn't the real Yu at all. Elder Ji suppressed the agitation rising within him, forcing a calm demeanor. "Ah, so that's what you're asking." Yu Chen spread his hands, feigning sudden realization. "Our great chairman Mao once said, treat comrades with warmth like spring, treat work with passion like summer, treat difficulties with severity like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, and treat enemies with ruthlessness like winter." Chairman Mao? Who is that? Elder Ji asked, utterly bewildered. "You don't even know who Chairman Mao is? Are you even from China?" Yu Chen was incredulous. "Don't you old-timers always praise how there would be no new China without Chairman Mao? They even made a song about his achievements. How does it go? Something like, 'The East is red, the sun rises, China has produced a Mao Zedong.' I can't quite remember." Chairman Mao is Zedong. He led the Chinese people in overthrowing the 3 great mountains that weighed them down and founded New China. Yu Chen was about to give Elder Ji a stern lecture for forgetting China's bloody history, when he suddenly remembered that this was the 9 heavens, not China, and Elder Ji was from 100,000 years ago. Mao's ancestors hadn't even evolved yet back then. His righteous indignation deflated instantly. "He toppled 3 mountains and is celebrated. I could crumble countless mountains with a wave of my hand, yet no one venerates me," Elder Ji said, looking at Yu Chen with a confused and lost expression. "Idiot, you're beyond reason." Yu Chen raised his middle finger at Elder Ji. Realizing the gesture might be lost on him, he turned away and began studying the 100 Steps 9 Turns movement technique manual. "I really can do it." Seeing Yu Chen ignore him, Elder Ji muttered to himself for a while, before dejectedly climbing a tall tree, where he began working on something unknown. Opening the 100 Steps 9 Turns scroll, a proud, domineering, and disdainful dragon serpent aura surged forth. Yu Chen quickly steadied his mind, controlled his breathing, and waited patiently for the aura to dissipate. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the dragon serpent aura gradually faded. Yu Chen slowly unrolled the scroll. The first thing that caught his eye was a fierce azure dragon coiling menacingly at the left end of the scroll. Etched onto the dragon's body were 4 bold, unrestrained characters: 100 Steps 9 Turns. Below it, written in smaller script, were the words authored by True Lord Qinglian. Just the title and the author's name exuded a majestic aura that seemed capable of encompassing the entire world. Yu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "True Lord Qinglian truly has a grand vision." After a moment of praise, he unrolled the scroll fully. A wave of unrestrained heroic spirit washed over him, so vast and encompassing that it slightly changed his expression. He couldn't fathom how in this chaotic era of the 9 heavens there could exist someone with such a magnanimous heart. What puzzled Yu Chen was why someone with such a broad mind would create a movement technique that seemed so hasty and careless, using such rough and inferior paper. "Hey you boy, you're overthinking it. True Lord Qinglian wasn't being magnanimous. He was just like you. He possessed the great cave heaven physique." Elder Ji, also drawn by the aura emanating from the scroll, chuckled and explained. "Furthermore, True Lord Qinglian's great cave heaven was pure and refined, unlike yours, which is full of impurities. He had the same physique as me." Yu Chen was slightly taken aback. He never expected that a race as proud and aloof as the dragons, to the point of being insufferable, could also produce a great cave heaven physique. Ancient texts stated that the dragon race's physique was disgustingly powerful. With such a body, why would they need to practice a movement technique to dodge? Why not just tank the hits and unleash attacks directly? True Lord Qinglian achieved great success at a young age, reaching the pinnacle of mastery at just 25. As a great cave heaven physique, he cherished his freedom above all. At 25 he left Shu with his sword, traveled the 9 heavens, and composed many celebrated poems. Can he not be so ridiculously talented? Yu Chen felt a pang of injustice. We both have the great cave heaven physique, give me a break. 25 years old. What cultivation method did you practice? How did you cultivate? How can you be so heaven-defying? With the noble bloodline of the dragon race, a hereditary talent for treasure hunting and literary brilliance, he's the epitome of the rich, handsome, and cultured elite. True Lord Qinglian, how many ordinary guys back in China would be heartbroken by your existence? Thinking of the dazzling halo that surrounded True Lord Qinglian, Yu Chen felt like crying but had no tears. When True Lord Qinglian ascended from the heavenly Saint Dragon City, he left behind 3 treasures: the 100 Steps 9 Turns movement technique, the Qinglian Azure Blood Sword, and its accompanying sword manual. The 100 steps 9 turns you bought at the auction house is indeed one of true Lord Qinglian's possessions, Elder Ji said, his mind full of doubt. You boy, let me have a look at that scroll. Elder Ji was deeply puzzled. The 100 steps 9 turns was true Lord Qinglian's signature movement technique. One step covers 100 li 10 steps. Make a turn 100 steps, create 9 turns. How could such a divine ability be merely a mortal-grade mid-rank technique? Yu Chen tossed the 100 steps 9 turns scroll to Elder Ji. The moment the scroll landed in his hands, Elder Ji's expression shifted slightly. He mused that Qinglian true lord, being so proud and haughty as to look down upon even the 9 heaven sovereign, would never use such cheap, poorly made paper to record his signature technique. Moreover, the calligraphy was careless and sloppy, devoid of any trace of elegance. While Elder Ji was examining the 100 steps 9 turns, a sharp glint flashed through Yu Chen's eyes, and his face lit up with joyful surprise, though he remained uncertain. What's the matter? Elder Ji responded casually. Just as he was about to leaf through the scroll again, his gaze suddenly froze, then shifted back to Yu Chen, regarding him with slight astonishment. How do you know that? Is the sword guard in the shape of a lotus flower? Yu Chen gave a wry smile, not answering Elder Ji's question but asking another instead. Have you seen the Qinglian blood sword? By now, Elder Ji's expression had shifted from surprise to utter shock. He couldn't fathom how Yu Chen could possibly know what the Qinglian blood sword looked like. From ancient texts. Impossible. Qinglian true lord came and went without a trace. There was no way he could have seen his true appearance, let alone that sword. Suddenly a thought struck Elder Ji, and his expression changed. Elder Ji, the Qinglian blood sword is in my possession. Under Elder Ji's complex gaze, Yu Chen took out the emerald green 3-foot sword that had been soaking in the spirit milk of the bell stone, wiped the liquid from its blade, and stared at the softly glowing green blood sword. This sword was obtained by Zhang Yang at the entrance to the celestial Dragon City ruins. As Yu Chen produced the emerald blood sword, the 100 steps 9 turns scroll in Elder Ji's hand suddenly began to tremble, then wrenched itself free from his grasp and flew towards the sword. As the 100 steps 9 turns flew over, the emerald blood sword vibrated, then broke free from Yu Chen's hand and hovered above the scroll. Yu Chen's gaze followed the emerald blood sword, watching intently as the two converged. Having been soaked in the spirit milk of the bell stone, the sword's aura of death and gloom had vanished. Now the sword was a crystalline emerald, as if carved from a single piece of fine jade. Inside the blade ran a thin blood-red line connecting the tip to the lotus-shaped guard. As the emerald blood sword flew towards the 100 steps 9 turns, it finally earned its true name, the Qinglian blood sword. The Qinglian blood sword now hovered silently above the 100 steps 9 turns, its blade emitting a soft emerald glow that cascaded down onto the scroll and seemed to merge with it. Bathed in the emerald light, the 100 steps 9 turns scroll began to emit a faint green luminescence. The sloppy characters on its surface started to writhe like snakes, gradually shrinking and melting, until they formed a pool of emerald liquid that slowly spread across the entire scroll. To Yu Chen's astonishment, the scroll of cheap rough paper gradually turned emerald green, becoming like a flattened piece of jade, crystal clear and shimmering with ripples within. At the same moment, the Qinglian blood sword burst forth with a brilliant radiance enveloping the emerald scroll. Characters of pure, translucent jade began to rain down upon it endlessly. How is this possible? Yu Chen was stunned by the sudden transformation. The movement technique scroll he had bought for 4,500 silver coins had turned out to be blank, and the true technique was hidden within the Qinglian blood sword. If he hadn't walked into Zhang Yang's desolate shop and discovered the Qinglian blood sword, his 4,500 silver coins would have been wasted. At this thought, Yu Chen felt a wave of fear, inwardly cursing Qinglian true lord for his cunning and treachery. As characters continued to pour from the Qinglian blood sword into the jade scroll, the aura emanating from the scroll began to surge rapidly. Suddenly the jade scroll trembled, and a visible ripple spread outwards from it, rapidly expanding in all directions. Heaven tier. Elder Ji's face changed. Realizing the danger, he hastily formed a hand seal and let out a cold shout. A vast, powerful aura erupted from him, instantly expanding to cover the entire valley with lightning speed. The ripple from the jade scroll slammed violently against the energy barrier Elder Ji had formed. The immense impact sent tremors through the barrier, but thankfully it held. The ripple shattered upon impact. Elder Ji's expression darkened, but as he watched the jade scroll take shape, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. If that heaven-tier ripple had escaped the valley, Elder Ji believed that within moments the valley would be razed to the ground. Even with his extraordinary abilities, he couldn't withstand the relentless attacks of cultivators driven mad by the allure of a heaven-tier technique. A heaven-tier technique was not like roadside weeds found everywhere and easily obtained. Just as Elder Ji breathed a sigh of relief, the jade scroll trembled again, this time more violently and more intensely. A ripple more solid than the last shot out from the scroll and rapidly spread in all directions. A louder boom echoed from the valley's edge. The energy barrier above suddenly rippled like water teetering on the brink of collapse. Elder Ji rapidly changed his hand seals, desperately maintaining the crumbling barrier, while his gaze remained fixed on the jade scroll. As the ripple spread from the jade scroll, the Qinglian blood sword finally ceased emitting characters. Like a mother who has just given birth, it floated serenely above the jade scroll, casting a gentle emerald glow upon it. Under the emerald glow, the jade scroll gradually calmed like a sleeping infant, radiating a gentle warmth. Graceful, flowing calligraphy began to appear on its surface. As the characters emerged, the light of the Qinglian blood sword dimmed until it vanished completely. At the same time, a majestic azure dragon coiled on the jade scroll began to display a line of golden cursive script, 100 steps 9 turns Qinglian blood sword technique. Seeing this, an irrepressible joy spread across Yu Chen's face. Elder Ji had bought the 100 steps 9 turns for 4,500 silver coins. He had serendipitously obtained the Qinglian blood sword, and now the technique was in his hands. Yu Chen never imagined that all 3 treasures of Qinglian True Lord would fall into his possession at once. Truly one could search far and wide without finding it, only to obtain it without any effort. Hey Young Yu, it seems you have a connection with Qinglian True Lord. With Elder Ji's utmost effort, the energy barrier, which was on the verge of shattering, was finally stabilized and held. Looking at the Qinglian blood sword and the jade scroll in the air, Elder Ji waved his hand gently. To Yu Chen's uncontainable delight, both items slowly descended into his hands. Yu Chen swung the Qinglian blood sword. The emerald blade gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Each sweep produced a whistling sound of wind. The smooth hilt felt perfect in his grip, and a faint cool warmth emanated from it. After practicing with the sword for a while, Yu Chen reluctantly stored it into his ancient ring. He then unrolled the 100 steps 9 turns Qinglian blood sword technique. Again, the jade scroll felt smooth and delicate in his hands, like the tender skin of a young maiden. Gazing at the elegant flowing calligraphy upon it, Yu Chen felt as if he were facing a vast, magnificent ocean. A gentle sea breeze brushed against him. The azure sky brought a sense of joy and relaxation, and the sound of lapping waves filled his ears, captivating him completely. After a long while, Yu Chen slowly came back to his senses. Looking at the jade scroll in his hands, he couldn't help but admire Qinglian True Lord's magnanimity and open-mindedness. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through Yu Chen's mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In his daze, Yu Chen patted his head, praying for clarity, but to no avail. The world spun around him, and his vision rapidly blurred. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Chen groggily awoke. He saw a strange dark world around him, his head throbbing with pain. Using the last of his strength, he forced himself to stand, his eyes bright as stars, gazing in horror at the scene before him. Before Yu Chen stood a handsome young man clad in white robes. His thick dark eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his upward slanting phoenix eyes held an arrogance that could ignite one's anger. In his hand was the Qinglian blood sword. Even as a mere apparition, the powerful aura emanating from him was enough to shock Yu Chen deeply. Yu Chen was certain that the man before him was Qinglian True Lord. The young man's next words confirmed his suspicions. Greetings. I am a wisp of Qinglian True Lord's essence. It has been 100,000 years, and you are the first to arrive here. I am pleased that my legacy can be passed on. What pleases me even more is that the first to arrive possesses the great cave heaven physique just like me. Hearing this, Yu Chen was taken aback. If a mere wisp of essence could survive for 100,000 years, how incredibly powerful must Qinglian True Lord's true body be? I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Li, my given name Bai. Because I love wearing white clothes, others call me Tai Bai. The 100 steps 9 turns Qinglian blood sword technique is one of my signature skills. It is a fusion of the 100 steps 9 turns footwork and the Qinglian blood sword technique, combining their strengths. I hope you can carry it forward and pass it down. With that, Qinglian True Lord bowed to Yu Chen and began to demonstrate the 100 steps 9 turns. He started slowly, then his movements grew increasingly faster until only the sound of his movements could be heard, and he was no longer visible. The 100 steps 9 turns has 5 levels: initial path mastery, entering the chamber, reaching the peak, and transcendence. Each level offers a different experience. You must perceive them well. Before Qinglian True Lord could finish, Yu Chen felt his head grow heavy, his stomach churn, and his limbs go weak, as if he were completely drained of energy and unable to move. Alas, the physiques of young people these days are getting weaker with each generation. That was the last thing Yu Chen heard before losing consciousness. After an unknown period of unconsciousness, Yu Chen vaguely felt 8 warm currents flowing into his body from 8 directions, converging in his lower abdomen into a form of primal chaos spiritual energy, which then dispersed to all parts of his body, nourishing his parched frame. Slowly opening his eyes, what greeted him was a resplendent tapestry of stars woven across the sky. The night was windless, making the celestial bodies appear exceptionally bright. Yu Chen gazed at the stars above, momentarily lost in their beauty. Boy you've become a second-stage Taoist, yet your body remains so frail. Seeing Yu Chun awake, Elder Ji asked with a hint of confusion, tossing him a jade bottle containing a single crimson pill. This is a vitality consolidation pill. I refined it using half the soul and a third of the essence blood of the celestial crystal fire tiger you slew yesterday. It nourishes the spirit, suppresses one's aura, enhances presence, and strengthens the body. Consume it quickly and reach your peak state tonight. Tomorrow we enter the Beast Mountain dense forest to practice your hunting skills. After giving his instructions, Elder Ji sprinkled a circle of beast-repelling powder around their camp, leaped onto a tall tree, and closed his eyes to rest. Yu Chun glanced at the pill in the jade bottle, then placed it within his ancient ring. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the star-filled sky. From the sacred spirit temple, he brought out 10 jade slabs. Using the North Star as his guide, he arranged 8 slabs in the 8 cardinal directions, placing the final 2 at the very center of the formation. Satisfied with his rearranged 8 desolations spirit-gathering array, Yu Chun nodded to himself. He then sat at the array's pivotal eye, retrieved the vitality consolidation pill from his ring, and tipped the bottle into his palm. A faint, fragrant spiritual pulse radiated from the pill. Elated, Yu Chun examined it closely. Its crimson coating was as smooth as a mirror, unblemished, with faint patterns of fire clouds shimmering across its surface. Marveling at Elder Ji's masterful skill, Yu Chun placed the pill in his mouth. With a subtle bob of his Adam's apple, it slid down his throat. A surge of heat immediately blossomed within him, a searing warmth spreading through his core despite the cold weather. Not daring to delay, Yu Chun took a deep breath, focusing his mind with his eyes on his nose on his heart, and sinking his chi into his dantian. Simultaneously, his hands moved swiftly, forming the 9-5 divine seal, guiding the internal heat into his meridian pathways. Ah, it burns! The moment he channeled the heat into his meridians, the scorching energy seared their walls. Yu Chun involuntarily gasped, quickly steadying the rampaging energy within him. He carefully guided the burning current, making it flow slowly forward. With every step forward, his meridians were scorched anew. Despite having endured the stages of skin tempering and bone refining, the fire-attributed essence blood of the celestial crystal fire tiger unleashed a torment that was almost unbearable. Enduring the searing pain, Yu Chun guided the spiritual energy through his meridians. The intense heat turned his channels a glowing red, and the blood within his veins began to boil under the prolonged high temperature, surging like magma through his body. I must persevere. I can make it through. Yu Chun gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably as streams of scalding sweat poured down from his forehead, where veins bulged like coiling dragons. As the sweat touched his blazing skin, it evaporated, instantly leaving behind only faint white salt stains clinging to his flesh. Just a little longer. Vicious veins surfaced across his arms. Unmoving in the center of the 8 desolation spirit-gathering array, his hands formed the 9-5 divine seal, channeling the searing energy through the final stretch of meridians. Don't. Keep going. We're almost there. As Yu Chun guided the burning energy through the last meridian, the violent energy within his great aperture suddenly began to surge out of control. One strand of it even rushed directly into his meridian. Alarmed, he ignored the searing pain and desperately pushed the energy toward the exit. Arg! Yu Chun led the first wave of energy in a frantic race toward the end of the meridian, but another surge of scorching energy began to rage even more violently within the channel. The already red-hot meridian burned by the first current was instantly ignited by the second. At that moment of ignition, Yu Chun desperately guided the first energy current through a complete cycle along the 9-5 divine art route. The restless energy trapped within his great aperture, as if seeing an escape route, surged forward in a relentless tide, flooding into the circulation route of the 9-5 divine seal. 8 desolations spirit-gathering array activate. At the same time, he rapidly changed his hand seals and shouted, coldly slamming his palm onto the array. Hum. At the command, the array beneath him vibrated. 8 streams of icy spiritual energy flowed in from the 8 directions like small streams glinting with a cold light. As they passed through the array, a layer of frost instantly covered its surface. The freezing spiritual energy entered Yu Chen's body through his pores and collided with the wild, scorching energy within. A cloud of white mist erupted, rapidly expanding until it filled his entire great aperture, then seeped out through his pores into the outside world. Yu Chun felt as if he were sitting in a steam room. The dense mist obscured his vision, leaving him surrounded by a blank whiteness. The fiery burning pain within him gradually subsided, replaced by gentle warm currents that flowed like babbling brooks through his meridians, continuously nurturing the scorched channel walls and other tissues. Within this fluid warmth, Yu Chun could faintly sense a wisp of ethereal energy, as delicate as a silk thread. As the warmth circulated, this wisp was absorbed by his skin and bones. He felt his flesh growing and regenerating, new cells packing tightly together with no gaps, becoming as tough as a solid sheet of iron. Yu Chen slowly clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power surging through his body. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. If he were to encounter that celestial crystal fire tiger again, he was certain he wouldn't be as helpless as he was last time. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Yu Chen waved his hand to dispel the mist before his eyes, and looked up at the night sky. A surge of joy welled up within him. His guess had been correct. Once again Yu Chen found himself in that boundless sea of stars. Countless celestial bodies floated around him where light and darkness coexisted. Last time he had reached this starry sea with Elder Ji's help. This time he had done it through the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array. When Yu Chen had successfully tempered his bones using the supreme purity chi, it was the moment when the sun had not yet fully risen and the moon had not yet fully set. At that time sun and moon shared the sky, and both solar and lunar energies fell upon the earth. Through the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array he had brought these two opposing spiritual energies together, producing the supreme purity chi, which was even lighter and finer than ordinary spiritual energy. Back then Yu Chen had speculated whether the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array gathered spiritual energy from the 9 heavens or the essence of the stars beyond them. He had been about to share this doubt with Elder Ji when the pale-faced scholar's sudden appearance had rudely interrupted them. The people of the 9 heavens believed it to be the center of the starry sea with all other stars revolving around it. But they were wrong. Many stars in the sea are stationary like the 8 pole stars used for navigation. People think they move, but in truth it is the 9 heavens that move while they mistake it for being stationary. Thinking about this, Yu Chen was reminded of a saying from Elder Ji. What you think is what you think is what you think is not necessarily what you think. Today Yu Chen located the positions of the 8 pole stars using the North Star. So he made some adjustments to the 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array, enabling it to gather the essence of these 8 stars. Through practice Yu Chen had proven himself right. Now standing once again before his soul star, the violet gold star, Yu Chen smiled at the familiar sight. However, this time, he didn't reach out to touch it, remembering the harrowing experience last time when he nearly lost his life. Once bitten, twice shy. Yu Chen wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But his purpose this time was not merely to observe his soul star. It was to ignite it. Ancient texts recorded that how far a cultivator could progress depended not only on their innate potential but also on the brightness of their soul star. Yu Chen had a soul star that hadn't been lit for countless years. To increase his strength he had to make it shine. Without further ado Yu Chen brought out 8 stone pedestals, each about 2 people tall, from the sacred spirit temple. He arranged them around the violet gold star according to the position of the North Star. Then he floated above the star, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at the 8 massive pedestals in the distance, and the violet gold star below about to be lit by the essence of the 8 pole stars. A wave of nervousness washed over him. Thump, thump, thump. In this desolate and cold sea of stars where light and darkness coexisted, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears like a powerful drum. Yu Chen instinctively swallowed, steadied his heavy breathing, and took a deep breath. His hands slowly formed a seal, which he then slammed forcefully towards the violet gold star below. 8 Desolations spirit-gathering array activate. A resounding cry pierced the silence of the starry sea. The shout, which seemed to shake the very heavens, transformed into powerful sound waves that rippled across the glittering world. Yet after the cry faded, nothing changed. The starry sea was once again enveloped in silence. Why? After a moment of stunned disbelief, Yu Chen snapped back to reality. Staring at the still dim violet gold star, his mind went blank. Like a madman he kept asking himself, why? Why is it like this? Why didn't it work? Ah! A scream filled with utter despair and frenzy echoed once more through the desolate starry sea. Yu Chen stood atop the violet gold star, tearing at his hair like a madman. His eyes, once bright as stars, were now filled with unwillingness and insanity. Perhaps I've been dreaming all along. Now the dream is over. Like a bird with broken wings, Yu Chen fell weakly, landing upon his violet gold star. Contrary to his expectations, the 2 massive black and white stars did not attack this time. Not that they didn't want to, but they dared not. As Yu Chen landed on the violet gold star like a falling leaf, the 8 pole stars at the edge of the starry sea suddenly erupted with blinding light. It was as if 8 giant searchlights had been switched on, simultaneously illuminating the starry sea, where light and darkness coexisted, making it as bright as day. In that instant all other starlight in the sea was utterly eclipsed. A ghost! Upon waking again, the first thing Yu Chen saw was a face full of excitement twisted with age, which startled him into a cold sweat. He hurriedly backed away a few steps, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest, and stammered, Don't come any closer. Take one more step and I won't be held responsible for what happens. You, my boy, what wonderful dream did you have last night? riding off into the sunset with some fair maiden living life to the fullest. Old Man Ji chuckled, brushing the dust from his clothes, and gave Yu Chun a meaningful look. What about the cultivation we agreed upon? Yu Chun choked on his words, his face turning red from coughing. He quickly patted his chest and said, "The vitality recovery pill has already been digested. If you don't believe me, take a look." He threw a couple of vigorous punches into the air, afraid that Old Man Ji wouldn't believe him. "Hey Old Man Ji, what's gotten into you today? Why are you so excited? Did something happen? Did you break through in your cultivation?" Yu Chun asked with concern, looking at Old Man Ji, who seemed anything but his usual steady self, his behavior strange and lacking all composure. "I'm not like you, making sure the whole world knows when you level up." Old Man Ji waved his hand in denial. "So what exactly happened?" Yu Chun spread his hands and asked. "I ask you, you boy, are you truly clueless or just playing dumb? Such a huge event occurred last night and you felt nothing." Seeing Yu Chen's bewildered look, Old Man Ji asked mysteriously, "What happened last night?" Yu Chen inquired curiously. Last night Yu Chun had lit his soul star. He truly had no idea what had transpired in the outside world. "You really don't know?" Old Man Ji's eyes widened and he asked again with intrigue. "Boring." Yu Chen shrugged, turning his back to Old Man Ji, and began to study the 100 Steps 9 Turns Azure Lotus Blood Sword art. Having just lit his soul star yesterday, his energy was abundant today. How could he waste such precious time? Truly a sin, a sin. "You really don't want to know?" Old Man Ji persisted, looking like a swindler trying to trick a child. "Old Man Ji, wouldn't it be better to spend your time refining some pills? They might just save a life someday. Don't you think it's shameful to waste time here?" "Old Man Ji, no matter how convincingly you spin your tale today, you won't pique my interest." Yu Chun felt a surge of energy, as if he had rediscovered the ambition he had when he single-handedly founded his enterprise. "Did you truly not notice that at midnight last night, a great tempest of wind and thunder raged across the sky and 9 stars shone simultaneously, a phenomenon unseen since time immemorial? Doesn't this fulfill the prophecy? Wind and thunder shake. The 9 heaven stars blaze, bright, a God-sealing youth cleaves the path to creation." Old Man Ji's hands trembled with excitement. 100,000 years. The God-sealing youth has finally appeared. The divine path to the heavens is about to open again. Looking at Old Man Ji's almost manic state, Yu Chen's gaze sharpened, his thoughts drifting back to the previous night. Yu Chun would never forget, even to his death, the thrill of persevering against all odds, while teetering on the brink of despair, until finally glimpsing the dawn of victory, carving a path to survival from a desperate situation with his own 2 feet. At that time Yu Chun lay despairingly on the purple gold star, his heart filled with desolation. The entire sea of stars turned gray in his eyes, devoid of any light. At that moment he had half a mind to end it all. However, Yu Chun did not give in to despair. Instead, he persistently formed hand seals over and over, calling out repeatedly until his voice was hoarse and his palms were a bloody mess. Eventually he collapsed weakly onto the purple gold star, yet even then he did not abandon his attempts. In truth, the 8 desolate spirit-gathering array had indeed gathered the essence of the 8 extreme stars, but these 8 stars were located at the ends of the star sea. Had it not been for Yu Chen's unwavering efforts to gather their spiritual energy, these stars would never have emitted the radiance capable of illuminating the entire star sea, nor would Yu Chun have been able to collect their essence and ignite his own dim soul star. "I merely borrowed a bit of essence from the 8 extreme stars to light my own Tao soul. Is there really such a big deal? Why don't I feel like something has descended? Could it be that my level is too low to sense it? Forget it, cultivation is what matters most. Cultivation is most important." Yu Chun snapped back to reality, looked at Old Man Ji, who was still in a state of frenzy, and shook his head helplessly. He then quickly scanned through the 100 Steps 9 Turns Azure Lotus Blood Sword art. "Old Man Ji, even if the God-sealing youth could truly open the divine path to the heavens, your strength is too weak. You haven't met the requirements to become a god. Even if the God-sealing youth allowed you to step onto the divine path, would you dare to enter?" After dousing Old Man Ji's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, Yu Chun put away the jade scroll, reviewed the first stage initial pathfinding of the 100 Steps 9 Turns Azure Lotus Blood Sword art in his mind once more, and walked towards the 10 Directions Absolute Kill array to cultivate the 100 Steps 9 Turns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wooden logs as thick as a man whizzed past Yu Chun. According to the techniques described in the 100 Steps 9 Turns, and his own combat experience, he carefully pondered the art's mysteries. Every beginning is difficult, but Yu Chun believed that through continuous practice, pondering and study, he would surely master the first stage initial pathfinding of the 100 Steps 9 Turns. The morning is the best time of day. This beautiful morning must not be wasted, or else I'll really be laughed at by that boy Yu. Old Man Ji gradually recovered from his excitement. Watching Yu Chun full of fighting spirit and growing stronger with each setback, within the 10 directions absolute kill array, and hearing his resounding voice a trace of envy flashed across Old Man Ji's world-weary eyes. Ha! Hey! Yu Chen practiced the 100 steps 9 turns within the 10 directions absolute kill array drenched in sweat. As time passed his clothes were torn into shreds and stuck to his skin soaked with sweat. Fresh red wounds were visible on his arms, shoulders, back, lower abdomen and legs. But Yu Chen paid them no mind, continuing to turn and twist within the array. Bang! Yu Chen failed to dodge in time and a log slammed into his right shoulder. The intense impact tilted his body slightly. He staggered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he sensed danger. At the same time, he sharply tapped the ground with his sword tip, using the recoil to launch himself into a somersault in midair. A log whistled past his waist. Yu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped. However, before he could fully exhale, piercing sounds surrounded him again. 6 logs closed in from all sides, completely sealing off every possible escape route. Yu Chen swallowed hard. A determined yet exceptionally calm gaze swept through his star-bright eyes. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch directly at the nearest log. The log exploded on impact, splinters scattering before his eyes. Unfazed Yu Chen immediately followed up with a sweeping kick. His foot slammed heavily into the log on his right, knocking it off course so that it grazed past him. The whistling wind whipped his long hair wildly. He used the momentum to descend, intending to destroy a log surging up from below. Unfortunately, his stamina was severely depleted. As he landed on the log, a tearing pain suddenly shot through his calf. He staggered, lost his balance, and was struck hard on the thigh by an oncoming log. Biffed! Huff! His body off balance, Yu Chen wanted to roll with the impact, but his spirit was willing, yet his flesh was weak. The excessive exertion had pushed his body to the brink of collapse. All Yu Chen could do was watch helplessly as a log slammed heavily into his chest. He was then hurled out of the 10 directions absolute kill array like a bird with broken wings. Cough, cough. Yu Chen clutched his throbbing chest, coughing violently. After a long while he lay on the ground, stretched out his arms, and closed his eyes, slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He savored the dull pain echoing through his body, and as the moves he had just performed in the array replayed in his mind, he broke into a goofy grin. You, my boy, what's wrong with you today? Even taking the vitality recovery pill shouldn't have this effect. Old Man Ji walked over to Yu Chen and tossed him a bottle of meridian-clearing blood-reviving powder and a jar of collateral-unblocking stasis-removing balm. He was utterly perplexed by Yu Chen, who seemed like a completely different person from yesterday. Hee, I just want to get stronger fast. Yu Chen opened the bottle, tilted his head back, and downed the meridian-clearing blood-reviving powder in one go. He then applied the collateral-unblocking stasis-removing balm to his injured areas. Feeling the warm current surging within him, he stretched his body. A brilliant light once again blazed in his star-bright eyes. Old Man Ji said that every cultivator's path is unique. I don't pray to become a god. I just hope to live each day without regrets. I don't pray to become a god, for godhood is too ethereal. I only pray for a life without daily regrets. Old Man Ji watched Yu Chen full of vigor and fighting spirit, and felt a complex swirl of emotions in his heart. After 100,000 years of coldness, should his blood not begin to boil? Heh, you my boy. Old Man Ji patted Yu Chen's shoulder, momentarily lost for words. Well done. Yu Chen grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He looked up at the sky above, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. From now on I will make you the brightest star in the star sea. Yu Chen vowed silently. Changing into a grass-green camouflage suit, Yu Chen headed towards the depths of the Beast Mountain Range's dense forest. Caw, 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 caw. Wind and thunder shake, the 9 heaven stars blaze bright, a god-sealing youth cleaves the path to creation. After 100,000 years, the divine path to the heavens is finally about to open again. This time I will become a god. Ha! With a pathetic look like yours, you want to become a god. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? If you can become a god, then I'm the sovereign of the 9 heavens. Listening to these arrogant boasts, Yu Chen shrugged helplessly. Including this time, he had heard no fewer than 7 such grand declarations. Yu Chen couldn't understand it. The path of cultivation is a long dark night. You've only just reached dusk. Where do you get the audacity to claim you can traverse the entire darkness? Oh right, the god-sealing youth. But who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to catch the god-sealing youth's eye? The god-sealing youth isn't some immortal deity. He has his own human emotions and attachments. Even if he could grant godhood, the first to be deified would be his own friends and family. What makes you think you're so special that he'd abandon them to deify you first? Even if you were to be deified, it would only happen when the god-sealing youth has the power to cleave the path and infect the gods. Right now the 9 heavens are in a precarious state, unsure if they'll see the midday sun. With your measly skills, you can't even protect yourself. I'm worried for your life. The God-sealing youth only deifies those qualified to become gods. Do you possess such qualifications? If not, what does deification have to do with you? Watching a cultivator whooshing past him with an arrogant air, Yu Chen felt a surge of indignation. Trouble. Just as Yu Chen was muttering to himself, Old Man Ji's urgent voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Elder Ji, have you discovered anything? Yu Chen, who had been walking slowly through the dense forest, suddenly halted. A cautious glint flashed across his starlit eyes. His body tensed as he silently observed his surroundings, his explosive fists slowly clenching. To avoid exposing Elder Ji, the elder had retreated into the Holy Spirit Temple when Yu Chen left the valley to practice his hunting skills. Moments ago, Yu Chen had been inwardly grumbling about the arrogance of those cultivators, paying no attention to his environment. Had Elder Ji not warned him in time, Yu Chen would have been oblivious to the approaching danger. A bead of sweat slid down Yu Chen's forehead without warning. He suppressed his breathing, striving to remain utterly silent. Instinctively swallowing, a wave of lingering dread began to creep into his heart. Had Elder Ji not alerted him just in time, he might already be lying dead on the ground. The forest was deathly silent. The rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat echoed in his ears like a war drum. Yu Chen shifted his stance imperceptibly, his gaze carefully scanning for the slightest change around him. A rustling sound caused by a body moving swiftly through the undergrowth abruptly came from behind Yu Chen. Startled, Yu Chen twisted his upper body, half a turn, his gaze sweeping over the grass behind him. But aside from the swaying branches and leaves, he found nothing else. As he turned his head, a more urgent rustling sound echoed in his ears. Sensing trouble, Yu Chen took a sharp step back, his eyes fixed on the swaying grass before him, yet still he saw nothing. Such speed! Yu Chen swallowed hard, thinking to himself. At the same moment, the sound of the swift movement through the grass came to an abrupt halt. The forest was so quiet it was as if the rustling sound had never existed at all. Rather than this deathly stillness, Yu Chen would have preferred the enemy to keep moving. Movement meant the opponent hadn't yet found the perfect attacking position. But this stillness meant the next step was the hunt. Yu Chen had originally planned to venture deep into the Beast Mountain range to hunt savage beasts and learn hunting techniques. But he never imagined that upon entering the depths of the forest, before even catching sight of a beast, he would become the prey in someone else's eyes, waiting for the executioner's blade to fall. Sit and wait for death. Surrender without a fight. Impossible. If Yu Chen were one to surrender, how could he have gathered the essence of the 8 extreme stars to ignite his soul star? How could he have created the 9 stars shining in unison that drove the 9 heavens wild with frenzy? Even if it meant a fight to the bitter end, Yu Chen would never surrender without a fight. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he still had Elder Ji as his ultimate trump card. The outcome was still uncertain. Mist filled the deathly quiet forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, breaking into dazzling beams of light. But Yu Chen had no energy to appreciate the colorful radiance. Instead, he continuously observed every movement and sound around him. Suddenly, within the very light Yu Chen had ignored, a blood-red glow flashed. A silver line against the backdrop of the colorful beams sliced through the radiant pillars with lightning speed, carrying a sharp whistle streaking directly towards Yu Chen's neck. The entire process was too fast for the naked eye to discern, and Yu Chen remained completely unaware. "You boy, danger!" At the instant the light shifted, Elder Ji's urgent warning rang out in Yu Chen's ears. Startled, Yu Chen quickly looked towards the glow, a silver gleam rapidly magnifying in his vision. Yu Chen's heart gave a sudden jolt. A sense of deathly aura spread like wild grass through his heart. At the same time, the howling wind rushed towards his face as an icy blade touched his neck. The chill from his neck quickly spread through his body, sending a shiver down his spine. In that flash of a moment, the 100-step zigzag footwork flashed through Yu Chen's mind. Instantly, vast primordial chaos, spiritual energy, surged from his great cavern body, flooding every part of his being like a river breaking its banks. At the crossroads of life and death, Yu Chen swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, a punch filled with explosive force slammed into the silver gleam, only to produce a metallic clang. Using the recoil, Yu Chen swiftly retreated into the grass nearby. In the blink of an eye, Yu Chen's body shifted abruptly, narrowly avoiding the blade that had already touched the skin of his neck, barely saving his life. The silver gleam, having failed its strike, quickly vanished into the grass, leaving no trace. Yu Chen lay on his back against the ground, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. It was clear how much that close call had drained him. In that instant, his mental focus, perception, and reaction speed had all been pushed to their absolute limit. The shadow of death that had loomed over him left him with a lingering sense of dread. Such speed! Yu Chen felt his mouth go dry and swallowed instinctively. Even now, he hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like yet, he had already fallen into its grasp. This unknown danger made him feel as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss trembling with fear. But the opponent's actions clearly signaled that this was only the beginning. The rustling sound of a body moving swiftly through the foliage echoed in the forest once more, but noticeably slower than before. Clearly the unreserved punch Yu Chen had landed had dealt considerable damage. Yu Chen, who had just caught his breath, snapped back to full alert. Relying on the reflexes and perception honed in the 10 Directions absolute killing formation combined with the insights gained from killing Captain Wang yesterday, and supported by his ignited soul star and great cavern body, Yu Chen began his counterattack. I don't seek trouble, but I'm certainly not afraid of it. You ambush me and think you can just run. That's not how the world works. Guided by Elder Ji's powerful spiritual sense, Yu Chen shifted his position like a phantom through the forest. Yet his forward trajectory drew him closer and closer to the source of the rustling sound. Think you can run? A cold glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he leaped up from the grass, shooting forward like a cannonball towards the fleeing figure ahead. His fist brimming with explosive power and carrying the howl of the wind burned with the fury he had suppressed since being ambushed and slammed down violently upon the frantic fleeing form. A piercing whistle echoed through the forest as the explosive fist reached the figure in an instant. At that very moment, the wildly fleeing figure came to an abrupt halt, turning its head to look at the incoming fist. A chilling human-like smile gleamed in its cold wolf eyes. Flee! Which eye of yours saw me fleeing? Do I need to run from a clown like you? I simply didn't want you to die so quickly. Since you're so eager to be reincarnated, I'll grant your wish. Your wolf lord is just too eager to help. This was the meaning Yu Chen deciphered from that contemptuous gaze. The hidden moon savage wolf? A slightly surprised voice echoed in Yu Chen's ear. Wasn't its entire clan wiped out during the god-slaying war? How can it be here? And the hidden moon savage wolf never hunts alone. Why is there only one here? The silver-white hidden moon savage wolf let out a low growl, its gaze fixed on Yu Chen. It bared a set of bone-chilling fangs from its crimson maw. Its powerful muscular hind legs kicked off the ground, its body transforming into a streak of light, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a whoosh, it was already beside Yu Chen, its gleaming white fangs, tinged with a bloodthirsty edge, snapping towards his neck with lightning speed. Simultaneously, a resounding howl suddenly came from behind Yu Chen. A massive black-furred hidden moon savage wolf leaped up from his rear, its sharp claws wreathed in a bloody murderous aura, pouncing towards him like lightning. Damn it! I came to hunt wolves, but instead I'm being hunted by wolves. Why am I so unlucky today? Recalling how he had been so spirited about hunting the hidden moon savage wolf moments ago, only to become its prey in the blink of an eye, Yu Chen felt utterly ashamed. Since you two want to play rough, I'll play with you all the way today. A sharp, fierce light suddenly burst from his starlit eyes. At the same time, an overbearing aura emanated from Yu Chen's body. It was the residual aura of the heavenly crystal fire tiger he had absorbed from the vitality nourishment pill. Though faint, it caused the two hidden moon savage wolves attacking from front and back to momentarily freeze. Ha! At that moment, Yu Chen swept out a cloud-sweeping leg. His strong straight leg carrying all his pent-up fury, and accompanied by a howling gust of wind, connected squarely with the wolf's head, which bore a faint silver moon mark on its forehead, while the silver-white wolf was still stunned. A metallic clang resounded deep within the forest. The heavily struck silver-white wolf staggered the immense impact of the cloud-sweeping leg, sending it tumbling into the grass nearby. So painful. What is its head made of? The moment Yu Chen's kick connected with the wolf's ferocious skull, a powerful recoil surged into his body. The already turbulent spiritual energy within him began to churn wildly like a runaway stallion. Die! Simultaneously, Yu Chen used the recoil to spin half a turn in midair, coming face to face with the charging black-furred wolf. A ruthless look crossed his face. His fingers quickly swept across his ancient ring, and the 10 Directions absolute killing sword formation, which Elder Ji had arranged that morning, shot out from the ring and expanded directly in front of the black-furred wolf. Trapped within the 10 Directions absolute killing sword formation, the sharp swords instantly slashed through the black-furred wolf's hide. Streams of fresh blood gushed from its body, staining Yu Chen's grass-green camouflage gear crimson. The searing pain tore a frantic howl from the black-furred wolf. Its eyes, filled with human-like rage, instantly turned bloodshot. Not good. Seeing this, Yu Chen was horrified. He tried to flee but found himself suspended in midair with no leverage. One of the black-furred wolf's claws, however, had broken free of the sword formation. The blood-stained claw swiped directly towards Yu Chen's chest. Please continue to follow us. Update the fastest novel website www.txt80cc. Exploding fist. Suspended midair, Yu Chen couldn't alter his trajectory, and could only descend freely. Facing the blood-red wolf claws, he refused to sit idly by. his fist brimming with explosive power clenched tightly once more and slammed fiercely toward the howling incoming claws. Bang! Bang! Hiss! Hiss! Crack! Crack! His fist the size of a sandbag smashed brutally into the wolf's claws. The immense impact shattered 2 phalanges of the black-furred shadow moon direwolf. Trapped within the 10 directions absolute kill sword array, the wolf let out an agonizing howl as its crimson claws raked directly toward Yu Chen's arm. 100 steps 9 turns. The wolf claw lashed out too swiftly for Yu Chen to dodge. It seemed the claw was about to seize his arm. In the nick of time, Yu Chen used the recoil from his exploding fist strike against the wolf's claw to plummet downward, rapidly simultaneously executing the 100 steps 9 turns footwork. Hiss! Hiss! A surge of vast spiritual energy flooded into Yu Chen's meridians, circulating rapidly. A tearing pain erupted from every part of his body. Just as he was about to cry out, his vision warped violently. The figure of the black-furred shadow moon direwolf shrank rapidly in his sight, but the sharp wind blades attached to the wolf's claws still shredded his white-green camouflage suit. This is 100 steps 9 turns. Having narrowly escaped the wolf's claws, Yu Chen swiftly hid in a concealed thicket. Recalling the harrowing, life-threatening moment, a joyful smile suddenly broke across his sickly, pale face. The thrill of that near teleportation sent his blood racing with excitement. Boy, you've only grasped a mere fragment of it, Elder Ji reminded him. The footwork within the 100 steps 9 turns Azure Lotus Blood Sword art is about moving 100 li in 1 step, turning once every 10 steps and twisting 9 times in 100 steps. You've only moved a short distance and you're already this excited. If you truly mastered moving 100 li in 1 step, would you even need to hide from those shadow moon direwolves? You'd simply overpower them. As he spoke, Yu Chen glanced at the direwolves nearby. The silver-white shadow moon direwolf he had kicked into the bushes had crawled back out, and the black-furred one had also broken free from the 10 directions absolute kill sword array, though it was now covered in wounds from the array, blood flowing incessantly, looking utterly miserable. The 2 direwolves stood there silently, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a disturbingly human-like fury. Yu Chen hid motionless in a relatively concealed and safe thicket, using the brief lull in the battle to activate the 9-5 divine seal, hurriedly replenishing his spiritual energy and stamina. Remembering the agonizing pain his body had endured when using 100 steps 9 turns, a flicker of unwillingness passed through Yu Chen's eyes. Once I escape this, I'll start blood tempering. If only his strength were greater, his physique sturdier, would he still be in such a sorry state? Yu Chen closed his eyes, trying to calm his restless heart. He bit his lower lip, his desire for power burning even more fiercely. Elder Ji, what is the origin of the shadow moon direwolf? Why did you seem so surprised when you saw it? After a moment, Yu Chen opened his eyes, their star-bright clarity revealing no trace of emotion. Curious about Elder Ji's initial reaction to the direwolf, he asked. This goes back to the War of the Gods in the desolate God Valley 10,000 years ago, Elder Ji said after a long silence. When you encountered the dragon descendant earlier, I mentioned that war where stars fell, including both dragons and wolves. The wolf clan, Yu Chen murmured, committing this race unrecorded in ancient texts to memory. Back then, a cultivation prodigy emerged from the wolf clan named Yin Yu. His Tao soul was the Yin Yu wolf god, and the soul star he fixed became known to later generations as the wolf star Tianlong star. That star lit by Yin Yue has never faded, shining brightly even to this day. Moreover, the wolf star fixed by Yin Yu is the brightest soul star in the entire star sea without exception. Yin Yu, what a formidable cultivator. Is the wolf star truly the brightest star in the star sea? Yu Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes shimmering with thought. During their days in the Beast Mountain Range, Elder Ji had taught him many things not found in ancient books about experts like Qinglian Jinjuan and Yin Yu. However, the light of the wolf star was overshadowed yesterday by the rare alignment of 9 stars, an unprecedented event in the 9 heavens. Elder Ji chuckled briefly before returning to the main topic. After the War of the Gods in the desolate God Valley, where stars fell, Yin Yu Jinjuan vanished without a trace. Following the great battle, his wolf clan tribe was decimated overnight, their blood flowing like rivers. Some say Yin Yu Jinjuan had too many enemies who raided his lair, others claim it was internal strife within the wolf clan. But the true reason remains unknown. The wolf clan disappeared overnight, becoming the second unsolved mystery after the disappearance of the dragon clan. The War of the Gods in the desolate God Valley. What irreconcilable problem did the gods face back then that forced them to fight to such a catastrophic extent, all of them losing their minds at once? Yu Chen shrugged, utterly perplexed. Careful, they've found us. Elder Ji smiled non-committally. However, the smile on Elder Ji's face hadn't fully formed before it froze instantly. Hearing this, Yu Chen immediately became alert, peering out through a gap in the thicket. He saw the 2 shadow moon direwolves from before slowly approaching. Their stark white fangs were exposed, strings of viscous drool dripping from them. Their crimson tongues lolled out and low guttural growls rumbled from their throats. Their bloodshot eyes scanned every movement around them. They're fast. Yu Chun was inwardly shocked. His fingers tightened slightly, and the twig in his hand snapped with a sharp crack. The two dire wolves searching for him suddenly halted their razor-sharp gazes, locking directly onto the thicket where Yu Chun was hiding. With a soft growl, they transformed into two streaks of light shooting towards him. Damn, I've been spotted. Yu Chen's heart jolted. He marveled at their acute perception, but didn't hesitate to explode backward. The first and second layers of the 9-5 Divine Art Heaven Scroll Spirit Attraction chapter were instantly pushed to their limit. Vast spiritual energy surged wildly within him like a runaway stallion. However, the Shadow Moon direwolves were too fast for Yu Chun to even react. He only sensed two waves of bloodthirsty killing intent accompanied by low growls bearing down on him like a mountain. The immense pressure left him gasping for air. Swoosh! A sharp sound of wind laced with a hint of mortal danger suddenly appeared on Yu Chen's right. Within the wind, a gleaming claw shot towards his neck. Beast, get lost! With a cold shout, Yu Chun kicked out, directly striking the silver-white Shadow Moon direwolf's claw. A crisp sound emanated from the wolf's paw, which then bent at an unnatural angle. Yu Chen's all-out kick had fractured the claw. Ow! Howl! The silver-white Shadow Moon direwolf yelped in pain, its speed immediately slowing. Using the recoil, Yu Chun spun, half a turn in midair, retreating rapidly. Hiss! Hiss! Just as the silver-white wolf retreated, another powerful gust of wind sounded on Yu Chen's left. Startled, he turned his head to see the black-furred Shadow Moon direwolf already battered by the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Sword Array pouncing upon him. The thick stench of blood made Yu Chun frown slightly, but he didn't hesitate to throw a punch at the black-furred wolf. I won't stop anyone from moving forward, but I equally don't want anyone stopping me. If there is such a one, be it an angel or a devil, a delicate infant or a tottering elder, a celestial maiden or a divine boy, there is only one thing to be done: eliminate them. Yu Chen's punch aimed at the black-furred wolf was decisive, without a shred of hesitation or reservation. He felt no pity for its severe injuries, for even in its battered state this beast was determined to kill him. You want me dead, so why should I let you live? Boom! Boom! Fueled by vast spiritual energy, Yu Chen's unreserved punch landed heavily on the black-furred Shadow Moon direwolf. Crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed in his ears, yet his sickly pale face remained utterly impassive, as cold as ice. Yu Chun withdrew his hand, intending to use the momentum to retreat again, but was horrified to find his hand stuck inside the black-furred wolf's body, unable to pull free. He whipped his head around and saw the wolf's ribs caved in, thick streams of blood gushing from the wound, while its claws were clamped tightly around Yu Chen's arm. At the same time, the direwolf whose paw he had kicked and broken was charging towards him. Though it moved slowly and staggered, it never stopped. Yu Chun saw in its eyes a stubborn, unwavering light, a determination to drag him down to death with it, even at the cost of its own life. Just like the black-furred wolf, which had half its life taken by the 10 Directions Absolute Kill Sword Array, was still trying to pull him into the abyss. No prey hunted by a Shadow Moon direwolf has ever escaped its claws alive. You will be no different. Damn you, let me go or you'll die. Yu Chun struggled desperately against the black-furred wolf's grip, but the more he struggled, the tighter the wolf held on, even as it could barely move itself. Ow! Howl! As Yu Chun struggled, the silver-white direwolf, despite its broken leg, suddenly accelerated, arriving beside him in a flash. It pounced its sharp fangs, viciously aiming for Yu Chen's neck. Get lost! Yu Chun roared, just about to kick the incoming wolf away, but the dying black-furred wolf suddenly pressed its weight down on his lower body, leaving only his neck exposed exactly where the crippled wolf was attacking. Elder G, save me! Facing the onrushing direwolf and pinned down by the black-furred one, Yu Chun was forced to call for Elder G's help. Thwip! As Yu Chun spoke, an arrow crackling with electric sparks flew past him, grazing his body, and struck the direwolf that had reached him with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp crack, a frost arrow crackling with electric sparks pierced through the silver-white moon shadow direwolf's skull. The electric sparks erupted, instantly slaying the beast. The arrow tore through the air with a piercing whistle before embedding itself into a tree trunk with a dull thud, its shaft quivering. Another crackling frost arrow shot forth, striking the black-furred moon shadow direwolf's head. The explosive sparks blew the skull apart and the beast collapsed. Yet its mournful, desolate howl echoed relentlessly through the dense forest. Thank goodness I made it just in time. A voice tinged with relief yet utterly nonchalant came from behind Yu Chun. A young man emerged. He wore a white robe embroidered with lightning patterns, his hair tied tightly behind his head save for a single roguish lock that fell across his forehead, partially covering his left eye. A bow carved with intricate patterns was slung across his back as he appeared with effortless grace. Hey you kid, weren't you just dazzled by my magnificent entrance? Zhang Yang, the lightning divine archer, Zhang Yang slung his bow, crossed his arms, and stood before Yu Chun with a proud gleam in his sharp, eagle-like eyes. Hey, you kid, don't just stand there with no reaction. You're making me feel invisible. Zhang Yang shoved the black-furred wolf off. Yu Chun crouched down and waved a hand in front of his face. He then let out a helpless sigh, gazing at the sky. Why did it come to this? Yu Chun stared blankly at the wolf whose head had been blown apart by the arrow. A look of shock flickered in his star-bright eyes. It had just dawned on him. When he had first escaped the wolf's claws, the black-furred beast had already been gravely wounded by the 10 Directions' absolute killing sword array, incapable of hunting him again. Yet they had chosen to trade their lives for his using the black wolf's death to ensure his survival. If Zhang Yang hadn't intervened, and if Elder Ji hadn't been his trump card, their wish might have come true, and he would be lying dead on the ground right now. Yu Chun couldn't comprehend what drove the black wolf to sacrifice its life for its pack. But he knew the Yu clan lacked such a spirit. The willingness to give one's life for friends or kin. A sudden chill washed over him, a stark realization of the world's cruelty. People called beasts cold-blooded and uncaring, but Yu Chun felt the indifference of the 9 Heavens people was far more bone-chilling. With a shudder, his thoughts snapped back to the present, and he saw a brilliant, blooming smile before him. Uncle? Yu Chun was taken aback for a moment before beaming. Thank you so much for saving me, Uncle. I am eternally grateful and have no way to repay you. All right, cut the formalities. You'll make me proud. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Yang smiled and helped Yu Chun up. You kid, I'm only 28 and you're what, 15 or 16? Calling me Uncle seems a bit off, don't you think? This handsome, dashing face of mine isn't old enough to be an uncle yet. Hey you kid, you're hurt. I've got some top-grade healing medicine. Sit down and let me take a look. As he joked, Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon Yu Chen's tattered, blood-stained, grass-green camouflage suit. A flicker of concern crossed his delicate, painting-like face. He quickly helped Yu Chun sit down and produced a dazzling array of medicines from his storage ring. Br. Brother, Yu Chun stuttered, nearly calling him uncle again, but swallowing the word under Zhang Yang's piercing stare. He forced himself to change uncle to brother. Brother, this isn't my blood. It's from the black-furred moon shadow dire wolf. Yu Chun stripped off the blood-soaked suit, revealing a pale, sickly-looking body devoid of any wounds. He then took out 2 camouflage suits from his ancient ring, putting one on and handing the other to Zhang Yang. Seeing Zhang Yang's reluctance, Yu Chun urged, Brother Zhang, you should put it on. In the Beast Mountain range, it's better to avoid trouble. Zhang Yang curled his lips but reluctantly pulled the suit over his white robe with lightning patterns. Suddenly a realization struck Zhang Yang. His carefree expression was replaced by panic. You're telling me these 2 wolves were moon shadow dire wolves? Zhang Yang pointed at the dead wolves, staring at Yu Chun in disbelief. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Yu Chun asked, confused by Zhang Yang's reaction. What's wrong? Me? How could I be this unlucky? I run into trouble on my very first day out. Zhang Yang glared at Yu Chun, his hair nearly standing on end. I'll tell you what's wrong. You're in deep trouble, serious trouble. Of all the beasts you could mess with, you had to pick moon shadow dire wolves. Zhang Yang rubbed his throbbing temples, pacing like a cat on a hot tin roof. I swear I could slap you senseless. How bold are you to hunt moon shadow dire wolves? Don't you fear the moon shadow wolf king's relentless vengeance? As he spoke, Zhang Yang snatched the blood-soaked camouflage suit Yu Chun had just discarded, wrapped it around an arrow, and drew his bow into a full moon. With a sharp twang, the arrow sliced through the air, whistling as it shot deep into the forest. Simultaneously, he grabbed Yu Chen's hand and bolted in the opposite direction. What is the moon shadow wolf king? Yu Chun asked, running alongside Zhang Yang toward the outer reaches of the Beast Mountain range. The mention of the Wolf King reminded him of the Moon Shadow True Lord, sparking his curiosity. The Moon Shadow Wolf King is the sovereign of the Moon Shadow Wolf clan. It commands the entire clan. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, his tone growing heavy. The Wolf King's cultivation is unfathomable and it's ruthlessly decisive. Can even speak human words. Moreover, it governs its clan with an iron fist and tolerates no one scheming against them. You've killed 2 of its wolves today. Do you think it'll just let that slide? A thunderous howl erupted from the depths of the forest, mournful, yet tinged with rage. It echoed endlessly, startling flocks of birds into flight and sending chills down one's spine. So soon? Zhang Yang glanced toward the source, his delicate face turning grim with disbelief. He quickened his pace. The Wolf King's sense of smell is incredibly sharp. We need to find a hiding spot and get rid of the wolf blood on us. Hearing Zhang Yang's assessment, Yu Chun tensed up. A wolf that could speak wasn't just a beast. It had evolved into a demon beast. The very concept was terrifying. Even 2 Zhang Yangs combined would only have a chance to flee from such a creature. It finally clicked why Zhang Yang had been so shocked when he learned they had hunted moon shadow dire wolves. Through the dense woods 2 figures dashed with all their might toward the outer reaches of the Beast Mountain range. They passed several easily killable beasts, but didn't spare them a glance, sprinting like fugitives deeper into the outer perimeter. As the sun dipped westward in a hidden cave in the outer reaches, a campfire blazed fiercely, its flames dancing and crackling. Above it, a slab of tiger meat had been roasted to a golden crisp sizzling as juices dripped into the fire. In the flickering firelight, the cave alternated between light and shadow. 2 figures in stone-gray camouflage suits sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless as boulders. Their wet hair hung loose, steam rising from their bodies. As time passed, their hair dried, their labored breathing steadied, and the flames settled into a calm burn. Simultaneously both opened their eyes, and in that moment the dim cave seemed to brighten. You recovered pretty quickly, kid. Zhang Yang remarked, surprised to see Yu Chen awaken at the same time. He knew Yu Chen's constitution was special, but after a life-and-death battle with 2 moon shadow dire wolves, his spiritual energy should have been severely depleted. Yet not only had he recovered, his strength seemed even greater than before. Indeed, Yu Chen's power had grown. Zhang Yang was unaware that Yu Chen had been absorbing energy from the nutrient bath Elder Ji had meticulously prepared in the Holy Spirit Hall. The battle had taught Yu Chen the harsh lesson of his own weakness, fueling an even greater thirst for power. Kid, what's your plan now? Still heading deeper? Zhang Yang took down the roasted tiger meat, tore off a piece for Yu Chen, and took a big bite himself. In the dancing firelight, Zhang Yang's delicate face was etched with seriousness and gravity. I'm planning to break through to the 3rd stage, Pathseeker. We're in the outer reaches now, and low-level cultivators can barely survive here, let alone venture deeper to find the Dragon City ruins. Yu Chen said, calmly chewing on the tiger meat. 3rd stage, Pathseeker. Can you stop trying to one-up me? It's only been a few days since you broke through to the 2nd stage, and now you're aiming for the 3rd. Took me half a year to reach that level. You're absolutely monstrous. Hearing Yu Chen's ambitious words, Zhang Yang nearly bit his own tongue. He stared at Yu Chen like he was a monster, a storm of disbelief raging within him.